Democrats for that, and one or two grandstanders. We only have one or two, but we have tremendous support. But you'll have a 68% tax increase, or you'll get a massive tax decrease. You'll get a tax cut, the likes of which we've never had before. This is bigger than any Ronald Reagan tax cut. It's even bigger than the tax cut that I gave, because as you know, that's being extended and increased. So this is the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, or you'll get a 68% tax increase. And if that happens, I mean, what Republican could vote for that to happen? Because there wouldn't be a Republican much longer. They would be knocked out so fast. But we're going up to details. This is I'm a cheerleader for this party, and I'm a cheerleader for the country, much more importantly for the country. But I'm a cheerleader for the party, and we're going to go up, and I think we're going to have a very good discussion. There are one or two points that some people feel strongly about, but maybe not so strong.
On one of those points, do you consider some of the proposals on the table in co-pay and provider tax as a benefit cut? How are you viewing those?
No, we are looking at one thing. We're not doing any cutting of anything meaningful. The only thing we're cutting is waste, fraud, and abuse. With Medicaid, waste, fraud, and abuse. There's tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse. There's incompetent things with it. We have illegal aliens that are multiple killers with multiple murder records getting Medicaid. I don't think anybody minds if we cut that. The Democrats, on the other hand, are going to destroy it because they're going to leave these people on. We're cutting three things: waste, fraud, and abuse. We're not changing Medicaid, and we're not changing Medicare, and we're not changing Social Security. And if I wanted to do those things, I would have done it during my 4 years that we were.
Mr. President, what's your message to your fellow New Yorker Republicans who are hung up on the SALT issue?
Well, SALT is a very interesting thing because the governors of New York and Illinois, you know, the big JB is going nowhere. Probably right now he could be the worst governor in the country. But Illinois and Gavin Newsom, those are the people that want this. And they're Democrat states. They're all Democrat states. You know, Ronald Reagan tried very hard to get this passed, was unable to do it the way we have it, where basically everybody's treated equally. He tried it so hard, and he never got it done. He was always disappointed. He never got it done. We got it done. Now people want to change it. So we're going to be talking about that. But the biggest beneficiary, if we do that, are governors from New York, Illinois, and California. And those governors are the ones that blew it because they weren't able to get it. So I think we're going to be explaining that. These are all very blue states that I don't really believe. If we had honest elections, I don't actually believe. I think I would have won California. I would have won New York. I even think I would have won Illinois. I think we have to, you know, we're going to start this after. I was talking to Mike, and again, I'm his biggest fan. I love this guy. He's the only guy who could have walked in with a one. Think of it. You can't be a guy like me and have a one majority. You have to be a guy like him, a nice person. He's very religious. He prays. He's a man of God. And so am I, but he's really to a new level. I will tell you. He is a great guy. They love him in Louisiana, and they love him in... That's the only kind of guy. Somebody said, oh, well, we want somebody to... If you put a certain personality in there, you would have never... Look at what he got passed. What he's gotten passed. And just so you understand, he's getting this passed too. And I don't think there's anybody I could give you guys that is so tough. You guys would run if you ever looked at him. If you ever saw some of these guys, you would not ask him questions you'd be afraid to. This guy did something that I don't think there's anybody that's more well-suited to be Speaker of the House, especially in a case like this. Remember, we had a majority of one for 6 months, and that was a very frightening thing because the Democrats have really hurt our country. And we are going to go into very much, remember what I said, the auto pay. This government was illegally run for 4 years. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President of the United States in the hallways of Capitol Hill, with him, Speaker of the House, Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, getting a presidential shout-out there. A wide-ranging set of topics around the bill. The headlines, let me recap them for you quickly. First of all, Speaker Johnson, before the comments, simply saying Trump will unify everyone. I don't think he unified Governor Pritzker of Illinois.
Probably
I think
no.
probably didn't happen there. The president saying salt is a very interesting thing. Paul Sweeney, why don't you translate what salt is for our worldwide audience?
Yeah, I mean, it's, state and local taxes, and you try to get a deduction on the high taxes that certain people pay in certain states around the country. You get a little bit of a break there, but that was reduced to unlimited deduction to $10,000, and now we're trying to see if that's going to change.
The president, alternative to not passing tax bill is massive tax hike. I think he had a 60% plus number on that. He said a couple Republicans are grandstanding. Bloomberg surveillance in this busy 9 o'clock hour. We're brought to you by Oracle, attention growing businesses, Oracle. They are offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. and customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Oracle.com/Bloomberg, again, to cut your current cloud bill in half. We have the perfect guest to translate here what we just saw into global international relations, and we are waiting for Elon Musk at the Qatar Economic Forum. Daniel Tannenbaum is a global traveler with Oliver Wyman and joins us here. He is world expert on sanctions and so much more. Does the disarray in the domestic issues of America, does that diminish our execution of foreign policy, Dan?
I think it does. I talk to folks in the European Commission and the British government often. They are emotionally resigned to having to deal with and constrain issues like Russia without U.S. involvement. In February, they were reluctant to believe it. I think everyone realizes there's enough issues in the U.S. going on that dealing with Russia offensively is not a high priority. So I do think some of these domestic issues are having an impact. But in a sense, he is a unifier, but in not ways that benefit America. You're seeing trade deals get struck that don't involve the U.S., like Mercosur and the EU. So it is creating an impact that may not be as beneficial to the U.S. in the end.
Dan, what do you make of the phone call President Trump and President Putin had yesterday regarding Ukraine? There's some differing reporting about what actually was achieved. What's your read of that?
I think we kicked the can again. It doesn't sound like any concessions were offered on the part of Russia. The big announcement that the president made, that President Trump made after the call, was that there will be more talks. Well, what was last week in Istanbul when there were already talks? I mean, if the whole point is trying to force Russia to reverse course, talks aren't going to do it. We saw today the UK and EU have announced additional sanctions that are significant, doing it again without the US. The US has yet to really, at least publicly, impose sanctions on Russia since this administration has taken office again.
Why? I mean, I understand Donald Trump, and I don't need to get into the Putin-Trump thing. I think we're all hit over the head by that constantly. Okay, they're at war. They invaded a country. Why is Europe, why are the U.S. struggling with instituting sanctions on a country that's a borderline frontier economy?
I think we should differentiate. It's not the country. I think it's this administration. Congress has sanctions that are ready to roll. There's actually a package that's been on the president's desk for 3 weeks to impose additional sanctions on Russia. He won't sign it.
That will hinder Mr. Putin.
That will apply additional pressure. How much they'll hinder is a question. The why, I mean, the argument that the president is making is that additional sanctions are unhelpful to the negotiations with Russia. And so that is the argument. Anytime President Putin looks as if he is playing ball, it pushes off any sort of need for pressure. And the president seems to believe that argument.
Is there any leverage that the U.S. or the Europeans really have against Putin? Because it just feels like, if we just look back at history over the last 100 years, these Russians can They have some staying power.
They can, but you can lower the price of the oil price cap, which has been at $60 for the last few years. Oil's trading at, what, 65 a barrel? So you can begin to reduce the revenue that Russia is generating from oil. You can go after more third country actors. But I mean, we have yet to really see the U.S. do anything publicly.
I mean, I don't have the romantic life of Dan Tannenbaum. I mean, he doesn't have the Oliver and Wyman Gulfstream because Hugh Von Steenis has it most of the time. But
he shares.
So what we're going to do right now, we are continuing the dialogue on Capitol Hill. I'm more interested in Dan Tannenbaum, but let's go to the President of the United States.
And Mike is doing a phenomenal job as Speaker. He's going to be there a long time. And we have a man in the Senate, our leader, Thune. Mr. Thune is doing a great job. I've gotten to like him a lot, and he's doing a fantastic job. Between the two guys, very different personalities, actually, in certain ways, but they are doing a fantastic job. I don't think the Republican Party has ever been so unified. It's become a much bigger party. We're winning the labor vote. We won the Teamsters. We won votes that look how well we did with the automakers. And by the way, the president of the automakers is now my biggest fan. He said, he did tariffs. Do you know how many auto plants are being built now in this country because of the tariffs? 3 just announced yesterday that they're building. There's a revolution going on, a positive one, in our country, and I love it, and we're doing really well.
As well, time for the negotiations to stop, Mr. President. Do you want the negotiations to be over now?
Which negotiation?
Over this bill.
Oh yeah, well it's going to be. We're going to be putting it in soon, and I think we're going to have great support. We're going to make a couple of tweaks. I mean, we don't want to benefit Democrat governors, although I would do that if it made it better, but they don't know what they're doing. And, we don't want to do any damage to a state. We want to help all the states, but we have governors that are from the Democrat Party. Let's say New York, Illinois, big ones, and let's say Gavin Newsom, who's done a horrible job in California. We want to benefit we want to benefit Republicans because they are the ones that are going to make America great again. The Democrats are destroying our country, and you see that with the past administration, with an open borders policy that allowed 21 million people into our country, and many of those people are stone-cold murderers, killers, and trouble. Yeah.
The President of the United States, standing next to him, Speaker Johnson, and other worthies who will be speaking to Republicans. And of course, the headlines that we've given you show a unified Trump stance here among acrimony. I saw, Paul, today that the New York Times had a beautiful subset of 5 tribes within the Republican Party.
Yep.
And I guess it's sport. Dan Tannenbaum, thank you so much for your patience here as we juggle 2 and 3 and 4 worldwide events. We are going to go to Doha now. Michelle Hussein is editor-at-large of Bloomberg News in London. She does the weekend, and she is definitive within the continent in the United Kingdom for her efforts at the BBC, winning all sorts of accolades of Pakistani parents in the United Kingdom. Here is Michelle Hussein in Doha in conversation with Elon Musk.
Because we have a lot to cover in the time we have. That will be all right? Okay. Well, let's start then with exactly the fact that you now have this combination of being a CEO and having a role as a government advisor. Tell me about your week. How does it work? What's the split of your time?
Well, I travel a lot. So I was in Silicon Valley yesterday morning. I was in LA yesterday evening. I'm in Austin right now. I'll be in DC tomorrow. I'll be there, having dinner with the president tomorrow night, I believe. And then a whole bunch of cabinet secretary meetings, and then back to Silicon Valley on Thursday night.
But I mean, the balance of your time, is it, well, clearly it's a lot, but is it still the case, as you said a while ago, that it's about 1 to 2 days a week on your government work?
Yeah, that's correct.
And what does that mean for your corporate life? Because if we start with Tesla, the company has suffered in recent months what you've called blowback. So what is your plan for turning that around, the declining sales picture? And by what stage do you think you're going to be able to turn it around?
Oh, it's already turned around.
Give me some evidence for that. I've just been looking at the sales figures for Europe in April, which show very significant declines in the big markets.
Europe is our weakest market. We're strong everywhere else. So our sales are doing well at this point. We don't anticipate any meaningful sales shortfall, and obviously the stock market recognizes that, since we're now back over $1 trillion in market cap. So clearly the market is aware of the situation. So it's already turned around.
But sales still down compared to this time last year.
In Europe.
In Europe, okay. And
yes, but that's true of all manufacturers. There's no exceptions.
Does that mean that you're not going to be able? Does that mean
European market is quite weak?
Okay, but you would acknowledge, wouldn't you, that what you are facing, okay, let's just take it as Europe, what you are facing is a significant problem. This Tesla was an incredibly aspirational brand. People identified with it. They saw it as being at the forefront of the climate crisis, and now people are driving around with stickers in their cars saying, I bought this before we knew Elon was crazy.
And there are also people who are buying it because Elon's crazy, or however they may view it. So yes, we've lost some sales perhaps on the left, but we've gained them on the right. The sales numbers at this point are strong, and we see no problem with demand.
So what?
And I mean, you can just look at the stock price. If you want the best inside information, the stock market analysts have that, and our stock wouldn't be trading near all-time highs if it was not. If things weren't in good shape. They're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I was citing sales figures rather than share price. Well, tell me then how committed you are to Tesla. Do you see yourself, and are you committed to still being the chief executive of Tesla in 5 years' time?
Yes.
No doubt about that at all?
Well, no, I might die.
Okay, short of that.
I can't be CEO if I'm dead, so there's a slight amount of time.
Does that mean that the value of your pay doesn't have any bearing on your decision?
Well, that's not really a subject of discussion in this forum. I think obviously there should be compensation for, if something incredible is done, that compensation should match that something incredible was done. But I'm confident that whatever some activist posing as a judge in Delaware happens to do will not affect the future compensation.
This is the judge who twice struck down the $56 billion pay package that was awarded to you. I think the value on the current value of stock options. Yeah.
Not a judge. The activist who is cosplaying a judge in a Halloween costume.
Okay, that's your characterization. I think
yes.
on the current value of stock options, I think the actual
justice according to the law.
On the current value of stock options, I think the value of that pay package stands at about $100 billion. Are you saying you are relaxed about the value of your future pay package? Your decision to be committed to Tesla for the next 5 years, as long as you are still with us on this planet, is completely independent of pay?
No.
It's not independent. So pay is a relevant factor then to your commitment to Tesla?
It's sufficient voting control such that I cannot be ousted by activist investors is what matters to me. And I've said this publicly many times. But let's not have this whole thing be a discussion of my alleged pay. It's not a money thing. It's a reasonable control thing over the future of the company, especially if we're building millions, potentially billions of humanoid robots. I can't be sitting there and one day get tossed out by, for political reasons, by activists. That would be unacceptable. That's all that matters. Now let's move on.
Okay. Well, just one question.
Let's move on.
Well, one question before we move on to other companies, which is that I wonder if some of what has happened to Tesla in the last few months, did you take it personally?
Yes.
And did it make you regret any of, or think twice about your political endeavors? Because it is.
I did what needed to be done. The violent antibody reaction, and I'm not someone who's ever committed violence, and yet massive violence was committed against my companies. Massive violence was threatened against me. Who are these people? Why would they do that? How wrong can they be? They're on the wrong side of history, and that's an evil thing to do. To go and damage some poor innocent person's car, to threaten to kill me. What's wrong with these people? I've not harmed anyone. So, something needs to be done about them. And a number of them are going to prison, and they deserve it. And more will.
You're referring to the attacks on Tesla showrooms, but I think...
Yeah. Firing bullets into showrooms and burning down cars is unacceptable.
Yeah.
Those people will go to prison, and the people that funded them and organized them will also go to prison. Don't worry.
But wouldn't you?
We're coming for you.
Wouldn't you? But wouldn't you acknowledge that some of the people who turned against Tesla in Europe were upset at your politics, and very few of them would have been violent in any way. They just objected to what they saw you say or do politically.
Well, it's certainly fine to object to political things, but it's not fine to resort to violence and hanging someone in effigy and death threats. That's obviously not okay. That's absurd. That is in no way justifiable at all, in any way, shape, or form. And some of the legacy media nonetheless have sought to justify it, which is unconscionable. Shame on them.
Let's talk about your other companies then and other business areas, SpaceX. I saw that you said in a speech at the West Point Military Academy recently that the future of warfare is AI and drones. And obviously defense is an increasingly booming sector with the state of the world at the moment. Do you see SpaceX moving into weaponized drones?
You certainly ask interesting questions that are impossible to answer. SpaceX is it's the space launch leader. So SpaceX doesn't do drones. SpaceX builds rockets, satellites, and internet terminals. So SpaceX has a very dominant position in space launch. So of the mass launch to orbit this year, SpaceX will probably do 90%. China will do the half of the remaining amount, so 5%, and the rest of the world, including the rest of the US, will do about 5%. So SpaceX will do about 10 times as much as the rest of the world combined, or 20 times as much as China, and China is doing actually a very impressive job. The reason for this is that we're putting into orbit the largest satellite constellation the world has ever seen by far. So I think at this point, about maybe approaching 80% of all active satellites in orbit are SpaceX. And they're providing high bandwidth global connectivity throughout the world. In fact, this connection is on the SpaceX connection. So I think this is a very good thing because it means that we can provide low-cost, high-bandwidth internet to parts of the world that don't have it or where it's very expensive. And I think the single biggest thing you can do to lift people out of poverty and help them is giving them an internet connection. Because once you have the internet connection, you can learn anything for free on the internet. And you can also sell your goods and services to the global market. Once you have knowledge by the internet and the ability to engage in commerce, that this is going to greatly improve quality of life for people throughout the world, and it has. And I'd just like to thank anyone in the audience who may have been helpful in, with Starlink and getting it to approved in their country. And I think it's doing a lot of good on the countries that have approved it, which is, I think at this point, 130 countries are very happy with it. I don't currently anticipate SpaceX getting into the weapons business. That's not an aspiration. We're frequently asked to do weapons programs, but we have thus far declined.
Do you envisage SpaceX or indeed Starlink as a separate entity publicly listing in the near future or at all?
It's possible that Starlink may go public at some point in the future.
And what would be the time frame? What kind of time frame are you considering?
I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush to go public. Public is, I guess, a way to potentially make more money, but at the expense of a lot of public company overhead and inevitably a whole bunch of lawsuits, which are very annoying. So really, something needs to be done about the shareholder derivative lawsuits in the U.S. Because it allows plaintiffs' law firms who don't represent the shareholders to pretend that they represent the shareholders by getting a puppet plaintiff with a few shares to initiate a massive lawsuit against the company. And the irony being that, extreme irony, that even if the class they purport to represent were to vote that they don't want the lawsuit would still continue. So how can it be a class action representing a class if the class vote against it? And that's the bizarre situation we've got in the U.S. It's a dire need of reform. As anyone who's running a public company, you've experienced this. It's an absurd situation that needs to change.
Well, do you think Donald Trump might change it? You've certainly got his ear. I imagine that you've put this to him. Is this something you're trying to change before any Starlink IPO?
Well, it would need a law to be passed. But the trouble being that you need 60 Senate votes, and the Democrats will vote against it. The plaintiff's bar is, I believe, the second largest contributor to the Democratic Party. That's the issue. At the state level, this can be solved. And I should say, Texas recently passed a law which, at least at the state level, made class action reasonable, because you have to get at least 1 in 33 shareholders to agree that they are part of a class of shareholders. 3%. Okay. This will really help with frivolous lawsuits.
Elon Musk in conversation with Michelle Hussein. We are live from Doha, Qatar. Bloomberg Radio worldwide. And
in all our worlds in different ways. It's one of the big changes, the development of generative AI, since you last spoke to this forum 3 years ago. You're in this space, of course, with Grok, which almost everyone will know. You co-founded OpenAI and then left, and you've obviously got a legal battle with OpenAI and Sam Altman. I wonder if you could say something about the status of that, because you were together in Saudi Arabia with the president last week with Sam Altman. In the same place at the same time.
Sam was in the neighborhood.
Okay, so does that mean you are pushing ahead with the lawsuit against OpenAI?
Yes. Look, I came up with the name OpenAI as an open source and as a non-profit. And I funded OpenAI for the first roughly $50 million. And it was intended to be a non-profit open source company. And now they're trying to change that for their own financial benefit into a for-profit company that is closed source. So this would be like, let's say you funded a non-profit to help preserve the Amazon rainforest. But instead of doing that, they became a lumber company, chopped down the forest and sold the wood. You'd be like, wait a second, that's not what I funded. That's OpenAI.
They've made some changes to their corporate structure, though, haven't they, since? In recognition of what you've said.
No, that's just what they told the media.
Okay. They have partly walked back their plan to restructure the business. I guess that's made no difference to how you feel about it. So you're determined to see them in court?
Of course.
Okay. Well, that's certainly going to be one to watch. I also wanted to ask you about AI and regulation, because when you were here last talking to John Micklethwaite, you had some pretty strong words about the risk that AI poses, and you said that you really felt what the US was missing was a federal AI regulator, that, you know, something along the lines of the Food and Drug Administration or the Federal Aviation Administration. Now, you're clearly now in a zone where you're more on the cutting regulation side than wanting new regulators. So has your view changed on the need for an AI regulator?
Well, it's not that I don't think there should be regulators. You can think of regulators like referees on the field in sports. There should be some number of referees, but that you shouldn't have so many referees that you can't kick the ball without hitting one. In most fields in the U.S., the regulatory burden has grown over time to the point where it's like having more referees than players on the field. And this is a natural consequence of an extended period of prosperity. It's very important to appreciate this. This has happened throughout history. When you have an extended period of prosperity with no existential war, there's no cleansing function for unnecessary laws and regulations. So what happens is that every year more laws and more regulations are passed because, you know, legislators are going to legislate, regulators are going to regulate. And you'll get the steady pile of more and more laws and regulations over time until everything is illegal. And let me give you an example of a truly absurd situation. Under the Biden administration, SpaceX was sued for not hiring asylum seekers in the U.S. Now, the problem is it's actually illegal for SpaceX under ITAR, International Traffic in Arms Regulations, to hire anyone who is not a permanent resident of the United States, because the premise being that they will take advanced rocket technology and return to their home country if they're not a permanent resident. So we're simultaneously in a situation where it is illegal to hire asylum seekers, and it is also illegal to hire asylum seekers. And the Biden's Department of Justice chose to prosecute us despite both paths being illegal. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
But my question was specifically about a regulator for AI, which you said 3 years ago was needed. And you said we need to be proactive on the regulation of AI rather than reactive. Have you changed your mind on that?
No, of course not. No, of course not. What I'm saying is that there should be some referees on the field, a few referees, but you shouldn't have a field jam-packed with referees such that you could not kick a ball in any direction without hitting one. So the fields that have been around for a long time, such as automotive, so aerospace, the sort of food and drug industries, are over-regulated, but the new fields, like artificial intelligence, are under-regulated. In fact, there is no regulator at all.
So there should be. Do you still think that?
Yes, I'm simply saying, which I think is just basic common sense, that you want to have at least you want to have a few referees in the field. You don't want to have an army of referees, but you want to have a few referees on any given field, in any given sport, or even any given arena, industrial arena, to help that public safety is taken care of, but you don't want to have. So there's a proper number of referees. Like I said, it's actually very easy to visualize this when compared to sports. If the whole field is packed with referees, that would look absurd. But if there were no referees at all, your game's not going to be as good.
Okay, so let's then talk about your new world, your role advising government. You are in this unprecedented position of having billions of dollars worth of contracts with the federal government yourself, mostly through SpaceX, and also now an insider's knowledge of it because of Doge. Can you see that there is a conflict of interest or a potential conflict of interest in broad terms just through that very fact?
I don't think so, actually. There have been many advisors throughout history and the U.S. government and others who have had economic interests. And I am simply an advisor. I don't have formal power. And that's it. The president can choose to accept my advice or not. And that's how it goes. If there's a single contract that any of my companies have received that people think is somehow not was awarded improperly, it would immediately be front page news, to say the least. And if I didn't mention it, certainly my competitors would. So if you're not seeing that, then clearly there's not a conflict of interest.
There's another way, though, to look at it, that, for example, you have many competitors, whether it's companies like Boeing or companies who would like to do more of the kind of work you do for NASA, Blue Origin, Rocket Lab. And because Doge is in every federal government department, you or people who work for Doge, and you are the driving force behind it, have an insight into those companies' affairs and those companies' relationships with the federal government.
Yeah, all we do is we review the organization to see if the organization has departments that are no longer relevant, and then are the contracts that are being awarded good value for money. In fact, frankly, the bar is not particularly high. Is there any value for money in a contract? And if there isn't, then we make recommendations to the secretary. The secretary can then choose to take those actions or not take those actions, and that's it. And then any action that is as a function of Doge is posted to the Doge website and to the Doge.gov or at Doge handle on the X platform. So it's complete transparency, and I've not seen any case where, to the best of my knowledge, there's even been an accusation of conflict, because it is completely and utterly transparent.
Okay.
That's it.
And what about the international dimension? Now, let's think about Starlink. Starlink is obviously a very, very good internet service. It's sought after all over the world. It's critical to the front line in Ukraine. It has also had more contracts coming its way, and there is some evidence that companies are allowing access to it because they want to be close to the Trump administration and send the right signal. So Bloomberg broke news today that the South African government is working around the rules on black ownership in order to allow Starlink in, and that is being done on the eve of the visit that President Ramaphosa is going to make to the White House. Do you recognize that as a conflict of interest?
No, of course not. First of all, you should be questioning why are there racist laws in South Africa? That's the first problem. That's what you should be attacking. It's improper for there to be racist laws in South Africa. The whole idea with what Nelson Mandela, who was a great man, proposed was that all races should be on an equal footing in South Africa. That's the right thing to do, not to replace one set of racist laws with another set of racist laws, which is utterly wrong and improper. So that's the deal, that all races should be treated equally, and there should be no preference given to one or the other. Whereas there are now 140 laws in South Africa that give that basically give strong preference to if you're a black South African, and not otherwise. And so now I'm in this absurd situation where I was born in South Africa but cannot get a license to operate in Starlink because I'm not black.
Well, it looks like that's about looks like that's about to change.
I just asked you a question. Please answer. Does that seem right to you?
Well, those rules were designed to bring
yes or no?
Those rules were designed to bring about an era of more economic equality in South Africa, and it looks like the government has found a way around those rules for you.
I asked you a question.
This is your interview. Everyone wants to hear from you.
I asked you a question. Yes or no?
Not
Racist
for me.
laws, yes or no?
Not for me to answer. I have got a question for you about your government work though, and the amount of savings.
Why do you like racist laws?
This is not for me to answer. Come on.
Yes, it is.
Now, you wouldn't be trying to dodge a question.
No, you have to ask
It's
a question.
difficult for you
Answer
to
my
answer.
question. No, you answer mine.
I think I'm sure you can have that conversation directly with the South African government if you want to. I want to ask you about the total.
I can't believe it. That's not good.
I want to ask you about the total
Why do you
amount.
like racist laws?
I want to ask you about the total amount that you're planning to save through Doge's work. Before the election, you said it was going to be at least $2 trillion. The number currently on Doge.gov is $170 billion. That's a big change. What happened to the $2 trillion?
Well, do you expect it to happen immediately?
Well, is it going to happen? Because Doge is supposed to run till next July.
I mean, your question is absurd in its fundamental premise. Are you assuming that on day, within a few months, this an instant $2 trillion saved?
No, not at all. I'm just asking, is that still your aim then? Is it still your aim to get to $2 trillion?
Have we not made good progress given the amount of time?
That's exactly what I'm asking. So is it still your aim to go from 170 billion to 2 trillion?
The ability of Doge to operate is a function of whether the government, and this includes the Congress, is willing to take our advice. We're not the dictators of the government, we are the advisors. And so we can advise, and the progress we've made thus far, I think, is incredible. The Doge team has done incredible work. But the magnitude of the savings is proportionate to the support we get from Congress and from the executive branch of the government in general. So we're not the dictators, we are the advisors. But thus far, for advisors, the Doge team, to their credit, has made incredible progress.
You've talked about $4 billion a day being saved, but that won't get, which is, and I think everyone can agree that combating waste and inefficiency in government is a very good thing. But if you add that up, it's not going to get to 2 trillion over the lifetime of Doge.
I'm sorry?
The 4 billion a day, if Doge is going to run till next July, is not going to get you to $2 trillion. But you still say it's your aim, so we'll take that as read.
There's what Doge. I mean, I feel you're somewhat trapped in the NPC dialogue tree of a traditional journalist. So it's difficult when I'm conversing with someone who's trapped in the dialogue tree of a conventional journalist, because it's like talking to a computer. Doge is an advisory group. We are doing the best we can as an advisory group. The progress made thus far as an advisory group is excellent. I don't think any advisory group has done better in the history of advisory groups of the government. We do not make the laws, nor do we control the judiciary, nor do we control the executive branch. We are simply advisors. In that context, we are doing very well. Beyond that, we cannot take action beyond that, because we are not some sort of imperial dictator of the government. There are three branches of government that are to some degree opposed to that level of cost savings. But nonetheless, let's not criticize whether there's 4 trillion, and instead look at the fact that 160 billion has been saved, and more will be saved too.
And as I said, I think everyone can agree that cutting waste and indeed fraud in any government and being responsible with taxpayers' money is a very good thing. So yes. I can see that you're proud of that work. I do want to ask you about US aid and the comments that Bill Gates made the other day, and I know that you called him.
Yeah, he's a huge liar.
I know you've said that already. I wondered.
Also,
and I'm just.
Who does Bill Gates think he is to make comments about the welfare of children, given that he frequented Jeffrey Epstein?
Okay, well, he said he regrets those, and he spent a lot of his own money on philanthropy around the world over the years. My question to you is: have you looked at the data to check if he might be right that the cuts to USAID might cost millions of lives?
Yes. I'd like him to show us any evidence whatsoever that is true. It's false. What we found with USAID cuts, and by the way, they haven't all been cut. The parts of USAID that were found to be even slightly useful were transferred to the State Department. So they've not been deleted; they've simply been transferred to the State Department. But many times over with USAID and other organizations, when they said, "Oh well, this is going to help," children, or it's going to help some disease eradication or something like that. And then when we ask for any evidence whatsoever, I say, well, please connect us with this group of children so we can talk to them and understand more about their issue. We get nothing. They don't even try to come up with a show orphan, meaning like, it's sort of like, well, can we at least see a few kids? Like, where are they? If they're in trouble, we'd like to talk to them and talk to their caregivers.
Okay, well,
and then we get nothing as a response because what we find is an enormous amount of fraud and graft.
Okay, let me put this example to you.
Very little of it actually gets to the kids, if anything at all.
Okay, let me put this example to you because you grew up in South Africa, so you'll know the impact of HIV/AIDS well. And this is why I asked about the data. The US led on international efforts to combat HIV/AIDS treatment, prevention, and there's an initiative called PEPFAR, which is credited with saving 26 million lives in the last 20 years. It was part of the foreign aid freeze. Then there was a limited waiver. Its services are disrupted. And UN aid says if permanently discontinued, there will be another 4 million AIDS-related deaths by 2029. So if you look at that example, which is backed up by data, in 2023, 630,000 people died of AIDS-related illnesses, then perhaps Bill Gates' figures are not wrong. Millions of lives could be lost.
First of all, the program, the AIDS medication program is continuing. So your fundamental premise is wrong. It is continuing. Now, do you have another example?
Not in its entirety.
It is false.
Not in its entirety. There's a limited waiver, and UNAIDS have said that not all of the services that were previously funded by USAID are continuing. So that's why I put that example to you.
Okay, well, which ones aren't being funded? I'll fix it right now.
Okay, well, actually, they're all on the UNAIDS website, so you'll be able to see them. But mostly they are to do with prevention, and for example, the rollout of a drug called lenacapavir, which was hailed as one of the biggest breakthroughs against AIDS for many years, which came out last year. So if you are, perhaps, I'm sure UNAIDS would be delighted if you're able to look at that again.
Yes, but well, if in fact this is true, which I doubt it is, then we'll fix it.
Okay, fine. So finally, your political influence. I wondered whether you have decided yet how much you're going to spend on the upcoming midterms. Is it you spent a lot more money on the last US election than you envisaged when you were speaking here 3 years ago? Are you going to continue to spend at that kind of level on future elections?
I think in terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
Okay. What about political influence beyond the US? How often do you speak to President Putin?
I don't speak to President Putin.
You've never spoken to President Putin?
I was on a video call with him once about 5 years ago.
Okay. That's the only.
Why would you think I speak to President Putin? Oh, you must. I get it.
Because
you believe the legacy.
Actually, I've heard you speak about it. For example, in your West Point speech, you said, "Oh, I challenged President Putin to was it an arm wrestle?" And I know the Wall Street Journal has reported your reported conversations.
Oh, yes.
If you're saying they haven't happened other than once, I'll take that as read.
Is there a worse publication on the face of the earth than the Wall Street Journal? I wouldn't use that to line up my cage for parrot droppings. That newspaper is the worst newspaper in the world. If there's one newspaper that should be pro-capitalist, it's the one with Wall Street in the name. But it isn't. So I have the very lowest opinion of the Wall Street Journal. absolute nonsense. And you clearly believe the tripe that you've read in those papers.
I read very widely, and I'm putting these questions to you so that you have an opportunity to respond to them, which you are, and for which we're all grateful to hear your responses.
Yes.
Okay, we are out of time. So
you mentioned to be challenging. I did so on the X platform. I challenged Vladimir Putin to single combat over the. But I didn't talk to him. That was a post on the X platform.
Great. That's why I asked you, and you've clarified and explained. Thank you. That's why I was asking whether you have had reported conversations, and you said you haven't, other than a video call. Okay.
Typical legacy media lies.
Okay. Listen, I actually thought I might give Grok the last word, because when I asked Grok what your hardest challenge is, it said the strain of managing multiple high-stake ventures amid financial, regulatory and public relations crises. And I wondered whether you recognize that characterization and whether you do think that this is a pivotal year in your life.
Well, every year has been somewhat pivotal, and this one's no different. So, I mean, in terms of interesting things that hopefully are accomplished this year, getting Starship to be fully reusable, so that we catch both the booster and the ship, which will be the first fully reusable orbital rocket ever in history, would be a profound breakthrough, as the essential breakthrough necessarily to make life multiplanetary and ultimately become a spacefaring civilization. We've got Neuralink, which is now helped 5 patients restore capability using the telepathy implant, where they're able to control a computer simply by thinking. We'll be doing our first patient to restore sight with our blind sight implant, which is either end of this year or early next. In fact, that first patient might be in UAE, since we have a relationship with UAE and the Cleveland Clinic there. I think on the AI front, we are close to what you might call AGI, or digital superintelligence. I think we are seeing an explosion in digital superintelligence here. And then we've got at Tesla we'll be launching unsupervised autonomy, basically self-driving cars with no one in them, in Austin next month. So it's a big year for sure. Many other things in the works too.
Okay.
I'm a technologist first and foremost.
Elon Musk, thank you very much for joining us here at Qatar Economic Forum.
From Doha, Qatar, the Qatar Business Forum, our Michelle Hussein in conversation with Elon Musk. Markets have deteriorated a little bit here over the politics of the last hour of talking to Mr. Musk and hearing from Donald Trump as well. We're open for trading here with the Dow down 72 points, Nasdaq down 0.5%, the VIX 18.19. I mean, and again, Paul, one of the issues here is there's very little economic data this week.
Yeah, it is. Go, and there's just not a whole lot out there. Maybe that's okay. And we're pretty much through with earnings. It's conference season. We hear companies speaking at various conferences around. And
you like the conference season?
Conference season, sure. You get these companies, maybe you get a little nugget of information, a lunch, if you're lucky, a little rubber chicken. And, nobody does. I mean, Michael McKee's down in Amelia Island, Florida.
We're not.
No, we're not. And we're not. But that's how he rolls. So he'll be talking to some Fed folks.
We'll have to see. We say good morning to all of you on your commute across the nation and, of course, on YouTube. Subscribe to Bloomberg Podcast. Really appreciate your support with conversations with Angela Stent, Ed Yardeni earlier this morning. Thank you so much for that. Bloomberg Surveillance, we're always brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. Let me say that one more time. You go to ShipStation, ShipStation.com, and the code word is Bloomberg for a free trial of all the magic they do in shipping software. We thank ShipStation for their support of all that we do. I'm going to go over the currency market. I thought Skylar was great today. Skylar Montgomery Koenig was great here on the dollar. Paul mentions it, resilient U.S. dollar, DXY at 100, yen with all of that upward. Thank you, Damien Cesar, for a brief on really challenging bond auctions in Japan. Yen 144.88, the 112.48. I heard a 107 prediction, weaker euro today. I heard a 120 prediction, stronger euro today. I don't know. 112.47 as well. We say good morning to all of you. We note Bitcoin printing 107 yesterday. Right now, a 104,000 on Bitcoin. Thank you so much for your attendance. Bloomberg Surveillance.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, an update from our partners at CBS News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by the Freedom from Religion Foundation.
I'm Vicki Barker. President Trump has been on Capitol Hill this past hour urging any doubters among the majority House Republicans to back the legislation he has called his big, beautiful bill, insisting to those lawmakers, perhaps heeding howls from their constituents, that the cuts contained in the bill will not gut Medicare and Medicaid.
All we're after, and this is for the good of it, is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. That's all we're doing. We're not touching it. The Democrats are going to destroy it.
Here's CBS congressional correspondent Torian Small.
The president does not want to see grandstanders. He wants them to push this bill through on that timeline that Speaker Mike Johnson initially laid out, which is Memorial Day weekend. That means they need to come together and pass this bill by Friday in order for that to happen and in order for this bill to make its way to the Senate.
4 days after a deadly twister hit St. Louis, Missouri, officials there are asking, where is the federal government?
Missouri U.S. Senator Josh Hawley, touring the situation in North St. Louis, was asked why FEMA is still not on the scene.
FEMA has a lot of resources, and we want to see all of them deployed here, and we want to see assistance come in full to this area. So I'm going to be a dog on a bone with that.
But FEMA says they will be in town midweek to start damage assessments. Governor Mike Kehoe says he's requested a major disaster declaration from the president. Early damage estimates are close to $2 billion. Michael Calhoun for CBS News, St. Louis.
The Justice Department's announced charges against a Democratic congresswoman who it claims assaulted a federal agent while attempting to visit an ICE facility in Newark, New Jersey. New Jersey Representative LaMonica McIver strongly disputes the charges. CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarlane has been.
The Department of Homeland Security argues the group stormed the gates and that no one is above the law, but Democrats are rallying behind McIver. They're saying this is an attempt by the Trump administration to intimidate members of Congress.
The Trump administration's agreed to pay nearly $5 million to the family of the rioter killed in the January 6th storming of the U.S. Capitol building. That's opposed by the outgoing Capitol Police chief, who said it, quote, sends a chilling message to law enforcement officers across our nation. Google's annual developer conference begins today, expected to focus heavily on AI, as CBS Tech contributor Ian Scher tells us.
One thing Google's going to be pushing on is the idea of AI everywhere. It wants to integrate the Gemini AI that it offers into our watches, into our headwear, into our computers, and all over the place.
And in Camden, Delaware, more than 12,000 chicks were left in a post office truck for more than 3 days. Thousands died. The SPCA asking, anyone want to adopt a pet chicken? This is CBS News.
The Freedom from Religion Foundation, the nation's leading group working to keep religion out of government. Go to ffrf.us/freedom or text protection to 511-511. Text fees may apply.
In America, personal religious beliefs should be just that, personal. But today, Christian nationalism is on the rise, threatening the separation of church and state. Laws are being passed based on religious doctrine instead of reason, eroding our rights and freedoms. In legislatures, public schools, and even courtrooms, one set of religious beliefs is being forced onto everyone else. But that's not what our founders intended. The Freedom from Religion Religion Foundation is fighting back as the nation's leading group of freethinkers working to keep religion out of government. FFRF protects your right to think for yourself, whether you've always been secular, left religion behind, or simply believe in true religious freedom for everyone. If we don't stand up now, we may lose our religious freedoms. Join FFRF in defending our secular constitution and keeping faith a personal choice, not a government mandate. Visit ffrf.us/freedom or text PROTECT to 511-511 today to learn more and become a member. Visit ffrf.us/freedom, because in a truly free country, no one's faith should dictate everyone's future. Text PROTECT to 511-511 today. Text fees may apply.
Affiliates. Warning from Toyota that the Trump tariffs could price Americans out of the market.
Toyota has communicated that message to the administration, says North America Chief Operating Officer Mark Templin. That's why he believes the solution will be trade deals. The alternative would be very costly.
A 25% tariff on all imported vehicles is not sustainable longer term without significant price increases.
Templin, speaking at Toyota's North American headquarters, says his company will continue to invest in the U.S. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Plano, Texas.
And finally, President Trump has signed a bill making revenge porn a federal crime, regardless of whether it uses real images or those generated by artificial intelligence. The Take It Down Act passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. It criminalizes non-consensual publication of intimate images while also mandating their removal from online platforms. I'm Vicki Barker, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Tuesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We are streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there. Also on Bloomberg Pursuits. That's the over-the-counter OTT type of offering we've got for you. Coming up, we're going to check in with Ira Jersey, get his thoughts on some of the economic data and what it means for this Federal Reserve. Carol Schleif, Chief Market Strategist at BMO Private Wealth, get her thoughts on these markets. Home Depot reported some numbers here today. We'll check in with Drew Redding. He covers all the home builders for a Bloomberg Intelligence. We got a lot coming up over the next couple of hours. We can take a look at the markets. A little bit of a sell-off here. Nothing much there, but we'll check in with John Tucker and get a Bloomberg Business Flash, John.
All right, guys, and this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Trade over 10,000 U.S. stocks and ETFs, U.S. equity index options, U.S. treasuries, and more on your timetable. Learn more at ibkr.com/around the clock. After a 6-day run, S&P 500 pushing lower right now. 9 of the 11 major indices groups were down. Tech leading the declines. You have shares of NVIDIA right now down 1.75%. Meantime, Mike Wilson, the chief U.S. equity strategist at Morgan Stanley, says, you know what, there's a lot of demand for stocks, especially from mom and pop investors.
Well, I mean, part of the sort of buying the dip is a factor of the retail community who has been actively buying every dip really for the last 2 years. In fact, they bought right through, Liberation Week, I would call it, that whole kind of episode. They didn't really flinch.
Right now, the S&P 500, 20 points lower. That's down 0.3%, 59.42 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 59 points higher. And the Nasdaq 100 down 140 points. That is a decline of 0.7%. Elon Musk, you heard him right here on Bloomberg Radio, says he's committed to leading Tesla as CEO in 5 years' time. It kind of eases the concerns that some investors worry about his level of commitment to Tesla. Shares of Tesla right now, the early going, they are up about 0.5%. And you know what? Being an AI startup, no guarantee of success. Builder AI, this is the artificial intelligence startup backed by Microsoft and the Qatar Investment Authority, will go into insolvency proceedings in the UK. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, hello. Happy Tuesday.
It's only Tuesday?
Right? You got me worried there for a second.
Running, though, John.
Trains are running.
He
doesn't care. He drives.
Yep, he drives.
Hello.
I care.
Happy Tuesday. I'm Alex Steele, alongside Paul Sweeney. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We are joined by Bloomberg's Emily Griffeo. Emily, talk about Home Depot.
Right. So this is a bellwether for the economy. At least that's how traders treat Home Depot. And the numbers were pretty good in their latest earnings. The stock right now is up about 2%. They maintain their guidance for the fiscal year.
That's a good thing.
That is a really good thing in this context, because with all the uncertainty with tariffs and the trade war, a lot of companies we've seen pulling the guidance or just maybe downgrading it, but they maintained. U.S. sales ticked up, and then they're focusing on diversifying their supply chain. That's what we learned in the earnings. Over 50% of products that they have are sourced in the U.S. Bloomberg Intelligence pointed out that within 12 months, they expect that no country will account for more than 10% of their sourcing.
Interesting.
So you'd think that that would help them. They wouldn't be all in on one country, that if that country gets hit with a really big tariff, then they won't be able to pivot as quickly.
I'm actually shocked that 50% comes from the U.S. That hasn't been my experience with Home Depot products.
Oh, really? What are you buying at Home Depot?
You don't buy stuff at Home Depot. You buy at the lumberyard.
Well, I buy lumber at the lumberyard. That seems to be sourced from Canada in the U.S. But when you buy appliances or anything like that, not in the U.S.
I mean, yeah.
So
That doesn't surprise me. Does that surprise anyone else?
No,
okay.
no.
What about Viking Holdings?
Okay, so Viking Holdings.
This is a cruise ship?
These are the cruise ships, so ticker VIK. The stock was down as much as 9% at the open. Right now, it's paring the losses a little bit, but it's still down about 6%. They do Viking cruises, so those river cruises, a lot of them in Europe. I feel like I see the commerciars a lot
Yes.
for this company.
This is like the high-end, fancy, not Disney cruises stuff.
Yes. And so they posted their 2026 bookings forecast, analysts said, was a little weak. So they had a first quarter beat on most of the earnings. And then they said 2026 bookings, 37% of their capacity passenger cruise days are already booked. And in 2025, they had a 39% forecast. So Jeffrey said that was a little bit of a disappointment. But yeah, I mean, overall, this could be a little like macro play too.
Yeah, but the cruisers, I mean, they are very committed people. They love
That is true.
I mean, Charlie Pett will go on a cruise. I don't care what's going on in the world, but he'll take some crazy cruise trip to someplace you'd never even thought.
Yeah, but I don't think Charlie Pellet's like a really good example of like.
That's true.
He's like a super fan of these things.
He's a super fan, exactly.
Yep.
What about Amir Sports?
This is a company that I feel like I'm more familiar with. I saw that they make Solomon ski boots. I was like, I got to talk about this. I love skiing. And Wilson tennis rackets, and also Arc'teryx. You know that brand?
Yes. Yep.
That's like the very popular like rain jackets, and then Wall Street bros wear them, even though they're made for like hiking Mount Everest. But this stock is up. The stock was up as much as 11% at the open. They boosted their adjusted profit forecast for the full year, which again is a good sign that they're upping their forecast instead of pulling it back. And then they also reported first quarter results that topped expectations. Additionally, they expect the impact from higher tariffs to be negligible. That's what their commentary showed. But this view assumes tariffs on imports from China are only at 30%. So we'll see if that holds as the weeks and months go on as the U.S. negotiates with China.
Okay, very good. I mean, didn't this thing just come public recently? It was, January of 2024 it came public. So it's trading well. So good for them.
Yeah.
It came public at $13. It's now at $37. So the IPO investors made some money there. Emily Griffeo, thank you so much for joining us. Emily Griffeo, she cross-asset reporter for Bloomberg News, the pride of Charlottesville, Virginia as well. Ira Jersey, somehow he's built a career on doing all this interest rate stuff and following the treasury market. People actually pay attention when Ira Jersey talks, like institutional investors with real money. They want to know what Ira Jersey's thinking about, and so do we. Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Hey, Ira, what did your market think, your treasury market think, when Moody's downgraded the U.S. government? Did anything happen in your market?
Not so much. You saw some selling by during Asian hours, and then when the U.S. came in, kind of sopped up a lot of those treasuries. So you saw a little bit of volatility, but nothing outside of the recent rather wide ranges that we've seen. But there is concern over the U.S. budget, right? And I think that's what the Moody's downgrade just kind of put an exclamation point on, is there's budget deficits on the forecast horizon for just about everyone, and it doesn't seem like the government is going to be able to find any near-term fixes. In fact, you have Secretary Bessent saying that they want to get GDP up so it's higher than the deficit in terms of percentage of GDP. And then on the other side now you have President Trump on Capitol Hill this morning talking with congressional leaders trying to figure out a budget. So, and I think that's giving a little angst, because it doesn't seem like people are going to make the difficult decisions to cut spending or raise taxes in order to reduce the deficit.
Nevertheless, in terms of what we're actually seeing in the bond market, it was clear that 5% was sort of the level there. Once we hit 5, we saw buying, and now we're getting up to that level again. Is that the level and what we need to be thinking about?
So when the 30-year bond tends to reach 5% or a little over 5%, that fits a lot of mandates that people have. So when you look at what we call liability-driven investors, or LDI community, many of them have actuarial assumptions and the like, where 5% is kind of the benchmark for them. So when you wind up seeing this wall of cash kind of buying long-term treasuries or long-term treasury strips, which are zero coupon treasuries, when those levels reach around 5%. Now, that bid's not completely insatiable, right? Like, at some point that bid will go away because everyone's kind of full. They don't have additional cash in order to put to work. But I suspect that at least temporarily we'll wind up seeing that 5% or 5.05, somewhere around there, that type of level hold. But again, like, it won't hold indefinitely. So as you get more and more issuance of long-term debt, you also have to see more long-term liabilities on the other side for someone to have to buy those assets of the government. But for now, yeah, I agree with you, Alex. And the bigger thing is that we've seen the steepening of the yield curve, and I think that's also a signal that people think, okay, well, look, near term, the government's not going to default or anything, but at the same time, can the market absorb all of this debt that has to be issued over the longer term, which is 10, 30 years? And right now, the market, I think, is pricing some risk premium just for that.
Right. Interesting.
So you mentioned kind of the deficits, and President Trump up on the Hill talking about tax policy today and spending policy. How does your market kind of reconcile itself to the fact that this government spends way more than it actually takes in, and it does every single year?
Well, it absorbs it in a couple of different ways. I mean, one is, keep in mind that the U.S. is a big exporter of dollars, right? Regardless of what happens with the tariffs, we're still going to import a lot. So therefore, people have to buy dollars, and therefore dollar assets. So they buy treasuries. That's this recycling of dollars and balancing the current account deficit with the fiscal account. That's just the way it goes. And we do have savings in the U.S. Like, it's underappreciated that in the U.S. we save more or less 5% of our income, and that money has to go somewhere, and part of where that goes is into Treasury securities. You've seen money market mutual funds, for example, now have $7 trillion of assets, and almost all of that is in Treasury securities or Treasury repo, which on the other side is a Treasury security as collateral for that. So you wind up with a lot of captive buyers of Treasuries, but there's a price to be paid, right? And there is a price where people will buy Treasuries, even if there's another 5 to 10 trillion of them over the next 5 to 10 years. But the price has to reset in order to entice people to come in and absorb it.
Right, such a good point. Like, it will always clear, but at what price will it clear? It's not a default scenario. All right, Ira, thanks a lot. Super great to catch up with you. Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to Claire L. Schleif, Chief Market Strategist at BMO Private Wealth, to discuss the latest on the markets. Kind of like, now what? Like, what is the next positive catalyst that we can look for? Plus, part of the conversation with Bloomberg from Elon Musk. Our editor-at-large, Michelle Hussein, for Bloomberg Weekend, joined Elon Musk at the Qatar Economic Forum. It was live. It was quite interesting. A lot was said. We will bring you some of those highlights. And speaking of the bond market, taking a look at that 10-year yield up by 4 basis points, 4.49.
Tomorrow, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern sits down with Speaker of the House Mike Johnson.
This is a very challenging time because you don't know what to expect. The markets don't know what to expect.
What's the progress on President Trump's budget bill?
We've heard from interest groups around the country, and we want to do right by them.
House Speaker Mike Johnson. Tomorrow morning at 9:30 Eastern.
We are committed to finding at least $1.5 trillion in savings for the American people.
On Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. Context changes everything.
It takes a village to tell a story. And at Bloomberg.com, our village spans the world. With over 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 global bureaus. Because if your focus is narrowed on your individual village, your tiny sliver of Earth, you'll miss out on the big picture. When you look at the world, what do you see? Learn more at Bloomberg.com. Context changes everything.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition podcast, we talked about President Trump's call with Russia's Vladimir Putin with Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson.
Well, it certainly seems like Donald Trump at this point is saying, in fact, that he's punting this over to Europe to handle, and that he's not going to be directly mediating conversations around a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. And he wants this to happen, but he wants others to be sorting it from here. The question is, can Europe actually do this? I mean, it's very difficult for Europe, which has been a bit sidelined for months in these conversations, and certainly to be getting in the middle with Russia on this one. And so the big question for Europe and for Russia and for Ukraine particularly now is like, what is the path forward to direct talks between Russia and Ukraine? Can those talks happen? Where would they happen? Under what parameters might they happen? What level of officials would be there, and who's going to arrange all of that now? Like, who is the go-between for Russia and Ukraine to make this happen if the US is withdrawing a bit, as per Donald Trump's comments, or indications rather, yesterday? And so for Europe, probably a lot of disappointment at how those calls went, that Trump did not increase the pressure, if anything, on Vladimir Putin, did not talk about sanctioning Russia potentially, and they were hoping that he would lean heavily on Vladimir Putin to get to the table, and that didn't happen. And so now is the question is, how is this going to move forward? And again, who's going to be able to drive it forward?
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Momentum slowing for Wall Street in today's trading. Stocks of companies in the travel industry, they're kind of popping out on the screen today. You have doubts continuing about how much households in the U.S. are going to be able to spend on vacations. Some of the laggards in the S&P 500 include Airbnb. That is down 2.8%. Norwegian Cruise Lines down 2.6%. And Carnival Cruise down 2.2% right now. The 30-year bond pushing higher in yields after breaching 5% yesterday. Right now, the long bond is 7 basis points higher, 497 right now. And, of course, Home Depot maintaining its guidance for the fiscal year. Comparable sales dropping 0.3% in the quarter just ended. Home Depot shares, they are up right now 1%. And then you have Target and Lowe's. They're going to report their latest results tomorrow. And then Levi Strauss entering a pact to sell Dockers, right here, to Authentic Brands for an initial transaction value of $311 million. That actually could go higher. We'll see. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right. Thanks so much, JT. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance. We're broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. You can also check us out on YouTube and as originals as well. Go to your smart TV or Roku. We are also broadcasting there. So if I rewound to like yesterday at exactly this time, this is exactly what the markets were doing. Right, and then we reversed. We ended pretty much flat. And the bond market was pretty much flat as well. Carol Schleif is Chief Market Strategist at BMO Private Wealth. Carol, how do you understand that kind of price action?
It's interesting because the stock market is sort of like, okay, 13 or 14 years after the fact, the rating goes down, but the bond market's keeping an eye a little more closely tuned, if you will, to what's going on in Congress, as we think they should.
So, Carol, what should we be focusing on? And like Alex and I were just talking recently, we're like, earnings are kind of over. I don't think we're going to hear much from the Fed. Economic data, it's a fairly light week. What are you looking to drive the narrative for this market?
Well, and it is amazing how used to we've gotten to have 24/7 sort of news flow and hyper activity in here. So the quiet week, we'll be watching the bond market, watching global bond markets, and watching progress in Congress actually on this deal, because we really have to be able to sort through some of the numbers and figure out, are we going to add to the deficit, which we really don't want to do, or are we going to have something that'll be constructive for growth? And particularly from a company standpoint, being able to lean into, do we get those pro-business provisions that are, because everybody's talking about the individual provisions, but there's some really positive pro-business pieces to this legislation. And if we can get that piece passed and a bill out of the House and on its way to the Senate, that would be positive news for the intermediate and longer term, I think, for the market. So it is a light week. There aren't a lot of Fed speakers out there. We're done with earnings. We've got a holiday weekend coming up.
Mm-hmm. So, Carol, to that point, I'm just wondering what you do. Like, do you just kind of have to sit in your positions? And is this honestly a sell in May and go away thing, or just pause in May and go away? Because the Fed's even saying we got to give us 3 to 6 months to understand what the economic impact is going to be. We have the 90-day tariff pause. So, I mean, do you just kind of hang tight?
I think you hang tight, and I think you can look, too, at what's going on globally, because you've had some really interesting elections where the far right has been shut down in a lot of other places. You've had really good performance out of most international bourses this year, and to the extent that you're underweight there, that makes some sense. To the extent that 10-year Treasury starts creeping up in the, where it's at, 4.5, 4 3/4, and that, extending fixed income makes some sense and locking up some of those rates too. But economically, we have pushed this thing out, because even the Fed is telling you that, this 90-day pause, if I'm a retailer trying to figure out, do I want stuff on the shelves for back to school and holiday, I'm going to be bringing it in right now through this season, which keeps people employed, which keeps inflation pretty steady, which keeps the Fed on the sidelines.
A lot of folks, Carol, are talking about financials as a sector to really focus on here. We do have rates kind of moving higher yet again here. How do you think about that sector?
Well, I think financials make a lot of sense because they were pretty beaten up in there. And you even saw in the first quarter when they reported that the trading volumes were high, and that was before we had Liberation Day and all of the activity that's gone on there. So anyone with the trading desk or significant activity coming off of trading, then you had a good IPO last week. You had some others that had been shelved come off the shelf. So to the extent that others who had staffed up their M&A and IPO, if we can get markets to hold in and some IPO activity to happen and some M&A activity to happen, financials could be a pretty interesting call in the next quarter or two.
Exactly. We still got to wait to see. So is there a safety bet?
Exactly. Hate to tell. Right. Hate to tell you. But, and the other thing is technology got pretty beaten up in the first couple quarters, and yet we're not going to stop spending on technology. If you listen and look through a lot of the various corporate earnings, they're talking about we're increasing technology spend, we're deploying AI. We're down into the use cases of AI, not just the building of the data centers and infrastructure and cloud use. And so if you're trying to figure out how do you tweak your margins or how do you preserve margins, it's the implementation of technology. So there's some interesting places to be, but it's not the same sort of frenzied headline producing. This is when we pull back, read through the quarterly transcripts, do a lot of the background research, and try to get teed up for what might come next.
Do you think there's still earnings risk out there, Carol?
There potentially is, but I think the issue is at least we've narrowed the range of potential outcomes theoretically for tariff hits. And where the issue would come is if we decide to start tariffing services, which technically movies are a service. If we were to start putting tariffs there, then you open up a whole new bailiwick of things. But tariffs on the goods should be pretty absorbable, if you will, by society writ large, depending on if you're a large manufacturer or a large distributor or retailer. Hopefully you can negotiate with your suppliers and minimize impact on the front lines. Small and medium-sized businesses have a tougher time doing that because quite often they're on narrower margins. So, but I think overall it should be pretty sustainable, even though it's a substantially higher average rate now than we were on January 1st.
All right, Carol, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Carol Schleif joining us from BMO. She is Chief Market Strategist at BMO Private Wealth. All right, earlier today, Tesla CEO Elon Musk spoke with Michelle Hussein, editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend at the Qatar Economic Forum in Doha. In this portion of that conversation, Musk was first asked about Tesla share prices.
What is your plan for turning that around, the declining sales picture, and by what stage do you think you're going to be able to turn it around?
Oh, it's already turned around.
Give me some evidence for that. I've just been looking at the sales figures for Europe in April, which show very significant declines in the big markets.
Europe is our weakest market. We're strong everywhere else. So our sales are doing well at this point. We don't anticipate any meaningful sales shortfall, and obviously the stock market recognizes that since we're now back over $1 trillion in market cap. So clearly the market is aware of the situation. So it's already turned around.
But sales still down compared to this time last year?
In Europe.
In Europe, okay. And
yes, but that's true of all manufacturers. There's no exceptions.
Does that mean that you're not going to be able? Does that mean
European market is quite weak?
Okay, but you would acknowledge, wouldn't you, that what you are facing, okay, let's just take it as Europe, what you are facing is a significant problem. This Tesla was an incredibly aspirational brand. People identified with it. They saw it as being at the forefront of the climate crisis, and now people are driving around with stickers in their cars saying, I bought this before we knew Elon was crazy.
And there are also people who are buying it because Elon's crazy, or however they may view it. So yes, we've lost some sales perhaps on the left, but we've gained them on the right. The sales numbers at this point are strong, and we see no problem with demand.
So what?
And I mean, you can just look at the stock price. If you want the best inside information, the stock market analysts have that, and our stock wouldn't be trading near all-time highs if it was not. If things weren't in good shape. They're fine. Don't worry about it.
It was a wide-ranging interview with Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum with Michelle Hussein, editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend, you always love it when it's like, don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, maybe you do look at the stock price, and it has had a nice U-turn, not up to where it was around the highs, but still, it was a U-turn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the stock here. It's down about 15% year to date, but it's up 97% on a trailing 12-month basis, almost a double there. It's just when I look at the EV market, I sit back and I say, with the exception of the U.S., how do the Chinese electric vehicle makers not take over the world? I mean, they now have a very comparable product, BYD. This is what the auto folks tell me. A very comparable quality product to other EVs that are out there at a much lower
cheaper
cost. So it'll be interesting to see how Tesla deals with that, and how the OEMs across the globe, whether it's Volkswagen or Ford, how they deal with it as well, Toyotas of the world. Because it seems like the Chinese are really all in on their electric vehicles. And to the extent they want to be super aggressive, and they started to be aggressive, that's it's their market, it seems like. So we'll see how Tesla reacts.
Yep. And also just taking a look at what Elon Musk was saying, like in Europe in particular. And I'm just taking a look here when it comes to quarterly earnings in the first quarter. In the United States, the company made about 19 billion, if I'm reading that right.
Okay.
Yeah. And then in China, it was just shy of 5.
Right.
And then they have other, which is coming in about 4.6. So the other, you can imagine, would be Europe, and that definitely has been slowing materially. But so has China. So it's kind of a twofer on that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Again, I just think China looks like a very difficult market from an EV perspective, certainly amongst others, for some of the global OEMs to compete there. Some of the brands that historically have done well, some of the European brands facing higher competition there. S&P 500, it's off 21 points. The Dow's off 100 points. And the Nasdaq is off 101 points. That's about 0.5%. We're going to have more coming up here in just a moment. Drew Redding's going to break down those Home Depot earnings. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News Brief. President Trump has been on Capitol Hill urging any lingering doubters among House Republicans to vote for the legislation he's called his big, beautiful bill to House Democrats.
The Republicans are trying to jam this big, ugly bill down the throats of the American people.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries arguing that the bill cuts food and medical aid for the nation's poorest while handing the richest a big tax break. More tornadoes have ripped through the nation's midsection. CBS meteorologist Rob Marciano is in Blanco, Oklahoma.
455 damaging storm reports yesterday alone were in the town of Blanco, which got clipped by one of those tornadoes. Power lines down, debris just all over the place.
New Jersey Congresswoman LaMonica McIver strongly disputes Justice Department charges that she assaulted a federal agent while attempting to visit an ICE facility in Newark, New Jersey. Here's CBS's Scott McFarland.
McIver calls this a purely political prosecution and says it was the agents who created an unnecessary and unsafe confrontation.
CBS News Brief, I'm Vicki Barker.
The stories that moved markets today.
Concerns about iPhone sales in China.
And the insight that will shape trading tomorrow.
Traders are waiting to hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell.
The Bloomberg Business Week Daily Podcast with Carol Nasser and Tim Stenbeck.
Technology and consumer staples among the biggest winners.
The rally taking a bit of a breather.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Listen live weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
I'm Barry Ritholtz, and I'm excited to tell you about my new podcast, At the Money. Each week, I sit down with an expert to have a 10-minute conversation on a single topic involving your money.
Investing tends to reward simple. We weren't wired for this.
Use that volatility to your advantage.
Spend the money, for heaven's sakes. What's it for?
Listen to At the Money every week in the Masters in Business podcast feed on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Levi's is kicking out the khakis. Levi Strauss agreeing to sell Dockers to Authentic Brands for $311 million, but it could grow to $391 million based on how well the pants sell under new ownership. The Dockers deal aligns with Levi's strategy of focusing on direct-to-consumer sales, growing internationally, and investing further in its women's division. Authentic Brands owns a slew of apparel names, including Reebok, Eddie Bauer, Izod, and Forever 21.
Economic turbulence is squeezing spending at Home Depot. Sales for the home improvement retailer came in lower than what Wall Street was looking for last quarter. However, the company seems to be handling the pressure from its tariffs decently. It's been diversifying its supply chain, and Home Depot says that will help it generally keep a lid on price hikes. Prices going down for Wall Street's main indexes so far. Dow losing 0.25%, S&P 500 down 1/3, Nasdaq down 0.5%. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Edward Yardeni, Yardeni Research. Higher yields should be bad, but they haven't been bad. We have seen a global bull market in stocks, even though we've seen bond yields increase. Now, my view is that to a large extent, bond yields have normalized. They're back to where they should be. 4.5% is the right bond yield for the U.S. economy. That was the case before the great financial crisis, and I think it's the case against now. Maybe we're getting some excesses in the UK, some excesses in Japan, but if you want to be U.S.-centric, which to be, I think these bond yields are kind of normal, but I do see a risk that there could be a mini debt crisis the way there was in 2023. And in some ways, Tom, I hope there is, because I think now's a good time for a debt crisis to get the attention of the politicians in Washington, that they got to get their act together.
I've been in this market since the mid-'80s. We've been talking about deficits and the national debt, and it just doesn't matter. Is
really
what
important
I've
point.
Can you give us some context there?
Yeah, absolutely. Back in July of 1983 is when I concocted the term bond vigilantes, and I went back and read what I wrote, and I said the bond vigilantes are particularly upset about record $200 billion deficits. And here we're looking at $2 trillion deficits and talking about the bond vigilantes once again.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with his Bloomberg Business Flash. Well, after we had, 6 positive sessions, the S&P 500 today, modestly lower, down about 0.2% right now. You have 8 of the 11 major industry groups in the index were down, being led by information technology. Of course, that is home to NVIDIA. Those shares right now down 1.4%. The worst performing individual stock in the S&P 500, that belongs to Norwegian Cruise Line. It had a downgrade. Right now, those shares, they were down 3%. And there are also doubts about people's ability to afford vacations going forward as spending kind of pulls back. Meantime, Ed Yardeni at Yardeni Research, he was on Bloomberg Radio earlier today. He says the recent rise in stocks has been pretty impressive.
Leading the way have been Magnificent Seven, and one of the reasons they're magnificent is they don't have that much debt and they have a lot of cash, and they're generating lots of earnings. So I think there's something to be said for the Magnificent Seven being a valued asset class again.
Well, right now, the Mag 7 index, as calculated by Bloomberg, that is down 0.3%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 53 points. That's down a tenth. S&P 500 12 points lower. And right now, the Nasdaq 100 is 83 points lower. The 30-year bond, that is up 7 basis points right now, 497. Oh, here's one for you. Oscar Mayer announcing the Weenie 500.
Bring it.
A fleet of Wienermobiles. I didn't even know they still had these things.
I just saw one recently.
Oh, really?
Yep.
They're going to haul buns to the Indy 500.
Perfect.
So I guess they're going to race them on the track.
That's amazing. Thank you for that gift.
There you go.
Me.
Just thought I'd lighten things up just a tad. Anyway, we check the markets and other stuff for you right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, thank you. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker.
Remember once it got stuck in the Lincoln Tunnel?
The Wienermobile?
Yeah. actually happened.
Is this a joke or
no?
Is this real?
It's not.
No, it's real. Okay. Well, at least they didn't go hungry.
Okay.
You see how I did? You know,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. Anywho, earnings. So Home Depot coming out, that stock up 0.4%. Home Depot maintaining its guidance for the fiscal year, despite a 0.3% drop in comp sales. And U.S. ticket sales did tick up because of smaller projects, not the big ones. Drew Redding is Bloomberg Intelligence U.S. home building analyst, joins us to discuss. All right, we got the macro, we got the micro. Let's start with the macro for a moment. Deferring large projects, taking on small projects. Doesn't sound so bad. Do we get an idea of when deferring becomes non-existent projects?
So one of the reasons why home improvement and Home Depot have been so resilient is because a large portion of the industry has to do with that maintenance and repair-oriented work. So I think that's where they're seeing a lot of the lift now. It's homeowners who are taking care of the things that they need to just to maintain their home. This really isn't new. It's been a couple of quarters now where we've heard from them that big ticket discretionary categories have been relatively weaker. So think about things like kitchen remodels, bath remodels, flooring projects. These are things that tend to be financed by the consumer. And with rates as high as they are right now, it's just become a little bit prohibitive for them to undertake those projects. So I think in order to see more robust growth out of these categories, which is really the missing piece of the story, we need to see rates start to come back down a little bit.
How about tariffs? Is that impacting their costs of their goods, like getting lumber from Canada, for example?
So we think Home Depot is pretty well positioned from a tariff perspective. They source about 50% of the products they sell from inside the U.S. And, you know, like a lot of other retailers over the last decade, they've done a great job in diversifying their supply chain. They actually said that over the next 12 months, no single country outside of the U.S. is going to account for more than 10% of their product purchases. So the fact that they're diversifying their supply chain should help with costs. At the same time, given their scale, the largest home improvement retailer, they'll have the ability to push back on some of their suppliers in terms of cost. Now, what they said is that they're looking to generally maintain their prices. So I think people took that as a positive. You have to remember, Home Depot sells about 30,000 to 40,000 products in their store. So when they talk about pricing, they take a portfolio approach. So you may not see them raise the price on a particular item that was tariffed, but they look at the elasticities of their various products and they'll take price as they need to where they can.
Gotcha. So they're going to manage that margin. So they're not going to sacrifice margin then.
So they actually guided to an operating margin pretty much in line with what they were looking for at the end of last quarter. There are a couple puts and takes. They're doing better on shrink, so they're managing their retail theft a little better, which is always a positive. So they're also, getting some more leverage from productivity. So, I think pricing is going to be a component of it, but they also have other levers within the business that are going to help to maintain their margins, where they expected them.
What's Home Depot do with their number of stores? Have they added stores? Are they fully kind of where they want to be? What's the store count story?
Yeah, so interestingly, Home Depot over the last year has actually returned to store growth, which is something we haven't seen from them in a very long time. They kind of have had the established footprint in the U.S., but as the business has grown so much, as they've grown their pro business, they've started to add new stores in markets where, populations are growing or where they want to kind of take some of the pressure off the existing store base to look to drive some additional productivity. So this year they're adding about 13 new stores. They're going to do that. I think their plan was about 80 over a 5-year period. So the next couple of years, they'll continue to add new units.
So what does this mean for, say, Lowe's? Is this a good signal or is this more of a competitive signal?
So I think the story is pretty much the same for Home Depot and Lowe's. I mean, on a relative basis, Home Depot's exposure to the professional customer at 50% versus only about 30% for Lowe's is driving outperformance. So Lowe's exposure to softer DIY trends in those big ticket discretionary categories, I think will drive a little bit of weakness. But, for both retailers, it's pretty much the same thing. You still have a weak housing market. Home sales are in the low 4 million range, which is about 25% below what a normalized level looks like. And both retailers, like many, are dealing with just an increasingly cautious consumer. There's a lot of discussion on when does the soft data start to translate into the hard data. And I think in the broader housing and home improvement ecosystem, I would argue that it already has. We heard from a lot of builders who are getting pushback on, buyers who are just reluctant to step into the market, whether they're concerned about their jobs or the direction of rates or the direction of home prices. And then, like I mentioned in home improvement, just that financing piece, and wanting to undertake such a big project is giving people caution.
Drew, just talking about rates, I'm looking at 30-year mortgage, 6.86%. What are your home builders telling you about consumers and mortgage rates? I mean, at some point you got to say, hey, this is the new normal. This is where we are. This is the interest rate environment. If I'm going to buy a house or sell a house and move down to Florida, now's the time, Yeah,
you're right. And I think higher for longer is the new normal. We actually rose back up above 7% yesterday. So coming into the year, there was a lot of expectations that rates were coming down. Maybe we'd see some more momentum in sales, but that magic number is somewhere with a 5 handle, maybe 5.5%. And, as we've discussed previously, builders have been able to get there through the use of financing incentives. But they're having to work harder for each sale, and those incentives get more and more expensive as rates rise. What we've actually heard from some of the builders is, maybe now's the time to not chase volume as hard as we wanted to before, because we want to preserve a little bit of margin and get the best return we can on our land assets. So you're seeing some of them dial back their volume expectations in favor of margin.
Interesting. All right, Drew, thanks a lot. Really appreciate Drew Redding, Bloomberg Intelligence U.S. home building analyst. So what I thought was interesting, and this is totally because I'm obsessed with Zillow and StreetEasy and looking at New York real estate, I've noticed a lot of concessions being made by the sellers. Like, we'll get you under 4% mortgage rate, and we'll do this for you if you come and give us this cash. Or we'll give you a $100,000 rebate if you meet us on asking. Like,
I don't think shopping around for something?
No, this is just like my addiction.
Oh, I see.
And this
Wake up in the morning, look at the real estate.
And this is Brooklyn.
This is Brooklyn in particular. I mean, clearly this is like a microcosm. It's not the whole country, but
rents in New York are still all-time high.
Yeah,
because people just keep coming.
Well, also like this, but sometimes you're like, I'm going to pay $12,000 in rent.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't quite wrap my mind around that one. Yes, Brooklyn real estate, bananas. All right, coming up, Jackie Davalos is Bloomberg tech reporter joining us from the Google Developers Conference. We're going to get the latest from her. This is Bloomberg.
The Fed's top names are on Bloomberg Radio. Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic.
Right now, I would say in my SCP, I have one cut only for this year.
Fed Governor Christopher Waller.
The tariffs are a one-time price level effect that's going to pass through.
New York Fed President John Williams.
Having well-anchored inflation expectations is very important for price stability and also for economic stability.
For the latest headlines from the Fed, listen on Bloomberg Radio or anytime on the Bloomberg Talks podcast.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Along with higher costs from tariffs and the proposed end of EV tax credits, automakers which have spent heavily developing and building electric rides now have a new challenge. The number of charging stations being built has dropped dramatically. Bloomberg analysis of Energy Department data finds installation of high-speed chargers across the U.S. fell by more than 21% in the first quarter compared to the year earlier period. Here's something to watch, possibly a little air coming out of the nation's housing price inflation. Real estate brokerage Redfin says last month was the first in more than 2.5 years that the average U.S. home price decreased from the month prior, although the slip was only 0.1% in April from March. Redfin says there are two reasons for the slip. Supply is rising with more homes now available for sale, and demand is falling as potential home buyers choose to wait out the recent economic and market turmoil. Stock index is slipping, Dow losing 0.1%, S&P down 0.25%, Nasdaq down 0.33%. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Economics.
A slower inflationary environment is what we're seeing here.
Finance.
How do you frame the Magnificent Seven?
Investment.
We're seeing a market move here and yields higher.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom Keene. Paul Sweeney. And the names that shape the world's markets.
My conversation with Christine Lagarde.
Listen live weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. Watch us on YouTube. Go to the Bloomberg podcast page and click on the live feed or catch us on Bloomberg Originals.
A lot of times, big economic forces show up in our lives in small ways.
4 days a week, I would buy 2 cups of banana pudding, but the price has gone up, so now I only buy 1.
Small but important ways. From tech billionaires to the bond market to, banana pudding. If it's happening in business, our new podcast is on it. I'm Max Chafton.
And I'm Stacey Vanek Smith. So listen to Everybody's Business on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The data that matters for your investments.
Single stock volumes really surge.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
Supermicro is catching our eyes.
Take a quick look at crypto stocks.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
A big bounce in the market today. We're on a brutal 3-day stretch.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
The highest intraday jump since 2020.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen. You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. You head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live. That's where you'll find us. We're on Bloomberg Originals. That's where you can find us on like Roku TV, Samsung TV, all that connected TV stuff. Bloomberg Originals is where we are, so we welcome that audience as well. Google Developers Conference in Mountain View, California today. Tech Geek Alert, that's for sure. Jackie Davalos joins us. She's a tech reporter for Bloomberg News. Jackie, what's kind of the agenda here for Google as they get all their developers together there?
This is the biggest event of the year for Google, and like you said, software developers are really part of the key focus here because a lot of what the latest and greatest that they unveil usually is on the software side, although we are expecting some news on the hardware side as well. But as it has been over the last 2 years, the key spotlight here will be artificial intelligence. We're expecting major updates to the company's flagship AI model, Gemini. We're going to be looking for what new features it has, how it's being integrated across the product landscape, whether it's the Android operating system to other features or to other tools that we know and love, like Google Docs or Google Sheets. But ultimately, we're also going to be looking for updates on AI search. How is AI being incorporated into Google's flagship product, the thing that we all use on a daily basis? Because, of course, habits have changed over the last year. They unveiled some AI overviews last year, so we'll get an update as to how that's been going, what other features the company is looking to roll out more broadly, because it has been testing this behind the scenes. But this is going to be a key aspect of the event because, as you know, investors are really keen to understand the roadmap for search going forward.
This is a weird question, so bear with me, but what companies could this conference be bad for? So as Google rolls out more search AI functions, who does that exclude? Or what other companies should we be watching on that?
You know, everyone across the AI landscape has some kind of stake in the search game, whether or not they are in the search engine business. AI is really changing the way we interact with how we look for information online. That's why you are seeing, I think, OpenAI also kind of having conversations and testing certain features on their own end for how they can make this more palatable to people that still do go to Google or Reddit, for example, for certain information, questions they might have. Every AI lab out there wants to bring people to their platforms in whatever shape that may be. That's why they're also testing multimodal kind of search features.
Hey, Jackie,
so, I'm thinking Meta.
Jackie, we're going to have to wrap this discussion. President Trump is making some comments, but thank you very much for your reporting there. Jackie Davalos, tech reporter for Bloomberg News. Right now, let's go down to Washington, D.C. in the Capitol, and President Trump making some comments.
And the ones that are taken care of are hard line. Some Republicans get money from drug companies, and that's okay, because they're okay with it. I talked about it. The drug companies take care of everybody. It's the biggest lobby, most powerful lobby in the world. There's no lobby like that. But the Republicans are okay with it. Not only okay with it, they love it. It was time. So we're going to cut drug prices from 75 to 85, in some cases even more than that. You know, I was telling the story that, and some of you were at that news conference. I gave a news conference where I was the first one in 18 years to cut drug costs for the year. and they were like a quarter of a point to half a point less. And I was very proud of that. Now I'm cutting them by 85%, because I stopped the scam. This was a scam between the middlemen and the drug companies. This was a giant scam. And by the way, and other countries, because other countries fought for this. This was a giant scam, and we're not going to have it. So remember this. Go back and tell your people, if you'd like to, that the Republican Party is cutting the cost of drugs by as much as 85%. Not 8%, not 5%, not 1%, 85%. And you're going to have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world, because I'm doing favored nations. And it's all done. I signed it. And the Democrats will unsign it, and the drug prices are going to go. And I think on that issue alone, you can't lose an election.
Mr. Your DOJ is weaponizing with the arrest of a congresswoman, Democratic congresswoman.
Oh, give me a break. Did you see her? She was out of control.
Did you address
those days are over.
Did
the
you
days
tell
of
her to do
woke.
that?
The days of woke. No, I didn't. The days of woke are over. That woman, I have no idea who she is. That woman was out of control. She was shoving federal agents. She was out of control. The days of that crap are over in this country. We're going to have law and order.
Mr. President, thank you very much. You campaigned on lowering the price of groceries. How can you justify cutting food assistance in this bill?
Let me just tell you, the cut is going to give everybody much more food, because prices are coming way down. Groceries are down. Eggs. You told me about eggs. You asked me a question about eggs my first week. You said eggs. I said, I just got here. Tell me about eggs. And it was going through the roof. You know that eggs now are way down. Everybody's buying eggs. Groceries down. Energy's down. Gasoline is now they're buying gasoline now for $1.99. If you look back, you'll see $3.50, $4. This country, we're going to lose this country. Our country now is respected all over the world. All over the world we're respected. We were a laughingstock. The entire world we were a laughingstock. I went to the Middle East, and those rulers of those three countries are very powerful people, very big people, very rich people. They respect our country again. China was going to take them over. You know, China was going to they were going to get into the, if you look, Saudi Arabia, you take a little look what was happening with Qatar, UAE, great people, unbelievable leaders, but they were abandoned by this country. And they're not going to China anymore. They love us, we love them. We're going to take care of them, and they're going to take care of us. We came back with $5.1 trillion. Every other president would have come back having spent $5.1 trillion as usual. And remember this, we were losing $5 billion a day under the past administration. I have to be a little careful the way I talk, because there's a lot of anger about that administration. And by the way, the real question, who ran the auto pen? Okay, who ran the auto pen? Because the things that were signed illegally, in my opinion. I think we've just proved that. But our country is respected again. All over the world we're respected. We were laughed at 7 months ago. Then you had November 5th, and our country is respected again. Thank you.
That was President Trump making some comments in the Washington Capitol. He's up on Capitol Hill here today talking about some of the tax policy and economic policies that our good friends in Congress are debating right now. So he's making some comments on the way in and then on the way out. All right, let's get a reset here. And we can do that, right, with Mr. John Tucker. How about that?
We're going to try. And right now, the major indexes, they are all pushing lower, modestly lower, we'll call it. The S&P 500 down 22 points, but it's down 0.4% right now. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 140 points. And the tech-heavy Nasdaq 115 points lower. That is down just about 0.5%. Tesla, actually, the only Magnificent Seven stock that's rising. You heard Elon Musk right here on Bloomberg Radio telling Bloomberg he's committed to being an electric car maker's the CEO in 5 years' time. Shares of Tesla right now 1% higher. Meantime, Cameron Dawson at New Edge Wealth says the recent rally in stocks being driven by small investors.
Retail investors have a lot of conviction. We've seen huge flows into equity markets, but institutional investors, not as much. If you look at that Deutsche Bank Consolidated Positioning Index, it's still at just the 29th percentile.
And some of the other individual shares we're keeping an eye on. Home Depot maintaining its guidance for the fiscal year despite a 0.3% drop in comp sales. Home Depot right now has turned lower. That is down 0.1%. It's interesting, the travel-related stocks among the worst performers. You have Viking Holdings, that is tumbling. Analysts say the 2026 bookings forecast and pricing growth trends a deceleration from 2025, even as the company's first quarter revenue and adjusted earnings were ahead of expectations, and Airbnb shares also falling today. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right. Thanks so much, John Tucker. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We cover all the top news in business, economics, and finance. We have a great hour lined up for you. I think it's worth pointing out. We're going to have more of our exclusive conversation with Elon Musk at the Qatar Economic Forum. We'll bring that to you. Plus, John Creekmore is Chief Investment Officer at Creekmore Wealth Advisors. What do you do when the markets are doing a whole lot of nothing? And Tyler Kendall, a Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent, will be joining us on the latest with the GOP tax bill and what to expect. And then finally, David Gura of Bloomberg will be sitting down with Barry Diller, IAC's chairman and senior executive, and Expedia Group's chairman and senior executive. So, he's done all the stuff. He's super interesting.
He's a serious media mogul.
Really impressive. Media mogul feels like an understatement.
Yes.
But that's going to be a great conversation. So stay tuned with us for that. Let's look at some of the movers, though, today. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. We're joined now by Bloomberg's Lisa Mateo. Lisa, you're looking at Home Depot.
Yeah, okay, so Home Depot, right, opened its books. Shares have been kind of all over the map, though, up as much as 2%, but now it's starting to tick lower. Basically, its CFO said February sales weighed on the quarter due to nationwide weather conditions because of the weather, but demand improved in March and April, so it maintained its guidance for the fiscal year. U.S. sales ticked up, and that full-year forecast, it did include the impact of tariffs. Says it sources more than 50% of its products in the U.S. Is it a sign that consumer spending is holding up? I mean, that's a question. I went to Home Depot, over the weekend, and it was crowded.
It was?
I had to get the plants and the soil and all that kind of stuff, for the spring. And it was crowded. But they say that sales got a nice boost from, the smaller projects, things like that. But consumers are still holding off on those bigger projects.
I can see John Tucker working at Home Depot.
Totally.
How good would that be?
You go in there, so I know everything in every aisle.
That's why you'd be so
than
good.
The salespeople.
That's what we're saying. You'd be so good.
Yeah, but I want to eat.
But at some point, you'd get tired of all the questions, and you'd be like, leave me alone.
In retirement, see? You can do that.
All right. Now, tangentially, do you park in the pro parking at these places, Home Depot and Lowe's?
It
says pro parking only.
We have a pro account.
I always park there. What are they going to do? Give me a ticket? Anyway.
All right, guys, we got to interrupt for just a second. President Trump is speaking again on Capitol Hill. Let's listen in.
This is the greatest bill that will ever, I think it's the most important bill this country just about has ever done in terms of size and scope. That's why we call it the great, big, beautiful deal. I mean, it really is. The bill is, I think it's going to be one of the most important. It's the biggest tax reduction in history, biggest regulation reduction in history. Incredible for Medicaid, for Medicare. The only thing, we're going to leave it exactly as it was, other than for obviously waste, fraud, and abuse. We're strengthening it. We're going to make these things even stronger. The Democrats are going to destroy Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And we're going to keep them, but even make them stronger.
Will you impose new sanctions on Russia? Will you impose new sanctions on Russia like the EU is?
Well, we're looking at a lot of things, but we'll see. I had a very good talk yesterday with President Putin. We'll see how that comes out. They're talking right now. We'll see how.
Are you going to President Pope Leo?
Say it.
What about Pope Leo? Why the Vatican, sir, for the negotiation? Why you suggested that?
No, Pope Leo suggested it, and if he'd like to have the talks at the Vatican, I can't think of a better place. I like it. This is a pretty good place too. Come to think.
Do you like these American Pope?
But I think I like them. Yeah, I like the Pope, and I like the Pope's brother. One of the Pope's brothers, actually both of them. But one in particular is a major MAGA fan. Did you know that? He lives in Florida. He's got MAGA, he's got Trump. And I look forward to getting him to the White House. I want to shake his hand. I want to give him a big hug. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
That was President Trump yet again in the Capitol making his way out. But he'll stop and take some Q&A at any given time. So we'll bring that to you when he does. We were talking to Lisa Mateo about stocks. Can we still talk about stocks here?
Let's do it.
With this S&P down 25 points. Lisa, do you have What's going on with Pfizer?
Okay, so there was this big news from Pfizer, right? Struck this $6 billion licensing deal with Chinese biotech company 3S Bio. Basically, they're going to develop a cancer drug outside of China. So Pfizer has been up as much as about 3%, but shares of 3S Bio up 32% in Hong Kong. So a big deal there. The breakdown as far as that $6 billion, so you have Pfizer paying about $1.25 billion upfront to license that experimental drug. And then in addition to that, 3S Bio can get up to $4.8 billion in downstream fees if the drug hits all milestones. So that's how that whole $6 billion works out. But it's not just Pfizer. It's like a lot of competition has been set on China-originated drugs to kind of refill their pipelines over the past year. I mean, you have global data saying the number of large pharma licensing deals from China reached a record high in 2024. So more companies are starting to do this.
What else you got?
And so Amer Sports, okay, they make the Wilson tennis rackets, Louisville Slugger bats. I know my money goes to that. DeMarini bats on top of it. Its shares have been up as much as 17%. So it boosted its adjusted profit forecast for the full year, right? Reported first quarter results topped expectations. A big part of it, Solomon ski boots. You're the skier. Okay, you're the skier. I'm not the big time skier. Arc'teryx, the hiking gear. I don't know if anyone's into that too. Those are like the big movers for them. When it comes to tariffs, though, the company just says that, you know what, we're going to manage through it because we have these premium brands. They said they're going to continue to operate its business with flexibility. In their fourth quarter report, though, they did talk a lot about 20% of their sourcing came from China, Vietnam, Canada, and Mexico in 2024. China and Vietnam made up the most of that. But they're saying they're going to weather through the storm, the tariff storm.
All right, Lisa, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Bloomberg's Lisa Mateo joining us there. For more conversation just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. So earlier, Tesla CEO Elon Musk spoke with Michelle Hussein, editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend at the Qatar Economic Forum in Doha. In this part of the conversation, Musk was asked about his commitment to Tesla as well as his pay package.
Tell me then how committed you are to Tesla. Do you see yourself, and are you committed to still being the chief executive of Tesla in 5 years' time?
Yes.
No doubt about that at all?
Well, no, I might die.
Okay, short of that.
I can't be CEO if I'm dead, so there's a slight amount of time.
Does that mean that the value of your pay doesn't have any bearing on your decision?
Well, that's not really a subject of discussion in this forum. I think obviously there should be compensation for, if there's something incredible is done, that compensation should match that something incredible was done. But I'm confident that whatever some activist posing as a judge in Delaware happens to do will not affect the future compensation.
This is the judge who twice struck down the $56 billion pay package that was awarded to you. I think the value on the current value of stock options. Yeah.
Not a judge. The activist who is cosplaying a judge in a Halloween costume.
Okay, that's your characterization. I think on the current value of stock options, I think the actual
justice according to the law.
On the current value of stock options, I think the value of that pay package stands at about $100 billion. Are you saying you are relaxed about the value of your future pay package? Your decision to be committed to Tesla for the next 5 years, as long as you are still with us on this planet, is completely independent of pay?
No.
It's not independent. So pay is a relevant factor then to your commitment to Tesla?
It's sufficient voting control such that I cannot be ousted by activist investors is what matters to me. And I've said this publicly many times. But let's not have this whole thing be a discussion of my alleged pay. It's not a money thing. It's a reasonable control thing over the future of the company, especially if we're building millions, potentially billions of humanoid robots. I can't be sitting there and one day get tossed out by, for political reasons, by activists. That would be unacceptable. That's all that matters.
All right, that was Tesla CEO Elon Musk speaking with Michelle Hussein editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend at the Qatar Economic Forum in Doha. And we're joined right now by the very same Michelle Hussein. Michelle, yeoman's duty interviewing Elon Musk there, not the easiest subject to converse with. What's your takeaway as to, I guess, his, kind of evolution back into corporate world away from some of his government responsibilities? Is that going to be a smooth transition? Is that going to be an immediate transition? What was your takeaway?
Hello, Paul. Hello, Alex, from Doha. Yeah, it's definitely quite an experience to interview Elon Musk. And for all your listeners, because anyone who saw it on Bloomberg TV or elsewhere on the live stream will know that it's a remote conversation. So I'm in Doha. He's in the US. But actually, it's probably a pretty intense experience interviewing him, whatever the format or the setting. I was very struck by the fact that the thing he wanted to emphasize was very much his corporate world and his businesses, not his role with Doge, despite the fact we know it's ongoing. And he said he'll be at the president's side for the remainder of this administration, in fact, even though Doge doesn't last for the whole duration of the administration. And when I asked him about whether this year is a pivotal year for that reason, he was kind of keen to characterize it as like, he's seen many ups and downs in his time. But I feel, especially with the fact that he ended up saying that he is going to do a lot less political donations and spend a lot less money on politics in the future, I wonder if really, as he said to me, I'm a technologist first and foremost, and I wonder if this, if these political endeavors have not given him exactly what he wanted and have put him on more uncomfortable ground than he'd ever acknowledge.
Yeah, I do have to give you a lot of credit. That was a tough interview. Anything remote like that on a conference stage is tough. And it was also really tough. You handled it really well. You didn't miss a beat. You flawlessly picked up all those questions. So I just have to give real kudos to you on that. And you pushed him quite a bit in the EV sales. And he seemed to really stand behind, no, we're doing really well, with the exception of Europe. What was some of your broader takeaway from that part of the conversation?
Well, look, it's clearly incredibly important to him. Tesla is a totemic company, and he's changed the car industry, not just electric vehicles. He has changed the car industry through what he's done there. It's also, of course, a very, very significant part of his wealth. So therefore, you can see that it's important on lots of different factors. Of course, the sales figures, I had them right in front of me for Europe, and these are big markets and places where people are, very concerned about climate and have bought into Tesla and its vision for that reason. So it'll be we do get month by month sales. So I was looking at the April ones. It'll be very interesting to see what happens in May. But obviously he's saying Europe is our weakest market, and look at the rest of the world. And he feels that Tesla has turned a corner, and his commitment to it. The bit you played about pay and the his pay award is obviously he's kind of like had the words that everyone heard on the judge who ruled against him in Delaware. But I think it's clear Tesla's incredibly important to him. And, while he's got, other businesses that are at this point, growing strongly in all markets, Starlink being a prime example of that, and the number of countries that are keen to get a slice of Starlink action and give him access to their jurisdictions for Starlink. I think there is something totemic about Tesla, and I think it came out in that, how keen he is for the brand to regain ground everywhere. Whether or not he can do it in Europe, I don't know.
Michelle, kind of, through the election and up in the first couple of weeks of the administration, Elon Musk was everywhere in every photo op and every video clip. And then he's really kind of gone radio silent for the last month or two. Where do you think how do you think this is going to play out over the coming weeks and months with him in terms of, re-engaging?
Well, I think those Q1 sales figures at Tesla really forced that, but I wonder if, again, not that he bit off more than he could chew, but politics and government is a very different world. And I think it's probably a mutual benefit that he and the president have been, much less visible at each other's side. I'm sure they are still very close, although Elon Musk has been public about his differences with Peter Navarro. And in many ways, where the tariff argument has ended up is much more in the Elon world and to Elon's worldview on trade rather than the Peter Navarro world. But I think what he said about political donations and less political spending in future will be looked at with interest in other countries as well. In the UK, for example, where Donald Trump is close to Nigel Farage, there would have been a lot of interest in whether at some point Elon Musk finds a way to donate to a UK political party, i.e. finds a UK entity to enable that kind of donation to take place. Remember, he's been seen a lot with the AfD leader in Germany. So I do wonder whether this intent and his words on political donation have implications beyond the US.
All right, Michelle, we got to leave it there. Thank you so much. Really great stuff. Michelle Hussein, thanks for joining us. Editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend. Also, to stay tuned for Bloomberg for everything from the Qatar Economic Forum. Really wonderful interviews there. All right, John Creekmore is coming up, Chief Investment Officer at Creekmore Wealth Advisors. What do you do in these markets when they're doing a whole lot of nothing? And Tyler Kendall will give us the latest from Capitol Hill. She's Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent as we have President Trump roaming the halls of Capitol Hill. This is Bloomberg.
Tomorrow, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern sits down with Speaker of the House Mike Johnson.
This is a very challenging time because you don't know what to expect. The markets don't know what to expect.
What's the progress on President Trump's budget bill?
We've heard from interest groups around the country, and we want to do right by them.
House Speaker Mike Johnson, tomorrow morning at 9:30 Eastern.
We are committed to finding at least $1.5 trillion in savings for the American people.
On Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. Context changes everything.
What caffeinated foodstuff is currently suffering a shortage? What company's new AI model is called QWQ-32B? Prada is in talks to buy which luxury fashion brand for $1.6 billion? Think you know the answers to these questions? If so, play Pointed at Bloomberg.com/pointed. It's the news quiz for risk takers.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, he's like my best friend.
At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
On a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast, Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway speak with Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic about conducting monetary policy during periods of extreme uncertainty.
Is there a risk that this time is different and maybe we're a little overconfident in the economy given what happened with the soft data a couple years ago?
So, it's funny that you say this time is different.
I always hesitate to say it on a podcast, but I still do it.
Sometimes it can be different.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of times it can be different, but just as often as not, right? And so part of what I try to do in my approach is never assume, never have a preconceived notion or an expectation about what's going to happen, but rather just pay attention. And what I would say on the sentiment, which is quite interesting, I was a psych major undergrad.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And so psych and econ, yeah. And so for me, I know psychology is important. And I know psychology can shift people's decision making even when the information set doesn't change. And so understanding that psychology and how it translates into decision making is a critical thing. The very interesting thing with sentiment today is that we have had two realities with sentiment, right? The conventional wisdom is that when people are feeling bad, they do less. When sentiment turns negative, things slow down. I think there's been a history to show that has been an experience more often than not. The anomaly or the odd one was this most recent one where sentiment was really down in the dumps, the vibe session and all those sorts of things. Yeah. But when push came to shove, consumers continued to go out. People kept going to restaurants, going on trips, renovating their homes, all those things, and the economy remained robust. So the question we have today is which of those realities is going to play out?
That's what's on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app with Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. This Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The major stock averages are pushing modestly lower right now, but the Russell, which is the mid-cap stocks, that index has just turned higher just by a point or so. During the past 22 sessions, the S&P 500, just parenthetically, has gained on 18 occasions. Among some of the individual movers, you have D-Wave Quantum. That is soaring. It released its latest quantum computing system. The company says this thing can solve complex problems beyond the reach of classical computers. Most of the big tech stocks are dropping, although Tesla is bucking the trend. Shares of Tesla right now in the Mag 7, those shares up 1.2%. You heard Elon Musk here on Bloomberg Radio saying he's committed to leading the company as the CEO in 5 years' time. Home Depot shares also on the move, keeping its guidance for the fiscal year as U.S. sales ticked up. Companies in the travel industry, they're falling. Some of the worst losses in U.S. stocks today. You have downs continuing about how much U.S. households will be able to spend on vacations. Airbnb dropping, Norwegian Cruise Lines, that's also falling, along with Carnival Cruise shares. Carnival shares down 1.6%. As we look at treasuries right now, the 2-year yield down a basis point, 10-year 2 basis points higher, and the 30-year up 6 basis points. That is at 4.96. I just wanted to break this news for you. Republican Representative Mike Lawler, this is one of the congressmen from New York. He says he is, in his words, not budging, end quote, on his lack of support for President Trump's tax bill. And of course, Paul, you know, being from a high tax state, this all has to do with SALT, the state and local tax deduction. Lawler and other members of the GOP from high-tax states want that raised, and it doesn't look like President Trump is budging at this point. Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, John Tucker, thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. And we're streaming live on YouTube as well. John Creekmore joins us. He is Chief Investment Officer, Creekmore Wealth Advisors. John, my notes say you're from Morton, Illinois. Is that right?
Morton, Illinois, the self-proclaimed pumpkin capital of the world.
There you go. That's awesome. Now, I have to admit, John, I had no idea where Morton, Illinois was, so I Google mapped it just a minute ago. You guys are right outside of Peoria, Illinois. So there is nobody more middle American than folks from Morton, Illinois and Peoria, Illinois.
The salt mines.
Exactly. Do the good folks out there, do they care about tariffs and stuff like that?
I'll tell you, care mightily. So Caterpillar Incorporated was actually founded in Peoria, Illinois.
Awesome.
There's about 85,000 employees of Caterpillar right here, just right across the river from where I sit. And obviously a large portion of their sales come over different parts of the world and over into China. And so obviously we care mightily about tariffs and how it plays out as far as our own economic security right here in Central Illinois.
How do you, John, then, as you think about, when you talk to your clients, think about putting the tariff discussion and maybe some of the economic uncertainty that might result from a tariff world, how do you put that into your investment discussion?
You know, it's been so interesting to watch over the last year, especially as we saw more discussion, even last year in the election cycle, about trade imbalance, about different methods to utilize and bring this trade imbalance into probably a proper perspective. And one of the ones talked about was the blunt instrument of a tariff. And a lot of folks did not have much knowledge or background of tariffs, except for their remembering of Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and as far as the discussion of tariffs in that movie. And so not real academic there, but all of a sudden then they recognize this could be a big deal for them as far as inflation. It could be a big deal for them as far as overall economic certainty. So we really encourage everybody to take a step back. Let's look at long-term goal objectives. Ask yourself, are you an investor or are you a trader? And then based upon your answer on that, you can make decisions to make money in any environment. However, it's a little bit different methodology. So number one was back in April, we encouraged everyone, actually before that, back in the middle of February, we saw the market hit an all-time high. and encouraged everyone to say, hey, stay calm. There's going to be some uncertainties and some storms coming about. We want to make sure we make logical decisions based upon facts. And whenever we saw the tariff announcement hit on April the 2nd, it caused a lot of emotion and a lot of uncertainty. We know the markets do not like uncertainty. So we encourage them, let's allow this to play out. Let's look for opportunities in the carnage. Let's try to find ways to make money in the midst of. And sure enough, whenever more information came out, cooler heads prevailed, and we saw the markets bounce back, actually up 22% from that low that we saw on April the 10th.
So what are some of the companies that you like? Top pick.
I'll tell you, top pick right now is I love Leidos. Phenomenal company. Relative strength has been moving very mightily there. Strong moat as far as in the technology space of defense and as far as in medical research and development. And so love Leidos and have been early on investor in that earlier this year. And it's been a strong performer. You know, we actually look for opportunities. Right now, we saw tremendous opportunities overall in the tech space with the sell-off there in April. And so big names in there, Snowflake, D-Dog, were a couple that we actually loaded up on early on, and very happy for those investments.
Hey, John, I have to ask for a friend here. Enbridge. That's a name on your list.
He's hooking me up on this one.
So talk to us about energy and Enbridge.
You know, Enbridge is very interesting. And so when we look at energy, we look at what part of the energy sector that they are in. And so we know for sure, as far as a lot of the oil companies, the Shells, the BPs of the world, the Exxons, the Mobils, they all saw some tremendous price pressures as far as on their equity prices. Whenever we saw the price of oil drop down, and yet at the same time, those involved in distribution, such as Enbridge, they're actually held very well. Their dividend is very strong. And so no matter what happens in the economy, we know they'll still be moving oil through pipelines and through other distribution channels. And Enbridge has been a long-term player in that. So we see them as a strong cash position, very low long-term debt. It's a great value holding. If you have uncertainty as far as in the economy, those type of companies such as Enbridge really play out well.
All right, John, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. John Creekmore, Chief Investment Officer, Creekmore Wealth Advisors, Morton, Illinois. Check it out, folks. Just outside of Peoria. Again, it doesn't get any more middle America than that. Let's head back down to Washington, D.C. We've heard from President Trump a lot. He's been in the Capitol this morning, meeting with members of Congress, talking about the tax bill and policy and some of the spending plans. Tyler Kendall's there, a Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent. I believe she is right out in front of U.S. Representative Mike Lawler's office. And Mike Lawler looks, as John Tucker was just reporting, to be a pivotal person in this whole negotiation. What's the latest from Capitol Hill, Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Paul. So Congressman Mike Lawler came out of this meeting with President Trump and told reporters that he's not going to budge on his position when it comes to lifting the SALT cap. Now, yes, we are here in front of his office. For our radio listeners, you can probably, they're behind me, American flags, New York flags, as we wait to see if he's going to come back out and gaggle with us reporters on any further details. Now, we knew going into this meeting that these SALT Republicans from these high-tax states like New York, New Jersey, and California would be put on the defensive because President Trump seemed to downplay lifting the SALT cap going into this meeting. As he arrived on Capitol Hill, he ultimately said that he thinks lifting it would benefit blue states with high tax policies. Now, these lawmakers, though, are really digging in. The current proposal would lift the cap from $10,000 to $30,000, and these lawmakers say that they want to see more than that, and they do have some leverage here. One, these Republican moderates really did help House Republicans clinch the majority that they now are able to utilize to pass this reconciliation package on this fast-track way. And the other is that if they let the 2017 tax cuts expire, then the SALT cap would end up being unlimited.
What are the chances that there is any movement from Lawler on the SALT bill? I mean, President Trump can be very persuasive, and he's on Capitol Hill to get that done.
Right, exactly. That's going to be the big question that we're watching here. Right now, there are about 5 holdouts from the SALT caucus that will not vote for this bill as it is currently written, raising that cap up to $30,000. And when we look at the math, House Speaker Mike Johnson has very slim margins. He can only afford to lose 3 Republican votes. One of them is already a done deal, already a firm no. That's Thomas Massie of Kentucky. He's a fiscal hawk that says that he will not vote for any legislation that's not at least deficit neutral. And of course, we are a long way from that with this current bill. So we're we're going to have to see what sort of compromises actually look like. We're talking here when it comes to salt about potentially income limits, phase outs, and then what would look like when it comes to potentially snapping that salt cap back down after a certain amount of time. So there does seem to be potentially some wiggle room here that lawmakers can work with. But President Trump, according to Republicans in the room, said that his message was clear. They want them to stop messing around when it comes to the salt cap so that they can advance this bill forward. Just quickly, of course, the other side of this is that fiscal hawks also don't want to see the salt cap moved because at this point they are looking for some of those more savings policies when it comes to spending cuts and revenue raisers to offset any increase to the cap.
Tyler, what's the next step here? I kind of remember somebody talking about Memorial Day being a date that we need to pay attention to. What are the next steps in the calendar?
At this point, House Speaker Mike Johnson does say that they are on track to pass this by Memorial Day. We're going to have to see what ends up happening because the next vote is in the Rules Committee, and that is Wednesday at 1 a.m. Eastern. They did it early to comply with some of the procedural rules here on Capitol Hill in a bid to try to get this to a full House floor vote by this Thursday. Now, importantly, in that Rules Committee, there are two fiscal hawks that sit on it that could really have some sway here, and that's Congressman Chip Roy, as well as Ralph Norman. Now, the latter has indicated that he's going to let the bill pass through rules because this is more of a procedural vote. And then that indicates to us that there likely would be a bigger conversation, a bigger fight perhaps, once that bill does make it down to the House floor in full. As I mentioned, Mike Johnson, slim margins, can only afford to lose 3 Republicans on the way.
What are the Democrats doing right now?
That is a good question. They're trying to counter message this. Of course, how this worked is because they are choosing to fast track this through reconciliation. They do not need to ultimately negotiate with Democrats, but they do have to negotiate with themselves. And between the chambers, we haven't even started talking about how all of this is basically going to change once the Senate gets its hands on this legislation. But Democrats really are trying to coalesce around this idea that there are going to be impacts to Medicaid. One analysis that Bloomberg News cites that when you move up those work requirements, one of the sticking points here that we could see work requirements for able-bodied adults ages 19 to 64 implemented in 2027 instead of 2029. That could potentially impact 7.7 million people when it comes to accessing their Medicaid benefits. And it is very clear that Democrats are trying to push that messaging because when you talk about that timeline moving up, that means it's going to really impact as Republicans try to campaign during the midterms. I know it seems like we're far away from the midterms, but here in Washington, once one election ends, we really do start thinking about that next election. So Medicaid, potential impacts to Medicaid is definitely something that's coming up here on the Hill, including some of those fiscal hawks pushing for some more aggressive and controversial changes, including the acronym FMAP, which basically is the formula that the federal government uses when it allocates monies to the state to distribute those Medicaid benefits. Coming out of that meeting, some of those Republicans were asked if we're going to see any changes there, and it seems clear that President Trump does not want to touch it.
All right, Tyler, thanks so much for joining us. Tyler Kendall, a Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent. She's strategically located just outside the offices of U.S. Representative Mike Lawler down on Capitol Hill. Red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. U.S. set to extend Chevron's Venezuela waiver by another 60 days. That's
so it would enable them to continue to ship oil out of Venezuela. That's really been on the docket. Tons of question marks surrounding Chevron's operations there. And of course, you know what oil companies don't like?
What?
Uncertainty. That's where they're going to have to invest money. All right, coming up, David Gura sitting down with Barry Diller. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News brief. New development in the New Orleans jailbreak. CBS's Katie Weiss says a jail worker's been arrested.
This maintenance worker is accused of helping the inmates turn off the water supply so that the inmates could then pull the toilet from the wall and successfully make their escape without getting drenched.
One of the escapees arrested yesterday, 6 still on the loose. President Trump went to Capitol Hill today to push reluctant Republicans to support his budget bill, urging them to stop fighting and get it done. CBS's Natalie Brand.
The White House is framing this as a potential tax increase on Americans if it fails to move forward.
The FDA says it will now require trials for future COVID shots in young, healthy Americans. Shots will still be approved for those 65 and older with at least one high risk factor. CBS News Brief. I'm Steve Kathan.
The next generation of Wall Street Week is here.
What could be the story of the century.
Bloomberg's David Weston brings you stories of capitalism.
The train station felt like the right kind of project.
Teaching kids, above all else, is a mission.
The hardest business to change is one that's succeeded for a long time.
The new Wall Street Week.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Television and Radio. And anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
How will innovations like AI and quantum computing shape business and finance? At Bloomberg Tech, more than 400 C-suite corporate technologists, engineers, investors, VCs, and startup founders will come together to discuss the implications these advancements will have on your world, your wallet, and your future. Join us June 4th and 5th in San Francisco. Learn more at bloomberglive.com/techsf. Presenting sponsor, Invesco QQQ.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. The busiest container hub in the U.S. hasn't been so busy lately. The Port of Los Angeles is trying to get back on track after seeing its shipments drop earlier this month by 30% as importers and retailers, especially those with businesses in China, were struggling with President Trump's tariffs. A temporary U.S.-China deal to lower tariffs for 90 days could lead to an uptick in cargo volumes in the coming months. Media analytics company Comscore, a major provider of box office reporting, is being hit with an antitrust lawsuit. The company is being accused of blocking Cinema Cloudworks from box office data and harming the rival's web-based business. Both companies use the information to advise motion picture distributors on when to book films. And Honda is abandoning its previous sales goal for electric vehicles. The automaker says EV sales are slowing in the U.S. and battery-powered cars will not account for 30% of sales by 2030. Honda intends to make a bigger push for its hybrids. Kimberly Adams, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Edward Yardeni Research. Higher yields should be bad, but they haven't been bad. We have seen a global bull market in stocks, even though we've seen bond yields increase. Now, my view is that to a large extent, bond yields have normalized. They're back to where they should be. 4.5% is the right bond yield for the U.S. economy. That was the case before the great financial crisis, and I think it's the case against now. Maybe we're getting some excesses in the UK, some excesses in Japan, but if you want to be U.S.-centric, which to be, I think these bond yields are kind of normal, but I do see a risk that there could be a mini debt crisis the way there was in 2023. And in some ways, Tom, I hope there is, because I think now's a good time for a debt crisis to get the attention of the politicians in Washington, that they got to get their act together.
I've been in this market since the mid-'80s. We've been talking about deficits and the national debt, and it just doesn't matter. Is really important point. Yeah. Can you give us some context there?
Yeah, absolutely. Back in July of 1983 is when I concocted the term bond vigilantes, and I went back and read what I wrote, and I said the bond vigilantes are particularly upset about record $200 billion deficits, and here we're looking at $2 trillion deficits and talking about the bond vigilantes once again.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News with his Bloomberg Business Flash. After a 6-day run, S&P 500 right now pushing lower. You have 8 of the 11 major industry groups. They are down. Tech is leading the declines. You have shares of NVIDIA, most active, down just about 1.4%. Let's call it 1.3%. Tesla, the only Mag 7 stock higher after Elon Musk. You heard him here on Bloomberg Radio telling us he's going to stick around as CEO. Shares of Tesla, they are up 1.5%. In the meantime, Priya Misra at JP Morgan says, with higher yields, the bond market is telling Congress to get its fiscal house in order.
You know what? We have to look out for fiscal sustainability. Congress is not doing its bit, so the bond market has to force Congress to do its bit. And so I think that's why the long end is scary, because how high do rates have to go before the administration or Congress says, you know what, we don't have the political will, but the market's forcing our hand?
Well, the long bond right now, 7 basis points higher, still under 5 today, 497 right now. Stocks of companies in the travel industry falling to some of the market's worst losses today. You have doubts continuing about how much U.S. households are going to be able to spend on vacations. And Honda scaling back investment plans, lowering the sales targets for its electric vehicles. Looks like consumer demand pretty lackluster for electric vehicles.
You know, I drove a hybrid in Pascagoula.
Wow.
It was pretty cool.
Look at you.
Although I didn't know how to turn it on. I just kept pressing buttons.
Do you think you'd ever say that in your life? I drove a hybrid in Pascagoula.
100% no. 100% no.
Sounds like a great story.
But once, so I like turned off the car and I was like leaving and it wouldn't let me leave. And I was like, why isn't it letting me lock the door? And then I realized I had to press the power off button.
Yes.
I wanted to do my part for the environment. I went out and bought a weed trimmer, the string trimmer yesterday.
Electric?
To do the yard.
Oh, look at you.
I wanted electric. The guy's like,
nah.
No. He says, no power, don't do it.
Yep, there you go.
So I went for a big gas guzzler.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
He's so one of those guys.
Go over and cut David Gura's lawn later.
Wow, he doesn't have a lawn. He doesn't
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. IAC Chairman Barry Diller sat down with Bloomberg's David Gura for a wide-ranging interview about his career and the business environment. He weighed in on the volatile trade environment and why he's reserving final judgment on the president's approach for now. Let's take a listen.
This is a period, I think its time parameters are 3-6 months maybe. We're in a very unique moment of instability because of everything that has been shoved on the table by this administration. And will it work out or not? Now, I think the time limit for it either working out or not, particularly in trade, is very short, a few months. It'll either be pulled through or it will be an abject failure and be pulled back. So I think right now it's extremely difficult for people in business to make decisions that go beyond this period until they see what conditions are going to be. So it's an odd time.
The president has floated tariffs on filmmaking, overseas filmmaking.
Yes.
Any sense in that as you see it, and what would the ramifications be if they were to be put in place?
On that, no. On the overall trade stuff, I'm willing to give, he got elected, I'm willing to give the administration the ability to, how do I say it rightly? I'm certainly willing to give them the time to pull it through without unduly trashing it or criticizing it. I doubt it'll work out, but I hope I'm wrong. I also hope that if I'm right, it just ends quickly, and if I'm wrong, hallelujah, everything's great. So I think that's the kind of gearage that I bring to this, but I think that it's got, unless it's all resolved quickly, it's got so many downstream terrible consequences in the negative that I just want it resolved.
That was IAC Chairman Barry Diller. Let's welcome him, David Gura, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. David, in my 35 years covering the media industry as a banker and an analyst, I've met all those media moguls, the Sumner Redstones of the world, the Eisners, the Igers. To me, Barry was always and is always the mogulist of all those moguls. It just seems so intelligent to me, so well thought out, so well spoken. What did you take away from your conversation?
We talked a lot about what has interested him over the years. This was pegged to the publication of his memoir, which comes out today.
Which I am going to read.
It is a fascinating read. And, I asked him about his management style, how engaged he is. He wants to be kind of a bottom-up manager. He wants to know everything that's going on. And I said, are you keen just to know that, or do you want to be involved? And he says, once things start to run smoothly and he can step away, he loses interest in the enterprise itself. So I think that's what's kind of motivated him through his whole career. So he started out William Morris as a kid, basically, 19 years old, goes to ABC. He's the youngest vice president in network TV history, starts Movie of the Week at ABC, moves on to Paramount Pictures by the time he's like 33 years old. So he's had this amazing career that bridges old Hollywood and network television. Now he's into the internet. He's talking a lot about sort of the prospects of AI as well. Just that kind of insatiable curiosity that he still has, as you can see from that clip, at the age of 83. Just fascinating.
Yeah, it was really amazing. I was shocked that he was actually 83. What else stood out? What are some other fun parts of the conversation?
We talked a lot about politics. We talked a lot about media and the pressure that media is under as a result of politics. So something that came up was the pressure that CBS and these other networks are under from the FCC. He's really finds that distasteful and he thinks it's worrisome. And he kind of used that to get to talking about law firms as well and those 9 law firms that have settled with President Trump. He told me unequivocally he would never work with any of those law firms again. So I think that was fascinating to me and kind of is a glimpse at how comfortably outspoken he is on all of these issues. So he has been an iconoclast throughout his whole career. He kind of continues to be that in this job now at IAC. And I asked him sort of what's fascinating about business to him today. What's he looking at? We talked a little bit about AI, as I mentioned, but it's really travel. He put it this way. He said, I'm interested in things that can't be disintermediated. He wants to focus on experiences that people can have directly. So IAC has invested a sizable amount of money in MGM resorts, for instance. He's very interested in Las Vegas. And you read this book, there are these kind of 2 totems throughout it. It's his time in Hollywood. It's his time in New York. Vegas seems to be emerging as a place that he kind of finds fascinating now, a place where there's a lot of those kind of disintermediated activities that he talked about.
Exactly. I mean, again, you mentioned his career. It's been so varied. He's done everything. He has such a great name on global Wall Street. People all over the world will invest behind any project that he has. He's that type of visionary here. But he's 83. He's still not, it doesn't seem to be slowing down.
No, and I asked at the top of that interview, I said, are you in kind of a retrospective mood? Are you looking back on your life? Are you slowing down? And actually, it's quite the contrary. So IAC, his holding company, Joey Levin was running that as CEO. There is no now plan to put in place a permanent CEO of that company. So he is chairman of IAC, and I think wielding a heavier influence than he had been in the past on the day-to-day business of that company. So,
but that can't last forever, right?
Can't last forever.
Who's on the short list, the next short list?
That's a great question, to which I don't know the answer. I don't think he would reveal it, but I think that he continues to focus on bringing these companies under the umbrella of IAC and spinning them off as we've seen in recent years as well.
What does he think about some of the new technology today? Just for people who don't know, IAC was really the internet. It was the first time we had a traditional media mogul basically saying, put all the old media behind. I'm going to go embrace this new thing called the internet. What does he think about some of the new technologies today?
Think of his career this way. So it starts with the silver screen, goes to the small screen, and he writes in the book about, in 1994, him sitting down with a writer and seeing AOL for the first time and realizing the possibility that you could interact with the screen in a different way. That's true for how he looked at QVC as well. It was a new way of using technology. Another company he was involved with. So it's that animates him today, I think, is kind of looking for ways that the internet, it's not the flashiest thing, but it's thinking through what the real actual commercial implications of internet properties can be. And that's really what's kind of driven. IAC is this incredibly varied company that invests in so many things. If it's Angie's List, now Angie. Obviously, he's head of Expedia as well. That's a similar kind of company. He's looking for things that have a very practical use. And I think that's what kind of governs his direction as a mogul.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. That was wonderful. Definitely check that out. That is David Gura's conversation with IAC Chairman Barry Diller. He's host of the Big Take podcast. You can definitely check that out. All right, coming up, Anna Edney will be joining us on an article that completely freaked me out yesterday. It's a long read. It's worth it, and it's terrifying. So we're going to leave you with that. It's about the health risks in a possible UTI over-the-counter treatment. She'll be joining us. She's national healthcare reporter. This is Bloomberg.
The Fed's top names are on Bloomberg Radio. Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic.
Right now, I would say in my SCP, I have one cut only for this year.
Fed Governor Christopher Waller.
The tariffs are a one-time price level effect that's going to pass through.
New York Fed President John Williams.
Having well-anchored inflation expectations is very important for price stability and also for economic stability.
For the latest headlines from the Fed, listen on Bloomberg Radio or anytime on the Bloomberg Talks podcast.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. Drug developer Regeneron will pay just over $250 million to buy the millions of DNA data samples collected over the years by now bankrupt 23andMe. With demands to protect the genetic data, Regeneron is pledging to comply with 23andMe's privacy policy, allowing customers to have their personal information deleted upon request. 100 million people are now using Klarna. The online financial company that provides buy now, pay later services says global revenue rose 15% last quarter versus a year ago. In the U.S., the jump was 33%. Earlier this year, Klarna filed for an initial public stock offering, but has paused that plan due to recent market turmoil fueled by tariff rollouts. And stocks are lower. Weighing on the market still is Moody's late Friday downgrade of the U.S. credit rating, citing a decade of inaction on deficits by Congress and presidential administrations. Kimberly Adams, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Hot Pursuit, a weekly podcast that gives car lovers the inside look they crave.
When you get behind the wheel, it's just a beast.
With Matt Miller in New York and Hannah Elliott in LA.
It's very Mad Max / Burning Man.
Listen for the latest trends, new car releases, and anything else that drives us.
Porsche setting altitude records.
That's actually a very drivable Lamborghini.
Bloomberg Hot Pursuit. Listen on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Extraordinary films are found on Jolt. Available now for a limited time, Can't Look Away exposes disturbing truths uncovered by Bloomberg's Olivia Carville about social media's harmful impact on kids.
We are in the midst of a fentanyl crisis.
These companies have upped the stakes. They're now in your children's bedroom.
It's not a fair fight, is it?
Can't Look Away challenges everything you think you know about the dangers kids face online. Watch now at jolt.film. That's JOLT.film.
The best way to listen to Bloomberg Radio is on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto. Download the Bloomberg Business app on your smartphone today, then listen to us anywhere from coast to coast and around the globe. Get it all, live radio, podcasts, and news updates on demand at the click of a button. The Bloomberg Business app, now on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube. Also check us out on Bloomberg Originals. You can see that on your smart TV as well as Roku, all those streaming apps. For you. So the big take today is one that terrified me, and I think every woman out there will echo my pain. It's a wonderful piece written by Anna Edney, and it talks about possible cancer and health risks that are lurking in a popular OTC drug. If you've ever had a urinary tract infection and you've ever gone to the drugstore and gotten an over-the-counter medication, this part of the drug is in that. And that's what's so scary, because UTIs are extremely common and many treat it with these kind of drugs. Anna is national healthcare reporter for Bloomberg News, and she joins us now. Anna, walk us through what this drug is, what kind of brands it's in. Let's start there.
Yeah, sure. So probably the most popular one, I think a lot of our listeners will recognize, is Azo. It's an over-the-counter drug, so you can go into most any store, Target, Walmart, anything like that, and purchase it. You don't need a prescription. Urostat is another brand, but all of these stores also make their own generic version. So it's something that is supposed to treat the pain with urinary tract infections. A lot of people seem to think it goes beyond that, and it's actually curing their infection. So one of the issues being that people might need antibiotics, but instead they're using this.
Now, what's the drug in it that is causing some of the issues, and how do we know?
Yeah, so this is the active ingredient in all of these drugs. It's what the generics will go by. It's called phenazopyridine. I may still be butchering that name, but it's an unapproved drug, which was really interesting to me. And something sort of new to me, even though I've covered these issues for a long time, that I came across. The FDA has never formally approved this drug. So, while millions of women are using it for decades, there's never been a true vetting of, how this drug interacts with our bodies. One of the things that a National Cancer Institute study found, this was back in 1978, is that it caused tumors to form in rats and mice. That's never been looked at in humans because it's never been this drug has never gone through clinical trials or anything like that.
That is just that statement is so insane. And Paul, I'll explain to you a little bit here. So if you have a UTI, it comes on really fast. And if you order to get medication from your doctor or gynecologist, you have to go in so they can test it. And if you're in pain and you know what it is because you've had it before, you just go to the store, pick it up, and you feel better in 24 hours. Like that's why these drugs are so popular and easy to access. And
what I learned in Anna's story, Anna, they're not FDA approved. They are essentially grandfathered in. So if I'm walking down the aisle looking at, over-the-counter drugs, do I have any way of knowing what's been FDA approved and maybe what hasn't been?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And, there were multiple, quotes out there from congressional testimony and other places where FDA staff members were talking about there are many such grandfathered in kind of drugs, but the agency did not give me a list, wouldn't even tell me how many might be out there. But there is potentially, this takes a little sleuthing. It's not that easy to do in the drugstore aisle, but there's a website that the National Institutes of Health runs called Daily Med, and people can search by drug there. I wouldn't say it's like the most user-friendly looking piece, but if you look for azo or Urostat or phenazopyridine, any of those, what will come up is kind of a disclaimer saying, this hasn't been vetted by the Food and Drug Administration, its safety is not known, and that kind of gives you an indication. You can dive deeper into that data and you can actually see that it's unapproved, but just for the layperson, at least with that disclaimer, that would give you a good idea at the top.
So what happens now?
I think that's a good question. So the FDA they have a system where they're supposed to have vetted these kind of very old drugs and given them what's called a monograph. This is the agency's instruction book. Here's how this drug should be made. Here's how the dosing, what it should be. Here's how it should be manufactured. They have not done that for phenazopyridine. So it's possible that, with this increased attention, that they could decide to look into that. They asked in 2003 whether this drug should actually be prescription only, just given the risks, and that people don't often follow directions on OTC drugs. You're only supposed to take this for 2 days, and you're not supposed to take it all the time. There are companies, particularly online retailers, that are really pushing this drug on women and girls kind of just to have on hand all the time, just in case.
I do.
And so,
yeah, why not, right? Like you get over the counter, you have it there. You're not going to use the whole thing. That's why it was so scary. And we really appreciate it. It was a great piece, everyone. You can read the Big Take story, possible cancer and health risks lurking in a popular OTC drug. You can check it out on Bloomberg.com/Big Take. You can also check it out on the terminal. Anna, thank you so much for writing this. Anna Edney, Bloomberg National Healthcare reporter. Okay, we're almost done here, but coming up, Bloomberg is in your no, that's not what I'm saying. For our listeners in the U.S., here it is. Here's a reminder. Listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Your top stories are continuing here on all the global business headlines. There's an Apple headline right now, Paul, that Apple's going to open AI models to developers. This is weird for them, no?
Yeah, well, it kind of goes to Mark Gurman's story out yesterday on Apple on our discussion in studio here. He says they're way behind on AI. They need to figure out a way to speed this up. This might be it. All right, more coming up. Balance of Power starts right now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now an update from our partners at CBS News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Native Path.
I'm Steve Kathan. An arrest has been made in connection with last week's jailbreak in New Orleans as authorities allege there was help on the inside.
Cops have booked one New Orleans jail employee with helping 10 inmates escape.
There was a maintenance worker who got arrested.
Former Sheriff Marlon Gussman, who oversaw the construction of the current jail, is not surprised that the inmates allegedly had inside help.
I saw those cells being made.
He says industrial tools would have been needed to remove a toilet from a wall and cut through crisscrossing metal rebar bars in the wall where the inmates broke into a maintenance corridor.
Really mind-blowing.
Dave Cohen for CBS News, New Orleans.
6 of the 10 escapees are still at large. President Trump went to Capitol Hill this morning in a bid to convince reluctant Republicans to back his budget bill, and he denied he's told people close to him that he's losing patience with the holdouts.
I never used the term. I didn't say losing. I didn't even talk about it. In fact, it's the opposite. I think we're going to get it done. I'm not losing patience. We're ahead of schedule.
The CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Jiang.
Publicly, the president doesn't want to acknowledge that there is a division within the party, at least within the House, on how to vote on this. But privately, we know that he is really urging these lawmakers to find a solution because, again, he wants this bill to pass.
Members of former President Biden's family are pushing back against claims in a new book that White House staffers worked to conceal Biden's apparent mental decline. Alex Thompson co-authored the book called Original Sin.
The Biden that we saw on the debate stage, he had other moments like that behind the scenes, and increasingly so. And they started structuring his schedule, his public schedule, to make sure that the public didn't see it.
New Jersey Democratic Congresswoman LaMonica McIver is facing federal charges after an incident earlier this month outside an immigration detention center.
At the end of the day, we just really look forward to the day in court.
Prosecutors allege McIver pushed and grabbed officers while attempting to block the arrest of Newark's mayor. CBS's Scott McFarland.
Agents were struck at some point by the forearms of Ms. McIver during that May 9th scuffle outside the detention center.
And charges against Newark's mayor were dropped. Federal health officials will no longer routinely approve annual COVID-19 shots for younger adults and children who are healthy. The FDA says today companies that want to market their vaccines to those people will need to conduct large new studies. And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 98 points. The S&P is down 17. Nasdaq is down 80. This is CBS News.
The body produces 1 to 2% less collagen per year starting in your 30s. Slow the process with Native Path single ingredient protein. Visit getnativepath.com/CBS for 45% off plus free shipping.
Hi, it's CBS health and wellness expert Cooper Lawrence. You might be wondering, when's the right time to start adding collagen to my diet? How about today? Collagen production starts to dwindle in your 20s. By the time you've hit your 50s, decreased collagen contributes to wrinkles, sagging skin, and joint discomfort. Native Path Collagen can help. It's packed with only type 1 and type 3 collagen fibers, the ones your body needs most for healthy joints, skin, bones, hair, nails, and gut. Plus, it's third-party tested for purity with no fillers, no additives, and no artificial junk. 2 scoops a day of Native Path delivers 18 grams of protein. Mix it into coffee, tea, or any drink. It's completely flavorless and easy to use. Native Path changed my gut health completely. Right now, get a special bundle deal at a fraction of the retail price plus free shipping. Available at getnativepath.com/CBS. With over 4 million jars sold, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a 365-day money-back guarantee, this is your moment to take control of aging before symptoms get worse. Go to nativepath.com/CBS now. Supplies are limited and demand is surging.
CBS.
There's news from the Rock and Roll Lost and Found Department.
37 years after it disappeared from his grave, a memorial bust of singer Jim Morrison has been found by accident. French police say the bust was recovered during an unrelated fraud investigation. Morrison died in Paris in 1971. He's buried in the famous Père Lachaise cemetery, and his small grave continues to attract fans. Elaine Cobb, CBS News, Paris.
Norwegian chess grandmaster Magnus Carlsen was forced into a draw by more than 140,000 people worldwide playing against him in a single record-setting game. The online match was billed as Magnus Carlsen versus the world. It began last month on chess.com, first ever online freestyle game to feature a world champ. The match ended after Team World checked Carlsen's king a third time. Steve Kathan, CBS.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
President Trump confronts the SALT Republicans. Welcome to the Tuesday edition, Balance of Power.
as the big boss heads to Capitol Hill today in person to push back on demands from members of his own party here in an effort to pass his tax cut and spending cut bill. We're going to bring you live to Capitol Hill in just a moment for an important update from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who's been combing the hallways of Congress since the president arrived. We're going to spend some time as well with Nathan Dean at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's running odds on this reconciliation bill passing. And as Tesla plummets in a new reputation ranking, we'll be hearing from Elon Musk himself today on Bloomberg Radio with analysis from our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the duration. So let's get rolling here, as always, with a look at Wall Street. We start with the markets and the voice of Wall Street, Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Kind words indeed. We have got stocks rolling lower right now with the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all in the red. S&P 500 halting that 6-day gain with the tax bill in focus. Keep it locked in to Bloomberg Television and Radio for the latest, specifically right here on Balance of Power. We got you covered. For the S&P right now, down 21, drop there of 0.4%, 59.41. The Dow lower by 137, down now by 0.3%. Nasdaq down 74 for the Nasdaq Composite Index, a drop right now of 0.4%. The 10-year at 4.49%, the 2-year 3.96%. Gold up $49 the ounce, up 1.5%. Spot gold now at $32.79. West Texas Intermediate crude $62.23 a barrel, down 0.7%. Joe mentioned Tesla up 1.8%. Elon Musk saying he is committed to being the Tesla CEO in 5 years. And speaking of the Qatar Economic Forum 2025, he told our Mishal Hussein he is seeing no problem with demand, while adding that Tesla lost sales on the left but also gained on the right. And he talked about acts of violence committed against the automaker and owners of Tesla vehicles.
I'm not someone who's ever committed violence, and yet massive violence was committed against my companies. Massive violence was threatened against me. Who are these people? Why would they do that? How wrong can they be? They're on the wrong side of history, and that's an evil thing to do.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk in a conversation carried live on Bloomberg Radio. Tesla shares up 1.8%, and Apple just getting word preparing to allow third-party developers to write software using its AI models. Apple today down by 0.5%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 22, drop there of 0.4%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, good to see you, my friend, and thank you so much for the update. We'll get back to Charlie Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway, a little bit later on this hour to check on the Tuesday trade. Thanks for being here on the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. Here we go again. High noon on the East Coast with a lot to report and a lot to talk about. This has been a doozy of a day already, and it's not even half over here in the nation's capital as we bring you live coverage on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, and of course on YouTube. Meet us now because we're about to show you something really cool. Tyler Kendall's got a little gift for you. Going to bring you behind the scenes on Capitol Hill. Search Bloomberg Business News Live, and you'll add our cameras to our microphones. Great to be as well on Bloomberg Originals as we cover every platform on the planet here on the fastest show in politics, because we've got a lot to bring to you. It's not every day the parents show up at the party, but it happened a short time ago. First thing this morning, Donald Trump, as promised, on Capitol Hill to do some cajoling, you might say, twist some arms, whatever you want to call it, to get the bill passed, knowing that there are grandstanders, as he likes to call them, actual lawmakers, members of his own Republican Party who don't love what they're seeing in this legislation. And this is the signature achievement, or so they want to claim, extending the Trump tax cuts, of course, cutting spending on the federal level and doing so much when it comes to no taxes on tips, overtime, and the rest. Then there's SALT. We're going to get to that in a moment. That's where Tyler comes in. But let's listen to President Trump, by the way. Four gaggles in 2 hours. Producer James counting for us. Here's the boss on the way in.
Well, it's not a question of holdouts. We have a tremendously unified party. I don't think we've ever had a party like this. There are some people that want a couple of things that maybe I don't like or that they're not going to get. I think we're a very unified party. The Senate's doing great. John Thune is doing fantastically. He's a great guy. And we're going to have a bill, the one big beautiful bill. I think it's the biggest bill ever passed, and we got to get it done.
Well, it may not have been one big, beautiful meeting when they went behind closed doors. The headline on the terminal, Trump pushes SALT Republicans to abandon further cap hikes. That's not what people like Mike Lawler want to hear today. If you're a Republican from New York, you've got a lot on the line. And that's why, as I promised you, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is going to bring us behind the scenes now, not into an area of the Capitol that you see a lot. She's actually outside Congressman Lawler's office in the Cannon House office building, having spoken with him a short time ago. Tyler, it's pretty clear, says as it stands right now, he doesn't support the bill.
Yeah, hey, Joe, at this moment, he says that he will not budge on his vote. Now, going into this closed-door meeting with President Trump, we had an idea that it was going to be pretty contentious, considering that President Trump told us reporters that he doesn't really think that there needs to be much changes when it comes to SALT, making it a political issue, saying that it will benefit tax policies in these blue states. But I had the chance to catch up with Congressman Mike Lawler here, taking you here really to the center of the action, which for our radio listeners happens to be an empty hallway at the moment, but really this is where we are going to start to see a lot of the negotiations happen, because House Speaker Mike Johnson needs to get these Republicans from high tax states like New York, New Jersey, and California on board in order to pass this reconciliation package. Now, Mike Lawler told me that he made his point to President Trump pretty clear that lifting the cap to $30,000 from the current $10,000 limit is not going to be enough. He told me that ultimately he respects the president's perspective on this and that he wants to get a bill passed so that the tax cuts do not expire, because that's what's going to happen at the end of the day if they do not pass new tax cut legislation, but that they need to come to an agreement. He said it's going to be up to House leadership whether or not they can get this deal done by House Speaker Mike Johnson's stated goal of Memorial Day, but that House leadership is going to have to put pen to paper, as he said, in order to get a better deal, Joe.
Wow, amazing. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall with the very latest. Great get, Tyler. Thank you for bringing that to our viewers and listeners. It's amazing. See that? Tyler Kendall shows up. Everybody goes inside their office and closes the door. That's something Mike Dorning knows a little bit about, having covered Capitol Hill for a long time. And we want to add the voice of our Capitol Influence deputy team leader. You know him as Mike Dorning. It's great to see you.
Great to
Mike,
be here.
in the throes of all of this, and I know you're real busy in the newsroom right now. Donald Trump says, we couldn't even get you on the phone. That was a meeting of love, he said. There was no shouting, despite reports to the contrary. I'm not losing patience, he said. Anyone who told you that is a liar. When you have to say I'm not losing patience out loud,
you are losing patience.
What do you think of this?
So it's a tense period. There are people who have important bottom line considerations. This is tough to work out, but there's not much doubt that basically all the Republicans are very supportive of the core provisions. They want the big tax cuts. They want the investment-oriented, business-oriented tax cuts. So we know this is going to 99% certain get done. The drama here is there's all these fights happening right now, and it could delay it. And if you care about the SALT deduction, if you care about Medicaid, if you care about how big the deficit is, if you care about these green energy tax breaks, these big stakes are going to be decided by this fighting. And especially if you care about the SALT deduction, this is the last shot to raise it, because none of those Senate Republicans care one whit about this.
How about that?
Unlike in the House, where you have Republican representatives from high tax states like New York, New Jersey, California, in the Senate, there are no Senate Republicans who care about those states.
Well, that means a lot. So it's a lonely world if you're Mike Lawler right now or Nick
This
Lalotta.
is your last stand.
This is it. Sure.
If you're them.
So what really happened in that meeting based on the leaks and our reporting?
So even though it doesn't really matter to you and me whether this thing gets done until December 31st, if you're a Republican, you want to get it done now before, maybe Trump turns unpopular if there's inflation. Maybe some Republican lawmakers keel over and die. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. When you can get it done, you want it done. And Trump and Mike Johnson have this artificial deadline they've created, Memorial Day, to get it through the House. And that is the way to get stuff done in Congress, is to have a deadline. And even if it's a made-up one, make it feel like that's the moment, because no one's going to give their best offer until you're right up on the line.
Yeah.
And these guys all have strong opinions about what they want, but they also everyone wants to get a deal in the end.
Yeah, of course. Well, if they stay on track here, let's say it gets through Rules Committee at 1 a.m. or whatever this plan is, and then a floor vote. It appears, I don't know how unusual that is for the Congressional Budget Office to not have this ready, but does that actually strengthen the hand of Republican leadership to not actually put a number on how expensive this is?
It kind of does, because you've got, this is going to be like hugely big deficit addition,
Moody's,
like
right?
trillions of dollars added to the deficit. The U.S. debt just got downgraded by the last major rating agency. You even had this great story on the Bloomberg terminal moment about Hong Kong pension funds suddenly might not even be able to invest in U.S. government debt anymore because it doesn't meet legal credit minimums. So you've got all these things going on that might make the debt seem like a bigger deal. But if you can get it through without all that, it helps.
Wow, amazing. I haven't even asked you about the debt limit yet. At some point, an X date is going to drop. Does that light the fires to complete this process? Because, there'll be outrage in our remaining minute here by House members when they see what comes back from the upper chamber. Yeah,
there will be outrage. And that's why they want to keep the debt limit paired to this.
Yes.
There's no actual reason why they have to. They can, under the reconciliation legislation, pass a debt limit in August and wait to do the tax stuff in October like they did last time around, or even like Christmas Eve. But by keeping that debt limit attached to it, then you have this default on the debt that can create this sense of crisis that you have to get the whole thing done now. And that creates kind of a deadline for August vacation. And the members like going on vacation in August.
We do as well, don't we?
I do.
Could they get that done for us? It would be amazing. Mike, thank you so much. Dropping everything in the newsroom for us. That's the very latest from Washington, courtesy Mike Dorning. On our Capital Influence team and Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live from Capitol Hill. We'll have a lot more ahead with Nathan Dean from Bloomberg Intelligence. The running odds on reconciliation. He's next on Bloomberg. And make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Watch us live on YouTube, on Bloomberg Originals, and anytime at Bloomberg.com.
Did you know Bloomberg Radio is on Amazon Alexa? Get live business news and market headlines 24 hours a day anywhere you have an Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Emily Chang. Join me on The Circuit, where I speak with the biggest names in tech, business, and culture, and find out what drives them. Hear my conversations with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son, and all three Microsoft CEOs past and present, Bill Gates, Steve Ballmer, and Satya Nadella. Watch Season 3 of The Circuit, Thursday nights, 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Television and streaming on Bloomberg Originals and Bloomberg.com. Or listen to The Circuit anywhere you get your podcasts.
What's happening in D.C.?
At the White House, a late news conference with Donald Trump.
Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines speak to the insiders with the answers.
Nathan Dean is joining us of Bloomberg Intelligence.
And bring you the top stories of the day from in and around our nation's capital.
The intersection of Washington and Wall Street has rarely been greater.
Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines. Listen live weekdays at noon and 5 p.m. Eastern, or on demand wherever you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
On a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast, Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway speak with Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic about conducting monetary policy during periods of extreme uncertainty.
Is there a risk that this time is different and maybe we're a little overconfident in the economy given what happened with the soft data a couple years ago?
So, it's funny that you say this time is different.
I always hesitate to say it on a podcast, but I still do it.
Sometimes it can be different.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of times it can be different, but just as often as not, right? And so part of what I try to do in my approach is never assume, never have a preconceived notion or an expectation about what's going to happen, but rather just pay attention. And what I would say on the sentiment, which is quite interesting, I was a psych major undergrad.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And so psych and econ, yeah. And so for me, I know psychology is important, and I know psychology can shift people's decision making even when the information set doesn't change. And so understanding that psychology and how it translates into decision making is a critical thing. The very interesting thing with sentiment today is that we have had two realities with sentiment, right? The conventional wisdom is that when people are feeling bad, they do less. When sentiment turns negative, things slow down. I think there's been a history to show that that has been an experience more often than not. The anomaly or the odd one was this most recent one where sentiment was really down in the dumps, the vibe session and all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
But when push came to shove, consumers continued to go out. People kept going to restaurants, going on trips, renovating their homes, all those things, and the economy remained robust. So the question we have today is which of those realities is going to play out?
That's what's on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app with Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Wall Street's rally taking a breather. S&P 500 halting that 6-day gain. Right now we have got the S&P trading lower, down 23, drop there of 0.4%. We've got the Dow down 146, a decline for the Dow now of 0.3%. And Nasdaq is lower by 72, down now by 0.4%. Again, keeping it all in context, we've got the S&P down 0.4%. Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 0.2%. The 10-year currently yielding 4.48%. The 2-year 3.95%. Gold is up 1.6%. Spot gold 32.81 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, 62.48 a barrel. And Bitcoin a little changed on the day at 105,491. Amazon Zoox is expanding testing of its autonomous driving technology to Atlanta, moving in on a market where Alphabet's Waymo is expanding with Uber Technologies. Amazon shares down 1.9%, Uber up now by 0.7%. And just getting word from Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum that two close aides of Mexico City Mayor Clara Brugada have been shot dead by assailants on a motorbike. The statement posted by Exxon Brugada did not clarify whether the mayor was the intended target. Again, recapping, stocks lower. S&P right now down by 0.4%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Mack.
Charlie Pellet with not only the markets, but the headlines. You never know what you're going to hear from Charlie, which is why you need to stay with us always on the fastest show in politics. Charlie holding forth at World Headquarters in New York, watching the markets. Of course, we'll get back to Charlie for more on the Tuesday trade coming up. Your investors kind of curious about what the heck is going on in Washington today. President Trump spending hours now on Capitol Hill trying to light some fires underneath this bill. If you hear him speak, and by the way, we heard him talk a lot. I mean, 4 gaggles in one morning is impressive. He had the speaker with him in tow, Mike Johnson. And this was a closed-door meeting with the Republican conference here. President looking specifically at the salty Republicans, not just those in the Freedom Caucus who are pushing back on this, but the Mike Lawlers of the world, who Tyler Kendall was talking to a short time ago. There are no votes unless they get a higher cap. Reportedly, President Trump not hearing of this. He wants them to back off and start voting. It's not what
I think we have unbelievable unity. I think we're going to get everything we want. And I think we're going to have a great victory. And this man has done a great job. And I think this was a tremendous session.
Okay. A meeting of love, he said. What was the quote there? Unbelievable unity. Apparently, though, there was shouting in the room. And some Republican lawmakers left thinking that they're going to vote no on this if it gets to the floor later this week. Now, we need to talk to a grown-up about this because it's kind of hard to find one at the moment in Washington. And, of course, there's only one man who's running odds on this and is wearing a fleece vest right now. That's Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence senior U.S. policy analyst. He will hold us in his arms and walk us through this complicated mess. Great to see you. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me, as always.
Now, a little inside baseball here, because this whole show is inside baseball, at least in Washington. They have moved the people who run this program, the people who are balance of power, they have moved us in the newsroom to Nathan Dean's row, physically moved us. So we're suddenly outclassed in the newsroom by the smartest analysts in Washington. But for me, it's a treat because I get a front row seat to what we always talk about here, the phone calls that come into Nathan's desk and the many seminars, I guess, if I can call them that you're holding with clients who have terminals who want to know what in the world is going on in Washington. You always help make sense of this. So this is your chance now for our viewers and listeners, because it looks like this bill might be falling apart. Is it?
Well, what we'll just say is, look, this was anticipated. I mean, there's been a lot of momentum from the Republicans just to keep things moving, and they've done a great job at doing this. But eventually they have to make hard choices. And it's like that little, toy that my son brought home from the carnival that I've been trying to get rid of, where you squeeze one side and it gets bigger on the other. If you come down and squeeze too hard on Medicaid, you lose votes. Right. If you come down and squeeze too hard on the Salt Caucus, you lose votes. And so there's always going to be a point where Speaker Johnson has to actually get everybody in the room. And they tried that today.
They did.
And it looks like it didn't work. So, Speaker Johnson wants to have this wrapped up by this Friday, wants to go home for the Memorial Day break. I'm not sure they can do that, but I will say is that I do think eventually the House will pass this, call it either this week or next week, and then it goes to the Senate.
Yes.
The biggest issue, and this is what we tell our clients at the end of the day, is the Senate is always going to do what they do, and that means that they are going to take that thing from the House. They're going to say, thank you very much. They're going to throw it over their shoulder, and they're going to send the House back what they want to do, and we're going to have to go through this all again. So the negotiations that are taking place this week probably are going to be moot in a couple weeks.
But that's why people from outside the bubble looking in say, well, what is the point of all this arguing around the edges when they know it's going to get hacked up by the Senate? This argument happening this week is basically for nothing.
Well, I would say that if that's the message that Speaker Johnson is able to deliver this weekend or this week, then you may be able to get passage. But remember, you can only afford to lose 3 votes. Right. And President Trump was going after Representative Massey pretty harshly today in terms of trying to convince those voters to come back. But I'll just say is that, Representative Johnson has done a good job of trying to keep unity to this point. Mm-hmm. But I'll just say that, they are going to have to keep this momentum going or else everything derails. And we still think, you talked about odds, 70% chance of this passing in the July timeframe.
Okay, so by July 4th, is that where we're calling?
I still think
that's the best timeline, right?
I still think it's going to come after the 4th of July.
Okay.
But definitely before August recess because the debt ceiling is still included.
Right.
And our chief rate strategist, Ira Jersey, has his X date of August.
Yes.
So I do think that they get this done, but I'm not sure it's in time.
With the debt limit included.
With the debt limit included. I'm just not sure it's in time for the 4th of July barbecues.
Okay, fair enough. Now, but this conference committee is going to be like a civil war inside the Republican Party, though, right? What happens when it comes back from the Senate? Because you don't seem too worried about that. Does the House just pass whatever it gets?
So I think there's 2 holdouts. Obviously, you can say moderates and you can say fiscal hawks.
Yeah.
Let's look at the moderates and let's look at the Salt Caucus. For Representative Lawler's position, I think if I'm Representative Lawler, and obviously I'm just making this up, it's much more important to me to get a SALT deal done than it is to go back to my constituents and say, I could only get you from 10,000 to 30,000 with an income phase out. To me, that says that I am a real risk of losing a district, which Senator Gillibrand won 55 to 45. Yeah. From the fiscal hawks perspective, President Trump used the bully pulpit to go against them in March when it came to the funding fight. And they probably won't have a same primary threat, 18 months from now. Mm-hmm. So they may live from another day. So I do think the moderates ultimately win this one out. And that's why we think that the deficit most likely will increase as a result of this.
And there's going to be a higher SALT cap. If your moderates are happy, you're a Republican from New York.
Everybody keeps talking about that 40,000 individual, 80,000 for joint.
Is that where it ends?
I could see that's where probably is good enough. But again,
Nick LaLota wasn't hearing about it when we had him on the air a couple of times, or at least wasn't endorsing it, suggesting that this could be he said, hey, you let the whole thing expire. There's no cap at all.
Well, if you talk to Matt Miller, he doesn't want a cap. So, it's one of those things where I think they are going to have to do something to get to their constituents and say, we fought for you. And I think that 40-80 level is enough. But again, we'll see.
Is Matt Miller part of the SALT lexicon now in Washington? Is that a thing? Is Matt listening? Can we get him to call in or something? We're invoking you when you're not in the room when it comes to this debate because Matt is the face of this voter living in a place like New York, super high property taxes, wants a break because he knows how much New York contributes to the other states. right? That's the argument against this being some sort of blue state giveaway.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would just go back and say, like, this isn't all that expensive. I mean, when you're talking about a $5 trillion bill, and also if you take into account the Senate, call it the Senate idea of assuming that the current cost of policy is zero, you don't need to actually increase the deficit all that much for this salt taste, if you will. But on the flip side, if I'm a representative from Oklahoma or Kansas or whatever, it could be seen politically as giving a handout to blue states, or President Trump mentioned today, a benefit to Democratic governors.
Right.
And so, there's a lot of different messages on this one.
What a line.
But I think at the end of the day, the Representative Lawlers of the world will most likely hold their guns, while I think the deficit hawks may actually adhere to President Trump.
So who brings all these naysayers to Jesus at some point? If that meeting didn't work today, how do you get the SALT Republicans, the Freedom Caucus? Andy Ogles apparently is squawking now about this. You could have as many, you said Tom Massey. That could be as many as 10 no's.
I think Speaker Johnson brings everybody together, whether it's this week or next week. Speaker Johnson brings everybody together and says to the message, look, we know the Senate is going to change something, but let's not derail this message, so that let's not go into the August recess without something. If we want the Senate to get something back to the House sooner rather than later, let's go forward. And this is what happened in the House Budget Committee on Sunday night, where we had 4 presents, not ayes, just to keep the momentum going. I think that message may play out.
Does that happen in rules tonight, assuming this committee comes together? We get more present votes?
I think so.
Chip Roy, Ralph Norman, and so on?
Maybe. I mean, I heard, there was some discussion that Representative Norman may actually be somewhat okay with that. I don't know if that means it's an aye or a present.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
I don't think the House rules...
And then take it out on the floor.
Correct. I think, look, this fight is going to the floor no matter what. If I'm awake at 1 o'clock in the morning this morning, my job is, and I'm one of these members, my job is to get home, get some sleep, because the bigger fight's coming later.
Producer James is getting up at 1 o'clock in the morning to watch that for us. He's going to have the whole thing time-coded when I wake up tomorrow. There will be some drama in that room, presumably, and in the end, there will be Republicans who vote no on the floor. Maybe a couple. Chip Roy, Tom Massey, what do you think?
I think so.
Can they get away with that?
But again, the margin, I think, is it voting no? Is it voting present? We still don't know. And, when you can only lose 3 to 4 votes, it's like the margins are that tight, which is why I've always thought the Memorial Day was too quick. But, I may be wrong.
You know what happened? Pretty remarkable. Stablecoin. The Genius Act moves ahead in the Senate. And we saw a surprising number of Democrats get behind this bill. What's next for it?
So obviously it passed cloture last night. 16 Democrats went with it. So it was a 66-32 vote. And this was a major victory for the crypto world, because you were able to bypass that filibuster. I think the full Senate vote is later this week, maybe next week. Senator John Thune was hinting at later this week. And then it goes to the House, where I don't think there's going to be much opposition, because this is a bipartisan issue, and the Senate was always going to be the major hurdle. Now that it's passed the Senate, I think this bill becomes law in June or July.
Okay, you told us this was going to happen. Does it unlock a conversation or legislation on a broader crypto bill, or is this all we get this year?
I'm somewhat optimistic on this broader crypto bill, but this bill passing does make that harder, because...
Makes it harder?
Yes, because there was a lot of discussion, especially from Senator Elizabeth Warren, on President Trump's involvement in the crypto space, and the technical amendments that the Democrats got in these negotiations over the last couple of days wasn't all that much. So I could easily see the Democrats saying, look, there's a lot more work to do here on this broader...
Well, this is an interesting turn for Democrats here. So the White House's embrace of crypto, which has inspired crypto investors around the country, has lifted Bitcoin beyond $100,000, is in fact what will keep this legislation, this framework, from becoming law.
It's a hiccup. I wouldn't say that it's going to keep it, but it's a hiccup.
But it's a turnoff for Democrats.
For some. But I will say that, look, we saw 16 Democrats go for this last night. Now, stablecoins were the easy part. Everybody, I think, recognizes that there is a regulatory framework, or this was in a regulatory void. But you have SEC Chairman Paul Atkins going out there last week or the week before saying, look, we don't need Congress to do this. We have the authorities. You know who also said that? Gary Gensler.
Oh, man. I love that. He even timed it out. Nathan Dean, we miss you. I'll see you next week, I hope, if not sooner. Bloomberg Intelligence, if you have a terminal, he's there to answer your questions. Here on Balance of Power, he's all yours at least once a week, live from Washington. I'm Joe Matthew. We'll assemble our panel next. We've learned a lot from Tyler, from Nathan, from Mike Dorning, and we'll bring in Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano for the way forward. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News brief, jail maintenance workers facing charges for allegedly helping those 10 inmates escape last week from behind bars in New Orleans. Reporter Dave Cohen.
Former Sheriff Marlon Gussman, who oversaw the construction of the current jail, says industrial tools would have been needed to remove a toilet from a wall.
Really mind-blowing.
President Trump says he's not losing patience with House Republicans who don't back his budget bill, and he brushed aside concerns about the Senate.
In some cases, they have things that I like even better. No, it always happens. There'll be some changes. But John Thune and Mike have been very closely aligned.
Tornado cleanup, that is, at a church in Sapulpapa, Oklahoma, after bad storms.
We've got people that don't even go to church that showed up to help. We've got people donating that don't even go to our church. We've got other pastors that are showing up and helping, and so it's just been unbelievable what they've done.
CBS News Brief, I'm Steve Kathan.
Up to the minute market headlines.
We have a massive rally in the bond market. We have a massive sell-off in the equity market.
Along with in-depth research on more than 2,000 global companies.
Some of these big tech names, are these entry points?
When do you buy the dip and where do you buy the dip?
The Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
Interest rates go up, bond prices go down. That's all I need to know, right?
Bloomberg Intelligence. Listen live weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or on demand wherever you get your podcasts.
The biggest business story of our time revolves around one name, Elon Musk. On the latest episode of Elon Inc., a Tesla insider says Elon Musk is harming the company.
Once you meet a new person that is willing to say the quiet part out loud with you, it's just like, oh, okay, good, there's another person. Then I'll come off of mute in some of these calls. I'll say, hey, can we just acknowledge that the new Model Y, if it had launched last year, would have been selling like crazy?
From Bloomberg Business Week, this is Elon Inc. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Because of sky-high borrowing rates and higher prices for lumber, appliances, insulation, and more, Home Depot says homeowners are scratching plans to put in new bathrooms or update their kitchens, but they are doing smaller projects like putting up a fresh coat of paint, enough to allow Home Depot to maintain its full-year outlook, even though sales slumped a little bit as it tries to shift production away from China to avoid those tariffs. On Wall Street, after 6 days in a row of gains, investors taking a step back today. Right now, the Dow, the Nasdaq, and the S&P all down about 0.33%. In a major policy shift, the FDA says it'll no longer routinely approve annual COVID-19 booster shots, at least for healthy children and younger adults. Forcing vaccine makers to add a costly new testing requirement could ultimately limit who gets those shots. And Amazon has gotten the FAA's approval to deliver Apple iPhones, Samsung Galaxy phones, Ring doorbells, and other small electronic devices by drone. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Edward Yardeni, Yardeni Research. Higher yields should be bad, but they haven't been bad. We have seen a global bull market in stocks, even though we've seen bond yields increase. Now, my view is that to a large extent, bond yields have normalized. They're back to where they should be. 4.5% is the right bond yield for the U.S. economy. That was the case before the great financial crisis, and I think it's the case against now. Maybe we're getting some excesses in the U.K., some excesses in Japan. But if you want to be U.S.-centric, which to be, I think these bond yields are kind of normal. But I do see a risk that there could be a mini debt crisis the way there was in 2023. And in some ways, Tom, I hope there is, because I think now's a good time for a debt crisis to get the attention of the politicians in Washington, that they got to get their act together.
I've been in this market since the mid-'80s. We've been talking about deficits and the national debt, and it just doesn't matter. Is really what important point. Yeah. Can you give us some context there?
Yeah, absolutely. Back in July of 1983 is when I concocted the term bond vigilantes, and I went back and read what I wrote, and I said the bond vigilantes are particularly upset about record $200 billion deficits. And here we're looking at $2 trillion deficits and talking about the bond vigilantes once again.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got U.S. stocks taking a breather. Traders are waiting fresh catalysts after a 6-day run that put the S&P 500 up almost 20% from its April lows. Give back, though, today with the S&P down 17 right now at 59.45. Drop there of 0.3%. The Dow lower by 125, also down 0.3%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 43, a drop there of 0.2%. The 10-year 4.48%, the 2-year 3.96%. Gold up $48 the ounce, higher now by 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 9 cents a barrel, little change, 62.60 on WTI, and Bitcoin also little changed at 105,448. As for the market backdrop, tariffs and trade, Amanda Lynham is head of macro credit research at BlackRock Financial Management.
I actually thought it was really notable that Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic said to Mike McKee yesterday that he was watching corporates signaling in his discussions around his district. And so that company level commentary in real time, I think, is going to be key. And I think it really does boil down to the forward path for trade policy and then some of these other incremental policies on the margin.
BlackRock's Amanda Lynham. Goldman Sachs is looking to open more offices and boost headcount in the Middle East, joining Wall Street peers expanding in the region to tap its deep pools of capital. J.P. Morgan Chase plans to add over 100 staffers to its Middle East businesses in coming years. Again, recapping, S&P right now down 18, drop there of 0.3%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here's Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, thank you so much. Live from New York, watching Wall Street for us, the great Charlie Pellet, every day here on Balance of Power. In the throes of debate here in Washington with an extended visit to Capitol Hill today by President Trump, in the motorcade, other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, behind closed doors, with members of the House Republican Conference. If you ask the president, and we did, in the hallways outside that meeting, he said it was a meeting of love. Unheralded unity, unprecedented, he said. Reporting from inside that room suggests that there was some shouting that broke out. That the president told SALT Republicans, as we've come to call them, to back off on demands for a higher cap. Trying to push this thing through a Rules Committee hearing that's set for 1 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, and maybe a floor vote later on this week. Important to note, in our second hour, about 20 minutes from right now, we're going to be talking with Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, who was in that meeting and, of course, is preparing to vote on this bill. Importantly as well, Nicole Malliotakis, another member of the Republican Conference from New York in this case. Yes, one of the SALT Republicans. She serves on the Ways and Means Committee and is in the throes of this debate here that we're watching unfold before our eyes. All of that is coming up in our second hour here on Balance of Power, live from Washington. Big questions about the future of Elon Musk. You know, they're talking about Doge cuts even in the middle of this debate here on how to forward tax cuts. They want to cut spending as well. Elon Musk, of course, winding down his role at the Doge and getting back to business, and fascinating back and forth today in an important interview that you saw and heard here on Bloomberg with Bloomberg's Michal Hussein, as we consider the impact that his involvement in politics has had on his business. He's spoken about this extensively, referring to attacks on Teslas. Of course, the reputation damage that's been done to companies, including SpaceX as well. Let's get a taste of that interview.
One question before we move on to other companies, which is that I wonder if some of what has happened to Tesla in the last few months, did you take it personally?
Yes.
And did it make you regret any of, or think twice about your political endeavors? Because it is.
I did what needed to be done. The violent antibody reaction, and I'm not someone who's ever committed violence, and yet massive violence was committed against my companies. Massive violence was threatened against me. Who are these people? Why would they do that? How wrong can they be? They're on the wrong side of history. And that's an evil thing to do. To go and damage some poor innocent person's car, to threaten to kill me. What's wrong with these people? have not harmed anyone. So something needs to be done about them. And a number of them are going to prison, and they deserve it. And more will.
You're referring to the attacks on Tesla showrooms, but I think...
Yeah. Firing bullets into showrooms and burning down cars is unacceptable.
Yeah.
Those people will go to prison, and the people that funded them and organized them will also go to prison. Don't worry.
But wouldn't you...
We're coming for you.
Wouldn't you... But wouldn't you acknowledge that some of the people who turned against Tesla in Europe were upset at your politics, and very few of them would have been violent in any way. They just objected to what they saw you say or do politically.
Well, it's certainly fine to object to political things, but it's not fine to resort to violence and hanging someone in effigy and death threats. That's obviously not okay. That's absurd. That is in no way justifiable at all, in any way, shape, or form. And some of the legacy media nonetheless have sought to justify it, which is unconscionable. Shame on them.
Shame on them, says Elon Musk earlier today in a live conversation on Bloomberg TV and radio. Got pretty dark there. So he talked about returning to Tesla and that he's going to spend a lot less, quote, a lot less, unquote, in the future on politics, saying he thinks he's done enough. If I see a reason to do political spending in the future, he said, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason. Let's assemble our political panel. We've got a lot to talk about with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, both Bloomberg Politics contributors. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Rick, when you listen to the tone, when you see Elon pointing at the camera like that, he did generate a round of applause. You wonder if the popular notion that Elon broke Washington is incorrect. Did Washington break Elon?
Yeah, I would have said exactly how you articulated it. Elon came to Washington to break it, and it broke Elon. There's no question that he is less a factor today than he was 100 days ago, and it's all on him. His stewardship of the DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, is going to go down as one of the big disasters of a post-election presidential initiative. You'll notice nobody today in any of the conversations on Capitol Hill about spending cuts and reforming government even mentions the name DOGE anymore. I mean, how quickly it became the kind of thing you run away from, not run to. But I do applaud him. His articulation of opposition to political violence is what everybody should be talking about. I mean, he is a victim of political violence. Just because he did what he did should not result in the destruction of property or death threats or any kind of bodily harm to him. And so I wish he would put it into that context, because I think coming from him, a Trump supporter, it would be a very, very important message to send to the American public.
What's your take, Jeannie, having listened to Elon Musk there? He was speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum in conversation with Bloomberg. Quote, I'm going to do a lot less in the future, he said, talking about political spending. I think I've done enough. What lesson has Elon Musk learned here?
First of all, shout out to Michelle Hussein, who did a fabulous job. I listened to this interview. It was fascinating. And he made some news here. I mean, he talked about the fact that he is going to cut back potentially, as you mentioned, on political spending. Of course, he has said that in the past, and he has spent a lot just in the 24 cycle. So he could very well change his mind, and he left that door open. But I think this reflects something we've heard, quite frankly, from Tesla and from others, that his political activities with other factors in the economy, like the tariffs, have impacted his businesses. And so he's going to go back and pay attention to those businesses. And this is not a surprise. This is the danger that any CEO, anybody in the C-suite who engages in political activity this is the danger, this is the threat that they are under, that it could undermine their business, specifically if it is a consumer-facing business like Tesla. I mean, not as much of a problem for some of his other companies that aren't consumer-facing. But when it's consumer-facing, this is what happens. I'm not sure what legacy media he's talking about who have justified violence. I haven't heard that from any legacy media, but of course, no violence can be justified. He is right on that. But consumers absolutely have a right to use their paychecks and to use their hard-earned money in other ways if they find what he is doing in the political realm unacceptable. And that's what's happened to Elon Musk in this case.
We've talked about damage to the Tesla brand, Rick, which Elon Musk pushed back on a bit in this interview. But there's a fascinating poll out. This is an annual poll from the Harris Poll Group. They're working with Axios here in a brand reputation survey. Just what people think, the associations they have with major brands, a top 100. Tesla, Rick, was in 8th place in 2021. Last year, it tumbled to 63rd. It is now near the bottom at 95th. It placed last in character, near the bottom in areas like ethics and citizenship. You know a lot about this. How do you recover a brand reputation after an expose like we saw with Elon Musk? Everyone pictures him carrying that chainsaw.
Yeah, it's really extraordinary. I mean, this was the largest single drop in rankings on the entire list of 100. He dropped down 32 positions this year alone. And as you described it, last year he dropped almost the equal amount. He'll be out of the top 100 next year if it continues on trend, which is incredible because you actually don't hear very many people complaining about the Tesla car itself. It's the leadership of the company that they are, I think, taking out on him. And by the way, the number 2 biggest drop was Adidas, associations with, Yeezy, and the whole controversies around him. I mean, when you were in that same class, you've got an image problem. And my guess is it'll take him 10 years to overcome the kind of damage that he's done to his own brand. Not only Tesla, but the brand, known as Elon Musk.
That's something else, Jeannie. I don't know if you have any advice for Elon Musk, but he seems to suggest in our interview that conservatives have taken the place of liberals who have given up on his company. Is that all he needs to do?
And that's not what the numbers suggest. He can hope that has happened. There may be a little bit of that, but of course they have taken a big hit, and just this Axios brand survey shows that. And so he has some work to do on this. He also owns Twitter, of course, or X as he calls it, and he has a huge platform with which to showcase his brand. The problem is, just a few minutes ago on Bloomberg, as opposed to saying what he would probably be advised to say, which is, we will let law enforcement officials handle it, violence is never justified, he points to the camera and says, we're coming for you. You're going to be jailed. That kind of thing is not going to resurrect his brand. So he does need, to a certain extent, to be a little less forward-facing in terms of his focus with the media, and I think focus a little bit more on the companies and the work that he does so well, because he is paying the price, as are shareholders, for his political activities over the last few years.
If you were in charge of damage control here, reputation repair, if you will, at Tesla, Rick Davis, would your advice include Elon Musk being out in the media more, doing more interviews like this, or maybe having somebody else speak for the company?
I don't think you can replace Elon Musk. You came to the party with him. You're going to leave the party with him. The question is, how do you dress him up before you leave? And look, I mean, I'm not sure he's a scriptable person. And he's kind of like Donald Trump in that regard. You can sort of write all the speeches and put them in the teleprompter you want, but he's going to go off script anytime he wants. And as Jeannie pointed out, he's actually making a pretty compelling argument against political violence, and then he exerts some political violence himself and we're coming from you. Look, and this idea that there's a trade, Bubba ain't driving a Tesla truck, right? I mean, that ain't going to happen. Republicans aren't going to go for that. You're not going to see those things spurting up in rural America all of a sudden. So, he needs to address it. He needs to come to grips with it. But part of what makes him such an interesting character is his off-script nature.
That's Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature panel with us here on the Tuesday edition. Great to have you both with us. They're going to be back in our second hour with now news of another meeting with SALT Republicans and the Speaker of the House. That'll take place about an hour from now. One of those Republicans, Nicole Malliotakis, will be on with us right here, coming up in hour 2 of Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
Tomorrow, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern sits down with Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
This is a very challenging time because you don't know what to expect. The markets don't know what to expect.
What's the progress on President Trump's budget bill?
We've heard from interest groups around the country, and we want to do right by them.
House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Tomorrow morning at 9:30 Eastern.
We are committed to finding at least $1.5 trillion in savings for the American people.
On Bloomberg Radio,
Bloomberg Television,
and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. Context changes everything.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Because of sky-high borrowing rates and higher prices for lumber, appliances, insulation, and more, Home Depot says homeowners are scratching plans to put in new bathrooms or update their kitchens, but they are doing smaller projects like putting up a fresh coat of paint, enough to allow Home Depot to maintain its full-year outlook, even though sales slumped a little bit as it tries to shift production away from China to avoid those tariffs. On Wall Street, after 6 days in a row of gains, investors taking a step back today. Right now, the Dow, the Nasdaq, and the S&P all down about 0.33%. In a major policy shift, the FDA says it'll no longer routinely approve annual COVID-19 booster shots, at least for healthy children and younger adults. Forcing vaccine makers to add a costly new testing requirement could ultimately limit who gets those shots. And Amazon has gotten the FAA's approval to deliver Apple iPhones, Samsung Galaxy phones, Ring doorbells, and other small electronic devices by drone. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
The data that matters for your investments.
The entire auto sector is higher today.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
Tesla's been a stock that's been in focus. Shares have really been all over the map this morning.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
Let's talk about some other decliners.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
Second biggest driver in terms of points for the S&P 500.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
Donald Trump has already changed the way we think about the US economy. Now he's back in the White House, and Bloomberg's Trumponomics podcast is here to help. I'm Stephanie Flanders, head of government and economics at Bloomberg. Whatever the big question of the week is, we'll have something interesting to tell you about it in a lively conversation with the reporters and analysts closest to the action. Listen to new episodes every Wednesday and follow Trumponomics on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
The names that matter to global Wall Street are on Bloomberg Radio.
I think technology drives everything. And the question is, whose technology? What's their vision?
Economics Nobel Prize winner and MIT professor Simon Johnson on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Focus on inclusive prosperity. How are you getting more good jobs created for more people?
For the biggest names in economics, listen weekday mornings at 7 Eastern at your number one source for business news. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
President Trump says they have unbelievable unity. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power as the president crosses town to visit Capitol Hill, speak behind closed doors with House Republicans about moving forward on reconciliation. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Kaylee, that meeting reportedly got a bit chippy. The president telling SALT Republicans to back off their demands for a higher cap. Now they're set to meet again with the speaker this hour.
Yeah, keeping in mind that they have insisted that the cap where it was currently set in the legislation that passed through committee is at $30,000. They say that is not enough. And at least two Republican lawmakers from New York, Mike Lawler and Nick LaLota, have said they are still a no on this bill unless that cap moves higher, even despite the protests of the president, knowing as well the president also made it clear to Republicans that beyond waste, fraud, and abuse, he would not like to see Medicaid touched. And yet there are still conservative members who are pushing for more substantial and earlier changes to Medicaid.
You wonder where the timeline stands here. We do have a 1 a.m. Rules Committee hearing that we're counting down to. That's tomorrow at 1 a.m. tonight, if you will.
Yeah.
But to be in
12
that
hours
room,
from now.
that works exactly. To be in that room today, I can't imagine. Brian Stile the congressman from Wisconsin, will be with us momentarily.
Yep, and we'll have more from Capitol Hill as well with another SALT caucus member, Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis of New York. So we have much to get to this hour, but we begin, as always, with a check on the markets. And Charlie Pellet has the view from New York. Hey, Charlie.
And good day from New York. I got you covered after a 6-day run. We have got the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq all in the red right now. A pullback, at least for right now, with the S&P down 15, drop there of 0.3%. The Dow lower now by 0.2%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 40, a drop of 0.2%. 10-year at 4.47% with the 2-year 3.95%. Spot gold is advancing $49 the ounce, up 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%. Elon Musk says he will significantly pull back from political spending in the future, a likely blow to President Trump and Republicans ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. That word coming at the Qatar Economic Forum in Doha in an interview with Bloomberg. S&P down 0.2%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. It is a busy day indeed here in Washington, at least for President Trump, who's now, of course, back at the White House, but earlier spent a good chunk of his morning on Capitol Hill pleading with Republicans to pass his one big, beautiful bill. Even though, emerging from that meeting, there remain Republican holdouts from both the conservative and moderate rings, the SALT caucus as well. But President Trump's message emerging from the meeting was they're unified.
Well, it's not a question of holdouts. We have a tremendously unified party. I don't think we've ever had a party like this. There are some people that want a couple of things that maybe I don't like or that they're not going to get. I think we're a very unified party. The Senate's doing great. John Thune is doing fantastically. He's a great guy. And we're going to have a bill, the one big, beautiful bill. I think it's going to be, it's the biggest bill ever passed, and we got to get it done.
Got to get it done, he said. The president saying it was a meeting of love when he emerged following his conversation with the Republican conference. They went behind closed doors for a couple of hours. The president was on Capitol Hill, and there was reporting that things got a bit chippy, and that would be normal for any family meeting. Of course, this is the family meeting that the president called here. He said, "I'm not losing patience. We're ahead of schedule. Anyone who told you that is a liar." Knowing, as Kaylee mentioned earlier, that there are SALT Republicans, as they've become known, who are still no votes on this bill. Mike Lawler is one of them from New York, the Republican we spoke with earlier, saying, as it stands right now, I do not support the bill. Nick LaLota, I'm fired up right now. I'm here to fight for my people. Let's get into this with Brian Stile, the congressman, Republican from Wisconsin, is with us now from Capitol Hill, having witnessed a lot of these conversations today. Congressman, it's great to have you. The timeline is tight. Speaker wants a floor vote this week. How do you bring all these disparate parties together to agree on one big, beautiful bill?
Often the Republican conference in the House of Representatives is underestimated, yet we continue to over-deliver. This is the home stretch of the negotiations, and no one is going to walk away with 100% of what they want in the bill. I think we have an opportunity to go further. Some of my colleagues on the more moderate side don't want to go that far. What the president came and spoke about was making sure that we're unified, because we have to deliver on the president's agenda, securing the border, protecting the 2017 tax cuts, and making sure that we're prioritizing American families over illegal immigrants. We have the opportunity to do that. I think we'll remain unified, and I think we'll pass this bill in the not too distant future.
Well, what faction, Congressman, is most responsible for the delivery being not able to be achieved yet? Is it the SALT caucus, or is it the conservatives who want to see even more changes to Medicaid, despite President Trump suggesting he doesn't want to see it touched in most ways?
I'd say it's a little bit of everything. Anytime you're in a heated negotiation, in particular with over 220 members, trying to get to an agreement where we can only lose two individuals, it's going to be a push to the end. It is a big, beautiful family, if you will. But I am convinced at the end of the day, the bill itself unquestionably moves the country in the right direction. As drafted, it gives a win to those SALT members. As drafted, it gives a win to conservatives like myself to see spending coming under control. And so while no one's going to walk away with 100% of what they want, the president spoke about making sure that we don't let perfection be the enemy of the good, and we take an opportunity to take a big step in moving this country in the right direction.
Were voices raised in that meeting, Congressman? Was there shouting, as some had reported?
No, I think it was actually a pretty civil conversation, people putting forward their policy ideas and suggestions, and the president making sure that it was clear that we are our strongest position to get this country back on track when we're united. And I think the overwhelming majority of the members walked out understanding that message. And we are united because we have a huge opportunity in front of us to move this agenda forward. And I think at the end of the day, we're going to see Republicans come together. Often in the broader media ecosystem, Republicans in the House conference are underestimated, yet we over-deliver. And I think you're going to see us do that once again.
Well, Congressman, you said something a moment ago about being a conservative who wants to see spending brought under control. And if you look at the analysis from Moody's, they do not believe the fiscal policy proposals currently on the table, what's being discussed by you and your colleagues, would bring spending adequately under control or address the deficit and the interest costs of the United States in a material way, hence the downgrade of the U.S.'s credit rating. I ask you this knowing you sit on the Financial Services Committee. Do you think Moody's has it wrong?
Well, I think what we're seeing is this bill is a step in the right direction. Would I like to go further? Absolutely. We have a serious and significant long-term structural deficit, in particular brought upon by 4 reckless years of spending under the Biden administration. That said, this is a step in the right direction. And so, as President Reagan would say, if you can take half a loaf, take half a loaf. I think that's what it is in front of us, an opportunity to secure and lock in the Trump tax reforms that will really unleash economic growth, and an opportunity to continue to invest to secure the border and making sure that we're prioritizing American families over illegal immigrants. All of these are good steps in the right direction. But as we look big picture, there is going to have to be more work done. And I think that you're going to continue to see Republicans in Congress, along with the president, continuing to work to make further actions as we work to get spending further under control.
You know, at the beginning of the year, Congressman, we were talking every day, all day, it seemed like, about the Doge, Elon Musk budget cuts, and the promise to eliminate some $2 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse, or at least bad spending. Now that Elon Musk has kind of left the building, he's winding down his role, I realize the Doge will remain in operation here. It does seem like lawmakers have wrested control over the spending story. Do you feel like Congress has stepped up to get its arms back around spending policy in Washington without interference from the Doge?
I think it's actually an opportunity for all of us to work together, to work with President Trump's cabinet secretaries, as well as members of Congress who control the purse strings, to make sure that we are good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I think a lot of things were identified where we can make dramatic improvements in the spending here in Washington, D.C. The appropriations process oversees about 25% of total federal government spending. About half of that is in defense. So of the remaining, about 12.5% of total federal spending, we have a huge opportunity to really go in and remove waste, fraud, and abuse. As we look at the broader spending picture, the other 75%, in particular, as we look at Medicaid, I think we make some really good reforms in this legislation to address the waste, fraud, and abuse. So I think we have an opportunity to continue building on the things that were identified by Elon Musk, and then work together with the president's cabinet secretaries, lawmakers here in the House, and we can make some real progress as it relates to federal government spending.
Congressman, given your role as chair of the subcommittee on digital assets within financial services, I do want to ask you about the development out of the U.S. Senate last night. 16 Democrats joining with a majority of Republicans to pass a procedural step forward on the Genius Act, of course, legislation that would regulate stable coins. While this was a bipartisan win, arguably, especially for the crypto community, there were some alterations that were required to get all of that Democratic buy-in. And knowing that this still has to pass on the full Senate floor vote, how easy will it be with those changes to reconcile this with your own mirror effort in the House, the Stable Act?
I think it's exciting that the Senate is moving forward on this bill. Senator Hagerty and I have been in conversations. I look forward to tracking the amendment process on the Senate floor that is going to be ongoing. We have a huge opportunity here to lock in legislation as it relates to stablecoins. I think it'll do two key things. It'll protect consumers, and it'll make sure that we maintain dollar dominance across the globe. And so I think we're united in that goal. The amendment process is going to be something that we'll be watching here from the House side. My bill, the Stable Act, moved through committee, also with Democratic support. I think we'll be in a position to move that forward on the floor in the near future. This is a huge opportunity for a big win in the digital blockchain space, and I think we're going to be able to get this across the line.
Will you try to merge those two bills, Congressman? And if all of this works when it comes to stablecoin, does that help to unlock legislation for something broader like Fit 21, a broader crypto bill in Congress?
The draft legislation on market structure, which was Fit 21 last Congress, was just introduced. Hopefully we'll be having a hearing on the near future on that in the House Financial Services Committee. It's really both bills that are ultimately needed to truly unlock the golden age of digital assets here in the United States. You need both stablecoin and market structure. I think we have the opportunity to do that. We're going to be advancing quickly here on stablecoin. I think the House version, my bill, the Stable Act, complements well with the Genius Act in the Senate. I think at the end of the day, we'll be able to get one unified piece of legislation as we work to also deliver on the market structure legislation that's so essential. When both get done, I think we will really unlock the digital asset golden age here in the United States.
And Congressman, finally, on both market structure and stablecoins, how complicated is this effort by questions around conflicts of interest in the President of the United States and his family's affiliation with a number of crypto endeavors?
I think we have a big opportunity to actually put forward legislation regulating the space. To my friends that have concerns regarding this being unregulated, they should come to the table and join us in putting forward the regulatory framework that we're working on. All the more reason to make sure that we're putting forward legislation on market structure to make sure our regulators are in a position to address any inappropriate actions. And so I actually think what we see is a need for legislation in this space. The framework that we have put forward on stablecoin garnered a large number of Democrats in the House as well as in the Senate. And I think the market structure bill, as that text is formally introduced in the near future, you'll also see a large number of Democrats coming to the table, recognizing that we have a big opportunity to legislate in this space to really unleash a lot of capital, innovation, development here in the United States.
All right, Congressman, we appreciate you joining us on Balance of Power. As always, Republican Congressman Brian Stile of Wisconsin, of course, chair of the Digital Assets Subcommittee in House Financial Services here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And the Congressman also making the point multiple times that he thinks Republicans on Capitol Hill are often underestimated and over-deliver. But given what we're hearing out of Congress today, I do wonder how high the prospects for over-delivery are this time around with this reconciliation bill. And it's on that note we turn now to our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Rick, of course, Stone Court Capital partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, when the President of the United States goes to meet with lawmakers in person to plead with them for how much he wants this bill passed, and you still have multiple members, more than you can afford to lose on a House floor vote, coming out and saying there's still no's on this legislation, does that promise over delivery to you?
It's hard to say. It's certainly a chink in the armor. And so I'm a little surprised, actually, the president used the forum of going to the Hill. That's a pretty expansive effort for the president to do. Typically, pick up the phone, make some phone calls, twist some arms, or have some of the recalcitrant folks come over to the White House and put them in the Oval Office. It's awful hard to say no to a president of the United States in the Oval Office. And maybe these are tactics that they'll use later on. But they're starting to run out of time, as you pointed out throughout the program, and if they're going to get this done before Memorial break. So I have seen reporting in just the last few minutes that the speaker is going to start cold sweating some of the SALT caucus in his office. I guess maybe he gets the first crack at it, but it wouldn't surprise me they all wind up in the Oval Office for a seance with the president if they continue to say no to this bill.
Well, they're going to be sitting down, indeed, with the Speaker of the House in less than an hour here. Mike Lawler among those who are pretty upset. Members of the New York delegation, Jeannie, where you are, could be the difference makers here. The president had a pretty direct message for them. Mike Lawler saying earlier, as it stands right now, I do not support the bill. Nick LaLota, I'm fired up. I'm here to fight for my people. Does this bill die in New York?
You know, I wouldn't say that yet. I think there's also the political considerations for all of these folks. Just as an example, if Lawler wants to run for governor, which he seems to, he's going to have a tough time doing that in a state like New York unless he can show he has pushed back on the president. So there's that. They really do believe that the cap should be lifted, and they have made that very, very clear. The lift is already there to the 30,000. They want it higher. They may get there, but I don't think this necessarily ends in New York. The one thing we've seen over and over again is that moderates, usually on the Republican side in the end, will give in. And we may see that. I don't know if that will happen, but provided they're at 30, maybe they get to 40, that may be enough for them. And I do agree with Rick. I think the president may be calling them to the White House. The interesting thing here is Donald Trump has been all over the SALT issue, from being the initial signer of the bill that created it, to moving to Florida to avoid it, to coming back to Long Island saying it needed to be lifted, and now to blame it on the blue state governors. So he also has some ownership on this thing, and I think they will get together and try to resolve that.
Well, it's not just SALT that the president was weighing in on, Rick. He also, according to our reporting, made it clear that he doesn't want to see Medicaid touched beyond waste, fraud, and abuse. And yet there's still conservatives who are suggesting that we need to rethink the federal sharing of Medicaid payments here. Is there a chance that Republicans actually defy the president and do more on entitlements than the president himself wants to see for political reasons?
Well, the reason there's a pinch there, Kaylee, is because there are a lot of Republicans in the Freedom Caucus who want to see bigger cuts. And so where are you going to get the bigger cuts? Probably got to go to the Medicare to get them. And if you then start taking, an axe to, for instance, the corporate tax piece of this that was expanded under Obamacare, that's a target-rich environment. I think it's priced at about $600 billion. And I can see them going after that. But I think the message the president sent was, don't cut too deep. It's interesting. He didn't, at least the reporting so far, has not been very, very clear as to what message he gave to the deficit hawks. We know he pushed back on Medicare. We know he pushed back on SALT. But did he push back on anybody saying, hey, the deficit's too high? These are guys who are not going to go away easily, Chip Roy and company. And so it'll be interesting to see how they factor in, because if they get what they want, there'll be deeper cuts, and those cuts will likely come out of that Medicare program, and then the president's going to be upset.
All right. Our panel in place following our conversation with one member of Congress and on our way to another. Nicole Malliotakis is going to be with us. Of course, one of the SALT Republicans we refer to so often from New York. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our panelists, thank you so much for the insights. Kaylee, we're counting down to this meeting at 2 o'clock. Wouldn't want to be necessarily one of these members in the room with the speaker right now as the president leaves a trail of dust behind him on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, they already got some stern words from the president. The speaker may have some similar ones. We'll, of course, continue to keep you updated here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. Find us at Apple, Spotify, whatever platform you like. Watch us live on YouTube, on Bloomberg Originals, and anytime at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
Everything you love about Bloomberg Radio is now inside your car. The new Bloomberg Business app, featuring Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All your favorite Bloomberg Radio shows right on your dashboard. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
Stay connected with Bloomberg wherever you are with Bloomberg Podcasts. On Trumponomics, does President Trump have a strategy? And if so, how's it going? And what comes next? On Odd Lots, Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic on conducting monetary policy during times of extreme uncertainty. And on Everybody's Business, we tackle the trade war, inflation, and when the rubber will, if ever, hit the road. Listen to Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Get instant access to the financial and political news of Europe every business day.
We watch sterling now shooting up.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition.
The European Central Bank's fight to tame inflation isn't over.
Available now on your podcast feed each weekday morning by 7 a.m. in London. Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
A cautious ECB.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Masters in Business podcast, my conversation with Bridgeway's John Montgomery on why the firm gives away half of its profits to charities.
Sometimes I get into conversation with a prospective client and you might hear something like, it sounds like you're good guys, you're philanthropically geared and you get awards as a great place to work. But all of that, put that aside, I just want to talk about the investments. And what I would say is culture is everything. It's the housing within which we do what we do. So it's very important. And you can measure that in some statistical ways, like turnover. I would say there are proxies for commitment at Bridgeway, and then returns of the strategies. Why would you think that's independent of the culture that you've built up?
You also have an internal rule. The highest paid employee earns no more than 7 times the lowest paid employee. Is that right?
So statistically, that's probably true. We don't measure it that way. There's a new statistic that came out from the SEC required of public companies, and those are some of the metrics that we look at currently. Some people think it's like, so you underpay. That is absolutely not the intent. It's just not to pay outrageous salaries on the top. And
Makes a lot of sense.
if you want to make the most money that you can make in our industry, you probably wouldn't come to Bridgeway. If you want to make an absolute livable wage, and if you save and invest, you should do very well over a full career. Then we're a purpose-driven firm, and we ascribe to Daniel Pink's what really motivates people is not money, but it's purpose.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Live from Washington, D.C., I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew here on Bloomberg TV and radio, and now on Bloomberg Originals as well, as we keep track on this Tuesday of negotiations still ongoing on Capitol Hill over the SALT cap. The speaker actually set to meet with holdout Republicans on budget reconciliation, who, of course, are holding out over the state and local tax deduction and a cap that they would like to see moved higher, even after President Trump met with Republicans in person at the Capitol today and told SALT Republicans specifically that they should stop demanding a higher cap and just get this thing passed. One who still is not willing to say he'll commit to be a yes vote is Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York, who caught up with our colleague Tyler Kendall in the halls of the Capitol earlier.
I made the point. Obviously, I respect the president's perspective on this. We want to get a bill passed. We don't want the tax cuts to expire, because that would be the largest tax increase in American history. But we need to come to an agreement. And I've been very clear from the start that I will not support a tax bill that does not provide real tax relief to my constituents, and that requires lifting the cap on salt.
And so, indeed, this issue surrounding SALT, something we've talked about for months, in fact, years, has now become one of the most important factors in resolving this entire effort at reconciliation, forwarding the Trump tax cuts, and, of course, cutting spending. Nicole Malliotakis knows a lot about this. We've talked about it many times here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Congresswoman from New York, New York's 11th district was, in fact, a big part of the SALT caucus also sits on the Ways and Means Committee and brings her unique view to us now. Congresswoman, welcome back. It's great to have you. You have more insight here than probably anyone else we're going to speak with today after Mike Lawler. What is your sense? Because I know last time you joined us, you made pretty clear that the $30,000 cap that came out of Ways and Means covered the bulk, I believe 98% of your congressional district. How about your neighbors? What is the number that's going to bring them to a yes?
Look, I can't speak for my colleagues. I know that those who are in Long Island, Westchester County, they face higher property taxes than we do in my district. I think, though, at some point you need to know what the best deal is and just take it. I think that it's not just the $30,000 that my constituents are going to benefit from. $30,000 deduction on SALT not only covers 98% of my district, but it will put thousands of dollars into the pockets of my constituents, allowing them to keep more of their hard-earned money. And then on top of that, you have the child tax credit, which doubled under TCJA, and we're going to add another $500, making it a $2,500 per child tax credit for families with children. And if you're a senior citizen, $4,000 additional deduction, which will be roughly $6,000 total per senior citizen. So if you're a married couple, you're talking about $12,000 deduction if you earn up to $75,000 as an individual or $150,000 as a married couple, and then it phases down when you're up until when your salary gets to $175,000 individual, $350,000 for a married couple. So it's a significant tax relief we're talking about for the middle class, and we need to get this bill done, because not only would you see none of this stuff happen, the standard deduction will be cut in half, the child tax credit would be cut in half, all these lower income tax brackets that every single American benefited from would actually then go back up, which, we're talking about trillions of dollars in taxes, not just for individuals, but for businesses as well. And so it is critical that we come together and unite and pass this one beautiful bill, which, is not just about the tax cuts. It's about border security, giving our agents the tools they need to do their job. The president's done an amazing job securing our border and deporting criminals since he's taken office, but they need more resources, they need more manpower, and so this bill would also address that. And then also, really, when it comes to domestic energy, significant production we'll see as a result of this bill as well. So it really is incredibly important for our economy that we get this done. Cannot allow a tax cut to expire, or, by the way, a debt default, which would happen if we don't get the job done.
Well, so Congresswoman, would it be correct to characterize your view here as it's more important for these members who come from swing districts to take advantage of the majority that Republicans currently have to get this bill passed, rather than worry about extending that majority beyond 2026? Because that's their argument. They're in swing districts. If you want to hold on to the majority, they need to make sure they get a higher number here. Is that the wrong way to think about it now?
Look, I think tripling the SALT deduction is a huge win. If they can get it to quadruple to a $40,000 deduction, that is really significant. And that is saving constituents across New York thousands of dollars. And so people will see this, the result of this, in 2026 when they do their taxes. They'll see that they're saving money, not just because of a SALT deduction or an increase in the standard deduction if they choose that, but because of the child tax credit, because of the senior bonus deduction, and because of all the other job-creating pro-growth policies and tax policy that will be in this bill. Look, bonus depreciation, interest deductibility, research and development, 199A. These are all significant, incredibly significant provisions for our economy, for small businesses and large businesses alike. The corporate rate, that is also very critical to our economy. Look, the TCJA, people know, it was millions of jobs were created. You had millions of people lifted out of poverty. You had the lowest unemployment among African Americans and Hispanics. It was significant. We never even saw the full potential, sadly, because of the COVID pandemic. But we can't let any of this expire. We need to not only extend it, make as many provisions as we can permanent, and then add the new provisions that President Trump promised on the campaign trail. And that's what this bill does.
I don't know if you think the president's visit to Capitol Hill today will actually change minds, Congresswoman, but he was quoted in that meeting is to say if you lose because of SALT, you were going to lose anyway. And I wonder if you actually agree with the principle of that statement.
Look, I don't think an election comes down to the SALT deduction. And if you are tripling the deduction, you are winning for your constituents. You are delivering relief. You're delivering results. And that's what needs to be messaged out there when you go back home. I go back home and I'm telling my constituents that not only are we tripling the deduction, 98% of our district will be covered. If we're able to quadruple it, I'm sure all of my district will be covered. But I've always been focused in the middle class here. I've never been focused on, the billionaires or the millionaires. And I think the majority of Congress has been focused on these middle class tax cuts, and that's what this bill does. Now, I think it may change, and I think what the next offer that comes out of the Speaker's offer should be the one that is accepted, because we need to move forward. We need to pass this bill before Memorial Day. We need to deliver these wins, because if people see, if we do nothing, constituents will see a tax hike. That's the bottom line. And then you will lose an election. I say, let's do what we can here, significant relief for state and local taxes, and also let's hold our mayor and governor accountable. Let's remember the reason we need SALT relief to begin with. We need it because our mayor, our governor, Kathy Hochul, the state legislature, the Democrats that run New York are taxing New Yorkers to death. They could easily cut personal income tax rates, just like President Trump did in 2017. They choose not to. They can easily cap property taxes. New York City is the only municipality in New York that does not have a property tax cap. They choose not to. Instead, our mayor and the city council keep increasing the property tax levy year after year after year, hammering New Yorkers to waste their money on things like, billions of dollars for migrant shelters so criminals can wreak havoc on our streets. It is ludicrous. And so, we as a community, as a city, have to also take responsibility and vote for people who don't do that to us.
Congresswoman, of course, you are now satisfied on the SALT issue, but that is one of the only isn't the only outstanding issue still in these negotiations. You, much earlier in this process, were also one of the lawmakers who were raising concerns about cuts to Medicaid being too steep, going beyond waste, fraud, and abuse. And knowing there are still conservative holdouts who are pushing for changes, for example, to the federal share of Medicaid payments, other changes, if the Speaker were to acquiesce to some of those desires in order to secure those votes, does he risk losing yours?
He'll lose a lot of votes if they choose to lower the percentage that New York or any other state receives in matching funds for our traditional Medicaid population. Right now, New York receives 50%. I made it very clear from the beginning that I will not support that being lowered. And also the per capita caps on the traditional Medicaid. That is incredibly important. Where New York could potentially kick in a little more, have a little more skin in the game, is on the expansion, where New York only pays 10%, the federal government picks 90% of the share. That I don't think is going to change. It could change, but that is very different than saying we're going to cut the 50% match that New York receives on the Medicaid. I fought very hard to make sure that provision was left out, and many other members also want to see that out. So I can't imagine that would go in at this point in this stage. I think we have the proper balance here on the Medicaid. We are focused on the fraud, waste, and abuse. We're focused on making sure that the illegal immigrants do not benefit from our Medicaid dollars. And we are ensuring that there are work requirements for able-bodied individuals without dependents who are of working age. That is very reasonable. It is supported by 75% or more of the country. So let's stick to the plan here. Let's focus on what we need to do. Let's get the job done this week, and let's deliver this victory for not just the Republicans and President Trump, but for the entire country, moving this ball forward.
Well, you've framed this as an awfully important day here, Congresswoman, and if things are going to stay on track, it will need to be, whether we get a deal on SALT or some of the other concerns that we've talked about. I wonder if you've received any assurances from your colleagues who are members of the Freedom Caucus, a couple of them who serve on the Rules Committee, any assurances that things are going to go smoothly at 1 o'clock in the morning when this bill hits rules, and that anybody with some protest might use their time on the floor as opposed to committee? What's going to happen in the wee hours of the morning?
Look, I hope the bill gets passed. And what I would tell my colleagues is, let's focus on incremental wins here. We're not going to get everything we want all in this one bill, but this is significant. We're saving the American taxpayers money, making sure their money is being spent appropriately, not on waste, fraud, and abuse. We're rooting that out. We're going to allow the economy to thrive and build on the successes of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017, which we know is successful and was responsible for lifting wages and bringing people out of poverty and giving them jobs. And we cannot afford a $4 trillion tax hike on America. We have to get this done. And what I would also say is, look, we have a $37 trillion debt, yes. We all want to address that, but we need to do it incrementally. This was created over 4 decades, right? We're not going to change it overnight. But whatever we can accomplish as a team, as a Republican united team, will be much better than if you have to work with the Democrats across the aisle. It'll be much more watered down, and you won't get the wins that we have here because they don't believe in the tax cuts that we believe for the middle class. They have made it very clear that they would allow all these tax provisions to expire if they had control or they had their way. So let's work together. Let's do the best we can. Fight as hard as you can for your district. But when it comes time to vote, you have to vote for it because we need to move this ball forward, and failure is just simply not an option.
All right, Congresswoman, we appreciate you joining us here on Balance of Power. As always, Republican Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis of New York with us live from Capitol Hill. And we'll have more still ahead here on Bloomberg TV, radio, and now on Bloomberg Originals.
CBS News Brief. President Trump went to Capitol Hill today to urge unity among Republicans on his budget bill. CBS's Torian Small.
The president does not want to see grandstanders. He wants them to push this bill through.
Federal prosecutors have now charged Democratic Representative LaMonica McIver with pushing and grabbing officers attempting to arrest Newark, New Jersey's mayor outside an immigration facility. Scott McFarlane is following.
McIver calls this a purely political prosecution and says it was the agents who created an unnecessary and unsafe confrontation.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear toured some of the hardest hit areas of his state after severe storms.
Conditions are so bad, we're working on an evacuation plan for these 2 hard-hit neighborhoods.
Louisiana authorities have arrested an Orleans Parish Sheriff's employee in connection with the escape of 10 inmates. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
One question.
Here's why Iran is losing its influence.
One topic.
Here's why ESG isn't dead yet.
One succinct explanation.
Here's why trade wars are easier to start than finish.
Join Stephen Carroll for Here's Why, the podcast that takes one news story.
Here's why DeepSeek is a wake-up call.
And explains it in just a few minutes.
Here's why governments keep piling up debt.
Subscribe to Here's Why on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Throughout the great bull market, one show has been there.
You're listening to Bloomberg Surveillance.
From Dow 10,000 to Dow 40,000.
How do you define that?
It's certainly not a bull market for everybody.
Does it continue?
Yes, I think it does.
Be part of the legacy. Tom King.
This is must listen.
Paul Sweeney.
A little bit of a bounce.
Lisa Mateo.
The market's really reacting.
And Michael Barr.
The president signed an executive order.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Watch on YouTube. Listen on the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Rising prices, elevated interest rates, all the uncertainty around the Trump tariffs, all taking their toll on U.S. consumers who say that more companies are passing along higher costs to shoppers. And they say that some companies are actually capitalizing on the tariffs to pad their profits. That's according to a new Harris survey of how businesses are viewed by consumers. Tesla CEO Elon Musk said today he's committed to spending the next 5 years running the automaker, and he's going to dial back his political activities. And that's got shares of Tesla right now up 2.5%, while elsewhere on Wall Street, stocks seeing modest losses today. Right now, the Dow, the Nasdaq, and the S&P 500 all down about 0.5%. And Victoria's Secret is taking a poison pill strategy that allows shareholders to buy stock at a 50% discount if any one investor owns more than 15% of outstanding shares. That's to protect itself from a possible hostile takeover from an activist investor that now owns 13% of the company. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway speak with Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic about conducting monetary policy during periods of extreme uncertainty.
Is there a risk that this time is different and maybe we're a little overconfident in the economy given what happened with the soft data a couple years ago?
So, it's funny that you say this time is different.
I always hesitate to say it on a podcast, but I still do it.
Sometimes it can be different.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of times it can be different, but just as often as not, right? And so part of what I try to do in my approach is never assume, never have a preconceived notion or an expectation about what's going to happen, but rather just pay attention. And what I would say on the sentiment, which is quite interesting, I was a psych major undergrad.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And so psych and econ, yeah. And so for me, I know psychology is important, and I know psychology can shift people's decision making even when the information set doesn't change. And so understanding that psychology and how it translates into decision making is a critical thing. The very interesting thing with sentiment today is that we have had two realities with sentiment, right? The conventional wisdom is that when people are feeling bad, they do less. When sentiment turns negative, things slow down. I think there's been a history to show that has been an experience more often than not. The anomaly or the odd one was this most recent one where sentiment was really down in the dumps, the vibe session and all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
But when push came to shove, consumers continued to go out. People kept going to restaurants, going on trips, renovating their homes, all those things, and the economy remained robust. So the question we have today is which of those realities is going to play out?
That's what's on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app with Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Live on Bloomberg TV, radio, and now Bloomberg Originals. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew. This is Balance of Power, broadcasting live from Washington, D.C. But it's to New York City, where we go next, to BNP Paribas Global Market Conference, where our colleague Bloomberg Sonali Bostic is sitting down with the founder of Bridgewater Associates, Ray Dalio. Let's listen.
A growing debt load with a very minor cuts in spending, frankly, compared to how much debt the government has taken on. Where do you see this going?
Plato talked about this in thousands of years ago. It's almost the nature of democracy. The population wants more, and the government spends. And so what we've seen is temporary big deficits that came out of COVID, and the period after that became the high level of spending. And so we have a big ideological difference. Now the deficit will be about 6.5% of GDP, probably. And I think it's important to know what that means. All that deficit means debt that has to be sold. And there's a supply-demand problem. So pay attention to the supply-demand. That was what 2008 signaled 2008. That's what signaled 2010 to 15 period in Europe. We have a situation in which in the world there are large holders of dollar-denominated assets. They already represent very large percentages of those portfolios. And the quantity that has to be sold is greater than the demand for that debt. And so there's a supply-demand problem. With that supply-demand problem, then either rates go up or there's a need for printing money and the value of money goes down. That's the nature of that conflict. There is a capacity to deal with this issue. Right now, if you were to bring it from about 6.5% of GDP down to about 3% of GDP by spreading it out through three factors. There's, of course, spending. There's tax revenue, which is different than tax rates. And there's also interest rates. Interest rates on the debt are 4 times more impactful than either spending or taxation. So those three things, when they're balanced well, as they were, for example, in 1991 to 98, there was a reduction of the deficit by 5% of GDP, and we actually went to surpluses. There is the possibility. What I see, and when I'm in Washington and dealing with both sides, there is an agreement. I've never had really any disagreement about the question of the need to bring that down to about 3% of GDP. But the politics and the arguing of how we do it. So for me, it's been like I'm on a boat, and everybody on the boat, we're agreeing that if we don't make this change, we're going to hit the rocks. And then everybody's arguing about how to make the change, and they won't make the change. And so we're headed for the rocks. That's the feeling.
You know, you mentioned supply-demand dynamics. I'm sure everybody in this room had seen that Moody's downgraded the United States just a few days ago. Bloomberg reported this morning that you have funds across the world that are talking to the regulatory authorities to make sure that they don't feel the pressure of that. There are holders of treasuries, and this might become more difficult in the future. How big of an issue is the downgrade?
The downgrade is an understated indicator. Of course, there are benchmark and credit issues, but when they downgrade it, they don't reflect how bad the debt is. They reflect the probability of it being defaulted on, but they don't reflect the fact that the more likely scenario is that money is printed to pay for the debt. And so if you have a situation such as when Japan had its currency go down and its interest rates lower, and you lost about 3% in the currency and about 3% a year in the depreciation or the interest rate differential, it's a negative situation for the bonds that's being actually understated by that rating, because it doesn't take into consideration the more likely path of devaluing money. And that is why we're seeing a shift in the supply-demand. Also, there are worries about sanctions. There are other issues that enter into the supply-demand picture. So I would say the situation is more serious, even in my estimation, than it is conveyed by the rating.
When you think about foreign demand for U.S. assets, there has been a sense of a sell America trade coming back. Do you believe that this is just the beginning, or do you think that those fears are overstated?
I think the supply-demand picture is a reality, not an overstated. And I think that when you look at debt, it's just not an American problem. It's not an American issue at all. It's a broad issue. There will be increases in debt in Europe. There'll be increases in debt around the world. It's a world issue. That's one of the reasons that even emphasizing just one currency is an exaggeration. I think you have to look at the nature of debt in general.
So when we think about the fiscal problem here in the United States, we're looking at the way the government is looking to cut parts of our spending. When we look at those cuts, they involve social programs often, or Medicaid. What do you think the ultimate outcome is? You mentioned politics being another significant force, the push between the left and the right. You've also talked a lot about how equality has been a growing problem in this country, but also across the world. What would it mean for the U.S. to be cutting programs like that? And how does it maybe set up for a different type of issue down the road?
I think it's a reflection of irreconcilable differences that are not that are threats to the system. And I think that when we have right now we have a very good economy by comparison. Downturns come. So imagine what the political and the social clash would be if we, or when we have a downturn. So I am very worried about these issues.
Let's talk about the monetary a little bit.
There you have it from Ray Dalio speaking live with Bloomberg's Sonali Basak in New York at BNP Paribas Global Markets Conference, conversation that we wanted to put an ear on as they're talking about the heart of the debate happening today here in Washington, D.C. when it comes to tax and spend reconciliation. Kaylee, it's so often here on Bloomberg, we leave the bubble here in Washington to bring our viewers and listeners a conversation that helps to advance the ball on policy here in Washington. That's one example. What's happening at Dell Technologies World Conference is another.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And that's where we find our colleague, Ed Ludlow, who is there live. We, of course, have been hearing from Dell specifically about what it's doing in the AI space. And we go to Ed to tell us more about that. Ed, obviously, for any technology company now, that is an area in which they are focused, want to be more competitive in. What are we hearing?
Yeah, I think, coming out of last week and all of the infrastructure deals that were announced as part of the president's visit to the Gulf, there's actually a lot of outstanding questions, which is how is this going to work in practice? I love coming on this program and we always stick to the basics of when you build a data center, it's not straightforward. The technology comes from NVIDIA. That was part of the headline of last week, but somebody has to kind of put it all together. And so it's a reasonable question to pose to Dell. Dell is a maker of AI servers, but they weren't kind of included in the deluge of headlines that were part of the president's visit last week. Did they get a slice of it? How do you control the technology in terms of who is operating the technology stack and which third parties have access to it? You will have seen the headlines on the Bloomberg terminal this morning about some of the concerns that Democrats, for example, have that those deals that were done in the Gulf act as a sort of backdoor opportunity for China to get access to American technology in the AI context because they also have relationships. China has relationships with those Gulf states. So this is all playing out because all the headlines have big dollar figures. We still need to work out how in practice all of this infrastructure is going to get built.
And how did Dell go from you got a Dell dude company to one of the most critical components makers in the AI space?
Yeah, this is a really good question. I grew up with Dell computers at home. I wrecked many of those desktops.
Right.
Back in the day in the 90s where you had to phone someone up and they would help you troubleshoot. But this line of their business, the assembling of AI servers, has put Dell very closely aligned with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the most important company in the world right now. I think we accept that. But they have no history of selling to SMEs or to governments or even to large companies. So Dell has acted as a sales channel for them. Dell's really good at that. But they have demonstrated, particularly in relationships with Elon Musk's XAI, that Dell can move quickly. And again, throughout the day, we'll be talking about that, what kind of deals are in the pipeline for them and how are they leveraging that speed that they move with, particularly on their server business.
We're going to hopscotch from where Ed is in Las Vegas at the Dell Technologies World Conference to another one that's taking place, and that's the Google I/O keynote conference taking place Mountain View, California. Bloomberg technology reporter Jackie Davalos is with us there to kind of bring us some of the sights and sounds here. Jackie, we've seen a lot of headlines cross. AI is the thread that connects you and the conference you're covering with what we're hearing from Ed Ludlow. What's Google saying today?
Google is laying out its big vision for artificial intelligence for the year and the years to come. It's really going to revolve around this new AI mode in search. Now, this is something the company has been teasing and experimenting with behind the scenes, but today it announced that it will be available to users broadly. And this is a big deal because the biggest question facing the tech giant right now is how it's going to adapt this major product, which we all know and love. It's one of its biggest moneymakers. How is it going to adapt to the AI era? And today we're learning that AI mode has better features where you can use voice, text, images to interact with that search bar in a completely different way. You can find information faster and just a more multimodal experience. This is really important for the company because it's looking to compete with some of the AI rivals that are looking to nip away at some of that search dominance, like OpenAI as well as Perplexity.
Well, but Google also has been found to have an illegal monopoly in search, Jackie. And as we consider what kind of antitrust remedy the company is actually going to have to deal with, does that risk delaying its ability to compete with rivals who are entering this space?
You would think, but by the sound of Sundar Pichai's comments earlier today, I don't think it's going to slow them down. He really emphasized speed. He emphasized that its latest model, Gemini, is coming out faster, that it's really developing these new updates in a much more speedy manner because of that competition, of course. As it relates to its antitrust woes over the last couple years, it is adapting to AI in a different way, in the same way that, others are also kind of getting into that space at a different time, around that same time. Of course, its entrenched dominance in search gives it a leg up, but, you also have its rivals kind of coming up with new features that are testing the way people interact with these things. So it's still yet to be seen how much of this might slow down their progress. But what we're hearing today is that there's a lot of excitement for how users are going to react to this. It mentioned its Gemini app has around 400 million users. And then its AI overviews. This was something it rolled out in its search feature last year. That has 1.5 billion users. So we're seeing traction nonetheless.
Really great. Bloomberg's Jackie Davalos at Google's I.O. conference underway right now. Jackie, thank you so much. With us live from Mountain View, California. Begging the question, Kaylee, is the era of blue links over?
Well, I guess we'll have to continue to ask that question. We also have a lot of questions here in Washington, mind you, in the meantime, that we're grappling with, including, can the House actually pass this budget reconciliation bill even after the pleading of President Trump in a meeting with Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill earlier today? Just moments from now, the Speaker is going to be meeting with the SALT caucus, with Republicans who still maintain a higher cap is needed to secure their vote. One of them being, of course, Republican Mike Lawler, who was just taken to X, saying that he is going to continue to negotiate to try to reach an agreement to provide more tax relief to his constituents. He says, well, I respect President Trump and understand the importance of passing this legislation. I will not do so at the expense of my district.
Yeah, we'll have a lot more to talk about when we meet you for the late edition of Balance of Power, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Ralph Norman, Republican congressman, member of the Freedom Caucus, one of the present votes, will be with us this evening. We'll have a real sense of where we stand if you join us live. Starting 5 p.m. Eastern, Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
The Fed's top names are on Bloomberg Radio. Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic.
Right now, I would say in my SEP, I have one cut only for this year.
Fed Governor Christopher Waller.
The tariffs are a one-time price level effect that's going to pass through.
New York Fed President John Williams.
Having well-anchored inflation expectations is very important for price stability and also for economic stability.
For the latest headlines from the Fed, listen on Bloomberg Radio or anytime on the Bloomberg Talks podcast.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Nearly 2/3 of would-be U.S. homebuyers say they're preparing for a recession, but about a third say that a downturn in the economy would make them even more likely to buy a home. That's according to a Realtor.com survey. Half say a recession would have no impact on their home buying plans at all. Meantime, Home Depot says more homeowners are abandoning big money plans to put in a new bathroom or maybe update their kitchen, doing smaller projects instead, like putting up a fresh coat of paint. Now, even though sales at Home Depot declined last quarter, it was just enough for it to maintain its full-year outlook as it tries to shift production away from China and those Trump tariffs. Shares of Home Depot a little bit lower, while elsewhere on Wall Street, all the major averages are down a little bit. The Dow, the Nasdaq, and the S&P all down about 1/3%. And Time Magazine out with its first-ever Time 100 list of the most influential leaders in philanthropy. Among the honorees, soccer legend David Beckham, NBA superstar Steph Curry, and Chef Jose Andres. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
The global leader in business and financial news is now live on YouTube.
The live chat yesterday was very kind.
Watch Bloomberg Radio all day.
There are no such things as slow news days.
For market news, conversation, and insight from Bloomberg's signature radio shows, Surveillance, Bloomberg Intelligence, Balance of Power, and Business Week.
This story is among our most read.
Bloomberg Radio. Watch us every business day live on YouTube. Go to the Bloomberg podcast page and click on the live feed. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
Join us in Atlanta or via live stream on August 12th for Bloomberg's Business Value of AI event and networking reception. This event will gather business and technology executives to share their experiences and provide insight into how to best use data to optimize the customer experience. You'll also learn how companies have successfully implemented AI agents that have led to improved productivity and profitability. This program is proudly sponsored by IBM. Register at BloombergLive.com/AI/Atlanta.
Bloomberg Radio, where the experts come to listen. Ariel Cohen, Atlantic Council.
I'm listening every morning when I'm driving into Washington, D.C. You're terrific.
Representative David Schweikert.
One of the reasons I love Bloomberg is I'm allowed to geek out.
Jared Bernstein, U.S. Council of Economic Advisors.
Yesterday I was driving around. I put on your show. I learned 5 things in about 3 minutes.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
Talking to your kids about the dangers of vaping can be hard. Getting them to listen to hot gossip is easy. So here's some drama you could share with your kid. Dude, did you hear about Cassie and Jake? No, but did you hear that vaping can cause irreversible lung damage and nicotine affects brain development? Nuh-uh. You don't need to gossip if you want to have an open conversation about vaping. So if you want to get tips on when and how to talk to your kids, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, a very good afternoon, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. It is Tuesday, May 20th, and man, we have a big technology and innovation focus for you in the next 60 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to get top voices from Dell and from Google. We'll also hear from Barry Diller of IAC. But, Carol, we want to kick it off with a man everybody who listens and watches us is familiar with.
He speaks, we talk about it. Right now, we do want to start with the CEO of Tesla, who talked earlier from the Qatar Economic Forum in Doha. It is programmed by Bloomberg News. Elon Musk speaking remotely at QEF with Michelle Hussein. She's editor-at-large at Bloomberg Weekend. They covered a range of topics. There's a lot about it on the Bloomberg terminal. But they kicked it off with talking about how Tesla sales are doing around the globe.
Europe is our weakest market. We're strong everywhere else. Our sales are doing well at this point. We don't anticipate any meaningful sales shortfall, and obviously the stock market recognizes that, since we're now back over $1 trillion in market cap. So clearly the market is aware of the situation. So it's already turned around.
But sales still down compared to this time last year?
In Europe.
In Europe, okay. And
yes, but that's true of all manufacturers. There's no exceptions.
Does that mean that you're not going to be able... Does that mean...
The European market is quite weak.
Okay, but you would acknowledge, wouldn't you, that what you are facing, okay, let's just take it as Europe, what you are facing is a significant problem. This Tesla was an incredibly aspirational brand. People identified with it. They saw it as being at the forefront of the climate crisis, and now people are driving around with stickers in their cars saying, I bought this before we knew Elon was crazy.
And there are also people who are buying it because Elon's crazy, or however they may view it. So yes, we've lost some sales perhaps on the left, but we've gained them on the right. The sales numbers at this point are strong, and we see no problem with demand.
So what?
You can just look at the stock price. If you want the best inside information, the stock market analysts have that, and our stock wouldn't be trading near all-time highs if it was not. If things weren't in good shape. They're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I was citing sales figures rather than share price. Well, tell me then how committed you are to Tesla. Do you see yourself, and are you committed to still being the chief executive of Tesla in 5 years' time?
Yes.
No doubt about that at all?
Well, no, I might die.
Okay, short of that.
I can't be CEO if I'm dead, so there's a slight amount of time.
Does that mean that the value of your pay doesn't have any bearing on your decision?
Well, that's not really a subject of discussion in this forum. I think obviously there should be compensation for, if something incredible is done, that compensation should match that something incredible was done. But I'm confident that whatever some activist posing as a judge in Delaware happens to do will not affect the future compensation.
This is the judge who twice struck down the $56 billion pay package that was awarded to you. I think the value on the current value of stock options. Yeah.
Not a judge. The activist who is cosplaying a judge in a Halloween costume.
Okay, that's your characterization. I think
yes.
On the current value of stock options, I think the actual
justice according to the law.
On the current value of stock options, I think the value of that pay package stands at about $100 billion. Are you saying you are relaxed about the value of your future pay package? Your decision to be committed to Tesla for the next 5 years, as long as you are still with us on this planet, is completely independent of pay?
No.
It's not independent. So pay is a relevant factor then to your commitment to Tesla?
A sufficient voting control such that I cannot be ousted by activist investors is what matters to me. And I've said this publicly many times. But let's not have this whole thing be a discussion of my alleged pay. It's not a money thing. It's a reasonable control thing over the future of the company, especially if we're building millions, potentially billions of humanoid robots. I can't be sitting there and one day get tossed out by, for political reasons, by activists. That would be unacceptable. That's all that matters. Now let's move on.
Okay. Well, just one question.
Let's move on.
Well, one question before we move on to other companies, which is that I wonder if some of what has happened to Tesla in the last few months, did you take it personally?
Yes.
And did it make you regret or think twice about your political endeavors? Because I
did what needed to be done. The violent antibody reaction, and I'm not someone who's ever committed violence, and yet massive violence was committed against my companies. Massive violence was threatened against me. Who are these people? Why would they do that? How wrong can they be? They're on the wrong side of history. And that's an evil thing to do. To go and damage some poor innocent person's car? To threaten to kill me? What's wrong with these people? I've not harmed anyone. So, something needs to be done about them. And a number of them are going to prison. And they deserve it. And more will.
You're referring to the attacks on Tesla showrooms. But I think...
Yeah. Firing bullets into showrooms and burning down cars is unacceptable.
Yeah.
Those people will go to prison, and the people that funded them and organized them will also go to prison. Don't worry.
But wouldn't you?
We're coming for you.
Wouldn't you? But wouldn't you acknowledge that some of the people who turned against Tesla in Europe were upset at your politics, and very few of them would have been violent in any way. They just objected to what they saw you say or do politically.
Well, it's certainly fine to object to political things, but it's not fine to resort to violence and hanging someone in effigy and death threats. That's obviously not okay. That's absurd. That is in no way justifiable at all. In any way, shape, or form. And some of the legacy media nonetheless have sought to justify it, which is unconscionable. Shame on them.
Let's talk about your other companies then and other business areas, SpaceX. I saw that you said in a speech at the West Point Military Academy recently that the future of warfare is AI and drones. And obviously defense is an increasingly booming sector with the state of the world at the moment. Do you see SpaceX moving into weaponized drones?
You certainly ask interesting questions that are impossible to answer. SpaceX is it's the space launch leader. So SpaceX doesn't do drones. SpaceX builds rockets, satellites, and internet terminals. SpaceX has a very dominant position in space launch. So of the mass launch to orbit this year, SpaceX will probably do 90%. China will do the half of the remaining amount, so 5%, and the rest of the world, including the rest of the US, will do about 5%. So SpaceX will do about 10 times as much as the rest of the world combined, or 20 times as much as China, and China is doing actually a very impressive job. The reason for this is that we're putting into orbit the largest satellite constellation the world has ever seen by far. So I think at this point, about maybe approaching 80% of all active satellites in orbit are SpaceX. And they're providing high bandwidth global connectivity throughout the world. In fact, this connection is on the SpaceX connection. So I think this is a very good thing because it means that we can provide low-cost, high-bandwidth internet to parts of the world that don't have it or where it's very expensive. And I think the single biggest thing you can do to lift people out of poverty and help them is giving them an internet connection. Because once you have the internet connection, you can learn anything for free on the internet. And you can also sell your goods and services to the global market. Once you have knowledge by the internet and the ability to engage in commerce, that this is going to greatly improve quality of life for people throughout the world, and it has. And I'd just like to thank anyone in the audience who may have been helpful in, with Starlink and getting it to approved in their country. And I think it's doing a lot of good on the countries that have approved it, which is, I think at this point, 130 countries are very happy with it. I don't currently anticipate SpaceX getting into the weapons business. That's not an aspiration. We're frequently asked to do weapons programs, but we have thus far declined.
Do you envisage SpaceX or indeed Starlink as a separate entity publicly listing in the near future or at all?
It's possible that Starlink may go public at some point in the future.
And what would be the time frame? What kind of time frame are you considering?
I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush to go public. Public is, I guess, a way to potentially make more money, but at the expense of a lot of public company overhead and inevitably a whole bunch of lawsuits, which are very annoying. So really, something needs to be done about the shareholder derivative lawsuits in the U.S. Because it allows plaintiffs' law firms who don't represent the shareholders to pretend that they represent the shareholders by getting a puppet plaintiff with a few shares to initiate a massive lawsuit against the company. And the irony being that, extreme irony, that even if the class they purport to represent were to vote that they don't want the lawsuit would still continue. So how can it be a class action representing a class if the class vote against it? And that's the bizarre situation we've got in the U.S. It's a dire need of reform. As anyone who's run a public company experienced this, it's an absurd situation that needs to change.
All right, that, of course, is Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, with Michelle Hussein. She is editor-at-large at Bloomberg Weekend. Earlier from Doha at the Qatar Economic Forum, which is programmed by Bloomberg News, so a bunch of interviews coming out. If you missed any of it, do catch the full conversation. You can find it at Bloomberg.com and, of course, always on the Bloomberg terminal. Some really interesting comments from Elon Musk there, including commentary about his compensation, Tesla's sliding sales, a possible spinoff of SpaceX's satellite business. In other parts of the interview,
He criticized Bill Gates, and you heard there, too, him making commentary about the Delaware judge who's twice ruled against his massive Tesla pay package.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Listen, this dude is worth, what, $375.5 billion. That's according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. He reiterated when they were talking, and I would say it was a little bit tense in terms of his pay package, right? That has gone to court, right? And there has been trying to justify it, if you will. But he said he wants to own more shares because it's for reasons of authority, he says, rather than wealth. He said it's not a money thing. It's a reasonable control thing over the future of the company. And keep in mind, he has been CEO since 2008. It is one of really the longest runs when it comes to a CEO, right, at a company, and one of the world's largest automakers as well. So he has been there for a long time through a lot of different cycles, but nonetheless, certainly feeling like he is justified. And again, I would say a little bit of a tense exchange back and forth there.
Yeah, if you missed any of that interview, check it out on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. In the meantime, let's get an update on the markets. A little over 2 hours to the close. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. A down day for the U.S. equity market. Tesla, though, lots of news coming out of that conversation. Tesla shares right now up by 3.2%, but the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, we're all lower now with the S&P 500 index down 20, a drop right now of about 0.3%. We've got the Dow down 103, a decline there of 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 64 for Nasdaq, a drop of 0.3%. Your 10-year yield 4.48%, but the 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold up $57 the ounce, up 1.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, $62.57 a barrel. So again, recapping a move lower here. That rally running out of steam today with the S&P down 20, a drop there of 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're up to speed on the markets. All right, on the markets, from the Middle East to the West Coast we go, staying on technology, and to the Dell Technologies world happening right now in Las Vegas, where our own Ed Ludlow is. He's, of course, the co-host of Bloomberg Technology with a special guest. Ed, over to you.
Yeah, there's been like this 48-hour sprint around the world where AI infrastructure is just absolutely core to everything that's going on. True of what's going on here at Dell Technologies world as well. Arthur Lewis is president of the Infrastructure Solutions Group. Basically, the team at Dell that are building all of those servers that are going inside all of the data centers popping up around the world. Good to see you, Arthur.
Great to see you, Ed. It feels like just yesterday we were here.
Right. There were some updates. So basically, your core relationship is with NVIDIA. NVIDIA's GPUs or accelerators go into servers that you put together. You've announced some updates to the AI factory, which is basically your offering to the enterprise. And I don't really want to linger on what those technical updates are. I want to ask you the why. What is it that you and NVIDIA are responding to that you needed to make changes to AI Factory? What is it that customers are asking you for?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say we've made changes to the AI Factory. I would say we're augmenting and continuing to innovate to make the AI Factory even better. And there's sort of two flavors of the AI Factory, right? There's one that we build for the very large CSPs that you've heard about, like XAI and CoreWeave and folks like that. But what we're really going after is really the enterprise AI. When what enterprises are looking for is something that's simple, easy to use, something that they can rationalize an ROI around, and that's really what the AI Factory 2.0 is all about. I just got off stage. We were talking about all the great storage announcements that we have, including our AI data platform, our private cloud platform, and the automation platform that we're building on top of it to make AI easy for customers to ingest and deploy.
The relationship with NVIDIA is interesting to understand. Is it that Dell kind of acts as a sales channel for NVIDIA's GPUs, or does NVIDIA act as a sales channel for Dell's server designs?
Well, clearly NVIDIA is a key partner, like many of our other ecosystem partners, and they're a key portion of our AI Factory. We've engineered and developed it together. We go and we meet customers together, so it's more of a partner relationship.
Dell has committed heavily to providing AI systems that are built on NVIDIA technology. But what was so interesting out of Computex was NVLink Fusion, but the idea that NVIDIA opens up its technology to other providers. One of the surprise names was Qualcomm. If a customer came to you, Arthur, and was like, I'm interested in having some hybrid solutions. Could you do that, and how quickly could you do that?
Well, we could absolutely do that. How quickly, not ready to announce any products today, but what I want you to understand is that, there are a lot of technologies out there. NVLink Fusion is an incredible technology, and we're looking at creating the best AI platforms that help to democratize this technology and give customers the AI that they're looking for.
The big customer that everyone is talking about is XAI. Are you surprised by that?
I am not.
Colossus was a huge project. You get a lot of credit for moving incredibly quickly with XAI. Could you basically give us the basics of the project? Was it H100 from NVIDIA, or was it GB200? What scale is it at? What was it that you did differently in building that data center that you had or had never done before with other customers?
Yeah, well, look, Ed, I'm not going to talk too much about XAI's technology because I think that's for them to talk about. But what I will talk about is, last year we deployed 100,000 GPUs in 6 weeks. That's a feat that no other enterprise had been able to accomplish. Then when I was with you in October, in September, we talked about the fact that we would be first to launch GB200. We were the first to launch GB200. So it's the continued innovation and rate of innovation that's allowing us to win incredibly cool customers like XAI, like CoreWeave, and many others.
I got a question for you from the audience when I said you were coming on the show on social media, and it was like, in the context of Colossus or XAI, what is it that you're offering differently to a Supermicro or an HPE? Moving fast is one thing. Are there other factors that make Dell more compelling?
Well, clearly the rate of innovation, I think, is faster than anything that we've ever seen in the industry. And the ability to engineer the compute, the network, and the storage under one roof and be the fine-tuner and the integrator is incredibly powerful differentiator. Our services capabilities in terms of deployment and integration, something else that's incredibly powerful. We deployed a rack, took it off the truck, plugged it in, cabled it, tested it, and turned it over to the customer within 24 hours. Unheard of in this industry.
Is that relationship with XAI going to expand to new sites, new projects?
I certainly hope so.
We've reported that, in the context of what I just said, this is a competitive business, that one way you've been able to win business, and what we're talking about is, like you said, storage or on-prem, call it what you will, business with new types of customers by basically surrendering some margin. What is the state of play with that business model, and how you're going out there to win new deals?
Look, this is an incredibly important space, both in the CSP and within the enterprise. And we will continue to innovate and drive technology and continue to win more and more business. As we said, the larger deals are rate dilutive to the ISG business, but they're actually dollar accretive. So we're very happy with where we are, and now we just want to go drive more enterprise adoption.
Last week, the President of the United States went to the Middle East, to the Gulf.
I heard.
There were a number of deals announced where NVIDIA and AMD, as the technology providers, the accelerator providers, have plans for data centers in Saudi Arabia and in the UAE. Will Dell be a part of that? Has it been able to capture a slice of the build-out that's happening outside of the United States?
Yeah, what I can tell you, Ed, is that we're involved in every single sovereign opportunity that exists around the world, and we are working hand-in-hand with those customers to design the future ambition that they have.
You talked a little bit about CoreWeave, and CoreWeave was a part of what you were discussing on stage. Again, a company that's moving incredibly quickly. Again, the same question, like, how does this work? CoreWeave wins you some business, you win CoreWeave some business, or in both directions?
We really understand very deeply and technically the requirements of the customers, and we're able to innovate and deliver faster than the competition, and that's really the name of the game in this space.
The criticism that CoreWeave gets is that it's basically like commoditized capital. They buy GPUs and rent them out, and they would argue, well, no, we do a lot more than that. We're offering software. So's Dell. Dell is offering software. You offer access, for example, to NVIDIA software platforms. How is it that everyone kind of wins in this scenario, where both at the hyperscale level and AI factory at the sort of SME level on-prem, everybody wins and makes money.
Yeah, look, there's no question that artificial intelligence is a hybrid use case. There'll be some use cases that'll be on-prem. The majority of the use cases will be on-prem because that's where 85% of the data resides. There will be other use cases where customers feel like they can use a GPU as a service provider. I think this is an incredibly massive opportunity with plenty of room for a lot of entities to play. It's really exciting.
There is a distinction, or I'm guessing that something has changed from when we were sat here 1 year ago, which is that at that time, the AI factory was quite clearly defined. The term that is most prominent right now is AI infrastructure, like massive scale, thousands of megawatts in a data center. Could you give me like a proportion of where you see the business going, the split on AI factory and your involvement in those absolute biggest projects?
Well, look, there's no question that today the revenue is really geared towards the very large rack scale infrastructure and the massive CSP build out that we see around the world, including the sovereigns. Ultimately, over the next decade, right, that's going to get caught up with the enterprise AI and what we know as the enterprise factory. But today, it's clearly the revenue is geared more towards the larger CSPs.
We talked about XAI. We talked about CoreWeave, two very prominent names in the world of AI and AI infrastructure right now. Where are the next customers? Where are you going to win new deals, even if it's sort of on a sectoral basis, and maybe some places you've never sold to before?
Look, this is incredibly interesting, Ed. You know, like I said, look, we're engaged with every large opportunity around the world, sovereign, private, and so, you know, we'll see who the next customer is, but I can tell you that there are a lot of really interesting projects out there. There's a lot of investment that's going into building out these large data centers. It's very complicated. The innovation is happening extremely quickly. And what customers are looking for is a technology partner that really understands the space, knows how to build large-scale infrastructure, understands data design, understands thermal design, understands network design. These are all the capabilities that differentiate us and get us into every single conversation around the world.
Just very quickly, so, you know, Dell has experience selling to the public sector, but you use the word sovereign. So outside of the United States, you see scenarios where Dell does deals directly with nation states who want to build out and control their own AI infrastructure.
Potentially, yes.
And how would that work?
We'll see when it happens.
Okay, Arthur Lewis, president of the Infrastructure Solutions Group at Dell, here at Dell Technologies World, where, again, guys, it may seem a buzzword, but AI infrastructure is everything right now. Back to you in New York.
Yep, hear it a lot. All right, Ed, thank you so much. Ed Ludlow, co-host of Bloomberg Technology out there in Vegas. Hey, just want to bring you up to speed on what we're seeing in terms of the equity trade today. We're seeing a leg down when it comes to the major equity averages. The S&P 500, a decline of about 32 points. So we have seen definitely move towards our worst levels of the session. We're looking at the Dow Jones Industrial Average, a decline of about 193 points. And you look at the Nasdaq 100 right now down about 133 points. So down about 0.6% on the Nasdaq 100, down about 0.5% on the S&P 500.
I'm looking at the bond market. We're seeing yields higher on the 30-year, the 20-year, and the 10-year, but yields actually lower on the 2-year, the 3-year, and at the 5-year, Carol.
All right, certainly something we're keeping an eye on. Hey, listen, folks, if you think of those who have had a storied and long career when it comes to things like media, movies, social media, and those really at the cross-section of culture and disruption, you probably are going to think about someone like Barry Diller. Well known, too, to the New York cultural and philanthropic scene. He has put his life and memories into a new memoir. It's entitled Who Knew? He sat down with our own David Gore. He's Bloomberg News correspondent, host of the Big Take Correspondent. He's joining us here in studio. Diller, by the way, featured in the Big Take podcast from Bloomberg News. David, this is a dude that has been around for a lot, seen a lot of cycles, and really well known in the media world as it has evolved.
Absolutely, and the book is fascinating. It goes back to his young life in California. He was raised in privilege, but dropped out of college, got his first job at William Morris, and really came to life in the file room there, which was this archive of all the deals that talent agency had done. And through that, he says, he kind of absorbed the business of Hollywood, figured it out, went to New York as an assistant to somebody at William Morris who joined ABC and quickly rose through the ranks. He was the youngest vice president in network news history.
Was he like in his 20s or 30s?
He was in his 23 when he moved and 25 when he was named VP.
Pretty amazing. Yeah.
And then in his early 30s, he was named the chairman and CEO of Paramount Pictures. So just an incredible jump from place to place across media. As I kind of put it in the podcast, he goes from the small screen to the silver screen, and then in his, this chapter, it's the internet. It's, he's doing a lot with with online properties as well.
You know, the part of there's a lot of the book dedicated to what he's done in business, but the part that has gotten a lot of attention thus far has been his personal life, and specifically his marriage. And particularly, I think that's a result of the excerpt that was featured in New York Magazine in the last couple of weeks that got a lot of attention. How does he address it in the entire book?
So he writes a lot about this, that there's been decades-long speculation about his sexuality. And he does come out in the book. He doesn't say explicitly, I'm gay, but he says effectively, there have been a lot of men in my life and only one woman, and that's Diane von Furstenberg, the fashion designer, who he's been with off and on for about 50 years. They've been married since 2001. So in the book, he writes a lot about the power of that love story, how unexpected it was. And then he does express some regrets, and he did so in the interview with me as well, that he didn't make declarations, as he put it earlier, that he didn't recognize that he could or should speak out about his sexuality earlier. So this is an opportunity for him to do that. He does it in the interview, he does it in the book as well, you know, with the hope or the recognition that that might have meant something to some people, and he has some regret that he didn't do that earlier. But it's funny you bring up that excerpt. It was about this. Maureen Dowd of the New York Times wrote about this as well. In our interview, he was kind of frustrated, not surprised, but frustrated that that's where so much focus was as a result of all this. Because I say it's been the subject of so much speculation for so much time.
Everybody went there. And I'm just curious, you know, he didn't have to say anything, right? And I'm just curious if he covered that, like why he decided to, because he didn't have to.
That's exactly right. So I started off the interview by asking if he was in kind of a retrospective mood, if he felt like at 83 this was a chance to kind of look back and put things in. If he's thinking about slowing down, he's not thinking about slowing down. But he was really committed to this notion that if he was going to tell his story, he wanted to tell it true, as he put it to me, and he wanted to include it. So, you know, I pressed him on this a bit and talked a bit about those regrets. He's somebody who feels like it's now out there. He's put it on the page. The book stands for itself. And while we did engage with it a little bit in the interview, it was something he clearly still feels like he doesn't have to talk about as much as others might want to talk about.
All right. So you guys talked about a lot of personal stuff, but you also got into the FCC, because this is someone who is, again, understands this world and curious to see what he thinks about the current administration.
Let's play a little tape here. I'll set it up by saying, look, he's somebody who has such awareness about so many facets of business, and we talked a lot about the economic environment, the business environment as he sees it now, and also just the relationship between the private sector and the Trump administration. So we talked about a company that was, as I said, near and dear to his heart. He ran Paramount. Paramount now the subject of this merger with Skydance. And I asked him just about the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission's investigations into CBS and other networks. And here's what he had to say.
Well, this too will pass in a few years, I would think. But politicizing the FCC is a crime. I mean, it's simply a crime. Saying that broadcasters or people whose licenses the FCC holds should be subject to political determination, as led by the chair of the FCC, delving into matters of suitability, whether or not in the Paramount, which is being withheld from approval, well, not withheld, but being determinative soon for approval, as to whether or not they, in a single episode of 60 Minutes, and a lawsuit, utterly absurd lawsuit, filed directly personally by the president against CBS for its interview, that they had misedited a piece of it. That's what it's about. That the FCC could actually say, we're going to scrutinize that to determine whether you should hold a broadcast license? That's heinous.
Do you have sympathy for Sherry Redstone as she tries to get this?
Again, I'm amazed by this. I've been incredibly criticized for this because I said, I'll make a distinction, and then I gotta go, we gotta get out of this, which is, I said, look, if a guillotine is at your throat and it costs you $20 million or whatever to settle this lawsuit so that you can get out of going into bankruptcy or close to it, then I'm sympathetic to that if the guillotine is at your neck. So yes, I'm sympathetic to that. Am I sympathetic to them? Well, leave it at that. Contrast that with law firms. Law firms the worst that could happen to them under what the administration was doing is they could lose a little business. No guillotine is at their throat. They will not be irrevocably harmed. For them to cave, that's bad.
That's bad. And Barry Diller said to me as well that he would never hire one of the firms that did a deal with the Trump administration, that settled with the Trump administration. Wow. So we talked about that. We talked about, again, the business outlook that he has. He's willing to give the president, he said, 3 to 6 months to see how all of this stuff shakes out when it comes to trade. He hopes that he's proved wrong, that it's not going to be detrimental to the economy. But again, he's just somebody who throughout his career has been in so many interesting places and done so much. I think it's valuable to hear his outlook on all these things.
To what did he attribute his success at a very early age to? I mean, you don't have people in their 20s or in their early 30s who didn't start companies being in the executive ranks.
It's so funny. I said, did you have hubris? What gave you the kind of that you could go to ABC and think, I'm going to start, effectively became movie of the week. I'm going to go in there not having had any executive experience, as you say, and do all of this. And he said he didn't even think about it. I mean, he said people think of him as a boss, but he said he was a very good assistant. And he talked about his management style. He was, at the beginning of this book, he says, it's not a book about business or a book that you're supposed to be like used for training, but you can kind of draw things from these anecdotes. And something we talked about is how he thinks that every manager has to know how to manage from the bottom up. You have to be kind of integrally involved in every part of the business. And that's not to say you have to do everything, but you have to know how it all works. And I think that there's kind of a level of hyper engagement he's had over the years that's enabled him to do that. He also, as you might expect from hearing him there, hearing him elsewhere, is not somebody to kind of shy away from kind of pushing through anybody who might doubt him. And I think that that's been a secret to his success as well.
Favorite part of the conversation?
Favorite part was just, I mean, hearing all of the people that he worked with. And, it's not a name-droppy book. Yes, there are a lot of names in it, but obviously when he was at ABC doing these movies, he worked with so many stars and so many directors and so many producers. And the same thing is true at Paramount. And his admiration that he had and has for them, which again goes back to his early days in LA working at William Morris, is just so palpable in the text that he really had, such affection and admiration for the work they do. I said, are you a creative person? Do you think you're a creative person? No, but he has a sensibility or a sense of what kind of the mainstream wants. And he's very proud of that he's not somebody who focuses on something that's really nuanced or for a small audience. He thinks that he's able to understand what a broad audience wants. And I took away from the interview that, thinking that he really has been able to have his kind of finger on the pulse of American culture for such a long time.
Yeah, think about how it evolved, right, into social media and really at, the dating apps and
he's
shopping.
Been there too. Yeah. He took an early interest in that stuff as well.
It's pretty amazing. Great stuff. David, thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. David Gore, he's Bloomberg News correspondent, of course, the host of the Bloomberg Big Take podcast, joining us here in studio. If you missed any of it, be sure to check out, though, the Big Take podcast. You can find it at Bloomberg.com and also on the Bloomberg terminal.
Hey, stocks accelerating losses. The S&P 500 down 0.7%, as is the Nasdaq Composite. The Dow down 0.6%. Coming up next, we are headed out to California to Google I.O.
CBS News Brief. President Trump was on the Hill today pushing for unity among Republicans on his budget plan. CBS's Natalie Brand reports Trump is also warning those who are not on board.
We're kind of threatening them with re-election prospects if this bill does not pass.
And the president said anyone who doesn't support it would be a fool. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is testifying on Capitol Hill today and defending President Trump's decision to lift sanctions on the new leaders of Syria.
It's a historic opportunity, and one that we are obligated to try to explore and see if we can make it work.
He said the country was weeks or months away from full-scale civil war. Israel says more than 90 aid trucks have entered Gaza today. The UN says no aid has reached Palestinians. Britain has suspended trade talks with Israel. Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
This war has gone on for far too long. We cannot allow the people of Gaza to starve.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
The data that matters for your investments.
Apple was among the most active.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
The bouncing ball that is Tesla.
Investors going back into Mag 7 stocks.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
You are seeing all these healthcare names rally big.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
Tariffs putting pressure on yet another retail name.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
The business news of Australia is more important than ever.
Australia is a leader in renewable energy and critical minerals, and its strong global ties and resilient economy make it a prosperous trading nation. I'm Rebecca Jones. Join me and my team of reporters every week for the Bloomberg Australia podcast. Get an insider's look into the biggest Australian stories, all in under 15 minutes. The Bloomberg Australia podcast. Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Jean maker Levi Strauss is shedding the khakis. It says it's selling its Dockers brand to Authentic Brands Group for $311 million. Authentic is the name behind brands like Champion, Eddie Bauer, Izod, and Aero. Victoria's Secret is taking steps to protect itself from a hostile takeover from an activist investor, BBRC International, that now owns about 13% of the company. The maker of women's lingerie is creating what's known as a poison pill that will let shareholders buy stock at a 50% discount if any one investor accumulates 15% or more of the company's outstanding shares. Nintendo has turned to Samsung to help make the main chips for the Switch 2. The move could help Nintendo ramp up production of the gaming machine enough to sell more of the units than expected. Markets still in the red and are down between 0.6% and 0.7%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
On a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast, Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway speak with Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic about conducting monetary policy during periods of extreme uncertainty.
Is there a risk that this time is different and maybe we're a little overconfident in the economy given what happened with the soft data a couple years ago?
So, it's funny that you say this time is different.
I always hesitate to say it on a podcast, but I still do it.
Sometimes it can be different.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of times it can be different, but just as often as not, right? And so part of what I try to do in my approach is never assume, never have a preconceived notion or an expectation about what's going to happen, but rather just pay attention. And what I would say on the sentiment, which is quite interesting, I was a psych major undergrad.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And so psych and econ, yeah. And so for me, I know psychology is important. And I know psychology can shift people's decision making even when the information set doesn't change. And so understanding that psychology and how it translates into decision making is a critical thing. The very interesting thing with sentiment today is that we have had two realities with sentiment, right? The conventional wisdom is that when people are feeling bad, they do less. When sentiment turns negative, things slow down. I think there's been a history to show that has been an experience more often than not. The anomaly or the odd one was this most recent one where sentiment was really down in the dumps, the vibe session and all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
But when push came to shove, consumers continued to go out. People kept going to restaurants, going on trips, renovating their homes, all those things, and the economy remained robust. So the question we have today is which of those realities is going to play out?
That's what's on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app with Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Wall Street's rally taking a breather with the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq in the red, right to the numbers now with the S&P 500 index currently down 0.6%. We've got the Dow down 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite Index lower now by 0.6%. Your 10-year at 4.47% with the 2-year 3.95%. Gold up 1.8%, 32.87 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude looking at a drop there of 0.2%, 62.56 a barrel. So again, stocks lower across the board. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all in the red. And for on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're up to speed on the trade right now. As Charlie mentioned, just bouncing off our lows of this session. We did take a leg down in the last 20, 30 minutes. All right, back to kind of our tech focus this hour. Our team around the globe and across the United States continuing to report out on some of the big tech events that are happening on this Tuesday. Right now, we want to head to Google I/O. It's Google's annual developer conference. It focuses on the company's advancements in AI, Android operating systems, smartwatches, and its scam detection tools. And Tim, it's happening right now in Mountain View, California.
That's where we find Bloomberg News technology reporter Jackie Davalos with Google's Liz Reed. She's vice president and head of search at the firm. Hey, Jackie.
Hey, Tim and Carol. Liz, it's great to have you today.
A pleasure to be with you here today.
The big news that came out of that keynote speech was really AI mode. It's what everyone was really hoping to get, an insight into what's next for search. And you called it the most powerful search engine yet. Describe to us why this is a total reimagining of the search experience.
Yeah, I think we've seen with AI overviews that it's been really great for people, enabling them to ask new types of questions. But we also saw that people really wanted to say, sometimes they have those hard questions, they want to go directly to an AI-powered response. They wanted to ask follow-up questions because they're trying to do something in more depth in research. And so we really thought about what does that experience look like for people, and how do we bring it in so that they can ask truly their hardest questions, and then continue to explore and take action throughout the web.
So is this the end of the blue links?
No, absolutely not. I think both within AI overviews and within AI mode, AI is actually allowing us to go deeper into search. It's allowing people to find that hyper-relevant, incredibly fresh content that really matches your need. If you think about it, if you were doing more of sort of a keywordy style, you only gave a few words. You didn't really describe what the particular type of shoes you want are. And you saw with the shopping example today, okay, if you're really describing this is the type of rug I want to buy, can you find that great small merchant that sells the perfect rug for you? And so I think that will continue to thrive going forward.
One of the biggest questions is really around search has really come up around, do I use one of these other chatbots, OpenAI, for example, or Meta, whatever's out there these days, to kind of ask it these questions in the same way that I used to use Google search for. When it comes to Google's products, why do you want users, do you prefer to have users go through the Gemini app or to search? Kind of what's the unique benefit of going to search in the case for, more specific and more complex questions?
I think search is really designed around helping you with your information needs. It's tuned to really think about things like accuracy and factuality. Oftentimes when you have these information needs, you want to get started, but then you want to go deeper and research more. Let's say you're looking for camps. You want some good idea for camps, but then you actually want to check out the campsites, right? And so search is really designed to make those questions possible, and really focused on doing the best job possible when you have questions with really an information focus.
You mentioned accuracy, and Google had some issues with accuracy kind of in the more early days of this technology. How did you know that AI mode was ready for prime time?
So we have quite thorough testing that we do constantly. We have the feedback from the users in the labs product, but also put it through extensive testing around the factuality, around the helpfulness of the product, and really seeing that both from our benchmarks as well as from the user feedback, we believe it is ready.
The agent kind of aspect to artificial intelligence is something that everyone is really curious about. When it comes to search, what do agents mean in that context? Is it going to be kind of us feeding information into search, or kind of it doing it for us in the long run?
I think maybe a couple of things to highlight. We talked about how we're bringing Project Mariner in today to search. On those cases, for instance, you're trying to buy baseball tickets, you would have to go to hundreds of different sites, enter in the same day, the same number of tickets, and go look at them. And we can go off and help pull that information together and then allow you to take action. But I think this is an important part of agents, is agents should be taking the drudgery out of the work for you. That's how we think about it in search, but still keeping you in control, right? So what's the part of the task you don't want to do, but then coming back and saying, well, which of these do you want, right? I think if you're trying to pick tickets or you're trying to buy a great purse, both of those, at the end of the day, you probably still want to sign off on that final choice. And so we're really thinking about the role of both reducing the effort but enabling you, the agency, to participate.
I'm hearing a lot about engagement. So users are going to be using this in a different way and possibly for longer and more efficiently. Earlier this year, an Apple executive said that the number of Google searches in the Safari browser was starting to tick down. Do you expect that AI mode could actually reverse that trend?
So as we stated, overall search queries are up, including on the Apple platforms. But I think you also heard from Sundar today, AI overviews has driven an increase in queries already today. I think we expect with AI mode that will happen as well. It's really an expansionary moment. There's a lot of questions that you might think about in your head, but you didn't historically think it was worth the time or effort to go ask them. And as technology unlocks this, we saw this with AI overviews, people just come and they ask that question that used to pop in their head and they would let go and do that. And so we really expect the space to grow over time.
One of the areas that I know publishers and content creators are really curious about is kind of what the longer term impact of AI overviews is on them. Can you kind of break down how you expect AI mode kind of largely available to affect that cohort?
So I would say two things. We saw with AI overviews that pages with AI overviews drive higher quality clicks to websites, which means people spend more time on them. They're really engaged on them.
So it's a good thing for publishers.
So I think that's a great thing of getting really high quality content. And we are looking forward to doing the same thing with AI mode as well. I think we're going to continue to find deeper parts of the web, that really incredible hyper relevant content. But I would also say I still expect the vast majority of people to interact primarily on the main search experience with AI overviews. AI mode is really for those harder tasks. It's for the subset of people that really want to be on that sort of cutting edge frontier of models. But AI overviews and the main search page continues to be a great place for a lot of your questions.
When it comes to antitrust, it's on our viewers' minds. We're Bloomberg, and we're really focused on what those implications could be on the broader business model. A federal judge last year ruled that Google's dominance in search was an illegal monopoly, and of course, the outcome of that is still really yet to be seen. But for you, in your shoes as head of search, how are you thinking about the effect that could have on your roadmap?
So in general, we stay just focused on building the best thing for our users. People continue to choose Google because they find it helpful, not because they have to. And that is really our North Star and has been for years. You go back to that mission of organizing all the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. We're a long ways away from the end of that, right? Yes, we've come a long way in the last 25 years, but there's still so many opportunities to make information more useful. We talked today about how we think the future of search is going beyond information to intelligence, really helping you in a deep way with your needs. And that's what gets us motivated every day.
So you don't see the outcome of that antitrust trial kind of affecting your strategy in search going forward or slowing it down in any way?
So we don't generally comment on pending legislation, but I think in general we'll continue to try and build amazing products for users that people love, just as we have over the last 25 years.
Liz Reed, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Carol.
All right, so appreciated. Our own Jackie Davalos out there on the West Coast in Mountain View, California at the Google I.O. event. Bloomberg News technology reporter Jackie Davalos there with Google I.O. in Google's, I should say, Liz Reed, excuse me. She's the vice president and head of search. So a really wide-ranging conversation about a big world for certainly Google.
We saw equities take a leg lower over the last 40 minutes or so. The Nasdaq still down about 0.8%. The S&P 500 just hovering around those session lows to the downside, about 0.7%. The Dow down 0.6%.
I will say more names in the S&P 500 are lower at this hour, about 372 to the downside. We've got 131 gaining ground, but a little bit of a more negative tone certainly we've seen over the last 40 minutes. When we come back, a look at some of the stocks on the move. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Get the latest news whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Top stories from our global team of reporters at the click of a button. Get Bloomberg News Now on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
News when you want it. Get the latest headlines from Bloomberg News updated continuously throughout the day with Bloomberg News Now. Listen anytime on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Jean maker Levi Strauss is shedding the khakis. It says it's selling its Dockers brand to Authentic Brands Group for $311 million. Authentic is the name behind brands like Champion, Eddie Bauer, Izod, and Aero. Victoria's Secret is taking steps to protect itself from a hostile takeover from an activist investor, BBRC International, that now owns about 13% of the company. The maker of women's lingerie is creating what's known as a poison pill that will let shareholders buy stock at a 50% discount if any one investor accumulates 15% or more of the company's outstanding shares. Nintendo has turned to Samsung to help make the main chips for the Switch 2. The move could help Nintendo ramp up production of the gaming machine enough to sell more of the units than expected. Markets still in the red and are down between 0.6% and 0.7%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
From the state courts.
Tell us a little about the facts of the case.
To the Supreme Court.
Can Congress force a judicial code on the justices?
June Grosso delivers your legal intelligence.
Multiple lawsuits were filed against the emergency rule.
The Bloomberg Law Podcast.
Is the toughest hurdle for prosecutors proving Trump's intent?
Listen live weeknights at 6 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg Surveillance is your premier destination for the latest on global financial markets. And now we're live on YouTube. I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Tom Keene. Join me, Lisa, Paul Sweeney, and Michael Barr weekday mornings.
Visit the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube to hear and see the most influential voices on global markets.
The smart way to start your day is with Bloomberg Surveillance weekdays, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern.
Visit the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube and click on the live feed to join us today.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
The U.S. and China have agreed to cool off their trade war.
President Trump's push to end the war in Ukraine.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition.
Israeli forces have taken over large areas of Gaza.
Aaron Judge, yet another home run.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
The Oracle of Omaha eyes the exit.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, getting ready to wrap up on this first hour of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We have seen stocks move to their lows of the session, so we are down about 41 points on the S&P 500. We are good for a decline of about 0.7%, almost 0.8% to the downside on the Nasdaq one. It is down, that average, 167 points. So we've definitely seen more of a negative tone building some momentum, at least over the last 50 minutes.
I'm Tim Stenovec along with Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. With us now is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo. Emily, what's on your radar?
Okay, so I'm looking at a stock that is a lot higher today, despite the indexes being down. D-Wave Quantum. The ticker is QBTS. So the quantum computing trade has been one that's been very popular with retail investors.
It's like we shift from AI to quantum, but
yes,
it's all connected.
I don't admit to be a quantum computing expert.
It's just quantum computing.
Yeah, it's not rocket science.
Explain away, Mr. Stenovec. Go ahead.
But the company announced that they announced today the general availability of a new quantum computing system, and they said that this new type of computer can solve complex problems beyond the reach of what classical computers could do. So the stock is up 26% right now. We know it's popular with retail investors because there's a quantum computing ETF, and then there's also an ETF that gives you double leverage on this stock. The ticker's QBTX, and it was up 60% today.
We're still doing the leverage single stocks thing?
Oh, yes,
okay.
Tim.
Just checking.
We are still very much
checking.
doing that. The space is like $15 billion now of just like single stock leverage ETFs. So this is one of them, 2x this quantum stock.
And by the way, thank you, Google. Quantum and quantum computing and AI, not the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
AI, a broad field of computer science focused on creating intelligent agents.
Carol?
While quantum computing is a specialized form of computing that leverages quantum mechanics to solve specific types of
Are you using the AI overview tool on
I might be.
Google to tell you the answer to this?
I might be.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Yeah.
I'm just checking.
Checking my source, but I looked at it like a couple different explanations.
Yeah, it's like it has something to do with the way that the computer solves problems is different.
It's all getting super smart, isn't it?
Yes, essentially.
All right, where do you want to go next?
All right, Victoria's Secret. Those shares are higher.
No segue there.
Yeah, this is a company that I guess, we're all more familiar with than quantum computing. But the retailer is adopting a shareholder rights plan, otherwise known as a poison pill, to thwart BBRC International, which is an investor that has a 13% stake in the company. And Victoria's Secret said today that this company has a history of acquiring controlling interests in retailers. So they came up with this shareholder rights plan that if any investor acquires 15% of outstanding common stock, it'll trigger this plan, and then Victoria's Secret issues one right for each share. So at least judging by the market action today in the stock, the shareholders are happy with this, again, so-called poison pill. The stock is up right now. 2.5%.
Stock's down a lot, though, for the year. 43% to the downside.
I know. So I guess this investor is like, I want to get in there and change things. I
guess so,
but
right?
The shareholders and the company itself
Who shops there
are
anymore?
against that.
Do you shop there? Sorry, is that personal? Can you shop there?
I'm going to move on to Amer Sports. This is a company that I'm more familiar with.
They have pajamas.
They do
make leggings.
They have socks.
Yeah.
It's the parent company of
Sweats?
Solomon and Wilson Sporting Goods as well. They make tennis rackets. This stock is surging.
That's right. So this company I shop at, they make Arc'teryx too, which is a very popular rain jacket brand, which is funny because it's supposed to be for people like scaling Mount Everest, but a lot of Wall Street bros.
You see it a lot in New York City.
You see it a lot in Midtown Manhattan.
Scaling the subways there or
Yes,
something.
exactly.
Hey, the 59th Street stop at the Express, that is nothing to shake a stick at.
That's a lot of steps.
That's a lot of steps.
I agree with you.
Okay,
so fair enough.
They boosted their annual profit outlook.
There is an escalator.
Yes, which is a good thing for a company to do right now. We're seeing a lot of companies scale back guidance, but they said we're full speed ahead. And then they also beat on first quarter revenue. The commentary included one comment that the company expects the impact from higher tariffs to be negligible. So that's what you want to hear when you're an investor in this market where so many companies are coming out and citing all of this uncertainty and volatility related to tariffs. Amer Sports said, it's negligible. We're going to figure it out.
Having a good year, up 31%.
Yeah. And just IPO not that long ago, too.
Right? Was recent.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Amer, right?
Amer?
Oh. What is it?
Arc'teryx, Solomon, Wilson, Peak Performance, Atomic, Armada.
And the stock
Big
is
in
at
the
a
ski
record
industry.
high.
But how do you say? Is it Amer?
Amer Sports.
Oh, Amer. Okay.
Amer.
Oh, I apologize.
No. I was questioning because I wasn't sure.
Based in Finland, of all places.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Sounds
Look
like
at that.
he may not shop at Victoria's Secret, but he obviously knows about Amer Sports.
I try to move away from things, Carol. You bring us right back.
Just count on me to do that. Emily, thank you as always. Emily Griffeo, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. For more conversations like this, some are more serious, some are funny. Check out our new Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, folks, if you're watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment, though. Tim and I continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're watching the markets near its lows. This is Bloomberg.
Tomorrow, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern sits down with Speaker of the House Mike Johnson.
This is a very challenging time because you don't know what to expect. The markets don't know what to expect.
What's the progress on President Trump's budget bill?
We've heard from interest groups around the country, and we want to do right by them.
House Speaker Mike Johnson. Tomorrow morning at 9:30 Eastern.
We are committed to finding at least $1.5 trillion in savings for the American people.
On Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. Context changes everything. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 60 minutes away from the closing bell on Wall Street. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio across our platforms. Having said that, we're looking at a market, an equity market that's kind of moved down over the last 60 minutes. So we're pretty much at our lows of the session, just taking another leg down here in the last few minutes. So we're down about 46 points on the S&P 500, down almost 0.8%. You've got the Nasdaq 100, a decline of 191 points. That is also down about 0.9. If you're interested in the Dow, why not? Let's take a look. Down about 265 points. Tim, that's good for a loss of about 0.6%.
Good news.
What?
We've got Eric Weiner here, who's going to explain exactly what's going on with the markets and why we saw a little bit of a downtrend in the last hour.
Yeah.
Also, this is pretty cool. We're talking battery technology on the program today. We got the CEO of Factorial Energy joining us. She's going to be joining us from Massachusetts. This is a super interesting company. You think about the huge battery companies that supply to
the Teslas, the BMWs of the world. Like CATL yesterday, going public in Hong Kong earlier today, I should note. This company uses a different type of battery technology that they're really optimistic about.
Doing it and working on it for a while
Yeah,
here.
a lot of people are working on this type of technology too. But it's like easy as going to the gas station to fill up your car with gas. That's how long it should take to charge your car, they argue.
Kind of love that. In a big way. Kind of want that on my phone. Doesn't always work that way.
You got to get the more powerful charger. No, I'm serious.
Oh, seriously?
Oh, yeah. My phone charges. I'll show you, Carol. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll show you.
Hey, we're also going to talk about a little bit more about Elon Musk, what we got from the Qatar Economic Forum, a Bloomberg event, produced event. Our own Max Chafkin is going to kind of draw out what he thought was really relevant and important in that conversation.
Also, it's today's big take. It's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal, the possible cancer and health risks that are lurking in a popular over-the-counter drug. It's a most read, as I mentioned. Anna Edney joining us a little later.
Freaked out a lot of us, I think, as we were reading in this morning. All right, first up, guys, let's get a check on the trade on this Tuesday. For that, we toss things over to Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Indeed, Carol, you hit on it just a couple of minutes ago. We have got another leg lower for the U.S. stock market. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all declining. S&P 57 minutes to go until that closing bell. Clang, clang, clangs on Wall Street. Right now, we have got the S&P moving lower, trading down now. And again, it is the lows of the session. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. So the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all declining today. Wall Street's rally taking a breather. Stocks are falling as traders await fresh catalysts after a 6-day run to put the S&P 500 up almost 20% from its April lows. S&P down 0.8%, down 48. Dow Industrials down 276, a drop there of just about 0.7%. Nasdaq down 177 right now, down 0.9%. The 10-year 4.47%, with the 2-year 3.96%. Gold is up 1.8%, now $32.88 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, $62.56 a barrel. As for the market backdrop, Cameron Dawson is Chief Investment Officer at New Edge Wealth, and she was interviewed on Bloomberg Surveillance.
We're still calling this the space between the initial shock of the tariff headlines and the eventual impact to the real economic data, which we think is just going to take time. It takes time for these price increases to work their way through to the consumer. We heard that from Walmart.
Cam Dawson of New Edge, interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. After earnings, we got Home Depot down now by 1.2%. Rival Lowe's also lower, dropping now by 1.7%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. The market's exactly where I want to go right now. As Carol mentioned, near our session lows right now. The S&P 500 down about 0.9%. We've got with us Eric Weiner. He's Bloomberg News Senior Editor for Equities Americas. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Eric, when I was preparing our interview with you earlier today, I was planning to talk about what happened yesterday because it was a little bit of a wild day. We all thought that equities would fall and that bond yields would surge, and that happened in the early part of the day. Then the dip buyers appeared to come in. We could talk about that in a few minutes, but first I want to talk about the reversal, not a reversal, but sort of the leg lower that we saw in the last hour. What do we attribute this to?
Well, probably the best place to look would be Tesla's chart. If Musk has been out talking today, he's been talking more about his companies, and on a rival network, we'll say. He said something to the effect of the future. He reiterated that the future is in robotaxis. And whereas robotaxis were seen as a positive for the company, that's kind of flipped because of the amount of sunk cost that goes into developing it. And then a lot of people have started asking the question about regulating all of this and ensuring all of this. And there are many, many, many pieces that go to creating a robotaxi environment. And we don't know if Tesla is going to be the company that does it and where those costs go. And
I mean, if you go to Washington, D.C., well, I won't say if you go to Washington, D.C. now, because I don't know if they're there yet, but I know they're on their way there. These are the Waymo cars. Carol had her mind blown last week, the
I
week
would have
before.
closed my eyes and like on the whole 20, 25 minute ride.
For months, I've been saying you got to try one of these things. I tried one in San Francisco in the fall. It was amazing.
Loved it. At night, I'm like, would I feel comfortable? I was kind of blown away by it. And I loved, it was clean, it was easy. No music if I didn't want it. Like,
but you were in a Jaguar that was powered by Google's technology, not in a Tesla. That's the point.
That is
if I was in a Jaguar, I'd be happy. But
they are nice cars.
The flip side of that, we can all see the base case for it. You know, you're out late, you don't want to drive home, and your car just takes you there.
Yeah.
Or, you know, the city is, you know, has plenty of cabs, and you don't have to worry about anything. They come right over. The question is, our whole system is built on liability, right? So the whole idea of insuring something is being able to point the finger at who's to blame.
Right.
So if you're in the back seat, having had, you know, a couple too many drinks, and are just doing what you're supposed to do, what you bought the car for, and then it T-bones somebody else, who pays for that accident? Who's responsible?
It's such a basic question that I've never actually considered.
Well, and this is where somebody who's going to bet on that goes, because if that infrastructure is in place, then of course, you know, Waymo and all of these things become national. The idea of us having self-driving cars becomes completely, you know, reliable. But without that, we're still in a you got to drive your own car world, or you need to figure out who is going to be responsible. Does the company take that? How do we do the insurance for that? We have to re-regulate a whole bunch of things before that can become a national reality. And if you're one of the most important stocks in the market, and you're putting a bunch of money behind this, and there isn't that background there, the risk of that turning into a sunken cost is very real.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating. It's funny because we do these gainers and decline, you know, winners and losers, and Tesla was a gainer for me because it was up, you know, more than 3% earlier in the session, and now I'm like, okay, I got to kind of yank this one because it's just pretty much sticking around unchanged, or it's even got into the red a little bit. But it's a really good point. I do think about it. It was interesting when I was in the Waymo, and there was at a point where a biker, you know, kind of scooted alongside and then turned.
We prefer the term cyclist. Unless you're talking about a guy on a motorcycle, that would be a biker.
It was a cyclist,
Okay.
and I was watching how the car like navigated, and I was even watching how
It was impressive, wasn't it?
It was pretty impressive, and I was like, "Whoa, okay." Saw it, like stayed around, you know, around. Also saw it though, like with yellow lights, like kind of went through some yellow lights, and I was like, like how did I feel about that? But it was the ride was smooth. But you're right, there's so many questions, right? And if there's a lot more on the road, does that make the road more safer, or does it create more variables? I don't know.
Theoretically, when you talk to people who are involved in mass producing cars, that actually is safer because they're all going to travel at the same speed and they're going to keep the same gaps and everything
kind
like
of track
that.
together.
But technology is not perfect. It is not infallible. So and it's not if, it's when a circuit goes a little haywire,
right?
Who catches the blame for that? And our society is very, very clear on blame. And so when you don't have that, you have something that's doing 60 miles an hour and can kill someone, it becomes a much dicier proposition.
Like, isn't it product liability?
Yeah. It is. It absolutely is. To be. And personal. And look, if you hurt somebody, good luck.
And look, we've seen this happen over the last couple of years as different companies have experimented. I mean, there's a company that doesn't even operate the way it used to operate because of issues that happened when it was testing these vehicles in San Francisco. And even on Reddit, the Waymo Reddit threads have examples of when the car hasn't not necessarily crashed or anything, but when something has gone wrong, like there's examples of it just going around and around a roundabout, for example.
Yeah.
We've all glitched.
Well, it was interesting, even the pickup, you know, was that kind of for work, a resort, and it was like, the guys even there said, like, the car may just kind of park somewhere. Because we got to go find it.
Because it's not like a human. This is what I talked to somebody who works in AI.
Yeah.
And I was saying, I would love for this to come to New York. And he was like, the challenge with this happening in New York is there aren't very many legal, safe places for them to pull over.
Yeah.
And pick people up. And the truth. I mean, if you think about the way we pick up cabs and Ubers and Lyfts here, we're walking into the middle of the street and they're stopping.
It's all about individual. I mean, and you catch somebody's eye,
but it's nuts.
Well, no, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
No, that's what I mean. Like, it's all about us interacting with the person who picks us up. And when you have cars that are just pulling in by themselves, you don't know how this is going to work. And that's really what it's about. If you're sinking your money, and this is a company that builds cars, you're sinking your money into something that you don't know how it's going to work, that gets dangerous.
So this is all about Tesla?
Well, I think the last hour has been about Tesla.
That's
If you
interesting
look at that chart, it's the one in the S&P that really
It's almost 2% of the S&P 500 in terms of weighting. It's about a little bit more than, it's almost 3.2% of the Nasdaq 100, about 3.5% of the Nasdaq.
If you look at Move on our system, you can see that, like, basically the whole Mag 7 is in the red. Google got hammered earlier as well. So it's like sort of a tech risk off, but like the big turn was in Tesla, where it had gone down when Musk was talking to us. It went flying down, and then it came back up, and now it just dropped like a stone.
Yeah, good point. I mean, look, 6 out of the 7 Mag 7 are in the red. Tesla shares were up earlier in the session. They're still up about half a percentage point, but a far cry from.
But they were like up 3.
Yeah,
and that's a big move on the S&P.
Hey, I want to go back in time a little bit and talk yesterday, which was actually the plan before we saw things move a little lower. What happened yesterday? Because we thought that because of this Moody's downgrade, we'd see this certain tone with the trade that didn't end up coming to fruition.
So, the bond market is hard to figure because that actually should have happened. And it did. I mean, yields, jumped and stocks sort of responded. What we saw in the market was the highest retail buying that we've seen in, I think it was over a decade. It's some absurdly strong amount of retail buying up until 12:30. So basically, as that market sold off, retail stepped in and bought every inch of it. So whereas we were positioning like you, we were thinking like you, okay, well, it's a down day and it's probably going to stay down. Instead, it turned into this, V-shaped recovery where all of a sudden it sort of gets this lift, and by the end of the day, we're in the green. But there is so little conviction in this market right now that everything's on a hair trigger. So Musk saying something about robo-taxis and suddenly everybody sells it off. There's just this sort of waiting for the other shoe to drop feel to everything. And then you have retail buying the dip. And the question is how much longer they can when the S&P is approaching 6,000. When you're at 59, and
that's wild.
And so you've come all the way back. How much more strength does retail have to keep this going? Because the institutional guys are on the sidelines and they cannot buy in at these levels, so they have to sit.
Why can't they buy in?
Well, because if you're timing this and you're questioning whether it's going to go higher, your risk is enormous buying in right now. You're much better off waiting for, say, yesterday's 1% drop. Buy that. You wait for some sort of announcement that is going to temporarily take the market down 2%. You buy there. But if you were looking at things a month ago and you were like, if we get up to 6,000, this is amazing. And then we do it. Well, now you buy in and you're buying in at a level where it's really dicey whether you're going to go higher, and there's a strong chance you're going to go lower. So the entry point is not attractive to somebody who's actually building a portfolio. If you're just trading in and out during the day, doesn't really matter. And then it's what you see and you're reacting to the way the charts look. But if you're actually putting positions on in your portfolio, right now stocks are pretty fully valued.
Right. It's like, okay, what's the next catalyst you can really trade on definitively? And I keep thinking about, okay, 90 days out in terms of tariffs, like that's ticking. We got to wait for that. I mean, there's a lot of issues that we have to wait for, right?
Yes.
Eric, to kind of understand, okay, so what's kind of the next backdrop for the longer term trend?
It's the economic data, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to have a jobs report coming up. We're going to be having, PC, CPI, all that sort of stuff coming. don't know that anybody is expecting a June rate cut from the Fed
Probably
anymore.
not, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're down to September, if at all. But it's really, it really feels like people are waiting. When I say people, I mean Wall Street pros are kind of waiting for the confirmation to come that the economy is weaker than the market is playing.
We've been hearing for weeks about this idea of empty shelves coming. That hasn't materialized.
Nope.
And the pause that we saw between the tension with the U.S. and China could perhaps be some sort of reprieve. But in the background, Eric, I can't help but think we're still in a trade war.
Yeah, well, and so we go back to COVID, and it's like we remember what that was like, and everybody says, oh, we don't want to go back to that. But if you look at like the 70s or like periods where there was very slow growth and high inflation, it does mean that certain things, there are shocks in certain things, but overall, it's just the economy doesn't move. And that's what people are fearing. It's not so much, I mean, obviously, you know, walking into Target and just seeing empty shelves, well, that's, you know, that's a huge problem. But just, you're paying 10% more on everything. Every nothing is on sale. Your meat is more expensive. Your groceries are more expensive. Everything you buy, everywhere you go, it's more expensive. And what happens then is people just retrench. You know, it's like each individual decision happens and people go, okay, well, I'm going to pull back. And that hits earnings. And that's when it starts spreading. So if you're a trader, you're looking at the clues that are going to get you to those earnings that are then going to send you lower.
Yeah, see, so, okay, off to the next earnings cycle. But I think about what Libby Cantrell of PIMCO said, too, the same thing. Like, tariffs, we're going to be in a higher tariff environment, and that's going to have an impact. Eric Weiner, thank you as always. Bloomberg News Senior Editor of Equities Americas. Coming up, we're talking batteries, folks. We're talking about EV batteries, a new one.
Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's the power of Business Week in handy form. Sign up at Bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Live business news, breaking global headlines, and conversations with the names that move markets. Listen to Bloomberg Radio on command anywhere you have an Amazon Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio.
How is Africa riding the crypto wave? Why are record coffee prices a double-edged sword? And what do China's economic woes mean for African debt? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Join me for Next Africa, a podcast from Bloomberg that offers a weekly dive into one business or economic story from across the continent. Listen to Next Africa on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine home. The smell of coffee, the sound of a lawnmower, the sun's warmth on your face. Free to be yourself, surrounded by love that helps you grow. This is a place to call home. That's an American dream we all deserve. But in 50% of U.S. states, you could legally be denied housing if you are LGBTQ+. Get the facts and hear real stories at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with John Creekmore, Chief Investment Officer at Creekmore Wealth Advisors, on the markets.
You know, it's been so interesting to watch over the last year, especially as we saw more discussion, even last year in the election cycle, about trade imbalance, about different methods to utilize and bring this trade imbalance into probably a proper perspective. And one of the ones talked about was the blunt instrument of a tariff. And a lot of folks did not have much knowledge or background of tariffs, except for their remembering of Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and as far as the discussion of tariffs in that movie. And so not real academic there, but all of a sudden then they recognize this could be a big deal for them as far as inflation. It could be a big deal for them as far as overall economic certainty. So we really encourage everybody to take a step back. Let's look at long-term goal objectives. Ask yourself, are you an investor or are you a trader? And then based upon your answer on that, you can make decisions to make money in any environment. However, it's a little bit different methodology. So number one was back in April, we encouraged everyone, actually before that, back in the middle of February, we saw the market hit an all-time high, and encouraged everyone to say, hey, stay calm. There's going to be some uncertainties and some storms coming about. We want to make sure we make logical decisions based upon facts. And whenever we saw the tariff announcement hit on April the 2nd, it caused a lot of emotion and a lot of uncertainty. We know the markets do not like uncertainty. So we encourage them, let's allow this to play out. Let's look for opportunities in the carnage. Let's try to find ways to make money in the midst of. And sure enough, whenever more information came out, cooler heads prevailed, and we saw the markets bounce back, actually up 22% from that low that we saw on April the 10th.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index now lower by 0.6% after a 6-day rally. Big tech stocks weighing heavily on trading as traders await fresh catalysts. S&P now lower by 38 points at 59.25. Again, a decline right now of 0.6%. The Dow down 214 points, a drop of 0.5%. Nasdaq down 132 for Nasdaq. The composite index down 0.7%. The Nasdaq 100 index also down 0.7%. The 10-year at 4.48%. The 2-year 3.97%. Spot gold is up 1.8%, $32.88 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, $62.56 for a barrel of WTI. Elon Musk says he is committed to being the Tesla CEO in 5 years, and speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum 2025, he told our Michelle Hussein that he's seeing no problem with demand, while adding that Tesla lost sales on the left but gained sales on the right. He also condemned acts of violence committed against the automaker and the owners of Tesla vehicles.
I'm not someone who's ever committed violence, and yet massive violence was committed against my companies. Massive violence was threatened against me. Who are these people? Why would they do that? How wrong can they be? They're on the wrong side of history, and that's an evil thing to do.
Tesla's Elon Musk interviewed on Bloomberg Radio from the World Economic Forum 2025. Tesla shares, they're gaining on a down day for the rest of the market. Tesla right now higher by about 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. I want to talk about batteries because last night CATL
if I had
jumped.
a nickel for every time you said you want to talk about batteries, I'd be a rich woman.
You would be.
Because you like batteries.
Batteries are in everything, and they're super important, especially when we think of the electrification of vehicles.
Super important. So what do you want to tell me?
Well, last night, CATL jumped in its Hong Kong trading debut. Last night, our time, I should say.
Correct.
Today,
Hong Kong time.
Hong Kong time.
Regular
This after the Chinese battery giant wrapped up the world's biggest listing this year, raised $4.6 billion. This despite being blacklisted by the Pentagon and grinding through geopolitical storms. CATL is the largest maker of EV batteries. It supplies batteries to Tesla, VW, Ford, Mercedes-Benz, and more. Our next guest, though, is working on a different type of battery. Siyu Wang is founder and CEO of Factorial Energy. This is a company that's working on solid-state batteries. She joins us from Massachusetts. Siyu, good to have you on the program today. I started out by doing some research when it came to different types of batteries, and I was just thinking to myself, no, I'm just going to have you answer the question for us. If we think about the batteries that are prominently featured in EVs right now, how are these different than the solid-state batteries that you are developing at Factorial?
A solid-state battery is like a traditional battery, but instead of using a liquid inside, it uses solid-state or a quasi-solid-state material. And this makes the battery safer, longer lasting, and more powerful because it can store more energy and is less likely to leak or catch on fire. It's also more efficient and safer for everything from your cell phones to electric cars. Plus, our unique dry coating process makes manufacturing cleaner and more cost effective.
So why is it so difficult to make an EV battery a solid-state battery?
Well, there are different part of the challenges coming to play. The biggest challenge is scale up. I mean, that has been that's valid for a lot of battery companies, from the first minimal viable product to the manufacturable with a really good quality and cost-effective product. And on top of that is really the supply chain challenges. I think that's definitely a very central to all the battery players in the world. And last but not least, I think it's really coming down to the execution, right? From a startup to a giant supply chain player in the value chain for the batteries, really the big difference. So I think that's really coming down to the execution and also the conviction from the leadership team.
Wait, so help me understand. In terms of scaling up, what's the biggest impediment? Is it resources, financial resources, materials? I'm trying to understand, because you guys have been working on this for a while, and I understand there's development and all of that takes some time, but tell us what's kind of the biggest point or factor that's holding you guys back at this point.
Yeah, I would say there are probably mostly 3 areas, but I think the biggest hurdle when comes from a technology to a real product is really to scale up the battery itself. Traditionally we have batteries like with our cell phone size batteries when a lot of smaller started to developing, even as small as your watch battery, like a coin cell battery. And it's a big hurdle to scale from like small cell phone batteries to like a big automotive size battery. Actually, I brought up a prototype that to the audience today that this is actually the 100 amp hour battery we just launched in 2023, and actually we brought it into the B sample earlier last year as well. So this is actually an automotive size battery, and it's a huge from a cell phone size battery to automotive size battery. It's a lot of work to put into like manufacturing, design a battery, and also even to keep the quality and cost on track. So I think that's really the top biggest challenge for making a battery, alongside with also other costs and the quality checking.
The battery that you're holding right now, that would be a battery that would go into an electric vehicle?
Yeah, so actually we launched with Mercedes together earlier this year the first solid-state battery vehicle with a global OEM, and we're putting the lithium metal solid-state battery that we produced, and we are able to power the vehicle of EQS. And with our battery, which is bringing higher energy, and it's a denser energy, so it gives you a less volume and also a lighter, smaller battery. It actually delivers a longer range and also be able to be more cost efficient in the long run. So this is what we have delivered with Mercedes earlier this year in the EQS, and it's actually powering the vehicle, and it was running on the street of Stuttgart.
So just for those who are listening on radio, CU has been holding up. We all know our car, what our cell phone looks like in the small batteries, but this one looked like it was about 1.5 feet long, maybe 4 inches wide. It was very light. Was that the actual battery? Batteries are heavy. Was that actually the weight of an actual car battery, a solid state car battery?
Yes, that could be much lighter compared with the traditional lithium-ion batteries.
Right.
We're using a lithium metal in the anode, which is the lightest metal on Earth, and also has a lightest weight as the anode material, has the highest capacity as the anode material. So it does give you much higher energy density from the volumetric energy density to the gravimetric density perspective. So we're able to enable about 50 to 80% higher energy density compared with traditional batteries. And this means with the same size of battery, you can potentially give you like 20, 30, or even 50, 80% longer range, depends on the integration efficiency.
Right.
And have the same energy battery, you potentially can have like 20 to 30% lighter weight and potentially lower weight and lower volume, as well as a less expensive vehicle compared to what you have today.
So kind of win-win here, right? Lighter weight can go further. Hey, one thing, and this is actually coming from the New York Times, which has also written about what you guys are up to. It says that these types of battery cells that are more prone to grow spiky irregularities that cause short circuits. Vast riches await any company that can overcome this problem and develop a battery that is durable, safe, and reasonably easy to manufacture. But these spiky irregularities that cause short circuits, is that still an issue, a problem that needs to be overcome?
It is a fundamental physics issue when it comes to battery. When it's cycling and it's performing, it does tend to grow these little dendrites over the lifetime of the battery. So the difference between a solid state versus a liquid battery is that we're able to use a solid state material as well as electrolyte to suppress the dendrite growth. So that's little spiky lithium metal or the various materials will be able to be suppressed when it's being grown within the battery system. So it's much lower risk of this short, and also even when it happens, it's much less hazard compared to the liquid battery, because the liquid system is much more volatile when there's a thermal event.
What about when it comes to charging and the ease and quickness of charging? Range anxiety gives people, well, anxiety. What about charging?
Yes, I know there has been a lot of buzz, like big buzz around the charging space. I would say for the solid state battery, the charging speed is very good. Right now, for our first generation quasi solid state battery, we're able to deliver about 18-minute fast charging from like 10 to 90%. And we can do potentially 15 from like 20 to 80%. So that's very much in line with what the lithium-ion battery does. But one thing to remember is that we do deliver higher energy density, which means it's a longer driving range, even as the same size of battery pack. So with the same minutes of charging, even with the same state of charge, you'll be able to deliver longer range per charge. So it's less about like how many minutes you can fill up the battery, it's about how many miles you can drive per charge.
So will you guys manufacture these batteries, what percentage are without fault? In other words, they work?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Like people in the industry usually call it yield, which is a very important characteristic to evaluate how much scrap and how much faulty batteries is coming out of the line. So typically for a gigafactory, which is a huge battery factories, you spend like $2-3 billion into this. And that's a state of art is about 95% or higher compared with traditional, like smaller size of the manufacturing presence. And with the pilot line, which is usually about 200, 300 megawatt hour line, and if you can get to 70 to 80% yield, it's already state of art in the industry. So our line, which is a prototyping line right now, is already over 85% yield from our current production line.
What about when it comes to competition? As Carol and I mentioned, there are a lot of companies working on this technology. How do you differentiate yourself from what is out there, what's being worked on by competitors right now, including CATL?
And that's a great point. I mean, it's a great thing that solid state has been perceived as the next generation to-go product for batteries. I mean, that's unprecedented. And industry, even among all the top 10 players in the automotive industry, have all seen that this is coming up and it's going to be the immediate next step from the lithium-ion battery. And the challenge for that is like there's a lot of competition around this, including CATL, as you said.
Yeah.
So our biggest advantage for our battery, first of all, compared with other solid-state players, is that we have been leading the industry with the first. So we were the first one that scaled it up to from a small cell to 100 amp hour solid-state battery.
Yeah.
And we were the first one past the UN test, which is a very important standard test for shipment with the lithium metal battery. And we were the first one deliver the B sample to a global automotive OEM, which is Mercedes. And we were also the first one announced the demo fleet, and with the Stellantis, that's the first fleet being announced by any solid state player.
Got it. Hey, listen, can I just? We're running out of time. 15 seconds. What does this thing cost? Is it more expensive than other batteries? And just really quickly, 10 seconds.
It is very cost competitive at the cell level. And then we're believing that it's actually lower cost for the vehicle because it's lighter and safer.
Interesting stuff. Hey, stay in touch and let us know how things are going. Siyu Huang, she's founder and CEO of Factorial Energy, a company that's working on those solid-state batteries. She's joining us from Massachusetts on this Tuesday.
CBS News Brief. It's shaping up to be a very busy tornado season, and Mississippi has been waiting for federal disaster relief for 2 months.
People are still hurting, no houses to go into.
And CBS's Nicole Skanga reports there are concerns about the approaching hurricane season.
When the acting administrator was briefed just last week, he was told that FEMA's not ready for hurricane season.
President Trump was on Capitol Hill today pushing fellow Republicans to get behind his budget bill. CBS's Natalie Brand.
President
hoping that he can seal the deal, at least when it comes to the House.
Britain suspended trade talks with Israel today to protest its continuing offensive in Gaza. Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
We're horrified by the escalation from Israel. We repeat our demand for a ceasefire as the only way to free the hostages.
Israel says more aid was delivered to Gaza today. The UN says none has reached Palestinians. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
The U.S. and China have agreed to cool off their trade war.
President Trump's push to end the war in Ukraine.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition.
Israeli forces have taken over large areas of Gaza.
Aaron Judge, yet another home run.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
The Oracle of Omaha eyes the exit.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
This is Caroline Hyde.
And I'm Ed Ludlow. Join us for Bloomberg Technology, a daily podcast focusing exclusively on technology, innovation, and the future of business.
We bring you the latest headlines from Silicon Valley and conversations with tech's biggest decision makers.
You have to have a pro-innovation mindset.
We were partnered with OpenAI.
We've all experienced this incredible revolution.
Bloomberg Technology.
Listen on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Google will offer AI mode in searches for all U.S. users as it tries to bring products to market faster and keep pace with new rivals in the artificial intelligence age. During a developers conference today, Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai says they want to remain relevant as people increasingly turn to chatbots for information. Google is getting back into the glasses category. This time they'll have artificial intelligence. The company is committing up to $75 million for Warby Parker to develop the all-day eyewear with a planned launch sometime after this year. The British software company Builder AI, backed by Microsoft, used to be worth millions, but it plans to file an insolvency case after overstating its sales figures to investors. Stocks are lower. They're down between 0.5% and 0.75%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Edward Yardeni, Yardeni Research. Higher yields should be bad, but they haven't been bad. We have seen a global bull market in stocks, even though we've seen bond yields increase. Now, my view is that to a large extent, bond yields have normalized. They're back to where they should be. 4.5% is the right bond yield for the U.S. economy. That was the case before the great financial crisis, and I think it's the case against now. Maybe we're getting some excesses in the UK, some excesses in Japan, but if you want to be U.S.-centric, which to be, I think these bond yields are kind of normal, but I do see a risk that there could be a mini debt crisis the way there was in 2023. And in some ways, Tom, I hope there is, because I think now's a good time for a debt crisis to get the attention of the politicians in Washington, that they got to get their act together.
I've been in this market since the mid-'80s. We've been talking about deficits and the national debt, and it just doesn't matter. Is really what I've kind of. Yeah. Can you give us some context there?
Yeah, absolutely. Back in July of 1983 is when I concocted the term bond vigilantes, and I went back and read what I wrote, and I said the bond vigilantes are particularly upset about record $200 billion deficits. And here we're looking at $2 trillion deficits and talking about the bond vigilantes once again.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got 20 minutes to go until the closing bell. Yes, a down day, but a big bounce off the bottom. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right, U.S. stocks with a late day fade, but a bounce off the lows. The Dow paring losses to 155 points. S&Ps are still down 29, and the Nasdaq is off by 0.5%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.48%. Gold is in the green. Oil is in the red, and Bitcoin, that's higher by 1%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only utilities, healthcare, and consumer staples were in the green. Tech and telecom were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, UNH and Boeing, while American Express led to the downside. After earnings, Home Depot fell 1%, and in other news, Warby Parker spiked 17% intraday. The company is partnering with Google, and wrapping things up, Palo Alto Networks reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. We are just about 18 minutes away from the closing bell on this Tuesday. We've mentioned how during the 2 o'clock hour, Wall Street time, we did see a leg down in terms of equities going near our lows of the session. We've bounced back. Not completely, but definitely off our lows. But as you heard from Bill and both Charlie, still down about 0.5% in the S&P 500. Nasdaq 100, Tim, still down also about 0.5%.
I want to bring in Jennifer Grancio. She's head of ETFs and global head of ETFs at TCW. She was also former CEO of the impact investment firm Engine Number One. Remember, they took on Exxon back in 2021 and scored a major victory by winning 3 seats on the board. She's back in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, usually in LA, spends a lot of time on the road. We are happy to see you here in New York. How are you?
I'm great.
Well, it's good to have you with us. Carol and I were talking a little earlier about sort of the strangeness of the market since, quote unquote, I guess the April 8th post so-called Liberation Day low. What do you make of what's happened over the last 6 weeks or so? Because we are pretty close to all-time highs on the S&P 500.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. I think everybody wrestles with the same question. From an equity perspective, we actually at TCW are doing concentrated fundamental portfolios. So we're looking for opportunities, high quality management teams, quality revenue, growth through trends like how we use energy and electricity and supply chain reshoring. So we like the names we have in the portfolios. We think it's a good time for people to be investing. At the same time, we're a big bond investor. And so when we are managing the core bond products, one of the ETFs there that's done very well is Flexer. And when we're managing that, we're a value investor. So we took advantage of the volatility in credit spreads in particular, drove a lot of alpha for clients looking back a couple of weeks. But in the bond fund, we're still being cautionary. We want to be positioned so if the economy does slow, we're doing the right thing for investors.
What kind of visibility do you feel right now that you have on the outlook?
I think it's uncertain.
Yeah.
And we just don't know. And we have data. We have this debate internally within TCW all the time on to what extent is it slowing? How many rate cuts will there be this year? We don't have the answer. But in the bond part of the portfolio, we think people should be positioned with an active manager so that we're managing that for them as things unwind.
I think one thing that we've been thinking a lot about is really and we'll talk about some of these ETFs in just a second, but from a big picture perspective. And Eric Weiner from our equities team was just in here talking about how professionals that we've reported on are still kind of thinking about this other shoe that's going to drop. There's just around the corner, there could be some sort of big risk, whether it's trade related, whether it's related to the economy. What do you see as the risks out there right now?
I think from a tariff perspective, it's come back a lot, but tariffs that are in the low double digits rather. I mean, that's still a big tax on the consumer. So we're watching that. It's better. They're lower. They're a little bit more reasonable, but we don't know how much of an impact that will have on the consumer. So that's probably the main thing we're watching. And we're looking at everything. We look at employment data. We look at the earnings calls to see what consumer companies are thinking.
That's funny because I thought, I mean, when we were talking to Eric earlier, it was like, yeah, we were waiting for the companies reporting earnings for the most recent quarter to talk about the impact. And certainly a lot of them did, but we didn't necessarily see the equity market reaction that I think people thought they would. Like, the concern is, okay, maybe it's happening now rather than in the last quarter.
Well, it does feel like if we're going to see things like the tariff impact, it's not necessarily showing up in the statistics, right? And as you said, Tim, like in the earnings reports, that's maybe a second half thing, and we've got to kind of wait and see for that.
And yeah, that's right. And that's why we think we have to be careful from a portfolio positioning perspective.
Jennifer, I want to ask you, I know I probably do this before, but I'm always curious about flows, where you see investors moving in and out of at this point, because obviously it's been an interesting, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, and I'm just curious how much movement was going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think at a wealth and retail level, what we've seen is a lot of money rebalancing back towards equities. So people certainly moved right back into equities.
They really did.
So we've seen that
completely. The money that came out,
they've taken money out of cash and other things and put it back in equity. And then in our shop, a lot of what we do are these thematic or complementary equity strategies, and so some of them have done very well. I mean, they've done great from a performance perspective in terms of beating the S&P, but from a flows perspective, we've seen money come into high-quality company defensive growth, GROW is the ETF there, as well as into P.A.R, which is the energy system transition product.
I mean, that has been such a dominant theme. I mean, I was asking before we got going, Tim, if you were at Milken, and I mean, that was one of, despite all the uncertainty and tariff conversations, one of the things that seemed to be again, beating the drum was that of the AI play and the energy that's going to be needed. That build out was still happening. And is that what you're talking about?
For sure. Yeah. And so from an investment perspective, the way that we're managing products that people can come into, we have an AI product we have for a very long time, as well as the powered ETF strategy, which are a way to get access to that theme, but we think don't do it in a way that is too narrow. In both trends, how companies use AI, how companies get power and use electricity, we're very early innings on these mega trends.
Can I just say, Powered is up almost 20% over the past month, up about 11% year to date.
Jennifer, how would you characterize the flows that you've seen in the last 6 weeks or so? Would they be more defensive or more oriented toward growth in your view?
It's somewhere in between.
You're
is
seeing
the real
both.
answer. We're seeing both, and then on the fixed income side of the business. So with Flexer, which is total return bond fund, but also has a very strong income target, it's yielding around 6%. We've seen very strong flows there. So from a portfolio perspective, it certainly doesn't feel like people are doing one thing or the other. They're just topping up positions.
How's it yielding 6%?
From an SEC yield perspective, we have a target, and we're managing for income while we're doing total return at the same time.
Okay.
And so I think that's what sort of rocketed that particular fund up to the top of the category.
Yeah, this has nearly tripled since it was converted back in June.
Exactly.
You know, we introduced you and we said, former CEO of Engine Number One, you did take on Exxon, major victory, 3 seats on the board. We're now looking at an administration that seems to be rolling back perhaps on energy things, although there was a positive for wind farms today based on Trump administration initiatives. How do you think about that? I don't know if I should say ESG, but the alternative energy space, the kind of transitioning that we were seeing pretty aggressively. How do you think about that? Does that continue in terms of the move away maybe from fossil fuel companies, or do you think maybe this is another pivotal change that we kind of roll back a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have such a demand for energy. Yeah. I think that we're going to continue to need both. So prudent, more efficient fossil fuel. But some of the companies we hold in the powered portfolio, for example, like Vistra, it's natural gas and other sources of non-intermittent power. Data centers need those. And then the more effective we can get with wind and solar, people are still investing there. So I think it's a massive trend, and we need so much energy. We'll see balanced growth across the brown and the green parts of the industry.
Where does the environment come into all of this? Just 30 seconds. Like, is there like a concern among companies? Like, I don't know, if you guys are talking with investors, do they care about it? Do CEOs, leaders, and forgive me, just got about 20, 25 seconds.
Yeah, I think from an environmental perspective, I think both asset owners like public pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, as well as CEOs of companies, care about these issues. But we're having a conversation that's based on financial metrics and long-term outcomes.
Okay, so it plays into it in a big way. So good to have you in studio. So good to see you. Be well, be well. Jennifer Grencio, head of ETFs and global head of ETFs over at TCW, right here in New York.
Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's the power of Business Week in a handy form. Sign up at Bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Get the news you need at the click of a button inside your car. The new Bloomberg Business app, now featuring Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All your favorite Bloomberg radio shows, plus news at your fingertips. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Consumers appear to be tired of inflation, high interest rates, and tariff uncertainty, and it's showing up in the latest Axios Harris survey of how corporations are viewed. Among the top 100 index of companies, more declined, about 46%, than improved, 37%. Consumers criticized businesses for capitalizing on tariffs to pad their profit margins. The company with the best reputation, Trader Joe's. Home Depot says it has no plans to raise prices due to tariffs. During an earnings call today, executives said they believe the worst has passed, so it's keeping its full-year guidance. Time magazine is out with its first Time 100 list of most influential leaders in philanthropy. Among those making the cut, Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales, Oprah Winfrey, Chef Jose Andres, and athletes David Beckham and Steph Curry. Heading toward the close, stocks are down between 1.5%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Catch up with the biggest names in business. Listen to Bloomberg Podcasts. The Circuit with Emily Chang.
I speak with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon.
Odd Lots with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway.
Austin Goolsbee, the Chicago Fed president.
And Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston.
A discussion with BlackRock's Larry Fink.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
We have the perfect guest for this topic.
Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
A warming planet, complex geopolitics, and fierce competition means business operations are under more scrutiny than ever before. Returning to London this June, the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit is uniting leaders and investors to explore how sustainability efforts can bolster resilience and mitigate risk. Learn more at bloomberglive.com/SBS London. That's bloomberglive.com/SBS London. Presenting sponsor, Schneider Electric.
When news breaks across the globe, Bloomberg Radio is there. From the Middle East,
The fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is over.
to Europe,
Keir Starmer and Donald Trump have discussed trade.
and anywhere in the world news happens.
Well, let's go now to the climate talks in Dubai.
Bloomberg's luxury reporter in Paris.
Bloomberg's Stefan Kufner has more from Ecuador's capital.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, coming up on 7 minutes until we wrap up this trading day on this Tuesday, May 20th. Stocks have been bouncing around. We're definitely off our lows of this session, definitely off our highs of this session. Down across the board, we've seen a little bit more of a risk-on trade once again. Still just down about 26 points on the S&P 500, so just a little bit lower here. Nasdaq 100 just down, shy of 100 points. So again, a little bit of a negative tone, just pulling up on the S&P 500. And we're looking at most names to the downside, 352 names lower in the S&P 500, 152 to the downside, upside, excuse me. So again, more of a risk-off trade. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment and count you down to the close on this Tuesday. A little bit of earnings, too, after the closing bell that we'll be breaking down as well. What's on your radar?
Oh, interesting way to ask that.
It's a radar thing?
Yeah, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration, also known as the FAA, will release a plan today to reduce flights at Newark Airport after systems outages and a staffing crunch pushed the agency to slow traffic over the last several weeks.
I mean, okay, finally getting there. Yeah, the plan may include a maximum of 28 arrivals per hour at Newark through June 15th. 34 planes per hour outside of that construction period until October 25th. FAA is also taking steps to update systems over at Newark, including upgrading infrastructure and boosting staffing to address the issues. Yeah, it's unclear, too, though, if this forthcoming plan will be a final decision by the FAA.
This is a big deal.
Previously said it would finalize
the issues at Newark Airport are a really big deal.
At the airport no sooner than May 28th.
And I'm not just saying that because we live in the New York City area. I'm saying that any airport that has an issue that's a hub for one of the 3 major U.S. airlines,
it's a big deal.
Creates this like domino effect around the country. We've seen that play out.
Not an expert, but my husband used to fly a plane and used to go coming in and out of some of the big airports. This is years ago, but he constantly looks at like the flight and the planes that are up in the air, and he's like, look at how crowded it is in the New York metro area.
He's my kindred spirit.
He is, I know. He's just like, he is. And
everybody gives me a hard time about looking up the planes in the sky. But
he's also like, look at how congested it is. Like, I think there's a point where maybe, his argument is, I mean, again, he's just a smart dude, but that's, but I'm just saying, like, there's a point that maybe we have too many flights in the air. Like, maybe there is something bigger going on.
What's the solution, though?
Well, maybe you have to cut back on the flights. Maybe people have to adjust to a smaller or pared down schedule.
Okay, so the FAA on Friday, after they met for 3 days with airlines, proposed a maximum of 28 arrivals per hour at Newark through June 15th. That's when daily construction at one of the airport's runways will end. That rate would also apply to Saturdays through the end of the year. Outside of that construction period, 34 planes would be allowed to land each hour until October 25th. So that's more than a plane every other minute. 34 planes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is going to impact. We fly in and out. I fly in and out of Newark all the time because it's really.
We used to. Now we're switching everything.
How did we get here, though? Like, FAA has previously announced steps it's taking to update the systems at Newark. This includes upgrading old copper wire infrastructure with fiber optic technology. Fiber optics. Oh, that's a new thing,
no,
right?
Not new.
Not so new. Like, why is it taking so long? Also plans to boost staffing. We've talked about this. Bloomberg has done a great story about air traffic controllers. And how most of them that go to school, right, don't actually get through and graduate to become air traffic controllers. It's a tough program.
Well, hundreds of flights have been canceled or delayed at Newark following an April 28th radio and radar outage at a facility in Philly that guides planes to and from the hub. The incident and a similar episode earlier this month left ATC, air traffic controllers, unable to communicate with or see aircraft flying in the congested airspace for about 90 seconds.
Is this just because of construction, or this is because of the problems?
No.
Because they keep talking about this construction. Like, is that to fix stuff? Or is that something
They're
else?
doing runway construction. So it says that this
that's separate. That's not like
that's separate. No, this is not related to. But they're always doing construction at these things. Like, you go to any major airport, they have to update things all the time. These things get a lot of use.
Houston. Newark,
we have a problem.
We have a problem. Just going to say that. All right, folks, just got about 2.5 minutes to go until we count you down to the close, bring you to the close on this Tuesday. Heading over to our TV colleagues, that's because the closing bell starts right now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Alex Steele, taking you through that closing bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now. Scarlett Fu in the TV studio, Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic in the radio booth. Welcome to our audiences across Bloomberg Television, Radio, and our partnership with YouTube. Another sort of middling day in the markets, Carol Massar, but this time, unlike yesterday, firmly to the downside.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, bouncing around here. We were talking with our Eric Weiner here at Bloomberg News, who covers the markets, and he said some of that downturn that we saw in the 2 o'clock hour had to do with some of the comments that Elon Musk said on a competing network about robo-taxis and kind of prioritizing that. That's an expensive cost. There's a lot of questions to be figured out by that. So his take was that maybe there was some nervousness in the market. Keep in mind, Tesla's about 2% of the S&P 500 and more than 3% of the Nasdaq 100. So possibly putting some pressure there.
Yeah, I mean, earlier in the session, Tesla was higher by as much as 3.8%.
Almost 4%.
Yeah, so that was pretty big. Yeah. Then it moved lower. Now it's, just about half a percentage higher. But 6 of the 7 other Mag 7 stocks are actually lower right now. NVIDIA and Apple dragging the index down.
When you take a step back, there's no real significant economic data, at least so far this week, right? We had leading index yesterday. We had the Philly services today. So we have a momentum-driven market for the most part. In equities, it basically means recovering from that post-April 2nd drop, and then you have a weaker dollar, and of course you have higher yields. But the actual levels day in and day out, you're just kind of tweaking around the margins.
Yeah, good point. We're also headed into a 3-day holiday weekend here in the United States here, so that's going to have a big effect as well. We are expected to get some earnings after the bell tonight, including from Toll Brothers and Palo Alto Networks as we get the closing bells here in New York. Right across the screen for most of the major indices, the Dow Jones Industrial Average down more than 100 points or 0.3%. The S&P down 23 or 0.4%, while the Nasdaq falling by a similar percentage amount. And your bright spot on the day, that's going to belong to the Russell 2000. Outperformance up 1 point. Or less than 0.1%.
All right, so a little bit of outperformance there. Hey, looking at the S&P 500, going back to the big caps, folks, most names in the index lower in today's session, 328 to the downside. Scarlett, 173, actually gaining some ground here.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP. A lot of red on that screen, and the worst decliners on the day are energy stocks, down by about 1%. That was the same case as yesterday, and in fact, energy is down about 3% so far this year. Communication services, consumer discretionary, also lower by at least 0.5%. On the upside, there are 3 slivers of green pie slices. You have utilities, healthcare, and consumer staples, so pretty defensive sectors there.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual gainers. A lot of red there, but Moderna, definitely one of the outperformers at its highs, up almost 15% in today's session, finishing the day with a gain of about 6% here. It's had like a 2-day gain of about, I want to say about 10-12% here. Up today, along with shares of other vaccine makers, including Novavax, after the FDA outlined an approach on the path forward for COVID shots that is viewed as better than expected. U.S. regulators, they will no longer approve COVID booster shots for healthy adults nor for children without new studies, adding a costly requirement for drug makers, though they will still be available for millions of high-risk Americans. So the point is the agency's willingness to continue making the shots available for high-risk people with a wide range of health conditions was kind of a relief to the industries. They feared a kind of a bigger wave of restrictions from the Trump administration, so we didn't get that. Hey,
a restriction on COVID shots?
Well, yeah, meaning, or basically saying maybe people didn't have to get these, vaccines.
Okay. But if you want to get them, you can do that, right?
I guess you can do
this
that.
is still America, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess so.
Okay, I'm just checking.
I guess so.
Will insurance cover it? That's a question.
That's a good point, right? When there's mandates and so on.
Yeah.
Magnite is another company that was definitely an outperformer. It was up.
Am I allowed to buy this or not? Sorry.
Calgary.
Wow, that was a sigh.
It's up about 11% at its highs, up about 5% here at the close. It's something kind of different, guys. I just threw it out there because I knew Romaine would love it. It's about a $2.3 billion market cap advertising company, and Amazon Publisher Services announced a deeper streaming TV collaboration with the company. So that really saw some move to the upside. And Amer Sports, thank you, Tim, for saying, Carol, you got to do this.
Yes.
Stock up about...
It's a big deal. I'm surprised you didn't leave with us.
But then what would you complain about? All right. Up about 19% in today's session.
Well played, Carol.
Company boosted its adjusted profit forecast for the full year and reported first quarter results that topped expectations.
All right, I hate to interrupt you again, Carol, but the President of the United States is now in the Oval Office with the Secretary of Defense. Let's listen in.
And Ronald Reagan wanted it many years ago, but they didn't have the technology. But it's something we're going to have. We're going to have it at the highest level. I want to thank Secretary Hegseth, who's been fantastic, and Secretary Rubio and Space Force Vice Chief of Space Operations, General Mike Gutlein. I also want to recognize Senators Dan Sullivan, Kevin Cramer, and Jim Banks, fantastic senators, great talents, great political talents, and people that love our country. In the campaign, I promised the American people that I would build a cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today, I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us, and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So, as usual, we help Canada do the best we can. This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced from that, but including hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles. All of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the one big, beautiful bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total cost of this when it's completed. This afternoon, I'm also announcing that I will appoint, very importantly, General Gutlein to lead the ambitious new effort as the direct reporting program manager for the Golden Dome. Very talented man, and I'm very honored to have been the one that helped to have really created Space Force. Space Force has turned out to be a tremendous success. We were third in space, and now we're number one in space by a lot. It's not even close. And Mike is a four-star Space Force general, the recipient of the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, one of the most respected people in the world having to do with defense. You know, we have offense and we have defense. I bet he's good at offense, too. And he has an unmatched background in missile warning technology and defense procurement. General Gutlein also knows that we need to move fast. No one is more qualified for his job, and everybody, this was a universal acceptance of General Gutlein. Everybody that knows him and knows everybody else, they said there's only one man for the job, so I have a feeling we have the right guy. But now I'd like to invite Secretary Hegseth and the General to please say a few words and describe the system a little bit. And we appreciate you being here. The press has really been very fair over the last period of a couple of months. I don't know what happened to you. It was so much more exciting the other way. But you've been very, very fair. We have very high poll numbers, the highest we've ever had. And I think we're doing a great job. We had a tremendous trip to the Middle East, as you know. It was a really amazing trip. And now I came home, and this is the one I was really looking forward to this day, because this is very important for the success and even survival of our country. It's a pretty evil world out there. So this is something that goes a long way toward the survival of this great country. And as I said, we'll be discussing Canada. They want to hook in, and they want to see if they can be a part of it. That sort of makes sense. I guess that's what I was talking about from day one. You know, it just automatically makes sense, and it won't be very difficult to do, but they'll pay their fair share. Thank you very much, everybody. And Pete, go ahead.
Sure. Well, Mr. President, add this to the long and growing list of promises made and promises kept.
We're listening to Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, live from the Oval Office with President Trump.
It's a generational investment in the security of America and Americans. Mr. President, you said we're going to secure our southern border and get 100% operational control after the previous administration allowed an invasion of people into our country. President Reagan 40 years ago cast the vision for it. The technology wasn't there. Now it is, and you're following through to say we will protect the homeland from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones, whether they're conventional or nuclear. And it's not lost on me, sir, also that you had the vision to start the Space Force, and here we are when the others said we didn't need it. Here we are in the Oval Office with one of the leaders of the Space Force in General Gutlein leading the charge on putting in place a game-changing Golden Dome for America. So, sir, it's an honor to be a part of this bold initiative. We're going to get to work on it. We have been since you signed that executive order on January 27th. We've been fast forward on this. We're here on this day, and this is just one stop in delivering this defense of the homeland, which is something you've charged us with doing, and we'll keep going until it is complete, sir.
Thank you, Pete. Pete's doing a great job, by the way. Thank you very much. General, please.
Mr. President, today is a great day for the nation as we double down on protection of the homeland. As you're aware, our adversaries have become very capable and very intent on holding the homeland at risk. While we have been focused on keeping the peace overseas, our adversaries have been quickly modernizing their nuclear forces, building out ballistic missiles capable of hosting multiple warheads, building out hypersonic missiles capable of attacking the United States within an hour and traveling at 6,000 miles an hour, building cruise missiles that can navigate around our radar and our defenses, and start doubling down on the protection of the homeland. Golden Dome is a bold and aggressive approach to hurry up and protect the homeland from our adversaries. We owe it to our children and our children's children to protect them and to afford them a quality of life that we have all grown up enjoying. Golden Dome will afford that. I greatly appreciate your trust in me and your nomination in me and your trust in the team to deliver this. It is a great day for America.
And also
that was Michael Gutlein, General Michael Gutlein, Vice Chief of Space Operations for the United States Space Force.
Nobody else has really near what we have. So this is a very exciting project. This is something that will, the general said close to 100% protection. So that's something we need. I think it's a very, and everything's going to be made in the USA, by the way, very importantly. So it's something that I've been looking forward to for a long time. And I just noticed you too, Jim, you're standing there, and behind you is a very important document, Declaration of Independence. And that was in the vault for many decades right under this area. They have vaults with pictures on top. You have Abraham Lincoln. You see that was the original Abraham Lincoln, the original Washington. And does everybody know who the middle was? General Grant. And so it's very exciting. You look over here, and above Ronald Reagan, you have Thomas Jefferson. That's Monroe from the Monroe document. And you know who that is, right? Andrew Jackson. So we have a lot of very exciting pictures, and on the other side, likewise, some great presidents and great people. And many of these, because people were asking about them, many of them, almost all of them, were in the vaults or nearby, but generally in the vaults downstairs, where we have some great. So it's very exciting. The place has become a little different than you first saw it, Jim, right?
Yes, much better.
It's a little bit different, it's slightly better. But to think we had them, and some were in the vaults for over 100 years. So it's pretty cool stuff. Everybody knows Jim Banks. He's a great congressman, and now he's a great senator from Indiana. And you might want to say a few words, Jim.
Well, your legacy with Space Force, Mr. President, is already big, but the Golden Dome is going to be an even bigger legacy for our country. And Indiana is going to help you make it.
Right.
The space satellites that are made in Fort Wayne, Indiana by L3 Harris, all the work done at Crane Navy Base in southern Indiana is going to be a big part of it. And Hoosiers are very proud of that. We're proud of you. Thank you very much.
It's going to be a big factor.
That's Congressman Jim Banks of Indiana, who just spoke from the Oval Office.
That wasn't even a contest, right?
Well, thank you. Thanks to you and all of your support.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Please go ahead. You missed that. This is Senator Kramer, and he's one of our best. Can't get any better. Go ahead.
Well, you're very nice, Mr. President, and thanks for this. And I remember the day in your first term when you called it. I was a brand new baby freshman senator on the Armed Services Committee, and you said, I want to have a Space Force. Would you lead the effort on the Senate Armed Services Committee? And I felt so proud thinking that you chose me, only to find out later no one else would do it. But nonetheless, it worked out really, really, really well because North Dakota has some great space assets, and that contribute to that and to Golden Dome. No surprise that you would be the president that would come along and put the homeland first. And this is just one more example of that. So thanks for this and for allowing me this opportunity. And by the way, let me just add my strong endorsement of General Guttlein's role in leading this. I don't know anybody better, for sure, better equipped to do it than he is.
Everybody said that.
Yeah,
that's
for
great.
sure.
Dan Sullivan.
That was Kevin Kramer, the senator from North Dakota.
Continued leadership on missile defense. We were talking earlier how in 2019 at the Pentagon, you laid out a speech about the Missile Defense Review that had all these principles on missile defense. You articulated then during your first term, and now the Golden Dome is all of that. So you're continuing to lead. We really appreciate it. The Congress is stepping up, as you mentioned right now in the budget reconciliation bill, $25 billion for the Golden Dome. In what Senator Kramer and Senator Banks and I and many others, we're working on I briefed you on this before, sir, on our Golden Dome Act, which we think will have, in terms of legislation, that can help cement what you're doing right here, getting the Congress behind it, not just with the funding, but with authorizations. So we're working closely with Secretary Hegseth, General Gutlein, and the whole team. So we're very honored to be here, sir. And, you know, Alaska is the cornerstone of missile defense right now in terms of ground-based missile interceptors, in terms of radar systems and track incoming missiles. So my state is honored to continue to play a critical role in all of this and build on it. And we're really excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Great. Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. President, you had mentioned at the beginning of your remarks that this was a campaign promise of yours. Have military commanders asked for this system specifically? Because NORAD had said previously that the current system was adequate. So what does this get the United States
Somebody
that
said the
isn't
current
already
system is
in
adequate.
before?
There really is no current system. We have certain areas of missiles and certain missile defense, but there's no system. We just have some very capable weapons that hopefully we never have to use, but we have some very capable weapons. Now, this is a different league. There's never been anything like this. This is something that's going to be very protective. I think you can rest assured there'll be nothing like this. Nobody else is capable of building it either.
Was it something that military commanders asked you for? Did they ask you to do this?
Well, let me put it differently. I suggested it, and they all said, "We love the idea, sir." It's the way it's got to be, right? But they want it, and they wanted it badly once it was suggested. I don't know if they ever thought they would be lucky enough to have it, but we were able to get it done, and we have all the funding, so pretty much tucked away. I think most people feel it's very important to have. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you first announced this idea, critics said it would be prohibitively expensive, potentially ineffective, and could trigger an arms race in space. What do you say to those critics about that?
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I told you Canada wants to be a part of it, which be, you know, fairly small expansion, but we'll work with them on pricing. We'll be dealing with them on pricing. They know about it very much. They've asked to be a part of it, actually. They've asked us to be a part of it. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, and we can afford to do it. You know, we took in $5.1 trillion in the last 4 days in the Middle East. And when you think about it, this is a tiny fraction of that. But we make it all here. We're going to make it all here. We have, I will tell you, an adversary told me, a very big adversary told me the most brilliant people in the world are Silicon Valley. He said, we cannot duplicate them. We can't. This was somebody that I won't tell you who it is, but you'd be amazed. We have the most brilliant minds in the world doing this kind of thing, the equipment, the space, the computers, everything. But I said that we just can't duplicate what you have there in Silicon Valley. We never have been able to. And this is a very strong group of people and very strong minds, but they can't. So we have things that nobody else can have. You see what we've done helping Israel with that. You probably wouldn't have in Israel. They launched probably 500 missiles altogether, and I think 1/2 of a missile got through, and that was only falling to the ground as scrap metal. It's pretty amazing, and this is in terms of technology far advanced from that system.
And just one follow-up on the adversaries. Have you addressed Russia's ventures in space with a space-based nuclear weapon and told Putin to stop in your conversations with him?
We haven't discussed it, but at the right time we will. Yeah.
Mr. President, with the goal of keeping Americans safe with this, can you talk about the timeline? How long will this take to complete?
We think it's going to be about a little bit less than 3 years, and we'll have a big phase-in very early. You know, we're starting immediately with $25 billion. It'll cost about $175 billion completed, but we think in 2.5 to 3 years. Yeah.
Are you confident that you can get the funding needed from Congress quickly?
It's amazing how easy this one is to fund. You know, some funding is tough and some is easy. When we say we're going to save everyone's lives in a crazy world, it seems to be very easy to get. Yeah, we've already spoken to everybody we have to speak to. Everybody's in, I would say, Dan, everybody's in line here, right?
Yes, sir. $25 billion is a down payment in the budget reconciliation bill right now.
Yeah, so I think people actually love it.
Mr. President, on Russia, are you worried about the reports on a military buildup along the borders towards Finland and Norway?
No, I don't worry about that at all. They're going to be very safe. Those are two countries that are going to be very safe.
And the secondly, sir, if I may, Volodymyr Zelensky is saying today that he's hoping for you to impose new sanctions on Russia. Are you considering that?
Well, that's going to be my determination. That's going to be nobody else's determination. We'll see how Russia behaves. We see what's going to happen. You know, we have a pretty critical time right now. I had a talk yesterday for 2.5 hours with President Putin, as you know. I also spoke to all of the European, or to many of them, leaders, but they were representing the whole. And I think we had very good conversations yesterday. Please.
Thanks, Mr. President. What companies have asked to be involved in building this system, and have you decided on who will be building it?
Yeah, I think I'll let you answer that. You can mention some of yours from Alaska's involved, and Alaska's a big part of it because locationally they're sort of perfect. I think that's your first line of defense in certain instances, and Kevin will tell you that his state's involved. But honestly, Georgia's going to be very big. Florida's going to be very big. They're all going to be very big. Jim, do you want to talk about Indiana?
Yeah, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where I live, we make all the space satellites at L3 Harris. Across the board, we're the top manufacturing state in the country. By the way, the tariffs have been very good for auto manufacturing in Indiana.
So good.
But this is going to be really good for the defense industry in my state. And there's so much money involved here. There are going to be a lot of American companies involved in making the Golden Dome
You
possible.
might also say, you're talking about the tariffs, here's some of the biggest auto plants in the world moving into Indiana only for one reason, maybe two reasons, November 5th and the tariffs, okay?
Yes, sir.
But the tariffs have driven tremendous business into this country. But you have one of the biggest in the world being built.
The Honda Civics,
Right.
the new Honda Civic made in Indiana. GM has added jobs. Eli Lilly moving pharmaceutical manufacturing from China to the United States, $27 billion. You go on and on with good news in Indiana and across the country because of the tariffs.
Our country was cold as ice a year ago, and now we have the hottest country in the world. This is the hottest country in the world, nobody even close. If you look at even this last trip that I made, the respect that is paid to our country. We've went from being laughed at all over the world, and now we're the hottest country in the world by far. Dan, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I think when you look at the system that you've laid out, it's an idea in your executive order of a layered defense. So you have initial ground-based missile interceptors, which are made by some of the big defense companies, Lockheed, Martin, Raytheon. But the beauty of your vision, Mr. President, is that it's layered, it's open architecture, and it goes up into space. So this is going to be some of the new defense tech companies that are very interested in it and can bring missile defense at a cost that I don't think, you said it, Mr. President, is unimaginable in terms of how much lower the cost is. So it's all across the board in terms of companies. Senator Kramer and I just met with a bunch from last week that are interested in this. And you said it earlier, Mr. President, our technology sector is head and shoulders above any other place in the world, and they're going to be a key part of this, and I think that's why it makes it so exciting.
Mr. President, I think one of the things and you alluded to this, the new autonomous space age defense ecosystem is more about Silicon Valley than it is about big metal, right? And so what's exciting about this is it makes it available to everybody to participate, to compete. Big companies, mid-sized companies, small companies, but General Gutlein is the perfect person, again, to sort all that out because he understands how it has to work together ultimately.
And Pete, maybe we'll close with you. We have been discussing this for a long time. Peter and I used to discuss it when I was going to go on a show that he did very well and had tremendous ratings, but all he wanted to talk about was the military. He didn't want to talk about anything else. We used to talk about this. How about you closing it out?
Yes, sir. I mean, like I said, without your vision, willing to say and do things when other people wanted to look away and pretend like the threat didn't exist, or be focused on foreign adventurism, some other threat that we've been told is affecting us. When you looked at the data, sir, from Russia to the Communist Chinese and their capabilities, what they're trying to do to supersede us and threaten us, how do we find the best innovators, the best military leaders, the best companies, tech companies? You mentioned open architecture. That's exactly right. So multiple companies can pour into this, sir. It's a layered defense. So if you miss at one, you catch at the next. And it integrates existing technologies that can speak to each other. So it moves quickly while also investing in further ranging space-based interceptors. So our enemies, our adversaries are going to pay a lot of attention to this, just like they have to President Trump from day one. So you're defending the homeland, defending the American people. It's going to benefit my kids, grandkids, all of ours in this room. So thank you for your leadership. We're going to charge it as fast as we can.
Very good. Great job, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Elon Musk be a part of this, Mr. President? Thank you, Press.
No cuts. No cuts to Medicaid.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys.
No cuts to Medicaid.
Guys, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, President.
All right, everybody. You heard the president wrapping up there. I don't know what that last question was.
I think he said no cuts to Medicaid is, I think, what he said.
Well said.
I don't know
Well
what the
heard.
question was.
Okay. Yeah.
But the question I heard was, is Elon Musk going to be involved in this? And his answer was no cuts to Medicaid.
No cuts to Medicaid.
Yeah.
That's what you think you heard? Is that
Yeah, I think that. Did you guys hear that too in the control room?
Okay. So the question
So
was,
maybe we were picking up a different question near a different microphone than the
Okay.
president heard.
yeah, kind of interesting, like a bunch of questions at the end. Hey, listen, you're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic, if you're just joining us, we do want to remind you that, of course, the market has now been closed for 25 minutes. And we did finish with the major equity averages off their highs and lows of the day, but still down about 23 points on the S&P 500, down, Tim, 0.4 of a percentage point. Similar decline, almost down 4% on the Nasdaq 100, decline of about 80 points. So some bouncing around here. Yeah, that was kind of the trade. A little bit of a risk-off trade.
Risk-off trade. We also heard from the president right when the markets closed. The big news is about the Golden Dome. The president says that it will be operational in 3 years. He vowed that a Golden Dome missile defense shield would be fully operational by the end of his term. He said it would be able to protect the U.S. from threats including ballistic missiles, hypersonics, and advanced cruise missiles. Here's what he said, quote, "We will truly be completing the job President Reagan started 40 years ago." This is from the Oval Office, and it referenced Ronald Reagan's unfulfilled quest for a space-based missile defense system that was widely known in the 1980s as Star Wars.
Gotta say, it was something I actually remember as a kid, that big announcement by Reagan. And it was, to be kind of this massive spending program, but to build kind of a Star Wars like defense system in the sky.
That was during the Cold War.
It was during the Cold War.
Of tension. I wouldn't say the height of tension, but during a time of very much tension.
Tense.
It was in the Cuban Missile Crisis, but it was pretty tense, right?
All right. I know someone who knows about this better than we do. Bloomberg National Security Team Leader Nick Wadham sitting by in D.C. I don't know, Nick. We get so much out of the White House. I'm curious about this plan. What struck you in terms of the president's announcement, sitting there, of course, and talking about it with the defense secretary as well, Pete Hegseth?
Well, the big thing is that the president has essentially set a timeline. I mean, he said this would be operational by the time he leaves office, so in about 3 years. But the technology at the heart of this system, the idea of space-based interceptors, is still totally unproven. So, the U.S. is capable of intercepting some ground-launched missiles and does have some ability to knock down incoming threats. But the threats that he really listed and the idea that they have of developing this network of interceptors in space to be able to neutralize threats before they even threaten the United States is completely unproven and a massive gamble. The other element of it, he said that the system would cost $175 billion overall, but the Congressional Budget Office has estimated that it's going to cost about $542 billion over 20 years to develop and launch the interceptors. So, no surprise that the president would have a lower cost and a truncated timeline, but that's out of whack with what experts and even the Congressional Budget Office say are realistic.
Okay, that's a good point, Nick. I'm also wondering, too, about the risk, or the threats, rather, that this protects the United States from. As Carol and I were talking about, the Star Wars program was during the Reagan administration. That obviously did not end up happening, but it was at a time when the U.S. and the Soviet Union were locked in the Cold War. I'm just wondering about the threats that the U.S. faces right now. And look, nobody can see the threats in the future, but what is out there that he's so concerned about?
Well, I mean, certainly the threats of intercontinental ballistic missiles have not gone away. I mean, Russia retains its arsenal, and another concern is North Korea. But, there is a sort of wing of experts who argue that actually by creating this system, the administration might in some ways actually spur even greater threats, that it would essentially provoke an arms race, or a new arms race, like we haven't seen since the Cold War. But, then there's China as well. So there are plenty of countries that retain these capabilities. And the question is whether putting or trying to put a system like this in place will only lead them to advance those capabilities or make it so that they can't be intercepted. So there are all sorts of sort of practical questions around this system, but also strategic ones as well, that you may actually be spurring innovation by your adversaries.
Nick, why is he doing this? Why is he doing this now?
Well, I think, this was the executive order he signed, on January 27th. So a couple days into his second administration. It's a big project. It's a splashy project. It's a little bit like sort of, declaring you're going to put a man on the moon. I mean, that's the sort of level of technological achievement that is going to be required here. And it's also something, I mean, he hasn't explicitly said this is why, but it's something that is going to be a huge boon to defense contractors, amid all the talks about cutting waste and efficiency in the government and looking to both increase the defense budget but also cut back on wasteful programs. I mean, this is going to be a mega program with, unlimited spending. I mean, it's sort of extraordinary. Even as this has just started to only get off the ground, you're already seeing companies from all over the U.S. saying, hey, we have an idea, we have an idea, we have an idea. And it's like, it's just seen as this essentially, cash-a-palooza where they could just get tons of funding to be able to work on these systems and try to pursue technology that, like I said, doesn't exist yet.
All right, so 3 years from now, we'll see what happens. Nick, I am curious, you understand this stuff. What do you think is going to get done first? The dome or the retrofit on the plane that may come from Qatar?
Well, I mean, it's a great question because in some ways it shows you how truncated that timeline is. I mean, the conversation around the plane from Qatar, they're saying they're not even going to be able to get that plane retrofitted to be able to go into service before Trump leaves office in 2028. So, you have one plane, that's the timeline is already, they're saying it's going to be, it's unrealistic to have that done. And then you have a whole space-based interceptor system whose technology doesn't even exist, much less contracted, much less deployed. 3 years is an awfully short time frame for that.
Yeah. Interesting times. Hey, thank you so much. We know a lot coming at you as always, but Nick Wadhams is a voice we always want to check in with. He's Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader joining us from our bureau in D.C. Nick, thank you so much.
A voice we always want to hear from, too, is Charlie Pellet. He's standing by with an update on everything happening at the close and also after hours. Hey there, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq all ended today's trading in the red, with the S&P down 23, a drop today of 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 114, down 0.3%. And Nasdaq down 72, a drop there of just about 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.48% with a 2-year 3.96%. Gold up $60 the ounce, up 1.9%, $32.90. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, $62.56 for a barrel of WTI. So stocks lower today as traders await fresh catalysts after a 6-day run that put the index up almost 20% from its April lows. Amazon Zoox is expanding testing of its autonomous driving technology to Atlanta, moving in on a market where Alphabet's Waymo is expanding with Uber technology. companies. Amazon shares today declined by just about 1%. So again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, Elon Musk giving a wide-ranging interview earlier today with Bloomberg's Michal Hussein at the Qatar Economic Forum. Some news. Musk said he's committed to still leading Tesla 5 years from now and expects to pare back his political spending, assuaging some investors' concerns about the future of his most valuable company. He also addressed the attacks on the Tesla brand and the actual cars, too. Here's part of the conversation with Bloomberg's Michal Hussein at the Qatar Economic Forum.
In terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
That was Elon Musk talking about pulling back on political spending with Bloomberg's Michal Hussein at the Qatar Economic Forum. We've got Max Chafkin with us. He's the co-host of the new Bloomberg podcast, Everybody's Business. He's also the co-host of the not-so-new podcast, but still pretty great podcast. It's called Elon Inc., and a reporter for Bloomberg Business Week. When he's not doing the podcast or reporting, he joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I'm glad that's what we played, because that's getting a lot of attention right now.
Yeah.
And I heard that, and I went back to Elon's Twitter from March of 2024, and that's when he posted on X, this is over a year ago, I will not contribute to either political candidate. And we all saw what happened a few months later. My point is, he says stuff and doesn't necessarily commit to it.
Yeah, and even here, he's building himself an out, right? He's saying less money, which you'd kind of expect anyway, right? Midterms are not as expensive as presidential years, so like it would be very surprising if he dropped another $300 million, which is roughly what he spent in 2024 on 2026. And he's also saying, you know, I don't see a reason now, but if I did see a reason in the future, I could. I see this as a public negotiation, right? This is the audience here. Well, there are several different audiences. One, of course, is Tesla shareholders trying to say, like, look, I'm focused on the company. I'm not getting sucked into Washington. Going to try to deal with some of the brand damage that my political presence has caused. But of course, the other audience is Republicans, right? He's putting it out there that if they want money from him, they're going to have to do stuff. And you know, there's lots of stuff that has happened in Washington since Donald Trump took office that I think has made Elon Musk really happy. But Elon Musk has a very long list, and not all those things have happened. There are lots of opportunities for him to get contracts. You know, the Golden Dome, as you were discussing, like that's a potential revenue source for SpaceX. There are lots of areas that Elon Musk stands to benefit. You also have this in the bill right now, like they're planning on cutting these EV subsidies. Now we will see where that ends up, but if those EV subsidies are cut completely, that could really hurt Tesla. So I think it's to his advantage to say, hey, I'm not a gimme for 2026. You have to win my support.
Hey, listen, one of the things that we noticed, Max, we went on air about 2 o'clock Wall Street time, and then shortly thereafter we saw the market pull back and go down to its lows. So we saw some selling. We were talking with our Eric Weiner here, who covers the equity market. He said a lot of that was with Tesla doing an interview with CNBC and talked about robotaxis and saying that they will be 1,000 robotaxis in Austin within a few months. And part of his was saying the cost of that, there's still a lot to be worked out in terms of liabilities. So I'm just curious, some of the comments that we got from our interview, as well as just Elon talking a lot today.
So the robotaxi thing, I think part of one of the challenges for Tesla is there's so much sort of assumed in the stock. The Tesla bulls basically believe that almost overnight they're going to be able to turn this thing into a massive, massive business. And I think everything we know from the history of other companies trying to launch these robotaxi things, and I'm thinking particularly of Waymo, Google's driverless car division, which has been doing this for like 10 years and has really struggled to commercialize, is that it's going to take a long time. And when you look closely at what Musk is saying is going to happen in Austin, if you are not paying that close attention, if you're just sort of buying this like on Robinhood, you hear Elon Musk say, robotaxi is going to take over the world, you'd think they're going to turn this on, they're going to be huge fleets. It's going to be very small. During the earnings call, we learned something like 10 to 20 robotaxis with teleoperation. That's people, sitting in command centers, making sure the cars don't hit anybody.
That's not necessarily what Waymo does by any means.
No, it's closer to, it's maybe what Waymo did, years ago. And it's a realization, I think, that this is going to take a long time. So I don't know. Elon Musk has this kind of amazing ability to spin stories about the future, to get people excited about the future. And he may be able to do that, but like Tesla's stock has gone up a lot in recent weeks. Now some of that has to do with, tariff expectations and so on. But this is a very valuable company relative to the number of cars it sells.
Max, in the interview that he gave to our team at the Qatar Economic Forum earlier today, he was asked about protesters or the Tesla brand damage. And what he answered was, he said, quote, "They're on the wrong side of history, and that's an evil thing to do." That's referring to people damaging Tesla cars in showrooms. Something needs to be done about them. And a number of them are going to prison, and they deserve it. It seems like certainly there were reports of damage to Tesla vehicles and damage to Tesla showrooms, but there have also been these protests that have been happening at Tesla showrooms all over the country, especially during his work with Doge, that were not violent.
Yeah.
It seems like he's also in the past talked about these people being part of some bigger movement. He's referred to them online as being paid. Have we seen any evidence of that?
No, there's no good evidence that the people who are showing up at these Tesla protests are paid. I would say that he's conflating a couple of different things. But, and having talked, we did a podcast episode on Elon a week and a half ago with a former Tesla sales manager. And who he's talking about is like the real danger is not these protesters, not somebody showing up to a protest. It's just somebody not buying. And like that is a thing that even if you remove the protests are of course not good for the brand. They're an expression of unhappiness and so on. It doesn't lead to good headlines. Obviously, protests can sometimes get out of hand, but also it's just a lot of people, I think, do not want to be associate their car with something this controversial. And what he was saying is that when Musk started, what this Tesla manager was saying is that when Musk started getting involved in politics a couple of years ago, they had people come into the Tesla stores and argue and say, I like the car, but I don't like this, still very engaged. And what he said, what changed as Musk became more and more engaged is they just stopped coming. They just decided, screw this. Like, I don't want to be associated with something this controversial. And when you look at what's happening in the sales, like that's what's showing up. It's not the protesters. It's just the people not buying. And that's a thing that's going to be hard to turn around, I think.
In terms of Tesla, the business, just real quickly, I think he talked about things are turning around. Is he right?
I think investors are certainly hoping so. We have not, in the publicly available data, there is very little to support this. Now, Elon Musk is saying it's happening, trust me, and he's citing the stock price. Now, as I said earlier, the stock price, lots of things are driving the stock price, but one of the main things is expectations around Trump's tariffs. In other words, having nothing to do with sales. So if he's saying you should trust me that the business is turning around because Tesla stock is up substantially over the last month, that doesn't, to me, suggest that sales are definitely up. What we've seen is numbers out of Europe and numbers out of China still not good. The U.S., we don't really know yet, so we will see. But this is not the kind of thing, I think, that can be turned around in a matter of days or weeks. People make decisions about buying cars over a term of years. That's why car companies spend so much doing brand advertising. And so this is going to have created damage with at least some subset of consumer that may be hard to undo. Now, Musk did say during the interview this morning in Qatar that some people are buying Teslas because of who he is. And there's a very memorable quote. He said maybe they're buying it. The people who are putting the stickers on the cars saying, I bought this before he was crazy. Maybe some people are buying it because he was crazy or whatever. So obviously making light of those stickers. Now, I don't think we've really seen that show up in the data yet. Cybertruck sales have not been great. Yeah. Although, again, this stuff can take time. Maybe it will start to show up.
In terms of Tesla, the business, just real quickly, I think he talked about things are turning around in a matter of days or weeks. The people make decisions about buying cars over a term of years. That's why car companies spend so much doing brand advertising. And so this is going to have created damage with at least some subset of consumer that may be hard to undo. Now, Musk did say during the interview this morning that some people are buying Teslas because of who he is. And there's a very memorable quote. He said maybe they're buying it We'll see. Always fun to listen from what Elon has to say, but always fun to also get some analysis from Max Chapkin on all of it. Max, of course, co-host of Everybody's Business, senior reporter for Bloomberg News, author of The Contrarian, Peter Thiel, and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power, and of course, one of the hosts of the Elon Inc. podcast. Check it all out at Bloomberg.com or also on the Bloomberg terminal. Max, thanks.
Hey, let's get an update on everything happening in the business world. Here's some news with Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. Palo Alto Networks, after hours, just reporting earnings. Shares lower now by 5%. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq finishing in the red today. Looking at a 23-point drop on the S&P 500 index, down 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 114, down 0.3. Nasdaq lower by 72, drop there of 0.4%. 10-year 4.48%. We have the 2-year 3.96%. Gold up 1.9%. Spot gold $32.90 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude $62.56 a barrel, down 0.2%. And Bitcoin up 1.2%. 106,740 now on Bitcoin. Recapping stocks lower today with the S&P down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I really do appreciate it. Carol, this is not going to surprise you.
I know where you're going.
Okay.
You're going to see me shake my head a lot.
In 2024, only 2% of venture capital funding went to firms that exclusively had female founders. So it's higher if there's a co-founder who's a man, but we're talking about firms that are exclusively founded by women.
Not great.
2%.
Nothing.
This is according to data this month from PitchBook. So yeah, no question there is a gender gap when it comes to venture capital. Daniela Pearson is the founder of Chasm. It's an invite-only membership club that is looking to address this. She's also the founder and CEO of the Newsette Media Group. It publishes the Newsette morning newsletter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. I want to start with the new invite-only membership club because I have to tell you, when I hear invite-only and addressing some sort of gap, I think to myself, this sounds exclusive, sounds difficult. How does that actually help with the gender gap?
Yeah, I mean, good question. So I've been really lucky with my backstory. I grew up as a dumb twin. I have OCD, ADHD, depression, couldn't get funding to save my life. Just the poster child for do not invest in. And so I, had a really hard time becoming successul, but at 25, because of the things I thought were going to ruin me, like not getting funding, my company did $40 million in sales, and I got to put in my bank account 8 figures, which was really weird because there were other guys that were 25, guys, like not girls, that I knew that had like billion-dollar companies, but that was all like fake money. I had like actual paper money, and some of those different companies, like they IPO'd and it like went down, whatever. And so since then, I've wanted to make it like my mission to basically be so honest with how you can be successful that it's not just like one size fits all. It's not about you getting funding. And so this is a very long way of me answering your question. So in this process, 10 years this year, I started when I was 19, Newsette, I'm 29. I have an incredible network. So like Diane von Furstenberg, all of these incredible people who like plucked me out of obscurity. And so I was like, okay, what can I do that I have like a competitive advantage on, business word, that I can essentially connect a woman to and actually make a dent in the gender gap? Because when you hear that, it's like, okay, but actually I can do a little bit. I can invest millions of dollars into women, etc. But my network can do a lot. And so essentially I built this business model called Member to Many. And I hope that people copy it, because could you imagine if, like, let's say every university had a membership where they paid $100,000 and it was just to cure cancer, stuff like that. And if you're not paying it, why wouldn't you, right?
Wait. Hold on a second, because I feel like this is certainly an issue that we have talked a lot about here, right? In terms of women's startups and being able to access the network, the money, the finances, right? To build things out. And it sounds like you also, were building a network and people, and that this has been something that has helped profusely. So tell me a little bit again, because I can't tell you how many conversations I've had about this over the years. What is it, though, that was different? Were people listening? Was it the right network?
So essentially, that whole backstory was a very long-winded way of me answering the question, which is I know a lot of really cool people, and for some reason,
how did you get to know a lot of really cool people?
Well, when Forbes announces as 27 that you're the youngest, wealthiest, self-made woman of color in the world, and if Kylie Jenner didn't exist, you'd just be the youngest, wealthiest, self-made woman in the world. A lot of people reach out, the big name people, and so I met people through them reaching out, through connections, through investing, all that stuff. And so I have this incredible network, and I essentially 1 year ago, almost to the day, I was like, okay, what can I do to actually close the gender gap? So I went, you just said a stat just now. So I went and I was like, okay, how much funding is actually going to women? And I found a statistic that for female-founded companies, in 2023, this is different, in 2023 and 2024, after that, 28%. There's never been more funding for women, never more girl power, yet it's going down. There's an issue. And so essentially my solution is a member to many model where the biggest people in the world, so this is invite only, 50 people, so like literally household names like Sarah Blakely, Ali Webb, Lionel Richie, Tony Robbins, like all these incredible people, they pay $25,000. It's just 50, but we're adding new members, invite only, and most of them are my friends. And essentially that fuels this incredible ecosystem for female entrepreneurs because
why do they want to be a part of your network? Because there's a lot of established venture capitalists or angel investors. Why is it that I understand you know a lot of people and I get that, but why do they want to ante up $25,000 to be a part of the network?
Yeah, so basically it's because this is a very interesting way to solve a problem, which is the gender gap.
Yeah.
And so basically there are 3 reasons why this is different and why people give a fuck, right?
No offense. You can't be doing that.
Yeah, we got to keep the language clean.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It's just live and it's going out, and we just try to keep it sort of clean.
Sorry, I'm like I was a pirate in another life. But yeah, so the reason why people care is because this is not just a membership group. This was pitched to everybody as you are going to be a member and involved in finally closing the gender gap. And you might think, how?
So wait, how long have you guys been doing it, and what's the results?
We just launched
yesterday, right?
Today, yeah.
So how do you know this strategy is going to work?
So
because people have made a very focused effort to help, commit venture money, angel money to do these things.
Yeah. So let me.
We've been talking about reducing this gender gap for a long time. So I'm curious why you think this is going to.
So everything you keep talking about is the reason why it's not moving. It's because you keep talking about capital and all that stuff. That's not what we're doing. I have a thesis, and there are 3 things, and I think you guys will agree with me after I'm done. So the first reason why I know Chasm is going to work is I believe that we have gone down as, in terms of funding for women because we've done one thing that Chasm is not going to make a mistake doing, isolating men. So we are not isolating men, and I've been guilty of it. I had, huge woman for woman rallies and my boyfriend's hiding in the corner, etc. But this, in order to solve this problem, if 99.9999%, you guys talk about this all day, right? If 99.9% of women, or of men, capital and resources, etc., belong to men, then why would we not include them in the solution? So that's number 1. Number 2 is I'm actually have a thesis that creating more successful female entrepreneurs is going to fix the gender gap, and I'll tell you why in a second. 3, I don't believe
it's 30 seconds left here. Yeah. So
I don't believe that it's just money that's going to solve this problem. 80% of the resources go to fueling this ecosystem with resources proximity. Being able to actually get the insights that made me worth whatever XYZ, and so that's what we're really focusing on.
Interesting stuff. Curious to see is you build it out, do it for a little while, and see what the actual impact is. So curious to check back with you in maybe a year or so. Daniela Pearson is the founder of Chasm, an invite-only membership club that is looking to really address the gender gap out there, and by committing capital to help that.
All right, meantime, on this Tuesday, we did see stocks close not at their lows, but still in the red today. The S&P 500 fell 0.4%. The Nasdaq Composite down 0.4%. And the Dow fell 0.3%. I'm Tim Stenevec, along with Carol Master. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. We're joined by Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sakova. Denitsa, what's on your mind today?
Let's talk about Airbnb. It was actually a story that came out late on Thursday about Spanish government ordering the company to remove 66,000 listings. The stock closed the day 3% lower. What we're seeing is that obviously there is this trend of crackdown on tourist rentals, and it's a lot of this. It's coming in European towns that often have a housing problem in the first place, that get a really big jump in tourism, and that's definitely been a thing in the last 2-3 years. There have actually been a lot of protests. A lot of the local people are angry with this. Wages haven't been rising as fast as those rental prices have been rising, as more and more apartments have been becoming Airbnbs. So housing affordability has been a big issue, and now we're seeing European governments actually cracking on deals. And it's coming at an interesting time. We talked about how Airbnb launched this new overhaul app where they're trying to provide services of personal chefs, hairstylists. So they're looking for new services they can provide to people. And it's coming at a time where, you know, their core business is getting some limitations.
I mean, listen, right? The core of that business is their rental and their listings. But, you know, you kind of strip down a bunch, and like if that expands in other areas, other countries, that's a big deal.
I mean, local governments can do whatever they want to try to clamp down on this. New York City tried to. I believe you can still find Airbnb in New York. I don't know for sure. I haven't looked, but
I think
it's so funny. Even in our neighborhood, my husband and I, like, I think that's an Airbnb. Like we could just tell by like the traffic. It's like because it's residential, but it's like.
And the concern that critics of this system have, or the critics of this model have, is that it removes from the inventory a piece of property for a citizen who lives in that area. A hotel would also push back and say, you know, hotels have been big proponents of limiting this stuff too, because their business gets affected as well.
That's a good one. I want to go to Moderna. This is the #1 gainer in the S&P 500 today.
Yeah, what a volatile week for vaccines. Even today, we actually had the FDA outlining an approach on the path forward, and we learned that U.S. regulator will no longer approve COVID booster shots for healthy adults and children without new studies. But there is a silver lining here, because the expectations were that the restriction will be way bigger. Though the stance would impose new limits on FDA approvals, it's a softer approach. The agency is continuing to make shots available for high-risk people. There are two groups. We're talking about adults over the age of 65 years and children below the age of 6 months. So this kind of silver lining has been helping. We had Novavax rallying yesterday as well on some good news of vaccine approvals. That said, those stocks are down here today. There is a lot of Moderna is down 32%, Novavax is down about 4%. So this is much needed relief for Moderna today, but we're a long way from getting any gains this year.
All right. This one's my favorite because
I chose it for you.
Thank you.
Did you really? I didn't really like it, but I was like, I think he'll like it.
All right, I'm going to let you take it away.
Amer Sports jumped 19% today, the most ever. Obviously, this is a new company, but still incredible day. This is the maker of Wilson tennis rackets and Salomon ski boots. I thought it's just a good proxy of how the consumer is doing. The record rally came as the firm boosted its adjusted profit forecast for full year and reported first quarter results that top expectations. Forecast revenue growth is 15 to 70%. They're not too worried about the tariffs because the forecast assume the current 30% tariff on Chinese goods. And they actually saw a lot of growth in China, 43% year over year. We saw so many upgrades today from JP Morgan, Baird, Bank of America. So really a lot of optimism coming on that stock. It's doing so well. Just incredible day. So I don't know, Tim, why do you love it so much?
Well, Salomon's are my preferred rain shoe. I'm not endorsing. I'm not endorsing a product here, but they're in a space that like is of interest to me. Yeah. Wilson makes tennis rackets. I grew up playing tennis, played college tennis, and Wilson was my racket. And then they do a lot with the ski industry too, and then also mountain apparel with Arc'teryx. It's a really interesting model, like the umbrella of brands that they have, and it's a company that IPO'd not too long ago.
Yeah, and doing well this year.
They're doing so well in a very tough market.
I know, 33% higher today. I mean, this
Yeah.
year,
Yeah.
not today, this year.
High exposure to China, consumers. It's a big thing. I'm a snowboarder person, so I don't know too much about them, but they're doing great.
Hey, I'm sure some of those companies that make skis do snowboards too.
He's been all over this all day today.
I mean, it is like getting to be,
one.
the kickoff of summer, and we're talking about skiing, but that's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay.
It's never
We can
too
play
early.
tennis.
Is it ever too early? To
No,
ski?
especially nowadays, because these ski companies want you to actually buy your lift tickets ahead of time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Denitsa Sakova, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
All right, that's going to do it for the Tuesday edition of Bloomberg Business Week on this May 20th. Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic. Just a reminder where we ended. The S&P 500 a little bit lower, off its worst and best levels of the session, down 23 points. Nasdaq 100, a decline of about 80 points, but some bouncing around here. All right, do not go anywhere. More to come right here on Bloomberg. Have a good and safe evening. Balance of Power starts right now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
We begin tonight with the big story here in Washington. The president venturing to Capitol Hill, personally lobbying Republican lawmakers for his big, beautiful bill.
I think we have unbelievable unity. I think we're going to get everything we want. And I think we're going to have a great victory, and this man has done a great job. And I think this was a tremendous session.
Still, a handful of lawmakers remain opposed despite the president's efforts today, with Congressman Andy Harris, Nick LaLota, and Mike Lawler at least saying they're not budging. We're following this story throughout the hour as we bring you conversations with our reporters and lawmakers on Capitol Hill, and we go there live now to get the latest from Bloomberg's Eric Wasson. So, Eric, we know the speaker has been in and out of meetings with the various holdouts all day. Are we getting any closer?
I think on the SALT issue, which is of great interest to Bloomberg subscribers, this issue of the state and local tax deduction, there seems to have been some progress. Mike Lawler and Nick LaLota, two New York Republicans, came out of a meeting with Mike Lawler saying they got an improved offer. We know that the speaker has offered a $40,000 cap on the state and local tax deduction, up from a $30,000 offer that was in the bill, but that was only limited to 4 years. So the SALT caucus members are looking for 10 years. We think that that's probably what they're being offered. We're trying to confirm that right now. There's talk of an income limit above $750,000 that may fly, but they're trying to get official scores, official estimates on the cost. There is some room in this bill. The bill is about a $3.8 trillion tax cut. There's a limit that the Republicans have set themselves of $4.5 trillion. So if it comes in under budget, as it were, under the target, this may be doable. So we're looking to see if they can seal this deal tonight. Mike Lawler and Nick LaLota both saying they're hopeful they can finally, end this quest that the SALT caucus has been having since 2017, when the cap was first put in under the first Trump administration.
We can check the SALT box in that case, Eric, but what do you do with members of the Freedom Caucus who were already voting present the other night in the Budget Committee and will be seating in the Rules Committee hearing at 1 o'clock in the morning, Chip Roy and Ralph Norman? How do you keep them happy at the same time as making the New York and New Jersey delegation happy?
Yeah, those two particular congressmen, Chip Roy is more vocal. Ralph Norman may have more wiggle room, telling me earlier he's still studying the matter. But they're looking for different and larger cuts to Medicaid. The bill already imposes a work requirement on able-bodied adults up to through the age of 64. It also has new cost-sharing, co-pays, and so forth for Medicaid recipients. But they're looking to do more. It's really part of a long-standing effort to get rid of Obamacare, a key part of Obamacare was expanding Medicaid to a larger population, incentivizing states with a 90% federal match to put those people on Medicaid, and conservatives are trying to cut that back down to a much lower rate. That we'll really see, millions of people lose Medicaid coverage in most likely scenario.
Bloomberg's Eric Wasson in the middle of it all this evening, live from Capitol Hill. We thank you, Eric, as we now talk more about how the White House is responding. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard is with us again in Washington. Mike, it's good to have you. Seemed almost like a closing act that we saw from Donald Trump marching up to Capitol Hill today. Still pretty early in the process to be pulling a lever like that. What does he think is going on here?
Well, I think he's worried that the pushback on SALT and the pushback on potential Medicaid cuts really risk derailing or severely delaying this big, beautiful bill. He wants it soon. He wanted it yesterday, really, Joe, as we've been talking about. Yeah. And they're still aiming for this July 4th final passage, which would be in jeopardy if they really couldn't get their act together. And it seems like we are seeing the progress he was hoping for on SALT. We'll see if that bears out tonight in the Rules Committee. Medicaid, though, remains an unresolved question, and whether the cuts that members like Andy Harris are pushing for will go too far and maybe concern the president. He expressed concern that they might be going too far. There's obviously political risk for him and for the Republican Party overall in going after Medicaid. There are a number of beneficiaries in red states, and we've heard from members like Senator Josh Hawley, for instance, the other side of the Hill, talk about what the political exposure could be there.
Well, of course, while the president spent his morning on Capitol Hill, he spent his afternoon in the Oval Office, where the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth actually joined him as they made an announcement on the so-called Golden Dome.
In the campaign, I promised the American people that I would build a cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today, I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors.
So you've got the architecture, but how much is it going to cost, and how long is it actually going to take to get this up and running and rolled out?
Well, the last two are really tough questions. The first one is easier. Architecture, they really don't quite have it yet. This is still in development. The technology is quite unproven. Congress is seeking $25 billion at the outset for this, Kaylee. The president said it would cost about $175 billion overall for the life of the program. He gave a 3-year window to deliver this. 3 years might be optimistic, given where the technology is. And note that the Congressional Budget Office has a differing view of the cost. It's as much as $542 billion over the life of whatever program this might be. They still have to find contractors. L3 Harris has been mentioned as one possibility. But again, there is a lot of uncertainty surrounding this and how it would be developed. And they're even talking about how to build this plane that that they're accepting from Qatar now as the new Air Force One. Even the retrofit on that will take quite some time, Joe and Kaylee.
All right, Bloomberg's Mike Shepard, thank you so much. Mike, of course, duly noting that this is one of the funding requests the president has asked of Congress, though he's asked a lot of Congress, including to help him make good on his various promises made on taxes on the campaign trail. And that's the subject we now go back to as we turn to Doug Heye, former communications director for the RNC, also former deputy chief of staff to House Majority Leader Eric Cantor. He's here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and Radio. Doug, it's good to see you as you watch what's happening on Capitol Hill right now and the job that the speaker is doing, knowing, frankly, that these issues, the SALT cap and Medicaid, are the very same ones we've been talking about for months. And here we are just ahead of his self-given Memorial Day deadline, and he still doesn't have answers. Is he doing a good job?
I think he is doing a good job, given how fractured the Republican conference is on some of these things. Yes, by and large, they're united. But as you pick different issues here and there, SALT being obviously one of them, you just need a few people to peel away, and then you've got real problems. But what we've seen with Mike Johnson, I think so often, is people underestimate him, and then he's able to get things through. And I was on a call with the speaker's comm staff today, and they said this is step 6 in a 9-step process. In other words, it's like Smokey and the Bandit.
Still to go.
We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. And this is why it was so important for Republicans to have Donald Trump in the House Republican Conference meeting today. They started that meeting earlier than they typically do. And also why Donald Trump is going to have to work the phones. He has to get these last few members home. It's not just up to the Speaker, because this is the Trump, ultimately, it's the Trump legislative agenda.
So maybe we'll call this Rules Committee hearing Cannonball Run at 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what you make of the timing here, but we've already mentioned two people, Chip Roy and Ralph Norman, who were present votes in the Budget Committee and will be sitting on that panel this evening. Do they vote present again? Do they hold their fire for the floor, or have their minds changed?
Well, I think we're going to find out over the next several hours if their minds are changing. Certainly, there are several hours to go till we get to that 1 a.m. hearing. And by the way, that's not doing it late. That's as soon as Virginia Fox, the House Rules Committee chair, my member of Congress actually from North Carolina, is able to move on this. But it also highlights sort of the times that we're in. I spoke to former Senator Richard Burr, also from North Carolina this morning, and said, do you remember ever having votes, a committee vote on a Sunday? That's a new one for me. And he said, yeah, when we had the financial crisis and we were told that the banks might not be able to open on a Monday. So this is sort of the crunch time that House Republicans find themselves in. Then we can talk about the Senate as well.
Well, yeah, that's a whole other host of problems once you get to the other chamber, assuming you can get this through the House in the first place, knowing that Chip Roy and Ralph Norman and their colleagues in the Freedom Caucus, one of the things they're pushing for is steeper changes or more substantive changes to Medicaid, something that the president himself today talked about. He doesn't want to see changes beyond waste, fraud, and abuse, and was questioned about whether he can guarantee anyone is not going to lose their health insurance.
Can you guarantee that your voters who supported the new election, particularly working class voters, will not lose health insurance under this bill?
Oh, they won't lose health insurance. Not only that, remember, I'm cutting drug prices by 85%.
Is this a promise made by the president that the speaker may not actually be able to keep for him if he wants to make sure this can pass on the House floor?
That's the real concern that we're hearing from House leadership is that very question. And one of the challenges, I've seen this so often on Capitol Hill, when you have small majorities, it's sort of a pendulum politics within the Republican conference. You have to go to the right to appease those members of the Freedom Caucus. Well, then you have a problem with your moderates. So you swing back, and you keep swinging back and forth until you can get to that number. And so we don't know when there's going to be a vote, but ultimately in the House of Representatives, you don't hold the vote until you have the votes. And the second...
Not historically with this speaker, though. Well, he's failed a few times.
Well, but once he's able to get to that number, that's when you have the vote. So that nothing's been scheduled at this point doesn't worry me. And the other reality is we're bumping up to Memorial Day weekend. Why does that matter? Members want to go home. So obviously, if you're Speaker Johnson, you'd want to do this sooner rather than later anyways. But once you get to Thursday or Friday and members start going home, you get into a different math problem. That's why they're moving 1 a.m. Tonight and obviously tomorrow morning as fast as they can.
You're bumping up against the Senate as well, as you already alluded to. Everyone knows this in the House. If we're talking about it here, is Mike Johnson reminding members of his conference that a lot of this is for naught? This bill comes back in a very different form, Doug.
Well, he spoke to Senate Republicans today, and typically the House Speaker does not go to the Senate Republican Senate lunch. That's a pretty unusual thing. One, he was making his case, but part of that case was don't change what we do too much because we're going to have a problem getting it through the House again. Welcome to Washington. The House and the Senate, regardless of party, quite often disagree in major ways when it comes to big legislation like this.
So if you were to bet who is most likely to roll here or concede their points, decide, you know what, it's not worth it, I want to see this tax bill passed. Is it going to be the moderates? Is it going to be the conservatives? Is it going to be the Senate shoving this down the throat of the House once again right before we hit the debt ceiling? How do you see this going down?
So often when there's a problem in the House Republican Conference, we hear this is the time when House moderates are going to start flexing their muscles. The reality is they typically don't know where the gym is to build the muscles to flex them. But we could see people peel off on either side. And the question then for the Speaker is, how do you get 2 members here or 2 members there to yes? And if you can do that, then you'll be able to move forward.
A great conversation with Doug Heye. It's great to have you with us back at the table, Doug, former communications director for the RNC, a longtime veteran of Capitol Hill and Republican strategist. Coming up, European leaders disappointed after a phone call between President Trump and President Putin, feeling that Trump is disengaging from diplomatic efforts to end the war in Ukraine. We'll discuss what that means for the conflict next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
The Fed's top names are on Bloomberg Radio. Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic.
Right now, I would say in my SCP, I have one cut only for this year.
Fed Governor Christopher Waller.
The tariffs are a one-time price level effect that's going to pass through.
New York Fed President John Williams.
Having well-anchored inflation expectations is very important for price stability and also for economic stability.
For the latest headlines from the Fed, listen on Bloomberg Radio or anytime on the Bloomberg Talks podcast.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:13 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. At Bloomberg, we are keeping an eye after hours on chipmaker Wolfspeed. The stock is plunging 37% in extended trading following a Wall Street Journal report that the chipmaker is preparing to file for bankruptcy within a matter of weeks. After the bell, luxury builder Toll Brothers reaffirmed expectations for home sales in its full fiscal year, citing resilience among its affluent buyers. Goldman Sachs chief U.S. equity strategist David Kostin sees big tech outperforming this year. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Open Interest.
There's a lot of uncertainty coming into the second quarter and obviously into the third quarter as well, given how the tariffs and the trade negotiations will play out. In that environment, the resilience of the earnings growth for these 7 stocks is probably going to be demonstrated, and that's one of the reasons why the relative valuation might actually improve compared with the last 2 years.
David Kostin of Goldman Sachs, and today the Bloomberg Mag 7 index was down 0.6%. S&P down 0.4%, down 23. The Dow down 0.3%. Nasdaq was down 0.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
What Vladimir Putin is doing now is playing for time, and he's playing this president like a fiddle.
The truth of the matter is when Vladimir Putin woke up this morning, he had the same set of sanctions on him that he's always had since the beginning of this conflict, and Ukraine was still getting armaments and shipments from us and from our allies, and the European Union is about to impose additional sanctions.
I think we have an opportunity to put more pressure on Russia and to push Putin to get to the table and to agree to a just and enduring peace.
Now, if you start threatening sanctions, the Russians will stop talking. And there's value in us being able to talk to them and drive them to get to the table.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Democratic Senators Jeanne Shaheen and Chris Coons earlier today in a Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing bearing down on the talks that the administration hopes will lead to peace in Ukraine. That exchange followed this earlier reporting from Bloomberg. Trump hands Putin win with retreat from Ukraine peace talks. Joining us now with the latest, Corey Shockey, Senior Fellow and Director of Foreign and Defense Policy Studies at the American Enterprise Institute. She formerly served in both the National Security Council and State Department during the George W. Bush administration. It's great to have you with us. Welcome to Bloomberg TV and Radio. Is Vladimir Putin setting the terms and the cadence of these talks?
He's absolutely setting the cadence of the talks because it's in his interest to string them out as long as possible in the hopes that the Russian military might be able to have more success on the battlefield. And Russia's experiencing very little pressure from the Trump administration to do anything differently. So I think it is fair to say they're setting the terms and they're setting the cadence.
Well, if they're facing little pressure now, Corey, would additional sanctions bring adequate pressure? President Trump was talking about this in the Oval Office earlier this afternoon, saying new sanctions will be his determination based on how Russia behaves, but they haven't deterred Vladimir Putin to this point.
Exactly right. Moreover, the Trump administration's threats of additional sanctions on Russia ring pretty hollow, given that the Trump administration has basically adopted the Russian storyline about the war. That is, that somehow Ukraine is to blame for Russia invading Ukraine. And so I think the Russians are operating in luxury while Ukraine, the victim of Russian aggression, is trying desperately to keep the United States government on side instead of abandoning them to adopt the Russian position.
Well, so what needs to come next then? There's obviously a conversation about President Trump and Vladimir Putin meeting in person. The attempts at lower level talks have led to nothing. Is that what we need to see?
Well, I'm skeptical. I'm, in fact, much more worried, given that every time President Trump talks to Vladimir Putin, he sounds more like he supports Putin's position. So I don't see a Trump-Putin meeting producing a good outcome for Ukraine, or for the United States, for that matter. It looks to me like Senator Shaheen is right in her criticism of the Trump administration, that Vladimir Putin has President Trump doing his bidding on Ukraine and potentially on other issues.
Well, and to return to the point you made earlier, Corey, the idea that Putin may have it in his head that Russia still has gains it can make militarily given its own position. The longer these talks drag out, is that going to require that the U.S. step up with more assistance for Ukraine? If that doesn't materialize, does it risk any discussions becoming a moot point because Russia can make substantial advances?
So Russia has not made substantial advances, despite what Putin and President Trump have been saying, that the Russians are largely stalled on the battlefield, slowly, grindingly, at enormous human and material cost, picking up a little bit of territory. What needs to happen to keep Ukraine in the fight, as Britain's former defense minister wrote in the Telegraph just in the last couple of days, Ukraine can persevere and can prevail, provided that the United States keeps providing assistance, intelligence, and weaponry. But even if the United States doesn't, European countries can buy American weapons and provide them to Ukraine. The United States can give foreign military financing to Ukraine to buy weapons that the U.S. would be repaid for, and other countries can provide the intelligence feeds that Ukraine needs. So Ukraine actually has options that President Trump isn't giving them credit for.
Corey, we want to tap your expertise on this idea of a golden dome. This afternoon, President Trump made this announcement regarding the new missile defense system. Listen.
This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years.
Corey, is that possible? How would it work? And is $175 billion enough?
Well, President Trump's proclivity for grandiose statements that don't have policy behind them is pretty well known by this point. I think it's deeply unlikely that a dome that protects the United States from attacks by ballistic, cruise, or other kinds of terrain-following missiles occurring and being deployed in just 3 years. It'd be a beautiful thing if that were possible, but I'm deeply skeptical. And the Pentagon's record for coming in under budget is sketchy at best. So no, I don't think it happens in 3 years. No, I don't think it comes in at only $178 billion. I saw an estimate this afternoon that it's a lot closer to $1 trillion and a lot closer to 20 years in timeline. And the notion that is being kicked around of the possibility that the U.S. government wouldn't be in control of the data, that is, that the private companies like Starlink and Palantir and Anduril, that we will need to team up to produce these emergent technologies. The government should have control of data that has to do with the defense of the United States.
Corey, we just have a minute left, but even if it were, well, and even if it were cheap and easily possible, is it necessary for national security? Is there a need for this?
Well, I really like the idea of being able to protect the American homeland against missile attacks, right? Americans have been dreaming of this ever since the dawn of the nuclear age. The problem is we've never been able to figure out how to make it work on an expanse as large as the continental United States. So it's technically incredibly difficult. And what they're talking about, a system of systems, is very complicated and not likely to be achieved in 3 years or for $178 billion.
All right, Corey Shockey, Senior Fellow and Director of Foreign and Defense Policy Studies at the American Enterprise Institute. Thank you for joining us. And we'll be back with more Balance of Power straight ahead here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Edward Yardeni, Yardeni Research. Higher yields should be bad, but they haven't been bad. We have seen a global bull market in stocks, even though we've seen bond yields increase. Now, my view is that to a large extent, bond yields have normalized. They're back to where they should be. 4.5% is the right bond yield for the U.S. economy. That was the case before the great financial crisis, and I think it's the case against now. Maybe we're getting some excesses in the UK, some excesses in Japan, but if you want to be U.S.-centric, which to be, I think these bond yields are kind of normal, but I do see a risk that there could be a mini debt crisis the way there was in 2023. And in some ways, Tom, I hope there is, because I think now's a good time for a debt crisis to get the attention of the politicians in Washington, that they got to get their act together.
I've been in this market since the mid-'80s. We've been talking about deficits and the national debt, and it just doesn't matter. Is really important point. Yeah. Can you give us some context there?
Yeah, absolutely. Back in July of 1983 is when I concocted the term bond vigilantes, and I went back and read what I wrote, and I said the bond vigilantes are particularly upset about record $200 billion deficits. And here we're looking at $2 trillion deficits and talking about the bond vigilantes once again.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
In terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
Elon Musk, seen and heard on Bloomberg TV and radio during a remote appearance Tuesday at the Qatar Economic Forum in Doha, discussing his involvement, of course, with politics, what his future may hold in terms of contributions, knowing when he says he spent enough, Joe, he did spend hundreds of millions of dollars in the 2024 election cycle. But for how many lawmakers who are considering their own re-elections in 2026 was the idea of a primary funded by Elon Musk a factor in some of the votes they've taken so far this congressional session?
He seemed a bit weary in this interview talking about politics and the impact that it's had, the corrosive impact on the Tesla brand, and got kind of upset at one point, said he did take the attacks personally, talked about the massive violence against his companies and said they're on the wrong side of history. That's an evil thing to do. He pointed at the camera and, by the way, got a round of applause in the room.
Yeah, he certainly is taking that seriously as he makes his shift back from the government back towards his companies as we reach the end here of his special government employee status.
That's right. Fascinating interview. There's a lot more coming up here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Kaylee Lyons. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:27 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Palo Alto Network shares now down by 4% after hours, after the infrastructure software company reported third quarter results. Amazon Zoox is expanding testing of its autonomous driving technology to Atlanta, moving in on a market where Alphabet's Waymo is expanding with Uber technologies. Zoox has already deployed a small number of test vehicles in the city's downtown area. Those are retrofitted gas-powered cars that have safety drivers for the purpose of mapping and data collection. Full autonomy autonomous driving will start in the summer. So today we did see a down day for the Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq stocks all declining. S&P 500 index today was down by about 0.3%. The S&P fell 23 points, now at 59.40. Dow Industrials down 114 for the Dow, a decline of about 0.3%. Nasdaq lower by 0.4%. The Russell 2000 index on a down day for the rest of the market managed to eke out a gain of under 0.1%. 10-year at 4.48% with a 2-year currently yielding 3.97%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
A lot of times, big economic forces show up in our lives in small ways.
4 days a week, I would buy 2 cups of banana pudding, but the price has gone up, so now I only buy 1.
Small but important ways. From tech billionaires to the bond market to, banana pudding. If it's happening in business, our new podcast is on it. I'm Max Chafkin.
And I'm Stacey Vanek Smith. So listen to Everybody's Business on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The stories that moved markets today.
Concerns about iPhone sales in China.
And the insight that will shape trading tomorrow.
Traders are waiting to hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell.
The Bloomberg Business Week Daily podcast with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec.
Technology and consumer staples among the biggest winners.
The rally taking a bit of a breather.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Listen live weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
Did you know Bloomberg Radio is on Amazon Alexa? Get live business news and market headlines 24 hours a day anywhere you have an Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio.
Well, it's not a question of holdouts. We have a tremendously unified party. I don't think we've ever had a party like this. There are some people that want a couple of things that maybe I don't like or that they're not going to get. I think we're a very unified party. The Senate's doing great. John Thune is doing fantastically. He's a great guy. And we're going to have a bill, the one big, beautiful bill. I think it's going to be, it's the biggest bill ever passed, and we got to get it done.
President Trump following his meeting with Republican lawmakers this morning on Capitol Hill, saying that the party is unified behind his tax bill, although certain members, such as Republican Congressman Mike Lawler, say that they are not budging. That remains the case. Just moments ago, though, we got an optimistic-sounding Speaker Mike Johnson telling reporters that a SALT deal will be wrapped up tonight and that a full vote on Thursday remains realistic. The timeline's still intact. Joining us now, the latest, Bloomberg's Stephen Dennis, who's famous for reminding us on Capitol Hill, it's a no, followed by a no, then another no, and a no, and a no, until it becomes a yes. Stephen, is that the trajectory of this week?
Yeah, we are definitely still in no mode. It's just nonstop talking to the same holdout members from the SALT caucus, the New York, New Jersey, California members, the hardline conservatives who want much deeper Medicaid cuts, particularly to the Obamacare expansion 90% match. They think that is just ridiculous, and they should be able to cut that percentage down a lot more. And they're not on board with this bill, and you've got other smaller issues along the way. One of the big ones that's still outstanding that is how they're going to phase out all of those green energy tax credits. Mm-hmm. That's another big push from the arch conservatives. But there are other members who wanted longer phase outs and preserving a big chunk of these green tax credits because there are billions of dollars in the pipeline in their districts or in their states in the Senate. So this is far from soup. It's far from having that yes deal moment. Mm-hmm. Even if they do get it out of the House this week, which is certainly possible, there are probably going to be a lot of changes over in the Senate.
Well, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you, Steve. What are we hearing from the upper chamber as the speaker is working so hard to come to a deal, knowing all of it could just be unwound?
Right. So Speaker Johnson came to the Senate Republican lunch to give them an update. One of the things that, always happens with these negotiations is the House tells the Senate, hey, it's really hard to get the votes here. Please don't mess with all these deals. And then the other chamber is like, yeah, but it's hard to get the votes over here, too. So, that on things like SALT, this is, there are basically no Senate Republicans who want SALT to exist. So, there's no guarantee that this deal gets through the Senate. John Thune also sort of floated what the Senate is going to want to change. He says the Senate Republicans want to make all the tax cuts permanent. As you know, a lot of these Trump tax cuts for tips and overtime, for seniors, and a bunch of new revived business tax breaks expire after a few years, and that's the Republicans and Thune see that as not as good for the economy as having a permanent tax code that businesses can plan against. So that's one big issue. You also have Medicaid. A couple of moderates, Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, voted against big cuts to Medicaid when they tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act in 2017. You also have Ron Johnson today again saying that he opposes this bill and wants trillions more in spending cuts. And then you've got Rand Paul, who plans to vote no because he doesn't want a $4 trillion debt limit increase. So there's a lot of no's before they get to that ultimate yes. I do think it's extremely likely they get something done because they are united on not allowing a tax increase.
All right, Bloomberg, Steve Dennis, thank you so much. And for more, we turn to this evening's political panel. Nat Bennett is with us, Executive Vice President for Public Affairs at Third Way and Democratic strategist, alongside Republican strategist Ashley Davis, partner at S3 Group. Welcome to you both. Ashley, obviously, we began the day today with President Trump not making phone calls, not working behind the scenes, but making tracks to Capitol Hill and gaggling with reporters 4 separate times to crack the whip in person. What does that say about where we are and the likely this goes smoothly for him?
Well, he's been doing this kind of a lot over the last 3 to 4 months. Not a lot, but 3 or 4 times, which is a lot for a president, as you'll remember, to go to the Hill. And him gaggling with reporters, are we used to that yet? Maybe we're getting...
Oh, we're used to it, for sure.
But, a lot of this is pressure. I mean, everyone's negotiating in public right now, and I think the next 8 hours from now until the Rules Committee at 1 a.m., whatever the math is, that's like the really crucial time. It was interesting. You said in the lead up that, or that the speaker said he was still willing to vote on Thursday. I mean, what I've been hearing a lot today is that he wants to go tomorrow. They passed the rule last night that they waived the 24-hour rule that you don't have to have it posted, which I think is a pretty big move, which means that he's getting momentum. He needs to vote and send everyone home.
Is that what you see happening here? I know Democrats aren't involved, but you're no stranger to momentum on Capitol Hill and what that means for passing something this large.
Look, Trump is unequaled in his ability to control his own party. We haven't had a party leader like that in the United States probably since FDR. He gets the votes, so he probably will this time too. But I have to say, this reminds me of something. In 1993, when the Democrats passed the budget, there were some things in there that weren't going to be particularly popular, and the Republicans were waving at a vulnerable Democrat, Marjorie Mosvinsky, saying bye-bye Marjorie when she voted for the bill. That could be happening this time too, because when you vote to slash Medicaid and support for needy families and throwing people off their health care so that you can give tax cuts to super rich people, that's going to play pretty badly in a lot of these swing districts.
Well, so do Democrats actually need this legislation to pass, even though they aren't going to provide the votes for it, because they need those cuts to become reality?
No, Trump's doing plenty for us to, I think, win the House. I mean, look, the tariffs alone probably would be enough, and he's, vandalizing the government in bizarre ways. There's a lot that Democrats can run on, but the thing that is most potent is what these guys are voting on. Trump is one thing, but what the House Republicans are actually doing is the most important thing in these elections.
And Republicans are the ones in the House are the ones that are taking the actual hard votes, because it's going to change so much in the Senate just from procedural reasons alone that when it comes back to the House to pass the final bill, it's not going to look the same, but they've already taken this first really hard vote.
We're going to be talking in a moment with Frank Pallone, the ranking member on the committee that was responsible for hashing out the changes to Medicaid. Some call them cuts, others call them making the program more efficient. How do you message against what Matt just mentioned?
It's a really hard message. I mean, you have a much better hand than I do to play on this, even though, so when I worked for Governor Ridge as governor, we did something called Welfare to Work, which is really what this is. It's kind of making sure that the people that are collecting Medicaid checks actually are eligible for Medicaid. But at the end of the day, from a pure political perspective, it's really, like, who's listening to my explanation right now? Really, they're listening to sound bites of "you're cutting my Medicaid." So that's what people believe in.
But the Senate's not going to let it happen, right? To the point we were just discussing with Steve Dennis. When you have Josh Hawley singing a similar tune as Democrats, does that suggest that the worst of the impulses perhaps are going to be kept in check by members of the president's own party?
I'd say it's a very uncomfortable place for me to be agreeing with Josh Hawley, but here we are. Maybe. I mean, remember, they have a lot more wiggle room in the Senate than, well, not a lot. They have more wiggle room in the Senate than they do in the House. I think Hawley's likely to come around. The question is the extent of Medicaid cuts, not if there will be any in there. There's going to be some, which means people lose their Medicaid. 63% of Americans in nursing homes are on Medicaid. I mean, this is a lot more than work requirements. It is going to affect millions of people in their ability to get health care.
You think this gets a vote as early as tomorrow, which means the Rules Committee tonight is not a thing? It sails through?
I think, yeah. I mean, if you look at how they waived the same-day rule yesterday, and obviously they had a member take a walk, Chip Roy, so he didn't vote on it. So they have the ability to do it tomorrow, but I mean, it has to kind of be buttoned up, at least in theory, tonight at 1 o'clock. Like, the big things have to be agreed on before it passes through Rules Committee. I think it gets through Rules Committee, and then can they write the bill between now and sometime tomorrow? I mean, listen, if I was a speaker, I'm like, get this thing done. Otherwise, it's going to fall apart again. They can't leave it till after Memorial Day. I mean, this is why they do these votes on days like this. And then supposedly there's members on both sides of the aisle that start leaving on Thursday night. And so do you start losing votes?
There's going to be some bleary eyes around here tomorrow. This interview with Speaker Johnson on Bloomberg.
To watch the vote?
Can't wait. Absolutely. Pop your corn. Get your C-SPAN ready. Matt Bennett, Ashley Davis, thank you so much for the analysis and a great conversation. Coming up, U.S. government bonds losing some of their luster here. This company debt is starting to look like a better buy. Some investors and strategists. We're going to talk about that with Bloomberg's Edward Harrison. He's with us next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Tomorrow, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern sits down with Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
This is a very challenging time because you don't know what to expect. The markets don't know what to expect.
What's the progress on President Trump's budget bill?
We've heard from interest groups around the country, and we want to do right by them.
House Speaker Mike Johnson, tomorrow morning at 9:30 Eastern.
We are committed to finding at least $1.5 trillion in savings for the American people.
On Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. Context changes everything.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:41 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The FAA has issued an interim order reducing the flight arrival and departure rate at Newark Liberty International Airport. Maximum hourly rate will be 28 arrivals and 28 departures until the construction of runway 4L 22R is complete. Luxury builder Toll Brothers has reaffirmed expectations for home sales in its full fiscal year, citing resilience among its affluent buyers. As for the economic outlook and administration policies, Alejandra Grindal is chief economist at Ned Davis Research, and she was a guest today on Surveillance.
One of our views at NDR is, I hate to say this word, but we could be facing perhaps a stagflationary risk. And this isn't anything necessarily of 1970s proportions. I don't want to go out to that point, but we could see, because of these policies, again, because of the immigration policies, the DOGE policies, the tariff policies, which are creating uncertainty, we could see slower economic growth, below potential growth in the U.S., no recession, but still slower growth.
Eleandra Grindle of Ned Davis Research. S&P today down 23, down 0.4%. The Dow down 114, down 0.3. Nasdaq today down 0.4%. Balance of Power continues right now with Joe Matthew and Kelly Lyons.
How closely are you watching the bond market?
How close am I?
Yeah.
Very much so. It's a very good indicator. It's the canary in the cave, and we got to keep an eye on that.
Canary in the cave. Republican Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee this morning discussing volatility in the bond market, Treasury yields on the rises. Contentious negotiations over the federal budget keep focus on growth in deficit spending. And for more, we turn to Bloomberg's Edward Harrison, who's watching the bond market for us. Edward, Moody's has spoken. What is the bond market telling us now about this process that we've been talking about all hour here in Washington?
Well, since the president was elected and came into office, it's been telling us that there's going to be more growth and more inflation, in particular since the tariffs have come into play. So that combination of tariffs and deficits means that if the economy continues to grow, then you're going to have higher inflation and higher growth, and that means higher bond yields.
Which means higher mortgage rates, potentially a political problem, potentially why the president would like to see the Fed lowering interest rates to help bring some of those rates down through other means. Does this, when we consider fiscal policy and the impact it has on the credibility of the U.S.'s ability to be a borrower, does that impact the decision-making of monetary policymakers?
Well, 100%, because obviously the monetary policy has to offset certain things that the fiscal agents do. I mean, what they've been telling us is they're looking to see what the path is, and based upon the path, not just in terms of tariff policy, but in terms of deregulation, in terms of the whole overall fiscal packages, et cetera. And based on that, they're going to come to a decision as to, how inflation looks, how growth looks, and they're going to make their decisions based on that. So everything else being equal, if we're in a higher inflation environment, they're actually going to step back a little bit. Actually, I think it was Joe and Tracy from Odd Lots. They were speaking to Atlanta Fed President Bostic, and he said, he had 3 or 4 cuts penciled in for 2025, but then we got this policy mix, and he's had to back away from that completely.
All right, Bloomberg's Edward Harrison, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. And as we just mentioned a few moments ago, we'll be back to the big story of the night, the fight over the tax bill on Capitol Hill. We'll get the view on issues from Medicaid to the SALT cap from someone on the other side of the aisle. Democratic Congressman Frank Pallone of New Jersey, ranking member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, is up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
CBS News Brief. President Trump has unveiled plans for his so-called Golden Dome missile shield. It'll cost taxpayers tens of billions of dollars and take years to become reality.
Did they ask you to do this?
Well, let me put it differently. I suggested it, and they all said, we love the idea.
It will put U.S. weapons in space for the first time. Earlier, Trump was on Capitol Hill meeting with Republicans and urging them to get on board with his budget plan. CBS's Nicole Killian.
He described this as a pep talk in terms of coming here to Capitol Hill. He insisted that Republicans are unified, and he expressed a lot of confidence about getting this package done.
Passengers on Southwest Airlines will soon be required to keep their portable chargers in plain sight while using because of concerns about lithium battery fires. That goes into effect May 28th. Other airlines may follow suit. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
The business news Wall Street depends on.
The headline today, lower yields. It's a huge deal.
And the insight that only Bloomberg can provide.
Where do you think the Fed believes this labor market's going to go?
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
The VIX craters.
Still a little bit of a tinge of inflation out there.
Listen live weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. Watch us on YouTube. Go to the Bloomberg podcast page and click on the live feed or catch us on Bloomberg Originals.
What caffeinated foodstuff is currently suffering a shortage? What company's new AI model is called QWQ-32B? Prada is in talks to buy which luxury fashion brand for $1.6 billion? Think you know the answers to these questions? If so, play Pointed at Bloomberg.com/pointed. It's the news quiz for risk takers.
I think, though, at some point you need to know what the best deal is and just take it. Tripling the SALT deduction is a huge win. If they can get it to quadruple to a $40,000 deduction, that is really significant. And that is saving constituents across New York thousands of dollars. I think it may change. And I think what the next offer that comes out of the Speaker's offer should be the one that is accepted, because we need to move forward. We need to pass this bill before Memorial Day. We need to deliver these wins.
That was Republican Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis of New York earlier today on the early edition of Balance of Power on what her colleagues should be willing to accept in negotiations over the SALT cap. And joining us now for more here on Bloomberg TV and radio from a neighboring state and from across the aisle is Democratic Congressman Frank Pallone of New Jersey, the ranking member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. Congressman, thanks for being here on Balance of Power. We both want to ask you questions about Medicaid, given your role on energy and commerce. But if we could begin on SALT, considering your constituency in New Jersey, could they actually benefit, at least in that regard, from this legislation if the cap is raised?
Well, I mean, raising the SALT limit or getting rid of the cap altogether would certainly be a good thing, but it doesn't outweigh all the other problems with the Medicaid cuts and people losing their health care. So, again, the focus on SALT, I think, is misplaced, because the real problem here is that most of this money is going to, for tax cuts for large corporations and billionaires, and all these cuts to Medicaid and health care are being used to pay for it.
We know that as ranking member on the committee, you helped to lead the charge on what I believe was a 26-hour-long markup of this legislation a couple of nights ago. Congressman, the Congressional Budget Office says more than 8 million people will lose their health care as a result of the bill that passed through Energy and Commerce, your committee, last week. I don't know how many people in Metuchen, New Jersey that impacts, but is your fight here done, or is there another lever that you can pull?
No, the fight is not done. First of all, these numbers keep going up because the bill does not address the ACA subsidies and renew the Affordable Care Act subsidies on the exchange and marketplace. CBO actually estimates now that 13.7 million people will lose their health care between their health insurance, between Medicaid cuts and the ACA not being renewed. And that number keeps going up. I mean, the Congressional Budget Office just put out a new report today saying that, basically saying that there would be $700 billion in Medicaid cuts and another $100 billion in ACA cuts. And, you have to remember, Joe, that the Republicans said they weren't going to cut Medicaid. And it's simply not true. I mean, that's exactly what they're doing to pay for these tax cuts.
Well, what we hear often from your Republican colleagues, Congressman, is that they're simply looking at waste, fraud, and abuse and guaranteeing that people who are in the country illegally do not get Medicaid. Can you just give us a reality check on that, knowing that illegal immigrants are not legally eligible to receive Medicaid except in emergency scenarios? What kind of dollar figure or number we're thinking about in that regard, realistically?
Well, as you said, they're not eligible to the extent that some have managed to get Medicaid. Their own numbers, meaning the Republican numbers, say that the most that is about $12 billion of that $700 billion that I mentioned to you. So they're just using that as an excuse. I mean, what they're doing is they're making it so hard to qualify for Medicaid that, virtually maybe 5% of the people that are eligible for Medicaid under what we call the expansion population would actually receive it. And if you look at Georgia as an example of a state that actually tried to do these red tape requirements, they had about maybe 400 1,000 people that were eligible for Medicaid, and they admitted that. And then at the same time, only about 4,000 of those, 400,000 actually qualified. So it's not that the people aren't eligible. It's not that they're illegal. It's just that they make it so impossible and put in so many barriers that they never get coverage.
I want to ask you, Congressman, about charges posed against Representative LaMonica McIver, which is something that you've been speaking out about here, and it brings us back to an event that the Department of Justice has decided to act on here. President Trump was asked about your colleague from New Jersey who was charged with assault after a confrontation in that event that I mentioned with immigration officers. Here's what he said.
Oh, give me a break. Did you see her? She was out of control. Did you address those days are over. The days of woke. The days of woke. No, I didn't. The days of woke are over. That woman, I have no idea who she is. That woman was out of control. She was shoving federal agents. She was out of control. The days of that crap are over in this country.
Congressman Pallone, I know you sent a letter to the chairman of the Judiciary Committee in the House, Congressman Jim Jordan, condemning this action. What needs to happen next?
Well, first of all, it's outrageous that she was charged with any kind of assault, because she didn't assault anybody. She and the other members of Congress that went there had every right to go there as part of their oversight responsibility, and even the head of ICE admitted that. The problem is that the president, he keeps talking about assault. Well, what about the fact that here at the Capitol, just nearby where I'm standing now, this whole mob that he incited came here, actually ended up killing, one of the officers, Capitol police officers that was from New Jersey. All those people were pardoned. One of them got a $5 million cash payment last week, and he's talking about enforcing the law against a member of Congress who was just doing her job. I mean, it's absolutely outrageous that the president would even suggest that Congresswoman McIver did anything wrong. She did not. And what hypocrisy after Trump is the one that incited a mob and a riot here that injured so many police officers, and all those people were pardoned. I mean, it's unbelievable that he even has the nerve to say anything.
Well, we'd like to stay in touch with you on all of these issues, Congressman. It's good to have you with us on Bloomberg. Democratic Congressman Frank Pallone of New Jersey with us live on Capitol Hill. Thank you. An important programming note that ties to almost everything we talked about this hour. Make sure to tune in tomorrow to Bloomberg Surveillance for an exclusive conversation with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. That's set for 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Kaylee, he's got a long night between now and then.
Yeah, he still has some work to do, though he's expressing optimism that they could seal a deal on the SALT cap tonight, knowing he has just hours to go here, roughly 7 hours until the Rules Committee is scheduled to convene at 1 a.m. Eastern Time to see if they can advance this legislation to the full House floor, knowing some Rules members have demands of their own.
Could see a vote as soon as tomorrow based on what Ashley Davis told us. We'll realize this in real time together tomorrow, right here on Bloomberg.
Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power. As Joe says, we'll see you back here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:56 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Elon Musk says he is committed to being the Tesla CEO in 5 years. And speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum 2025, he told our Mishal Hussein he is seeing no problem with demand, adding that while Tesla lost sales on the left, but also gained on the right, he also discussed acts of violence committed against the automaker and owners of Tesla vehicles.
I'm not someone who's ever committed violence. And yet, massive violence was committed against my companies. Massive violence was threatened against me. Who are these people? Why would they do that? How wrong can they be? They're on the wrong side of history, and that's an evil thing to do.
Tesla's Elon Musk interviewed on Bloomberg Radio from the World Economic Forum 2025. You can hear that full conversation on YouTube on the Bloomberg podcast channel. PNC Financial Services says the bank will acquire Aqueduct Capital Group. That is a move that expands PNC's services for alternative asset managers. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq all lower today, with the S&P down 23, drop there of 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 114, drop there of 0.3%. Nasdaq lower by 72, a decline of just about 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm Shonali Basak, and I hope you'll join me alongside my co-host David Inglis and many of Asia's most important institutional investors and money managers at Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, June 10th and 11th. We'll discuss China's growing economic influence, AI's use cases for financial services, recent shocks to the geopolitical status quo, and more with financial newsmakers and deal makers. Title sponsor, Invesco QQQ. Register now at BloombergLive.com/InvestHK.
Follow the money in the world of sports on the Bloomberg Business of Sports podcast. From media and technology.
What is the state of play when it comes to broadcast rights?
To billion-dollar deals.
PGA Live Tour Partnership breaking news.
Bloomberg Business of Sports with Michael Barr, Scarlett Fu, and Damian Sassower.
What's the benefit of unionizing?
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Extraordinary films are found on Jolt. Available now for a limited time, Can't Look Away exposes disturbing truths uncovered by Bloomberg's Olivia Carville about social media's harmful impact on kids.
We are in the midst of a fentanyl crisis.
These companies have upped the stakes. They're now in your children's bedroom.
It's not a fair fight, is it?
Can't Look Away challenges everything you think you know about the dangers kids face online. Watch now at jolt.film. That's JOLT.film.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in over 100 bureaus around the world. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, an update from our partners at CBS News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by the Freedom from Religion Foundation.
I'm Katmy McCormick. There is more severe weather in the forecast in what is already shaping up to be the second busiest tornado season ever. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear.
We need everybody to be weather aware. We need everybody to have a place to go tonight, preferably that has a basement.
Meteorologist David Parkinson.
It is another night of tornadoes in the nation's midsection. This is night 7 in a row of a tornado threat. And this one has a little bit of deja vu for folks in Kentucky. We're at a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather index tonight for tornadoes.
Mississippi is still waiting for federal assistance after tornadoes in March.
I know President Trump said that America first, we're going to help our American folks first, but we haven't seen the federal folks down here.
CBS's Nicole Skanga.
Folks right now in the state of Mississippi have been, pausing their debris removal. They've not been able to go through with some of the rebuilding in that state because they simply don't know whether the federal dollars will be there.
President Trump announced the concept for what he calls a Golden Dome missile defense program for the U.S.
Hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles, all of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%.
Erica Brown reports the president was on Capitol Hill earlier pushing his budget plan.
President Trump emerged from a meeting with House Republicans sounding optimistic about the passage of his budget bill.
I think we have unbelievable unity. I think we're going to get everything we want.
The legislation makes permanent the tax cuts passed during his first term and includes a campaign promise to eliminate taxes on tips and overtime pay. It also increases spending on defense and border security.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio was also on Capitol Hill, and he defended Trump's decision to lift sanctions on Syria's new government.
Frankly, the transitional authority, given the challenges they're facing, are maybe weeks, not many months, away from potential collapse and a full-scale civil war of epic proportions, basically the country splitting up.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth today ordered a Pentagon review of the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. He says a special panel will examine previous investigations and will analyze the decision-making to ensure there is accountability. This is CBS News.
The Freedom from Religion Foundation, the nation's leading group working to keep religion out of government. Go to ffrf.us/freedom or text protection to 511-511. Text fees may apply.
Hi, I'm Ron Reagan, an unabashed atheist. Today, the fastest growing religious group in the country is the non-religious, especially among the young. That progress is heartening, but the religious pushback is fierce and the forces of Christian nationalism are well organized. Our progress won't continue unless we work together so that reason and our secular constitution will prevail. That's why I'm asking you to join the Freedom from Religion Foundation, the nation's largest and most effective association of atheists and agnostics working to keep state and church separate, just like our founders intended. Please join the Freedom from Religion Foundation today. Ron Reagan, lifelong atheist, not afraid of burning in hell.
Join us. Go to ffrf.us/freedom or text PROTECT to 511-511 and become a member today. Text PROTECT to 511-511 because the only thing worse than a sermon is when it comes with legislation. Text fees may apply. Exclusions apply.
Hollywood's Actors Union accuses a video game maker of going to the dark side. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace reports.
SAG-AFTRA claims an actor's voice of Darth Vader in the popular game Fortnite was replaced with artificial intelligence without notice. The union has filed an unfair labor practice against Llama Productions, a subsidiary of Fortnite maker Epic Games.
One's effectiveness in battle is determined by their skill and discipline.
Epic has not commented on the case. SAG-AFTRA called a strike against major game companies last summer after negotiations broke down over concerns about the use of unregulated AI. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A stolen bust of rock legend Jim Morrison has been found nearly 4 decades after it vanished. It disappeared from his gravesite and was found by accident during an unrelated fraud investigation. Morrison died in Paris in 1971. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
And I'm Doug Krisner at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. Let's check our top stories and the markets. Equities drifted lower after a 6-day advance. Weakness in energy stocks led the S&P 500 to a decline of 0.4%. We also had the Nasdaq comp down 0.4%. Dow Industrial Average today weaker by 0.3%. Strategists over at JP Morgan Chase were saying the recent rebound in equities is being challenged by tariff uncertainty, softer economic data, and now fiscal headwinds. Elon Musk says he plans to remain CEO of Tesla for the next 5 years or more. Speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum, Musk sought to reassure investors where he dismissed concerns over falling sales in Europe.
Europe is our weakest market. We're strong everywhere else. So our sales are doing well at this point. We don't anticipate any meaningful sales shortfall. And obviously the stock market recognizes that since we're now back over $1 trillion in market cap. So Clearly the market is aware of the situation. So it's already turned around.
That is Elon Musk in an interview at the Qatar Economic Forum powered by Bloomberg. By the way, you can watch the full interview on the Bloomberg podcast channel on YouTube. Incidentally, today shares in Tesla were higher by 0.5%. In the bond market today, longer-term treasuries rose as U.S. budget negotiations showed little signs of resolution. We are told President Trump is frustrated with demands to significantly boost the cap on state and local tax deductions. The yield on the 10-year Treasury was up about 3 basis points today, last quoted in New York at 4.48%. The 2-year virtually unchanged at around 3.97%. But we did have weakness in the dollar. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index was down 0.5%, and currency option traders appear to be more pessimistic than ever before about the dollar over the next year. Crude oil edged lower in a choppy session as broader financial markets weakened. WTI for June finished at $62.56. And right now, spot gold is trading at $3,294 the ounce. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner in New York, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Hot Pursuit, a weekly podcast that gives car lovers the inside look they crave.
We're going to talk about the EV backlash
with Matt Miller in New York and Hannah Elliott in LA.
If you want very futuristic technology, you go to Mercedes.
Listen for the latest trends, new car releases, and anything else that drives us.
Hannah's growing Corvette collection.
The electric Macan is out.
Bloomberg Hot Pursuit. Listen on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
This is Bloomberg Law.
Congress can have no say in making an office independent.
I think all agencies need a degree of autonomy.
It really tests whether the amendments to the law have teeth.
Interviews with prominent attorneys and Bloomberg legal experts.
Joining me is constitutional law professor David Super, Bloomberg News Supreme Court reporter Greg Storr.
And analysis of important legal issues, cases, and headlines.
Apple's a walled garden. They don't license their technology.
That is a valid basis to dismiss the case.
Bloomberg Law with June Grosso from Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to the Bloomberg Law Show. I'm June Grosso. Ahead in this hour, Internet giants are asking a New York appellate court to dismiss the lawsuits against them by the families of victims of the mass shooting in Buffalo in 2022. And the growing trend of presidents using temporary appointments for top government roles. It's been 3 years since a white supremacist opened fire inside a grocery store in Buffalo and killed 10 people.
This tragedy shocked us. It devastated us. It pushed us to what we thought were beyond our limits. But it didn't break us. It didn't break us. Instead, it revealed a strength that runs deep in the veins of this city. The strength of a community that binds together and refuses to be defined by acts of hate.
The 18-year-old shooter pleaded guilty to all state charges and was sentenced to 11 concurrent life sentences. The federal case against him is ongoing. But survivors and families of the victims are seeking to hold social media companies responsible. They're suing internet giants Google, Meta, Amazon, and Reddit for publishing racist content that allegedly motivated the shooter to commit a hate crime by targeting people in a historically black neighborhood hundreds of miles from his home.
Our case is fundamentally about the isolation, obsession, lack of impulse control, and desensitization resulting from the neurological and psychological trauma inflicted on a teenager's brain by a highly addictive social media product.
And today, both sides were in a New York appellate courtroom where the social media companies are arguing that they can't be held liable for the racist content on their sites. The victims' families say the algorithms the internet sites use to deliver tailored content to users should be considered products under the state's product liability law. Here are the attorneys for the victims' families and Meta.
Anytime a manufacturer places a dangerous product into the stream of commerce that they reasonably know creates an unreasonable risk of harm to the public are liable under New York State products liability law. It's plain and dirt simple.
And there are two sort of foundational problems here that get us outside of the realm of traditional product liability. One is that communicating intangible information is not a product, and the second is that services are not products. And here we have both of those things. Product liability law is geared to the tangible world. That's the language of the seminal Winter case.
It would be a first in New York if a court found a non-tangible thing to be a product for purposes of liability law. My guest is Eric Goldman, a professor at Santa Clara University Law School and co-director of the High Tech Law Institute. Eric, can you tell us about the allegations of the plaintiffs in these cases?
The case involves the mass shooting in a Buffalo supermarket by a white supremacist. And the basic gist of the claims is that the shooter was radicalized on Facebook. And so in order to fit that into legal doctrines, there's a variety of different claims that the victims and families have made in order to explain what's wrong with that. Why does that actually create legal rights for the victims? So some of those include a claim that Facebook was negligent, that it should have done something different to protect the victims. And some of it is based on what we sometimes call products liability, that Facebook is a product that is dangerous, and as a result, any harm that's caused by a dangerous product can be attributable to the supplier of that product.
Are the plaintiffs bringing it under the product liability law in order to get around Section 230?
No, Section 230 is a defense, whereas the plaintiffs have to still figure out a claim that actually fits their facts. However, they do want to pick claims that are not preempted by Section 230, which says, in short, that websites aren't liable for third-party content. So the idea is that the plaintiffs are arguing that they're not suing to hold Facebook liable for the third-party content. They're suing based on Facebook's contribution to the radicalization of the shooter.
So when you think of product liability, you think of tangible objects, a mechanical device that injures you, something like that. Has a New York court ever found a streaming service or social media to be a product under the state's product liability law?
For decades, there have been legal theories that have held that the supply of physical items that are at risk of causing physical injury are liable for those physical injuries. And one of the classic old cases involved exploding Coca-Cola bottles. And if you didn't manufacture and fill the Coca-Cola bottle properly, it could literally explode and create shards of glass that were projectiles. And so the idea is that we want manufacturers to be more careful in the manufacture of an item like that because of the physical risk it poses when that item is now in consumers' homes. There's a very bright line in those doctrines between physical items that are capable of causing physical injury and intangible things or services, which do not pose the same risk of sending glass shards as projectiles because there's literally nothing like that in their possession. So the laws normally limit products liability theories to actual physical products, not to services like internet services like Facebook. So it's a leap of the theory to try and expand it to cover services. This theory wasn't designed for that purpose. It's not optimized to do so, and unlike the regulation of Coca-Cola bottles exploding with glass shards, there's significant speech implications if we try to regulate the dissemination of information as if it's an exploding Coke bottle. So there have been plaintiffs across the country that have been trying out the theories that internet services are subject to products liability doctrines, and courts have split on that issue. Most courts have rejected it. Some have entertained it, and so it's a live frontier in internet law today.
And have there been rulings by appellate courts on that?
Yes and no. There's been a variety of rulings in different fact circumstances, but there's a leading case in this area that just came out in February from the Fourth Circuit. It involved a very, very similar case involving a shooter who allegedly was radicalized on Facebook. And the plaintiffs argued products liability as part of the reasons why Facebook should be liable. And in that case, the federal appellate court shut all that down and said that Facebook qualified for Section 230. Everything that the plaintiffs are arguing was trying to hold Facebook liable for the third-party content available on its service, and therefore the plaintiffs lose. So the plaintiffs in this case aren't directly bound by that ruling, but clearly there's a strong message from that ruling that the plaintiffs' arguments should not be successful.
Does that issue depend on the state's product liability law? Because those laws differ from state to state.
It can. We have to look at the terms of the exact statute, what it says it covers. That might very well restrict plaintiffs' claims but not expand them. In other words, there's some limit to the theory that as far as it can go, at some point it has to stop, either because of doctrines like Section 230, which Congress enacted as the way to prevent that kind of expansion, or because of the First Amendment, that the Constitution does not permit a physical-based legal doctrine to extend to the dissemination of speech.
If the court allows the case to go forward, will the plaintiffs have to prove that Facebook or the other platforms led to the radicalization of the shooter, and how difficult will that be?
Definitely, they'll have to show that what we call causation when it comes to negligence. I believe that will also be relevant in the context of strict products liability. And it will be difficult. And causation was also an issue in the federal appellate court ruling I mentioned from the Fourth Circuit. And the court independently said there was not sufficient causation in that case. And when we think about what causes someone to radicalize into a white supremacist, and even worse, what causes a white supremacist to then decide to engage in mass murder, there's so many things that contribute to that outcome. And it's very difficult to pull out one piece and say, that's the cause, they should bear all the burden of responsibility. In fact, it really is a whole of society failure to have people who end up in that circumstance, and we really need to look at our society across the board to figure out what went wrong and what we ought to be doing differently, and to try and pin it on any one player in the ecosystem to say Facebook was the reason why this particular person pulled the trigger, I really think kind of denies the reality of how we've all contributed to a society that can lead to these outcomes.
And explain how Section 230 would work here as a defense.
So the plaintiffs are arguing that Facebook radicalized the shooter, and Facebook itself normally doesn't publish content itself that it authored. Its primary way of engaging in content distribution is to gather third-party content, like the Facebook post that we all make as the everyday activity, and then share that with an audience. And so the content that allegedly radicalized the shooter didn't come from Facebook. Facebook at most was the mechanism by which some author matched with the shooter. And so it's impossible really to describe Facebook's role in radicalizing the shooter without talking about the content that radicalized the shooter, all of which came from a third party. And if third-party content can't create liability for Facebook, Section 230 will apply.
A note, Michael Bloomberg, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of Bloomberg Radio, is a donor to groups that support gun control, including Everytown for Gun Safety, which represented the plaintiffs in this case in the lower courts. Coming up next on the Bloomberg Law Show, I'll continue this conversation with Professor Eric Goldman of Santa Clara University Law School. We'll talk more about the algorithms at issue in the case. And later in the show, there's a growing trend for presidents to use temporary appointments for top government roles. Is there a problem when there are successive appointments of interim U.S. attorneys? Remember, you can always get the latest legal news by listening to our Bloomberg Law podcast. You can find them on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and at Bloomberg.com/podcast/law. And attorneys looking for legal research? Whether you're an in-house counsel or in private practice, Bloomberg Law gives you the edge with the latest in AI-powered legal analytics, business insights, and workflow tools. With guidance from our experts, you'll grasp the latest trends in the legal industry, helping you achieve better results. For the practice of law, the business of law, the future of law, visit BloombergLaw.com. I'm June Grosso, and you're listening to Bloomberg.
The data that matters for your investments.
Single stock volumes really surge.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
Supermicro is catching our eyes.
Take a quick look at crypto stocks.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
A big bounce in the market today. We're on a brutal 3-day stretch.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
The highest intraday jump since 2020.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
I'm Emily Chang. Join me on The Circuit, where I speak with the biggest names in tech, business, and culture, and find out what drives them. Hear my conversations with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son, and all 3 Microsoft CEOs past and present, Bill Gates, Steve Ballmer, and Satya Nadella. Watch Season 3 of The Circuit, Thursday nights, 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Television, and streaming on Bloomberg Originals and Bloomberg.com. Or listen to The Circuit anywhere you get your podcasts.
Get the latest business news uninterrupted on your daily commute. Listen to Bloomberg Radio on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto. Download the Bloomberg Business app on your smartphone now. Then listen no matter where you are from coast to coast. Get live radio, podcasts, and on-demand news updates. Plus, expanded details on your favorite shows at your fingertips anywhere across the globe. The Bloomberg Business app, now on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The future is now at Google. It's putting its Gemini artificial intelligence technology into its signature search engine for all users in the U.S. as it tries to keep pace with the people turning to chatbots for information. In a major policy shift, the FDA says it'll no longer routinely approve annual COVID-19 booster shots for healthy children and younger adults and will instead force vaccine makers to add a costly new testing requirement that could limit who gets those vaccines. On Wall Street, after 6 days in a row of gains, weakness in the tech sector sent the major averages a little lower. The Dow lost 115, the Nasdaq down 73, the S&P down 23. Shares of Tesla a little higher today after Elon Musk said he's committed to being Tesla's CEO for the next 5 years. And it's official. The department store chain Nordstrom taken private by members of the founding Nordstrom family. Its shares will be delisted by the New York Stock Exchange on Wednesday. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with John Creekmore, Chief Investment Officer at Creekmore Wealth Advisors, on the markets.
You know, it's been so interesting to watch over the last year, especially as we saw more discussion, even last year in the election cycle, about trade imbalance, about different methods to utilize and bring this trade imbalance into probably a proper perspective. And one of the ones talked about was the blunt instrument of a tariff. And a lot of folks did not have much knowledge or background of tariffs, except for their remembering of Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and as far as the discussion of tariffs in that movie. And so not real academic there, but all of a sudden then they recognize this could be a big deal for them as far as inflation. It could be a big deal for them as far as overall economic certainty. So we really encourage everybody to take a step back. Let's look at long-term goal objectives. Ask yourself, are you an investor or are you a trader? And then based upon your answer on that, you can make decisions to make money in any environment. However, it's a little bit different methodology. So number one was back in April, we encouraged everyone, actually before that, back in the middle of February, we saw the market hit an all-time high, and encouraged everyone to say, hey, stay calm. There's going to be some uncertainties and some storms coming about. We want to make sure we make logical decisions based upon facts. Mm-hmm. And whenever we saw the tariff announcement hit on April the 2nd, it caused a lot of emotion and a lot of uncertainty. We know the markets do not like uncertainty. So we encourage them, let's allow this to play out. Let's look for opportunities in the carnage. Let's try to find ways to make money in the midst of. And sure enough, whenever more information came out, cooler heads prevailed, and we saw the markets bounce back, actually up 22% from that low that we saw on April the 10th.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
You're listening to Bloomberg Law with June Grasso from Bloomberg Radio.
Survivors and families of the victims of the mass shooting in a Buffalo supermarket 3 years ago are suing internet giants Google, Meta, Amazon, and Reddit for publishing racist content that allegedly motivated the shooter to commit a hate crime. targeting people in a historically black neighborhood hundreds of miles from his home. The plaintiffs blame the proprietary algorithms the companies use.
Putting people in groups, there's something called confirmation bias. And when you put people in groups where they're getting these white supremacist theories and these calls to violence and these calls to make a race war and think that that's the right thing, that's what happened to Peyton Gendron. And that's what this lawsuit is about.
But the internet companies say they're protected from liability under the law, which says no interactive computer service provider can be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. During the appellate court arguments today, Justice Stephen Lindley quizzed Meta's lawyer about the algorithms.
Is that a fair characterization of what the algorithm does? Just arranging and sorting? Because it seems to me that we have this element of tailoring to the individual end user. And that's when we depart from newspapers and other editorial functions, is that here what we're doing is we're looking at an individual and saying, this is what we want to give you, particular to you. And that's what makes it different.
There's a long series of cases that have held likewise. The way Force put it is algorithms are a means of arranging and distributing third-party information. That is at the heart of the kind of publishing activity that Shyamilli was focused on. And the fact that it's tailored to particular individuals doesn't change that fact.
Why not?
Well, because again, it's still arranging and distributing. It is publishing it.
I've been talking with Professor Eric Goldman of Santa Clara University Law School. Eric, tell us about the plaintiff's claims about the algorithms.
So in order for the shooter to get access to the radicalizing content, somebody has to upload it, and then Facebook has to make the match to present that to the reader, to the shooter in this case. And so plaintiffs have often claimed that it was the algorithm Facebook created that led to this radicalization. Now, there are a couple of problems with that theory. One is it was expressly rejected in the Fourth Circuit opinion that I mentioned earlier. Federal appellate court said that's not a way of getting around Section 230. The other piece, and the appellate court mentioned this as well, that in order for Facebook to do anything differently to prevent that radicalization, it would have to re-architect its entire service. In other words, there's not a way of it just changing the algorithm to eliminate, the risk of radicalization without changing any other element of its algorithm. So, in other words, there's no easy fix here for Facebook. Facebook worked the way it was designed to work. It made matches between people and content they might be interested in. Unfortunately, some people are interested in content that is antisocial. Facebook's algorithm treats that the same as all other content.
The director of the Center for Democracy and Technology's Free Expression Project, which filed an amicus brief in support of the social media companies, said if the automatic ranking and delivery of content is separated from the Section 230 liability shield, it will suddenly make many pieces of content open to liability and incentivize platforms that use automated ranking systems to deliver content to suppress or eliminate delivery of content they're worried about. So basically, would there be a chilling effect if that happens?
I think that's a riff on what I was just saying, and maybe said better than I did. But let me take another cut at it. So if Facebook is liable for radicalization content, and if, and I'm going to hypothesize this is true, people might debate it, there is no way for Facebook to know which content is radicalizing or not, or to properly separate that from the pro-social content that it would prefer to disseminate, then Facebook basically becomes a financial guarantor of any harms that are caused by people that could be traced back to someone's consumption of content on Facebook. We've seen so many cases in this genre. This is not a unique case in Buffalo. Many times, victims of shootings have claimed that the shooter was exposed to content on social media, and social media should be responsible for this. And that's just not tenable. Social media cannot act as the financial guarantor of all the shootings that take place in the world. So then they have to do something different. If they become the financial guarantor, they cannot exist in their current form.
The easiest path for the appellate division right now in this case is to allow the case to go forward and to say, the facts have to be developed before we can make a decision on whether or not this is subject to the state's product liability law?
So that's essentially what the lower court did. The lower court basically said, I understand Facebook's defenses, and yet I need to see more facts and before I'm prepared to make the conclusion that products liability applies or even that Section 230 applies. So one possibility is that the appellate court could say, the district court was right. Let's let the case continue to evolve in its ordinary manner. And once we get more information, then we'll be able to figure out what defenses actually apply in this circumstance. Most cases involving Section 230 don't do that. Most cases in Section 230 end at the motion to dismiss because it is obvious on the face there's nothing that would be produced in discovery that would show that Section 230 didn't apply. And here, I don't think anyone's contesting that Facebook provided or authored the radicalizing content. The allegation is that it matched the shooter with third-party content. So everything that the court needs to know about Section 230 is, I think, already available to it. So punting on that question actually would be a disservice to Facebook, and I think to all other social media that expect to be able to avoid liability for things that they're not legally responsible for.
It's interesting that the plaintiffs here chose state court, where in the other case you were discussing, the plaintiffs chose federal court.
Plaintiffs get to pick the venue that they think is the best place for them to achieve justice. Mm-hmm. So it's completely logical that they might conclude that New York state courts as opposed to New York federal courts are a better venue for them. But I would hope that the New York state courts would still take a look at what's going on in the rest of the country, because this is not a novel issue across the country, and the case law is very clear that the New York state trial courts got it wrong.
How important is this case as a precedent, let's say, for other cases around the country? I mean, is it important, or is it just, another one of the cases that you've been talking about? Is there any import to it?
So every case that involves the situation where social media allegedly contributed to some offline harm is important, because if those cases succeed, then all social media services face an extreme amount of liability that may make them financially untenable. So it's like the social media services have to bat 1,000 in these cases. If they only bat 999 and one case gets through, that one case could potentially change the entire internet ecosystem. So if this case ends up like essentially all the others and the plaintiffs don't succeed, then this case became unimportant. It's just one of the many. If, for whatever reason, this case does succeed, then this could be the case that reshapes the internet. And the district court opinion in this case was so troubling because it clearly deviated from precedent around the country, and because it basically said, I can't make any judgments, even though many people thought that the court had all the facts it needed to make a judgment. And so if that's the case, it opens up the door for unpredictable results, and that unpredictability is actually its own form of danger to the internet.
Any final thoughts?
The Buffalo shooting was horrific. All these mass murders are just heartbreaking. They're a sign of pathology in our country. They just absolutely tear me up. And the fact that the shooter was espousing the great replacement theory is even more troubling, that this theory continues to find an audience in our country when it's both afactual, but it's also deeply corrosive. I will add that people want to blame Facebook for the dissemination of the Great Replacement theory, but many leading figures in our country, whether that's media pundits or actual government officials, have also dabbled in the Great Replacement theory. And so, to me, the idea that Facebook radicalized this shooter misses the whole ecosystem.
We'll see if the New York Appellate Court here deviates from the way most other courts have ruled. Thanks so much, Eric. That's Professor Eric Goldman of the Santa Clara University School of Law. In other legal news today, the Trump administration appears to have begun deporting people from Vietnam and Myanmar to South Sudan, despite a court order restricting removals to other countries. That's according to attorneys for the migrants. They told a judge that immigration authorities may have sent up to a dozen people from several countries to Africa. Those removals would violate a court order saying people must get a meaningful opportunity to argue that sending them to a country outside their homeland would threaten their safety. And federal prosecutors allege that Democratic Representative LaMonica McIver of New Jersey pushed and grabbed officers while attempting to block the arrest of the Newark mayor outside an immigration detention facility. In an 8-page complaint, interim U.S. Attorney Alina Habba's office said McIver was protesting the removal of Newark Mayor Ras Baraka from a congressional tour of the Delaney Hall Detention Center in Newark on May 9th. The complaint says she attempted to stop the arrest of the mayor and pushed into agents for Homeland Security investigations and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. She faces 2 counts of assaulting, resisting, and impeding an officer. McIver has denied any wrongdoing and has accused federal agents of escalating the situation by arresting the mayor. She denounced the charge as purely political and said prosecutors are distorting her actions in an effort to deter legislative oversight. Habba had charged Baraka with trespassing after his arrest, but dismissed the allegation on Monday when she said in a social media post she instead was charging the Congresswoman. Prosecuting McIver is a rare federal criminal case against a sitting member of Congress for allegations other than fraud or corruption. The case instantly taps into a broader and more consequential struggle between a Trump administration engaged in overhauling immigration policy and a Democratic Party scrambling to respond. Coming up next on the Bloomberg Law Show, the growing trend of presidents using temporary appointments for top roles in government. Remember, you can always get the latest legal news by listening to our Bloomberg Law podcast. You can find them on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and at Bloomberg.com/podcast/law. And attorneys looking for legal research? Whether you're an in-house counsel or in private practice, Bloomberg Law gives you the edge with the latest in AI-powered legal analytics, business insights, and workflow tools. With guidance from our experts, you'll grasp the latest trends in the legal industry, helping you achieve better results. For the practice of law, the business of law, the future of law, visit BloombergLaw.com. I'm June Grasso, and you're listening to Bloomberg.
This is your only 24-hour source for world markets and breaking business news. Bloomberg Radio. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at CBS News.
CBS News Brief. It will be another night of severe weather across parts of Tennessee and Kentucky. Meteorologist David Parkinson.
The risk is certainly there to see damaging wind, hail the size of baseballs, and a couple of EF2 or EF3 tornadoes.
The U.S. will now restrict COVID booster shots to people over 65 and those at higher risk of serious illness. Drug makers will have to conduct trials to justify younger, healthy individuals getting shots. President Trump today announced his Golden Dome missile defense system.
The one big beautiful bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway.
He's pushing Republican lawmakers to pass that budget bill. Tory and Small on some of the other items it contains.
More funding for border security and border enforcement. It's kind of the red meat that Republicans have been looking for on the campaign trail.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
And I'm Doug Krisner at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. Let's check our top stories on the markets. Equities drifted lower today after a 6-day advance. Weakness in energy leading the S&P 500 to a drop of about 0.4%. Nasdaq comp also weaker by 0.4%. And we had the Dow down 0.3%. Shares in Tesla were higher by 0.5% today. That was after Elon Musk said he plans to remain CEO of Tesla for at least 5 more years. Speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum, Musk sought to reassure investors. That's where he dismissed concerns over stalling sales due to his political polarity.
You can just look at the stock price. If you want the best inside information, the stock market analysts have that, and our stock wouldn't be trading near all-time highs if it was not. If things weren't in good shape. They're fine. Don't worry about it.
That is Elon Musk in an interview at the Qatar Economic Forum powered by Bloomberg. By the way, you can watch the full interview on the Bloomberg podcast channel on YouTube. And again, today, shares in Tesla were up 0.5%. The chip component maker Wolfspeed is reportedly preparing to file for bankruptcy within a matter of weeks. The Wall Street Journal reports the company is struggling to address its debt pile, valued at some $6.5 billion. Right now in late U.S. trading, Wolfspeed shares down 57%. In the bond market today, longer-term Treasury yields were higher as U.S. budget negotiations showed little sign of resolution. We're told President Trump is frustrated with demands to significantly boost the cap on state and local tax deductions. The yield on the 10-year was up about 3 basis points today, last quoted in New York at 4.48%. The dollar weakened with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index falling 0.5%. Crude oil edged lower in a choppy session as broader market weakened. There was also some lingering uncertainty over whether sanctions on Iran will be loosened or tightened. June futures in WTI closed New York trading at 62.56. We're up more than 2% right now, but bear in mind this is now the July contract at 63.43. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner. This is Bloomberg.
The news in Washington has a ripple effect on the country and the world.
President Trump telling Vladimir Putin to end the war in Ukraine.
That's why we bring you the top headlines from Capitol Hill every weekday.
Donald Trump spoke about TikTok with Chinese President Xi Jinping.
Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
What will be Donald Trump's relationship with the titans of finance?
Listen live weekdays at noon and 5 p.m. Eastern or on demand wherever you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
The biggest business story of our time revolves around one name, Elon Musk. On the latest episode of Elon Inc., a Tesla insider says Elon Musk is harming the company.
Once you meet a new person that is willing to say the quiet part out loud with you, it's just like, oh, okay, good, there's another person. And I'll come off of mute in some of these calls. I'll say, hey, can we just acknowledge that the new Model Y, if it had launched last year, would have been selling like crazy.
From Bloomberg Business Week, this is Elon Inc. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Up-to-the-minute market headlines.
We have a massive rally in the bond market. We have a massive sell-off in the equity market.
Along with in-depth research on more than 2,000 global companies.
Some of these big tech names, are these entry points?
When do you buy the dip and where do you buy the dip?
The Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
Interest rates go up, bond prices go down. That's all I need to know, right?
Bloomberg Intelligence. Listen live weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or on demand wherever you get your podcasts.
Donald Trump has already changed the way we think about the US economy. Now he's back in the White House, and Bloomberg's Trumponomics podcast is here to help. I'm Stephanie Flanders, head of government and economics at Bloomberg. Whatever the big question of the week is, we'll have something interesting to tell you about it in a lively conversation with the reporters and analysts closest to the action. Listen to new episodes every Wednesday and follow Trumponomics on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Balance of Power podcast, we talk with Republican Congressman Brian Stile of Wisconsin about the future of stablecoin legislation on Capitol Hill.
We have a huge opportunity here to lock in legislation as it relates to stablecoins. I think it'll do two key things. It'll protect consumers and it'll make sure that we maintain dollar dominance across the globe. And so I think we're united in that goal. The amendment process is going to be something that we'll be watching here from the House side. My bill, the Stable Act, moved through committee, also with Democratic support. I think we'll be in a position to move that forward on the floor in the near future. This is a huge opportunity for a big win in the digital blockchain space, and I think we're going to be able to get this across the line.
Will you try to merge those two bills, Congressman? And if all of this works when it comes to stablecoin, does that help to unlock legislation for something broader like FIT 21, a broader crypto bill in Congress?
The draft legislation on market structure, which was FIT 21 last Congress, was just introduced. Hopefully we'll be having a hearing on the near future on that in the House Financial Services Committee. It's really both bills that are ultimately needed to truly unlock the golden age of digital assets here in the United States. You need both stablecoin and market structure. I think we have the opportunity to do that. We're going to be advancing quickly here on stablecoin. I think the House version, my bill, the Stable Act, complements well with the Genius Act in the Senate. I think at the end of the day, we'll be able to get one unified piece of legislation as we work to also deliver on the market structure legislation that's so essential. When both get done, I think we will really unlock the digital asset golden age here in the United States.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Balance of Power podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump announcing plans to build a Golden Dome missile defense shield to deflect ballistic, hypersonic, and cruise missiles with space-based interceptors that'll be operational in just 3 years and cost $175 billion overall. The Congressional Budget Office estimates a cost of $542 billion over the next 20 years. Apple preparing to allow third-party developers to write software using its artificial intelligence models, hoping those new apps will boost demand for iPhones and iPads. Home Depot says it doesn't expect to raise prices because of the Trump tariffs. It's been diversifying sources for its products for years. It also maintained its full-year outlook despite a dip in sales last quarter. On Wall Street, after 6 days in a row of gains, today the Dow lost 115, the Nasdaq down 73, the S&P lost 23. And the folks at Oreos teaming up with singer and actress Selena Gomez on a new cinnamon-flavored horchata Oreo that celebrates her Mexican heritage. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
You're listening to Bloomberg Law with June Grosso from Bloomberg Radio.
President Trump has installed another loyalist in one of the most powerful U.S. attorney's offices in the country. Former Fox News host Jeanine Pirro has taken over as the interim U.S. attorney for D.C. from Ed Martin, who was the interim U.S. attorney for close to 120 days. The interim nature of both appointments tests the bounds of a federal statute governing temporary officials and reflects a growing trend of presidents leaning on temporary appointments for top roles in government. My guest is Ann Joseph O'Connell, a professor at Stanford Law School who specializes in political appointments. Will you explain the provisions that are at play when a U.S. attorney is given an interim appointment?
So when there's not a Senate-confirmed U.S. attorney in a particular district, there are two statutes that can provide for temporary service. So the first, what we call interim U.S. attorneys, is a specific provision in the United States Code called Section 546. And that provision allows for the Attorney General to choose a temporary interim U.S. attorney for the district in which there is not a Senate-confirmed person. There are no restrictions on who the Attorney General can pick, so they don't have to pick someone who's within the Department of Justice, unlike this other statutory provision. And so the Attorney General can pick an interim U.S. attorney, and that person can serve for 120 days under Section 546. And then after that 120 days expires, the district court may appoint a U.S. attorney to serve until there is a Senate-confirmed one.
So what happened here is the term for Ed Martin was about to run out. And before the district court could appoint someone, President Trump nominated as another interim U.S. attorney, Jeanine Pirro. I mean, is that according to the rules?
Well, it depends whether you're looking at the text of the rule or the intent of the provision. Under the text, I think it's permitted. The provision, Section 546, does not explicitly bar successive 120-day appointments. And I should also note that even if the district court had chosen someone, the president, in all likelihood, could have fired the district court pick and picked another interim U.S. attorney or turned to this other statute, the Federal Vacancies Reform Act. So I think the text permits successive appointments. There's no explicit bar on it. There's no provision that provides for a penalty if you see these successive appointments. And in the past, we have seen successive appointments. Now, that's the text. When Congress reimposed time limits, so put back the 120-day constraint on how long interim U.S. attorneys can serve, they did that in 2007 after a U.S. attorney scandal involving Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, who had fired a number of U.S. attorneys. And the scandal was not whether the president or the attorney general could fire U.S. attorneys. It was about the reason that was given for those firings. But at the time that it happened, there was no limit on how long interim U.S. attorneys could serve. And this had occurred after September 11th. There was a period of years where there was kind of no time limit. But then in 2007, Congress put back this time limit. And I think the putting back of the time limit suggests strongly that the intent of Congress was not to have endless interim appointments of U.S. attorneys.
And was that the intent of the framers as well? In other words, they wanted the Senate to advise and consent?
So we have had Senate-confirmed appointments since the start of the United States Constitution under the Appointments Clause. And interestingly, we've had statutes that provide for temporary appointments from about the same time. The very first Vacancies Act, which applied generally, was in 1792. And there was another one in 1795. There it gets a little tricky about kind of what were the time limits, because in the 1795 Act, Congress imposed a 6-month time limit on acting officials.
You hear a lot of actings. Have U.S. presidents been using interim positions more and more?
So I have done some research on recent administrations and looking at the very highest level of positions, so the heads of agencies, cabinet secretaries in particular, and definitely recent administrations, and that would include President Obama, President Trump's first term, and President Biden have heavily relied on acting officials, much more, I would say, than their predecessors in terms of modern government.
What's the reason for this? I know that President Trump in the past has said, he likes the idea of it. Is it because it's difficult to get people through the Senate? I mean, what's the reason that they're using it more?
I think there are several reasons. The first is it takes time to nominate people, though I will say that President Trump in his second term has a much faster nominations pace than he had in his first term. I mean, 6 or 7-fold more nominations at the 100-day mark in his second term than in his first term. But nominations still takes time to find the people and to formally nominate them. There's a vetting that occurs. And I think for President Trump, that vetting has really focused on loyalty, whereas in other administrations might be focusing on ethical considerations, expertise, and the like. And then there's the confirmation process. And so even as we have now, and even as we did for President Biden, have a Senate controlled by the same party as the White House, it still takes time because individual senators, even though there's no longer a 60-vote threshold to move a nomination to a confirmation vote, that went away in November of 2013, individual senators can still delay the confirmations process, right? And we saw this with Senator Tuberville in the Biden administration. We've seen this in other cases as well, right? Democrats do it to Republicans, Republicans do it to Democrats, and that can slow it down. And so I think both the nominations and confirmation process make acting officials attractive. But I would also say that what I think is a large reason is that acting officials don't require Senate confirmation. And so you can pick people to serve in a temporary capacity that the Senate might not confirm. So in President Trump's first term, the Republicans, as reported by the media, did not want to confirm Ken Cuccinelli to a senior post in the Department of Homeland Security, but through acting appointments and delegations of authority, Mr. Cuccinelli was able to serve in very high-profile roles in DHS. And I think a similar story, right, for Ed Martin, that Republicans balked, and he was able, through the interim provision, to serve, whereas, if he had just been put up as a nominee, not as an interim, he might not have gotten through.
Has President Trump pushed the limits of the Vacancies Act further than other presidents?
I think the Vacancies Act is pretty capacious. It allows the government to function. I think the Vacancies Act should be reformed in certain ways because I think it allows more than perhaps what we want for an accountable government. But I think in this term, President Trump is really pushing an argument that no previous president has pushed, which is that he believes that if the Vacancies Act does not apply, he has inherent Article 2 authority to name acting officials. And this has come up in the Inter-America Foundation and the African Development Foundation. These are entities not covered by the Vacancies Act, where President Trump has named acting officials to Senate-confirmed board positions, relying on claimed inherent Article 2 authority. It seems with the firing of the Librarian of Congress that if the Library of Congress is not subject to the Vacancies Act, and I don't think it is, President Trump, the White House has indicated that there is Article 2 authority to name an acting librarian. And I think this is an outrageous claim. We have an appointments clause. We have a recess appointments clause. It is true that the Vacancies Act and specific agency provisions like Section 546 for interim U.S. attorneys do allow vast use of temporary appointments. But outside of those, presidents need to rely on the appointments clause or the recess appointments.
So some are saying that with the U.S. attorney, for example, with Jeanine Pirro becoming the second interim U.S. attorney for D.C., that defendants might be able to challenge some of the, prosecutions, et cetera, under her because of this issue?
I think they would definitely have standing to sue. And I think their argument would be that under Section 546, successive 120-day appointments are not allowed. And I think that is a plausible argument. I just don't think it's a winning argument. I think that courts will look at the text, right? As Justice Kagan says, we're all textualists now, that the courts will look at the text and see that successive 120-day appointments are not barred. It's happened in the past and permit it. Now, that doesn't mean it shouldn't change. I mean, Congress could amend 546 to make it clear that you get one 120-day appointment, then the district court gets to choose. And then I should note that there is an alternative to these successive 120-day appointments while a nomination might be pending to a U.S. attorney slot, is that I believe that the Federal Vacancies Reform Act is available for temporary appointments to these positions. Now, the constraint, why I think the Trump administration doesn't want to turn to the Vacancies Act, is that under the Vacancies Act, you can't just choose anyone. You can't choose an outsider like the current person. You can't choose an outsider to come in as an acting U.S. attorney. You either need to choose someone who is the first assistant to the U.S. attorney, right, which is typically a career person. You need to choose someone who is Senate confirmed already to another position, so has already kind of gone through the Senate process, or you have to choose someone who was in the agency for at least 90 days in the year before the vacancy.
So we'll start counting now to see if Jeanine Pirro is nominated to be the permanent U.S. attorney for D.C. before the 120 days expires. Thanks so much for joining me today. That's Professor Ann Joseph O'Connell of Stanford Law School. And that's it for this edition of the Bloomberg Law Show. Remember, you can always get the latest legal news by listening to our Bloomberg Law podcast wherever you get your favorite podcasts. I'm June Grosso. Stay with us. Today's top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in over 100 bureaus around the world. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now an update from our partners at CBS News.
Tornado risk in nearly a dozen states.
It is another night of tornadoes in the nation's midsection.
Trump announces a Golden Dome missile defense system.
Next generation technologies across the land, sea, and space.
Annual COVID shots no longer approved for some.
Limit access to COVID-19 vaccines going forward.
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition. I'm Matt Piper. Millions are under severe weather threats tonight with the risk of tornadoes, including places that just saw some over the weekend, like Kentucky. Governor Andy Beshear.
That storm that is coming in tonight is incredibly dangerous.
CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson with who needs to be on the lookout.
Anywhere from Memphis all the way to Nashville, we've already had reports of several tornadoes, and 2 of them were confirmed by weather spotters. So we know that we've had tornadoes on the ground, and we expect that threat through at least 8 p.m. Central tonight. And we could see in eastern Tennessee a threat as late as 9, 10, or 11 p.m.
Nearly 30 people died from storms this past weekend. Billions of federal dollars are going toward the so-called Golden Dome missile defense system, much like Israel's Iron Dome.
The president says the Golden Dome defense system will be able to intercept missiles,
Even if they are launched from other sides of the world, and even if they are launched from space.
Trump says the system would cost $175 billion and be operational before the end of his term. He has requested an initial $25 billion for the program in his proposed spending plan that has not yet been approved by Congress. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
Annual COVID-19 shots for healthy younger adults and children will no longer be routinely approved. The FDA will require vaccine makers to conduct new clinical trials before approving them for wider use, as health reporter Sabrina Cupid tells us.
These studies will have to show actual clinical outcomes like fewer infections or hospitalizations before the FDA will grant full approval of a COVID-19 shot. In the meantime, the FDA is saying that it will limit access to those vaccines going forward to people 65 years old or older, or those who are at high risk of becoming seriously ill if they're infected. The government estimates that about 100 to 200 million Americans have conditions that would put them in that high-risk category.
President Trump met with House Republicans as leaders try to push a massive budget package. He was asked if Medicaid will be cut.
We're not touching anything. All I want is one thing. 3 words. We don't want any waste, fraud, or abuse. Very simple.
CBS's Nicole Killian.
He described this as a pep talk in terms of coming here to Capitol Hill. He insisted that Republicans are unified, and he expressed a lot of confidence about getting this package done.
The Dow lost 114. Now this.
The body produces 1 to 2% less collagen per year starting in your 30s. Slow the process with Native Path single ingredient protein. Visit getnativepath.com/CBS for 45% off plus free shipping.
Hi, it's CBS health and wellness expert Cooper Lawrence. You might be wondering, when's the right time to start adding collagen to my diet? How about today? Collagen production starts to dwindle in your 20s. By the time you've hit your 50s, decreased collagen contributes to wrinkles, sagging skin, and joint discomfort. Native Path Collagen can help. It's packed with only type 1 and type 3 collagen fibers, the ones your body needs most for healthy joints, skin, bones, hair, nails, and gut. Plus, it's third-party tested for purity with no fillers, no additives, and no artificial junk. 2 scoops a day of Native Path delivers 18 grams of protein. Mix it into coffee, tea, or any drink. It's completely flavorless and easy to use. Native Path changed my gut health completely. Right now, get a special bundle deal at a fraction of the retail price plus free shipping. Available at getnativepath.com/CBS. With over 4 million jars sold, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a 365-day money-back guarantee, this is your moment to take control of aging before symptoms get worse. Go to nativepath.com/CBS now. Supplies are limited and demand is surging.
OptimaTaxRelief.com.
In New Orleans, police have arrested a jail maintenance worker in connection with the escape of 10 inmates, 4 of whom have been caught. CBS's Katie Weiss.
Authorities say that 33-year-old Sterling Williams helped the inmates make their daring escape by turning off the water supply to the facility so that way the inmates could more easily remove the toilet from the wall without getting drenched in water while they were doing so. Williams is actually charged with principal to simple escape and also malfeasance in office.
Newark Airport in New Jersey has had staffing and technical issues as of late, and our Chris Van Cleve says it's led the FAA to set limits on the numbers of departures and arrivals, where there was about 40 an hour.
Effective today, the FAA is capping the number of arrivals and departures per hour at 28 each. Now, that will stay in effect until June 15th, when runway construction is supposed to end.
You're listening to the CBS World News Roundup.
And I'm Doug Krisner at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. Let's check our top stories and the markets. Crude oil is rallying at this hour on a report that U.S. intelligence is suggesting that Israel is making preparations to possibly strike Iranian nuclear facilities. CNN reporting it's not clear that Israeli leaders have made a final decision to do so. WTI right now in the electronic session is up 2.5% at $63.55 the barrel. In the regular session, the equity market drifted lower after a 6-day advance. Weakness in energy stocks during New York trading led the S&P 500 down by 0.4%. We did have shares in Tesla rising 0.5%. That was after Elon Musk said he's planning to remain CEO at Tesla for at least 5 years or more. Now, speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum, Musk sought to reassure investors, and that's where he dismissed concerns over falling sales in Europe.
Europe is our weakest market. We're strong everywhere else. So our sales are doing well at this point. We don't anticipate any meaningful sales shortfall. And obviously the stock market recognizes that since we're now back over $1 trillion in market cap. So clearly the market is aware of the situation. So it's already turned around.
Elon Musk there in an interview at the Qatar Economic Forum powered by Bloomberg. By the way, you can watch the full interview on the Bloomberg podcast channel on YouTube. Again, shares in Tesla were up 0.5% today. The chip component maker Wolfspeed is reportedly preparing to file for bankruptcy within a matter of weeks. The Wall Street Journal reporting the company is struggling to address its debt pile, valued at some $6.5 billion. Right now in late U.S. trading, shares in Wolfspeed down 57%. In the bond market today, longer-term Treasury yields were higher as U.S. budget negotiations showed little signs, I should say, of resolution. 10-year Treasury up 3 basis points, last quoted in New York at 4.48%. The 2-year was last quoted at a yield of 3.97%. Some dollar weakness today with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index falling 0.5%. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Must listen and must watch for Global Wall Street with guests like NYU professor Nouriel Roubini.
We achieved a soft landing, not because of what the Fed did, but because we got lucky.
And Professor Nassim Taleb.
You got to be right about the big sources of risk, and the rest take care of itself.
Global Wall Street wakes up to Bloomberg Surveillance. Join Tom, Paul, and Lisa weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on YouTube, the Bloomberg Business app, and always on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
Hey there, you're listening to The Deal with Alex Rodriguez and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Jason Kelly. Today you're hearing a part of our conversation with Georgia Tech Athletic Director Jay Batt. He's one of the most influential voices in the future of college sports. So, welcome everyone to this live recording of The Deal. We are very, very excited to be here. And it's an interesting process when we think about this show because we're trying to dive into this intersection of business, sports, and culture. In fact, I was told earlier that I too often refer to it as the white hot center of sports, business, and culture. But it was interesting to think about, all right, who do we want to talk to in Atlanta? Who do we want to talk to about college sports? And no one is at that aforementioned white hot center more than you. God bless you. There's a lot going on. We're going to get into all of that. Also, something that happens a lot on our show is I go through the normal process of, we work through representatives and it's like, all right, who do I know? Who knows Jay Batt? All right, let's get to him. Let's get the ask. And then this guy, it's like, oh yeah, I have a teammate from the 2009 World Series team who went to Georgia Tech. I'm just going to text him. And so you did, Mark Teixeira, and that's how you guys get connected. So tell me about that.
Yeah, well, Mark Teixeira, who went to Georgia Tech, recently got his degree, which I'm so proud of him. One of my favorite teammates of all time. And he introduced us, and we had a nice conversation. But, when you think about Mark Teixeira, when you think about value proposition about Georgia Tech, my question, Jay, is he the prototypical athlete that you have now a competitive advantage in this landscape?
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. I think,
part of what makes Georgia Tech so special is it's this unique opportunity to go pro in whatever sport you want to be in. But also after that, the value of a Georgia Tech degree, the connection to alumni, the ability to be here in Atlanta is huge. And you mentioned Mark Teixeira is the perfect example of that, right? As we're going through this changing landscape, somebody with a pro background like Mark is an incredible advocate for us on campus as we're dealing with our administration, other things that we're working through. Mark's been a tremendous friend and ally for us.
All right, so one of our favorite topics to talk about, and I will take this moment up top to shout out my parents who are in the audience, Dennis and Debbie Kelly.
Who also went to Georgia Tech.
That's right.
My dad went to Georgia Tech, so I took Alex all around Tech campus today, driving around. We went on the field at Bobby Dodd, lifelong dream accomplished. But my dad and I talk all the time about the state of college sports. Sure. I mean, every phone conversation we have, there's some new development. You're hyper aware of those. How do you even begin to understand where to go next? What's the thought process for you?
Yeah, so that's a fairly loaded question. I would say that you got to start with what's still the same, right? And then I'll talk about what's changing. But what's still the same is we still have great kids. We have great coaches. We're still attached to really, really incredible academic institutions. And